Oh shit. Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of round 5 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships, coming, of course, from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's my pleasure to be here with you today to talk you through the action. But if any of you are sat there going, oh, where's that nice man who took us through the action last time out at round 4? You're in luck, ladies and gentlemen, because also here in the comms position today is Mr. Chris Sora. Chris, good morning.
Hello, good morning, and very warm welcome. It's not very warm outside, of course.
Say,
Yeah, it's great to be back here. Great to be invited back to cover this very exciting club championship round. There's lots of great action throughout the various race categories. We've currently got the practice going on at the moment, of course, and looking at the schedule this morning, it's, of course, we're getting perhaps maybe shorter nights now, maybe as well. We've got a very action-packed programme going in. No lunch break, running right the way throughout the afternoon.
Absolutely, it is a packed schedule. We have the usual smorgasbord of classes for you here today, taking in a range of age ranges and experience. It's going to be fantastic stuff as always. If you're wondering where we're at, because of course it goes without saying that there's been a fair amount of disruption. By the way, I should mention these are just some of the practice sessions going on at the moment. We're not missing any of the racing action. We will obviously advise you when we go into that. But yeah, obviously a season that's had some disruption, as have all racing seasons really this year, of course. We're at round 5 at this point, and this is the third round that we've been able to have post-lockdown. We had the first 2 rounds in January and February, and then we were thankfully able to go back racing in July. And we've had rounds 3, 4, and this is now 5. Still being held on the 4th Sunday of each month. And I want to get this one out of the way at the top of the proceedings as well, that of course, this event is being run in compliance with all advice and guidance from the UK government and Motorsport UK in relation to COVID-19. So you'll be seeing everybody adhering to that, and it's a full respect to all the organisers at Whilton Mill Kart Club and Whilton Mill Kart Circuit who've made it possible for us to go racing under some challenging circumstances. Let's just summarise it that way, shall we? It's great that we're able to go racing. And Chris, is there anything in particular? Obviously, you were here last time that we were out for WMKC. Anything in particular that you're looking out for today, looking forward to?
Well, I don't want to go all Michael Fish on you here, really, but one of the big factors at the previous round was the weather. It was obviously a bit warmer, but very changeable conditions. It was literally the second half of the race programme. We came back from lunch. One of the cadet, I think it was the Honda cadets possibly, were on the grid ready for their first race back on slick tyres. all of a sudden the heavens opened for about 5 minutes. There was a mad scramble. They declared the meeting an open meeting where the drivers are permitted to change tyres. So it was a mad dash in terms of getting the tyres ready, and it was a bit of a, as well, there was always this factor where some people were gambling on the slick tyres, others were sticking with the wets. Today I think we were looking at the weather forecast now, where there's virtually no chance, it doesn't feel like it to be honest, but there's virtually no chance of rain, but there's a very cold, blustery conditions in the air. It's, the weather at the moment is just over 10 degrees, but it feels more like 5 or 6 possibly.
I don't believe, according to what I've got in front of me, there's 0 chance of precipitation, which is not true because we're in Northamptonshire in England in September, but it's low. It's a low chance of rain, let's go with that. So at the moment this is the X30 seniors out on track. But I think if, unless the Alpha team behind me are going to start waving their hands frantically saying no we can't, I think we'll have to take a moment actually to think about a class of karting that's beginning to come online in the UK. A really interesting innovation here for all-electric karting motorsport, and one of the organisations, or one of the championships that's spearheading that effort is the series known as Electroheads, and I think we can find out a little bit more about that right about now. There we are then, Electroheads, one of the interesting new championships getting underway as all-electric motorsport becomes increasingly cost-effective. It's good that it's able to get towards the grassroots levels of karting. A really interesting innovation there. That was the last lap of the final practice session for our X30 seniors. And if I'm not very much mistaken, that means it is time for us to look to go racing, folks. So without further ado, it's time for us to look ahead to heat number 1 in IARMY Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for this first one. We're going to try and get ahead of them before they get to frantic schedule. Let's try and get the grid done, folks, first. Henry Carter will start this one from pole. That is a Bambino grid that's on your screens right now, as opposed to the cadets. So it is, there we go. I'm going to go with what I've got here on my timing screen. No, let's take you through this one. So I think it's going to be Daniel Lemore on pole with Joseph Katzentonis alongside Fred Green and Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips on row 2, row 3, Freddie LaRosa and Sky Parker. Jack Mowat and Ethan Woodward on row 4. Row 5 is Oscar Cartmail with Lawrence Fitt alongside, Zach Green and Jacob Beecroft on row 6. And then we believe it's going to be Rami Dramain rounding out a 13-kart grid. I should stress that I've got mildly different things on the two screens I've got in front of me here, folks. So that said, with a slight caveat there. Either way, though, some of our youngest drivers or the youngest drivers that we're going to see today in this and the Honda Cadets, Chris, aged 8 to 12, really where they're cutting their teeth and learning their craft out there.
Definitely, and speaking, this is actually the Honda Cadets we're referring to briefly here, but Daniel Miron Laurenti here at the last round, the Dutch driver, he's not really that old at all. He can't be any more than 10 years old, but a really accomplished driver. I think he was over here for a couple of weeks, actually, going through a few of the karting tracks in the UK. And it's a bit of a cliche, but you look at the people, obviously this weekend we've got the Russian Grand Prix, and you look at the Formula One drivers, it is a cliche, but this is where they cut their teeth in the world of karting. It's where they learn their racecraft. And when these drivers get to around 13, 14 years old, they're effectively adults in the sense of how they race on the track. They're very experienced drivers. They can race in a bunch together. They know exactly what they're doing. And when you look at Formula One drivers over history, again, you don't want to keep making the reference because more to life than Formula One always, of course. But the top names in Formula One, they always say that the karting, it's like pure racing, basically. It's all about competition. And it's really where they can cut their teeth and learn the racecraft, which is where we're talking about racing in a pack and knowing how to make a good overtake and make it stick, that sort of thing. It's really is we want to say the purest form of racing, really, in the sense that it's just pure racing. The karts are relatively even. Mm-hmm. So you're not really at a disadvantage in one make of kart compared to another, for example. And a lot of the top professional drivers even come back to karting, don't they, as well?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's cadet karting is where it all begins for so many drivers. It is Joseph Katzentonis who leads our championship in IARMY cadets thus far in 2020. He's really gathered some momentum since we got back to racing in July. He's had 2 second-place finishes in our trophy finals, but we're way off those finals yet, folks. Just in case you're unfamiliar with the format here, we're going to have 3 heats in each of our classes, and we'll go through it. We'll go through a cycle of each class. So we'll go IARMY Cadet Heat 1, then we may have Honda Cadet Heat 1 and the Heat 1 of all our respective classes as they come out onto track. And I'm just going to eyeball what numbers have come out the pit lane there and see how it compares to the 2 grids I had in front of me.
I think there was it was like the previous round of a bit of a technical glitch, that's all.
Oh,
so
okay.
We'll be okay for the rest of the day.
In that case, then, understood. Okay, thanks for that, Chris. So that means then, just to give you a grid for this one, then quickly, or the front few rows is Henry Carter on pole, Oliver Phillips alongside Fred Green and Joseph Katzentonis on row 2, Daniel Amor and Archie Lovett on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Romeo Fernandez and Jack Mowat, who sits second in the championship at the moment coming into this round. Sky Parker and Lawrence Finn round out your top 10. Then it's Ethan Woodward, Harry Curry, Jacob Ashcroft, Zach Green, Jensen Jones, Noah Baglin, Cameron McPhee, Logan Howes and Harry Ewell to round out a 19 car grid. So there you go, folks. We've got a bigger grid for you. You can't say fairer than that. Rolling start, then, it will be for IARMY cadets as opposed to Honda cadets where you have a standing start. So there's already a full start flag. Something's... We
had this a few times last time. It's just falling out of position, isn't it? Sometimes people over anticipating the start, which is mightily frustrating if you're the guy at the front and you've nailed that start and you see those flags come out, you've got to go do it all again on the next lap.
Yes, absolutely. So... I could have taken my time reading the grid.
One thing actually to interject here, Howard, might be interesting to see what the track temperature's like, because it's, as we alluded to at the start of the programme, it's very cold and very blustery out there. I don't think the track's particularly warm. We've seen in practice a few guys slipping and sliding, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes on as the day progresses.
Indeed, here's our JMW forecast graphic there, and not the warmest day. Still dry, which people will take for now, but certainly not the warmest round so far this year, as one would expect probably by the time we've got to September racing. Are we going to be good for a start this time around? Yes, we are. No, we're not.
Oh, no. I thought for a second that was going to be okay. They came around that last corner of boot quite nicely then, but...
Keeping us in suspense, Chris.
Certainly are. And of course, talking about track temperature, in some ways, of course, when it gets too hot, when you look at the summer months, it can almost go the other way, just the track just turns to grease. And
it's very true, very true.
The karts even don't run so well when it's really hot conditions either. So I think we're a little bit below the sweet spot here, but I think as the day goes on, it'll be quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Those of you who maybe have come karting before but are going, this is a slightly different layout. This is the international layout which we use for Whilton Kart Club, so they're currently going through a corner known as Osiers, which takes them onto the back straight, which will be their opportunity to get back into grid formation before they go into the well-known boot complex. By this point, the international and national layouts have converged, so you'll all be familiar with this part of the track if you've raced here before. And it's where we often see a fair few overtaking opportunities open up to the drivers, so this is going to be an interesting one. Surely this time, though, yes, we are good. Better. We're away for heat number 1 in our Army cadets. It's Henry Kart who leads them away, but someone's taking to the grass there. 52. It is number 52 of Oliver Phillips there, so he's got a recovery drive if he can get back onto the circuit. But look at this, Daniel Amore having a really good run up the hill, challenging for second place against our pole sitter, Henry Carter, and that is because, who is it who's got to the lead of this one then? Someone's had a sterling start there to take themselves straight to the head of the field as they come through Ashby for the first time. We've got spinners.
Ashby.
We've got 23.
Jack Mowat got in trouble there. 1 or 2 hooked up in the corner, but I think the drivers are okay. The first corner at Oblivion, the driver's back on the track as well. So 1 or 2 incidents there, but I believe everyone's through cleanly. And that's
it's Fred Green who's got to the head of the field. So really good run there from Fred Green.
I'll tell you what here, Fred Green's had a great advantage here because these guys second through to about 5th or 6th, when we look at them going through Ashby on that first lap, they're all battling and scrapping for position. They all got in each other's way, basically, and well, Green basically just got through and checked out at the front.
Absolutely, yeah, no, really good start there for Fred Green. Jacob Ashcroft, we were just looking at there in the number 22. Not what Jack Mowat wanted, as you said, Chris, having an incident there at Ashby. He, as I say, second place in the championship coming into today. Oliver Phillips also involved in an incident. That's who we saw going straight on at Oblivion. And Harry Ewell seems to be away off the back of the field as well. And Henry Carter, our pole sitter, was involved in some of that as well up at Ashby. Yeah. So we've had a few people fall quite a way down the order here.
Just noticed the contact warning for the 14th place, that Noah Bagley, and I presume that must have been in that little melee at Ashby on the first lap. Just a warning at this stage, isn't it, Howard? If it gets picked up again, there's potential sanctions, but it's part of the nature of the race. Sometimes people all get together and just to warn the drivers.
Absolutely. We just saw Joseph Katzentonis putting a move there on, I thought it was Ethan Woodward, but I can see the 82, maybe my eyesight's going. The 83, we'll go with that. He's now up to 5th place.
He's Zach Green down the inside into Christmas corner. He's going to make that move stick. He does. Gets the front wheel down there. And the number 20, that's the yield there of Sky Parker. Nice little move there into Chris, uphill braking zone as well. So it's tricky to get the braking zone sometimes.
Yeah, and now in the downhill braking zone goes Joseph Katzentonis. Beautiful move there to take 2 karts in 1 corner there. And that's going to give an opportunity for the 82 as well. And the 20 of Sky Parker trying to capitalise there, but the real winner there was Joseph Katzentonis, who by my reckoning has now got himself up to 3rd place at least.
Katzentonis there trying to almost streamline himself going on the approach to boot, trying to pull away from Zach Green. And he almost backed Zach Green into the rest of the pack there. Katzentonis up to 3rd place, making 2 positions on that previous lap as we saw in Ashby. Fred Green, incidentally, 1.5 seconds isn't that much at the moment, so he's just got to stay out of trouble. All the action behind here, though, and Fred Green, the race leader, will certainly be hoping that this little hive of activity behind him continues because they're having a frantic race here. This will allow him to pull away.
We mentioned how this is a class in which the young drivers are learning their craft. Some of them may even have come through younger categories like Bambino, but they're still getting their heads in the game, as it were. And one of the key things about kart sprint racing, and I'm sure this won't be the first time that we talk about this today, sprint racing tactics. Fred Green is far up the road. He wants everyone to fight behind him because they're not then going to have the pace to catch up and challenge him. If you're sitting in 2nd and 3rd and 4th in this race, yes, you may want to make progress. We've just seen Joseph Katzentonis do that, but you don't want to lose that time battling and taking suboptimal racing lines, trying to defend and attack. It's about knowing when to make a move. It's not just about whether you can make the move.
That's correct. I mean, when you've got to consider as well, these karts fairly evenly matched in terms of power. So if you get through to 2nd place, you're not going to have the power advantage over the race leader. See it quite a lot in bike racing as well. Similar principle. The drivers have almost got to suppress their racing instinct. If there's a fast guy in 2nd place, almost just to chase him along, push him down the road and try and catch up with that leader, because if you go for the pass, even if you get it right, there's going to be some degree of going offline and sacrificing your own lap time. and that's going to allow the leader to pull away. So sometimes, depends on the situation, just got to think of the wider picture sometimes.
Absolutely. We've just seen Ethan Woodward put a move in on a Kart 82. This one's been confusing me a little bit. I have an 82 down as a Cameron McPhee in 17th position. We did see a few little transponder glitches on timing just in the first couple of laps, so I'm wondering if that's legitimate that McPhee is a lap down as Katzentonis puts the move in on Jacob Ashcroft for second here into Christmas Corner. So not sure if that's a transponder issue or what, but there is a driver in the 82 who's running in amongst these top runners as down the inside of Ashcroft now goes Zach Green. Nice move there into Ashby Corner. Chris, you were talking about
Ashcroft,
not such a nice move.
A little bit too keen to get back there. Ashcroft lost 2 positions in 2 corners.
Yeah.
And I think he may have been a bit overeager to fight back there. Went down on the inside immediately to go back to Zach Green and just pirouetted him round, just trying to see if he's still on the track. But a bit of a wrong place at the wrong time, you would say, for Green, because he just got pirouetted off the track. Just a racing incident, really, but maybe a bit of over-exuberance on Ashcroft's part.
Yeah, it was a textbook move into Ashby Corner, from Green. But the move from Ashcroft to try and get it back was quite ambitious. Wilkins, that left-hander, is known as, and it's quite a high-speed corner. It's not a heavy braking zone type overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, you've almost got to rely on the guy in front of making a mistake into the corner there, which you would say Green didn't. The race still goes on, of course. We've got a bit of a glitch at the moment, so the race is still going on, of course. Here we go, we're back in action. And it's still the number 98 of Fred Green leading the way, 53.81, his best lap so far. And we're looking now at the 82. This is a little bit further down, I believe. Having a little, this is, well, we're going to make sure that this is where we've got the 2 issues,
This is where I suspect a possible timing error or some such. I'm not entirely certain we know who's in the 82 or what lap they're on. But they've got good pace, which makes me think that, and we haven't seen any major incidents that would put someone a lap down. No. So I think this might be a timing error. So apologies, folks, that we're not 100% on that, but driving well nonetheless. Under 90 seconds now on the clock. They're 8-minute heats if we hadn't mentioned that already. As we're here with, this is the lead battle, and this is a fantastic effort, Chris, from Katzentonis to have reeled in our leader, Fred Green. And
this is almost the flip side of what we said a few moments ago about sometimes where you've got to be a bit tactical to try and use the guys be battling with your advantage. Katzentonis evidently is quick. Oh, lovely move on boot there. He anticipated that right-hander. Got the Kart down there nice and early, and a brilliant move there from Joseph Katzentonis to take the lead with, the clock is just going to tick through a little bit early, so he's got a couple more laps to go. But obviously Katzentonis, I think he must have known that he was evidently quicker. He wanted to just get those guys in front of him out of the way and get through to the leader. Let's see if Green can fight back. He's running out of time here.
He got a lovely draft up the hill, didn't he? Through Christmas they go. They go through the left-hander that technically has no name, but I always like to call it Boxing Day because it comes after Christmas. Down into Ashby they go. It was a beautiful move from Joseph in the boot section. A lot of people think of doing the classic get them under braking into the boot, but actually the boot section is a series of corners that you've got to sort of thread a racing line through, and he just augmented that slightly going to the second part of the boot, just dinked to the right hand side and shot the gap, and it was really nicely done. We'll see plenty of moves there over the course of today, I am sure, as this time, Chris, they will surely trigger the last lap.
Obviously, just to explain that, most people will know this, of course, but there's a time limit in these races, usually about 8 to 10 minutes, depending on the class. And then when the clock goes to 0, next time round is the last lap, basically. So there's not always a set number of laps, depending on the pace of the race.
Absolutely. Still a fair few good battles going on. I can tell you down in the teens, the team positions, that Oliver Phillips has just made up a position on Noah Baglin over 11th place. Romeo Fernandez has just got past Jenson Jones as well. So some great battles going on throughout the field, but this has been an imperious drive almost from Joseph Katzentonis, showing very much so why he's in the lead of the championship.
He's sticking with him here. They went to boot for the last time. He's going to try again, just trying that outside to make that right-hander, but Katzentonis had it covered. Look at him guarding that inside line.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. It's been a really good attempt from Fred Green to take this one, but Joseph Katzentonis is going to take the win in heat number 1. Fred Green in second place. Jacob Ashcroft finishes in third to get his day off to a good start. Ethan Woodward takes 4th place off Sky Parker on the last lap, as far as I can tell there. Sky Parker in 5th, 6th for Archie Lovett. Zach Green in 7th. 8th for Lawrence Finn. Jack Mowat managed to recover to 9th in the end. He had an incident on that first lap that put him towards the back. So good recovery drive there from Jack Mowat. As I say, 2nd in the championship he was coming into today. And he'll be looking to recover that if at all possible. And we've got Logan Howes in 10th place, which if so is fantastic for Logan, because that is one of our novice drivers. But it's congratulations to Katzen Thomas as we look ahead to our 2nd race of the day, Honda Cadets Heat number 1.
Here we go then for our first race of the day for the Honda Cadets, some of the 4-stroke action. Let's see how the drivers will be lining up for this first race of the day in Honda Cadets. Drivers currently in the waiting zone, and we'll be expecting them through. We'll confirm this in a moment, but here we go, right on cue. We're about to say we'll wait for the grid to come through. We've got Sebastiano Tezeo leading them out for this first race from Jack Owen Drawbridge, Charlie Mills in 3rd from Harrison Morrow, Lucy Whilton and Oliver Meek in 6th position. 7th will be Ben Simpson from Hayden Gray, Jack Price in 9th position, Dalton Hayward, Joshua Bugembe and Riley Bishop in 12th position. Looking further down the grid, it's Jack Stimson from Elliot Porter, Noah Pikes, Adam Hill, Jacob Lee and Oliver Gibson in 18th position. Very busy field, of course, as always. We've got Rocco, Leon Shenton, David Vischaw, Harry Friel, Jensen Pugh, Mason Thurlow and Ethan Weldon in 24th position. Frankie Smedley in 25th from Max Fallon, Emily Cooper, Felix Smedley, Alessio Lamalfa and Callum Wilson in 30th place. And rounding out the field is Finley Fishburn, Riley Thatcher and Oliver Sander. So another one of these the building blocks of karting. Honda Cadets, and these Honda engines are almost the backbone of grassroots karting, you might say. Honda's the 4-stroke, well, effectively they were generator engines to begin with, much like the Coventry Climax in Formula 1 many, many years ago. An engine from a different type of application, and super reliable engine in karting. It's very popular both in corporate karting and in the cadet classes as well. Applications in pro karts, it's really... well, yeah, like I say, the backbone of karting, really a very popular class. And as always, well over 30 drivers in this group as well. It's very competitive and very close. Yeah,
really healthy grid sizes for the Honda Cadets, as we often see, as you say, Chris. It is in many ways, it's got to be one of the longest running, if not the longest running karting class in the UK.
I think so.
Been going for so many years, and yeah, pick your, certainly amongst British drivers, pick your professional British driver, find their driver profile online, and it's a fair old wager that you'll see the words Honda Cadet somewhere near the beginning of it.
These go back decades, don't they, these Honda
really
engines?
They really, really do. So they'll be coming out on track. The only class today, by the way, with a standing start. So that's something to bear in mind if you see them coming around and slowing. That is intentional. Should minimise our risk of a full start as well, actually, which is good. I have to say I'm a bigger fan of the rolling starts, but it is the standing that we go for with this Honda Cadet. Format, another category in which the drivers are aged between 8 and 12 years of age. You'll see plenty of novice-plated drivers. Those are the black number plates with the white numbers as opposed to the conventional yellow with red numbering. But hey, we have plenty of novice drivers in this class. That's kind of what it's all about.
And I think as well, to give you an idea, they're not too dissimilar to the type of engine you see in what they call the corporate cars, which anyone can turn up and drive. But they're obviously a lot bigger chassis. You've got adults in those, whereas these are obviously smaller kids, very light machines. The power-to-weight ratio in these is pretty good, and they tend to get around the track quickly.
Absolutely, absolutely. As I'm sure this field of 33 karts is about to demonstrate.
I always think the good thing with Whilton Mill as well, the Oblivion section, which is that first left-hander flick into the long right-hander, it's quite open, isn't it? We saw an incident in that first race, of course, where somebody got squeezed out, but generally speaking, it's quite a quick start, particularly with the rolling starts, of course. So the drivers have a nice run to Christmas corner. So even if you're towards the back, you can potentially line yourself up for a good move, but you've got to get that third corner right.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique start here at Whilton Mill in many ways. For that reason, you've got such that long run, and you know, very often when you're sort of thinking through in your mind how you're going to start a kart race, you're like, right, what side of the grid am I on, and where will that mean I probably will be for turn one? Here it's not so. You may be able to manoeuvre yourself, as you say, Chris, around those first two corners. And I do love the corner name Oblivion. It's just so apt, because under racing, once you're fully up to racing speed, you've just got to throw the cart in. I mean, it really is that kind of corner.
Driver's corner, isn't it? Definitely.
It is, yeah. It's good. I always find if you know, it's good to sort of steel yourself for the next lap. You're like, right, let's nail this one, and you just chuck it in. Looks though, Chris, like we are getting towards the point where we might be good for a start on this one.
Yeah, I think everyone's ready. All looks good on the grid. The grid is clear. We're just waiting now for the starter to give us all clear. The grid marshal's happy, so all eyes now for the drivers on the lights. Red lights going on, and Honda Cadets Heat 1 gets underway. Lovely move from second place. They're trying to get away was Jacko in Drawbridge, but he may well have taken the lead on the outside, possibly. Yes, he has. That's the 72 of Jacko and Drawbridge is here right behind him, and a lovely move there from that could be Charlie Mills getting in there well into Christmas corner. And wow, we're almost on cue, as about to say, everyone getting through okay, but 81 hitting a bit of trouble on that Christmas corner. Nothing too serious. That was Oliver Gibson, I believe.
Yep.
Good start though, Howard. Majority of drivers seem to have got through cleanly.
I have to say, actually, yeah, given the size of that grid, I mean, I'm sure Oliver Gibson won't agree, but on the whole, that was a pretty decent start, as there's the usual jostling for position on this first lap. But a cracking start from Jacko in Drawbridge, and also from Harrison Morrow, who's been able to get himself up into second place in the blue kart you can see there. So good start for those two drivers as they come around to finish their first tour of the circuit.
Some paint trading there in boot corner for the first time, but everyone gets through cleanly. Lovely driving there though from the 52. Joshua Bugembi making a nice move there on Sebastiano Tezeo, who dropped a few positions at the start. They didn't get away so well. Now I remember Bugembi at the previous round, he was really on good form, and he's starting to close up on this group of drivers just going through Christmas corner. Dalton Hayward well and truly in the thick of things there. Look out for the black overalls and blue helmet of Bugembi, who really was in top form last time out, and he is starting to close up on this little group of drivers.
He is indeed. I think we just saw him at the back of your shots there. Back to our leaders then, just coming out of Ogiers onto the back straight here. Harrison Morrow with a cracking opening lap, as I say, to get himself onto the back of Owen Drawbridge, who himself had a great start to sweep round our pole sitter at the start. And then here is the third place battle. This again is where we talk about them settling into a rhythm here, Chris. If they're going to get on and challenge the leaders in this race, that third place battle is going to need to sort itself out quickly. Otherwise, it will simply be condemned to being that third place battle.
Yeah, within the space of a lap, really, they'll just fall away from the leaders if they're not careful. As Bugembi has a peek down the inside of the 37 Charlie Mills, who had the corner, shut the door on him. Yeah. And yeah, like you say though, they've got to be careful here not to be too aggressive. They've got to get these moves just right and pick their moments. There's no margin for error with these Honda Cadets. If you make a mistake, just get the apex wrong and slide away. You just lose a tenth of a second and get the advantage on the exit. And
Joshua Bugembi has now got that move done, actually, on Charlie Mills. So making his way up the field. The next in his sights will be the 71 of Jack Price, currently running strongly in fifth. So Owen Drawbridge leads, Harrison Morrow in second. Dalton Hayward just set the fastest lap of the race in his efforts. In fact, has he got onto the back of them? Yes, he has. So it's now a 3-horse battle for the leader, this one, and he's managed to tuck under Harrison Morrow there. In fact, he's going to go for the double overtake up to Christmas corner. Fantastic overspeed that he's got. And there we go, Dalton Hayward to the lead of the race.
And Dalton Hayward, I think he had that pass lined up almost on the start-finish line straight. He got to get Oblivion perfect, really get the nice line through there, and carried a lot of speed on the run up to Christmas. Poor Jack Owen Drawbridge, he didn't know what to do there on the straight. He had two drivers to defend from. He didn't know what line to take, really. He just had to almost pick a line and hope for the best. But a lovely move there from Hayward to get through to the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben Simpson here on your screens. We haven't mentioned him much so far, but he's been running strongly there in fourth, and that battle has allowed him to get onto the back and overtake Harrison Morrow. Meanwhile, behind them, I think that is Jack Price and Joshua Bugembi having a battle over 5th it will be. And look at the gap that Dalton Hayward has already pulled out. 1.2 seconds to the good ahead of Jack Owen Drawbridge. Ben Simpson, as I mentioned, getting up past Harrison Morrow. And now Ben Simpson fancies his chances on Jack Owen Drawbridge. And sweet as you like, he's done well before the braking zone of Christmas Corner. Just a brilliant run. Late apex out of the Crook is the formal name for the second part of that Oblivion complex. And managed to have the overspeed there and get the job done. So it's now Dalton Hayward ahead of Ben Simpson, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Harrison Morrow, your top 4. And
the drivers to look out for here a little bit further back being Joshua Bugembe and Riley Bishop, who are both closing up on this lead group. Bugembe made a couple of positions there. He just seems to find a gap where there may not be a gap sometimes. He just seems to create one almost, and very opportunistic driver. And Bishop's tagging onto the back there. You'll see Bishop with the fluorescent yellow fenders on the kart there as Bugembe makes another move, and tagging onto the back there again is Riley Bishop. These two are racing through the back. Look at Bishop, he is right on the rear wheels there of Joshua Bugembe as they make their way up towards Christmas Corner. The rest of the pack make their way through. Here's Bishop having a look, and again Bugembe down the inside. Look at 32 there on his tail. Riley Bishop, it's almost like he's got a tow bar on that number 52 kart, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's good opportunistic driving there from Riley Bishop. You know, if you find someone who's on the similar pace and can almost be your sort of battering ram through the field, as we've got, unfortunately, there.
Number 8.
It is the number 8, which means that it's an Emily Cooper who's come to a stop at that. We also seem to have had some... Oh no, Felix Smedley has now gone by Emily Cooper. So Emily Cooper, the only retirement, unfortunately, that we're aware of in this one. Well, it's an unfortunate retirement that we're aware of. It's not unfortunate that's the only one. But Dalton Hayward leads now by nearly 3 seconds as he crosses the line. But it's a new fastest lap of the race from Joshua Bugembe, and it's for that reason that he's now on the tail of Ben Simpson as they come heading up the hill. But as Chris alluded to last lap, Riley Bishop is also in tow. Is this going to be a double overtake for Ben Simpson? Yes, Bishop it is. And Riley Bishop just squeezing through there. Brilliant, brilliant working together. Collaborative working here between Joshua Bugembe and Riley Bishop.
One thing I noticed about Bugembe at the last round, he does seem to have very strong racecraft for such a young driver. He's not afraid to go for a pass. If there's half a gap there, he's an aggressive driver, but he's clean as well. We didn't really see him pushing people off the track, for example. And I wonder if Riley Bishop maybe he's a quick driver as well. Of course, Riley Bishop seems to know this as well. Notably, Bishop's not really going for the pass at this stage. Still got a little bit of time to go, so it just looks like he's almost using Bugembe to his advantages to try and catch up with the leader.
Absolutely. This is good tactical play from Riley Bishop. Rest assured, you know, if we get to the last lap and they obviously aren't going to catch up to Dalton Hayward, the gloves will come off and it'll suddenly be... in fact, there we go. Now, yeah. There we go. Riley Bishop clearly feeling that he has the pace advantage at the moment and has swooped by up the hill and gives the gesticulation as well to say, let's work together here to catch up with our leader and not lose time. So even these young drivers, Chris, know how to go about their racing.
Well, I mean, these are effectively children, aren't they? And the level-headedness they possess here. If you see Bishop there, he's just beckoning Bugembe there just to like tag on to me here. Don't go for the pass here. Let's try and work together. And this is perfect racecraft. They're going to have 2 laps to go here because we've still got 40 seconds on the clock. So there's still a bit of time. Hayward could also hit trouble here, so Bishop's, they're going to have to work hard here, but they could still make it with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Behind them as well, we should mention Ben Simpson now under attack from Rocco Lee and Shenton as well, but I think they're largely working together, or I say they're working together. Hang on, Riley Bishop ahead of them isn't working together, at least. Riley Bishop now going defensive. I think they've realised with this and 1 more lap to go that there's no way they're going to catch up to Dalton Hayward. So they've decided to go racing. Not entirely sure about the blue flag there, but there is some traffic that they're just going by, so it might be actually to that driver actually. So through Osiers they go, but I think this is now a full-on battle over second place. They've clocked that there's not much chance of catching up with Dalton Hayward pending any disaster for him. So I think here, Chris, it's going to be a last lap battle over second place.
Yeah, Dalton Hayward, barring any disaster, has got this all to himself as he takes the last lap board. All the action for second place. We saw Bishop there going defensive, guarding those apexes through boots because Bugembe is looking very aggressive here on the final lap. Let's see what happens going up to Christmas for the final time. As you said, Howard, gloves are off here as Bishop guards the inside. Now let's see, Bugembe is going to try and get him on the exit. Side by side. Oh, he's going to have to make that work. Oh, and poor Bugembe got squeezed onto the grass. So Bishop certainly no favours there, and Shenton taking advantage, of course.
Yeah, so Rocco Leon Shenton has clearly dispensed with Ben Simpson at some point. Oh, and he has to be a bit careful with... You can't really send the dummy into Wilkins from that far up the straight. So, yeah, it hasn't got the way of Bugembi in that battle with Bishop. I'm not sure if one puts that down to a racing incident or what, but we do need to keep one eye on the finish line. Dalton Hayward is coming around to take a brilliant win here in heat number 1 of our Honda Cadets. Riley Bishop, after a robust defence, will take second, but it's going to be a drag for third. No, it's going to be Rocco Leon Shenton.
Shenton got that dialed through the final corner there, managed to squeeze past Bugembi. And of course, relatively, in the wider scheme of things, you might say, relatively low power on these Honda Cadets. They're relatively evenly matched, of course, and you see a lot of passes in these junior categories and the smaller karts on the exit of the corner, which you just saw there from Shenton.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Used that brilliantly. Judged that well, did Shenton. I think Bugembi will feel a little bit worse for wear after that last lap, but he was driving strongly, so I'm sure he can come back strong in some of the subsequent heats. That was Honda Cadets heat number 1. Next, we are going to look ahead to our first heat of the day in Minimax. Let's take you through the grid then for our Minimax heat number 1. Katie Ashman will start this one from pole, as there's a kart stand there going out to collect. That might be Emily Cooper's stricken kart there. Katie Ashman will start this one from pole. Mac Mcfarkiha will start from second. Oliver Kerr and Ben Crossley are row 2. Row 3 is Sasha Bagley and Chase Fernandez. William Ray and Woody Radford are your 4th row. 5th row is Bobby Rosier and Charlie Payne-Johns. Ronnie Bellew and Leo Purchase will start from row number 6. Row 7 will be Oliver Smith and Harry Linden. And row 8 is going to be Joe Garraway and Seth Hathaway. That's how they line up for this one.
I think just a brief pause. I think there's that stricken kart from the previous race just being taken back to the waiting zone. The karts are still on the dummy grid, so to speak, just waiting to go out onto the track for their formation lap. And right on cue, here they come. Another rolling start, of course, so let's hope for a good, clean one. And back to the two-stroke. You see the mist of the premix in the air.
Absolutely. And actually, I'm just realising this is... Sometimes we've seen Minimax combined with other... classes to have a multi-class race.
Someone's got a Max Verstappen there and gone off on the warm-up lap. Driver okay though?
Yes, fared a little better than Mr. Verstappen, didn't he? It's good that we've got healthy enough grid sizes in our Minimax class today that they do stand alone on track. We aren't sending them out with other classes. Needs must when that happens, but it's great to see a healthy grid size of 16 karts in our Minimax and enough in our Junior Max as well to see them out in their own individual races.
Interesting to see a driver going off on the formation lap there. So we say about warming up the tyres, it's a very natural point, of course. They've got to get those tyres up to temperature, and sometimes you're just getting to the corner and the cart will just understeer off the track. So easily done. Let's see, they're all lining up quite nicely around the final corner. So here we go, Howard. Looks like a good lineup.
Yep, I think we're good to go. And away we go. Katie Ashman leads them into oblivion for the first time. Is it going to be all clean? No, it's not. No. That's an off for the 53 of Katie Ashman, our pole sitter. So Ashman off already. It's the 56 of Ben Crossley that's got to the 4 as the 87 and the 16 have a bit of a moment there. That being...
Matt Parker, wasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. And alongside Charlie Payne-Johns. I should mention, by the way, it's for those who are keeping a tally, this sort of mid-stage in the championship. It is Oliver Smith who leads this. Harry Linden there with the GP plate, one of several plates that you can win in British karting through winning special events. I want to say that the GP plate is for the Shennington Super Prix, but I'm going to check that maybe in a moment. Meanwhile, at the front of the field then, at the end of lap 1, it is Ben Crossley, but we're here looking at the battle over 3rd place between Purchase and Linden.
Purchase just having a look on the inside, although the 71, Leo Purchase guarding that line nicely. All over the back there is Charlie Payne-Johns. Going to have a look on the inside. It's Linden on the overalls there, though. So just ahead is the number 90 of Chase Fernandez and the race leader, the 56 Ben Crossley doing a very nice job here. Nice smooth lines. He's not too worried about the drivers behind him, just running his own race here as he goes into boot. All over the back there, though, is Chase Fernandez, the leaders, lapping in the 51s at the moment at these early stages of the race. Through boot they go once again. And this race settling down quite nicely here as the number 84 of Ronnie Bellier makes the move. Somebody's in trouble on the final corner. 3 drivers going off there. Everyone seems to be okay, though. That's the 66 in there. Woody Radford, Katie Ashman, who really hasn't had the race, unfortunately, and Joe Garway all in trouble. The drivers are okay, though, and the race goes on. As again, we look at this battle for the lead here. Ben Crossley doing a great job of holding on to the lead there. There is Linden, currently in 3rd place, 21 on the time screens with the GP on the graphics of the kart there. As again, Linden having a look as they go into boot once again. Fernandez keeping those apexes guarded there as Crossley tries to pull away. Crossley will certainly be hoping this turns into a battle of 2nd place. He can take advantage and try and pull away. There's the 71 of Leo Purchase, a little bit further behind. Robbie Rosier picking up a track limit warning as Fernandez tries to go defensive into Christmas corner. Linden's going to have to make this work, and he does. Nice little move there through Christmas corner for Harry Linden through to 2nd place. Linden looks quick at the moment, and he's going to use this next lap now to try and close up on the race leader, number 56, Ben Crossley. But Linden, that's an uphill braking zone there, of course, into Christmas. Did very well to make that move stick.
Yeah, racing well. I'm wrong, of course. I don't think it is the Shenton Super League against the GP. That's the E plate, isn't it? But Rotax Festival, I think, will give you the GP plate. So apologies, folks. I'm having to revise my special award plates in UK karting there. But Harry Linden needs no second invitation to.
I have to say here, Howard, as well, the lap times really are tumbling. The drivers 2-3 seconds quicker as the race goes on. They're settling into this track nicely. Yeah,
Harry Linden then into the slipstream of Ben Crossley up the hill. And he's going to go for it downhill into Ashby, and textbook move into Ashby, provided he can hold it together, which he absolutely can. Lovely move there by Harry Linden.
And of course, the thing there with Ashby as well, Howard, is that it's a downhill off-cambered braking zone. You've got to be very careful not to overcommit yourself, because it's very easy to go off onto the tarmac and just lose the position on the exit.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I absolutely hate trying to overtake into Ashby whenever, on the rare occasion that I'm fast enough around here to try and overtake. Ashby is not my favourite one because it is that downhill braking. I often feel it sort of tightens quite a bit as you get towards the apex. It feels like the whole world just narrowed into a tunnel. That's how I feel anyway. But fastest lap of the race from Harry to try and secure his lead here, but Ben Crossley keeping him honest, whilst behind them Chase Ferdinand has Leo Purchase for company. Again, they'll know, as we've been talking, there he goes. They'll know that they can't lose too much time battling, I was about to say, but they are going to have a bit of a battle here. Side by side into Wilkins. There's pod-to-pod contact. And they both live to race another corner. Leo Purchase up into 3rd place in a robust exchange there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chase Fernandez, he wasn't going to give that position up lightly, was he? The 71 there, Purchase, lost out on the exit of Ashby, and Fernandez almost had his chance. Some real, in the terms of bike racing, you could say bar bang in the trailing paint, you'd almost say, in 4 wheels, of course. Very close action here. Purchase has been sitting in 4th for a long time. Now he's up to 3rd. He wants to try and get involved with these leaders.
Yeah, just looking further down the order, Bobby Rosier just had a bit of a drama. He allowed Farquhar and Seth Hathaway past him on that last lap. Ronnie Bello has just had a good lap to get up to 6th place as well. So plenty going on behind this as well. The sharp end where we've got our focus at the moment on Purchase leading Fernandez. And these are our 2 leaders onto the back straight. Still Crossley keeping Linden honest, as there's a penalty for Chase Fernandez. And I wonder if that's got anything to do with the exchange that we saw.
I'll hazard a guess. It was quite robust. Of course, Purchase didn't lose out. Looking at Crossley here, you see him in 2nd position as they make their way through Oblivion. He really hasn't shaken off the race leader, hasn't shaken him away, as we look at 71 Purchase trying to close up on this battle. And he, in turn, can't shake off Fernandez in 4th. Linden really hasn't pulled away. He got through to the front quite early, but Crossley has done a good job here. He's tagging onto the back of that race lead. He's watching the lines here, and sometimes it's a bit of tactics again here. You see the 2nd place driver, he's just sitting there for the time being, just watching this race leader, trying to find a way in which he can make a pass somewhere, as We just saw the race leader, Linda, just lifting the cover up on that radiator, just maybe to get a bit more air into it, because cold temperatures here today as well. So opting to try and get a bit more performance out of that kart.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time we've seen Harry Linden here in this class since the January round, so he's not doing the full season campaign as far as I can tell. Ben Crossley, however, just checked, currently sits third in the standings in this championship, and first place I mentioned just as they were rolling up, I believe, was Oliver Smith in the lead of this one, with Bobby Rosier in second in the championship. So this is a good position for Crossley right now, even if it were to finish with him in second, because although I'm sure he'd like to open his points tally for the day with a heat win, he's not behind someone who's going to take points off of him in that championship battle. So it's a good position for Ben Crossley right now, as he keeps Harry Linden honest with, we are going to have 2 more laps of this one.
Yeah, just about 41 seconds on the clock. So Crossley doing a good job here. He's getting pulled along here, you would say, by Linden, the race leader. Getting towards the closing stage of this race now, so perhaps Crossley might want to make a move in the next lap and a half or so. But he's done very well here, because I think he almost knows that Linden's going to give him a tow here and just pull him away from that very close battle for third place. They're pulled away from all the trouble, as it were, and the paint trading a bit further back. And let's have a look at what Crossley can do here. We've got just under 1.5 laps to go, and let's see if Crossley can make a move with on this final lap.
Absolutely. We've had one retirement in the form of Joe Garraway. Not sure if we've given mention to that already. So unfortunately for Joe, we'll have to see if he can come back in one of the latter races. And we've got another battle to keep an eye on in the last lap as well, because Leo Purchase is still only just ahead of Chase Fernandez, excuse me. Here we go then, on to the last lap. Who's going to take this one as our leaders head up the hill? Here we go. Harry Linden there in the GP plated kart through Christmas Corner. That's one of the overtaking opportunities gone. I'm not sure if Crossley's close enough really to go for a move here. Harry Linden has he's just set the fastest lap of the race coming onto this one. He was wise to that fact that Crossley would be ratcheting up, but he too set his personal best. Oh, good point there actually, Chris. They were only a couple of hundredths apart in lap time, so Crossley trying his best, but unless something untoward is going to happen to Harry Linden in the boot, Crossley's going to try and get the switch back out the second part of the boot, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Harry Linden is going to come round to take heat number 1 in our Minimax category, and it is going to be Leo Purchase who hangs on for third place ahead of Chase Fernandez. Look at this, close. For 6th place. Who's it going to be for that? It is
Payne Johns just.
by 500ths of a second, if that's close enough for you folks. Payne Johns ahead of Ronnie Bellew, Oliver Carr, Seth Hathaway, Matt Farquhar, and Bobby Rosier round out your top 10. Oliver Smith in 11th, Woody Radford, Sasha Bagley, Katie Ashman, probably one to forget. Hopefully she'll be able to come back strong in the subsequent heats, and Joe Garraway as well will be hoping for better things in second heat.
Just as a very quick postscript here, Ben Crossley set the fastest lap of the race on that final lap and really chucked it all at Linden, but Linden did very well on the boot section there. I was watching him, he was guarding those apexes to prevent the switchback there. So a very well worked race win for him.
Absolutely, absolutely. Next up then, heat number 1 in X30 Mini.
So Mini X30 with, of course, their own grid for this race, and we look at the grid, how they line up for heat number 1. Starting them away will be Morgan Hill from Leo Brown, Keon Geraghty in 3rd from Alfie Briggs, Sharvan Shamagavel in 5th position, and Kira Harris lining up in 6th, Aidan Hassan in 7th, Harry Yule, Jack Nettleship, Henry Gregory, Oliver Stilp and Luke Sintler in 12th place, Mika Taylor and George Robinson in 14th. So a competitive grid there of 14 drivers. Like you say, it's good that we've got the entries to warrant their own race. And if we get plenty of action like we did in the previous one, it's not many drivers in the race in terms of numbers, of course, but it does tend to make it quite competitive and very important to stick with the pack and not make any mistakes to drop away. So the drivers in the waiting zone now, they should be underway in a few moments. And this is how it always tends to be, much like the one we just had, of course, a very competitive race class.
Absolutely, yeah. No, we get some fantastic racing. We're still, you were talking earlier about the cadets, Chris, and about how they're in fairly even machinery. I think this is another one of those classes where you see that. I mean, we see that, relatively speaking, within karting anyway, but this is a class for that. The one thing that does stand out to me, though, just as I have a quick glance at our championship table, is there's no Rylan Etchberg in this field here today. Now, he's currently in the lead of this championship, unless I completely missed him as you were reading through that grid, but no, he's not there.
I didn't see him.
As far as I can tell. So this is an opportunity today for the likes of Kean Garrity and Leo Brown, who are in pursuit in that championship, to maybe gain some valuable points on the board. I think we do have a drop score system in operation
as far as I'm aware,
in WMKC, so it's not Etchberg, is losing out heavily, but he's burning one of those opportunities for a drop round in doing so.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Of course, that used to be the case in a lot of motorsport series. Nowadays, most top-end series have all rounds counting, but for events such as this, championships such as this, it's always sensible sometimes to be able to let drivers drop a round, which does, of course, mean all the rounds you do compete in, you've got to be pretty sharp. And, there's a bit of bit tight on that straight, but they've given it the all clear, and the race is underway. That was a tough call there, but they have got away cleanly. And a lovely start there for Morgan Hill.
Yeah, defending against Kean Garrity.
And
that was a moment. And that was, I don't think there was any contact there, Chris. I think that was just Morgan Hill with the pressure of Kean Garrity bearing down on him. And he will be kicking himself. And that's Leo Brown. That's Leo Brown in the number 33 as well, who started second on the grid. So not a good start at all for our first row of the grid. In various different ways. Kean Garrity, though, to the head of the field in the number 73 with Aidan Hassan, I think that is, who's got into second place. 1, 2 and 3 for that team going up to Christmas corner, so it didn't all go entirely to plan. Lovely start there from the 64. Aidan Hassan, who's tucking in there behind nicely, just keeping the pressure on Garrity. So I think there was a bit of bad luck on Christmas corner. No contact, he just relatively cold tyres. We've only had one formation lap, of course, straight to the grid. Just seemed to lock up as Hassan goes for the lead. Nice down the inside, and the 57 tagging on in there behind of Nettleship. Yeah, much like we saw in the cadets earlier, it's again just tagging onto that driver in front. Yeah, often it can be the case that if the gap's opened up for you, then you follow through. And also it goes the other way as well. In this form of karting, if you come offline, as Nettleship goes for the lead on Hassan, beautiful move on Osiers. That's the first, what I would say, textbook Osiers corner move we've seen today, but I can't tell you more about that because they're already battling into the boot. Look at this. And Garrity's having a look again. He lost those positions. Oh, look, I was looking at the 48 before. Micah Taylor looked very aggressive through Christmas corner and has well and truly got into the battle for the lead. Absolutely. Just suddenly arrived on the scene, and also in amongst them here is Luke Sintler as well. So look out for him in the number 72. This is fantastic stuff in the first portion of this race. Only 2 minutes into this one, they do want to be a little bit careful about, well, the battle's on if it's on, I guess, as also Alfie Briggs is coming onto the back of it in the 47 as well. There's the 48 of Micah Taylor, currently in second place. The 73 behind him is Kean Garrity, but not anymore because the 72 of Luke Sintler has got by now into third place, and immediately Garrity has to go defensive against Jack Nettleship. Hassan trying to break away at the front there, but Micah Taylor's got a toe here, just trying to break away from this battle for what's turning into a battle for third place now. This next lap will be interesting to see what happens, because Hassan trying to break away. They're still fighting for that third place though, as you look at the 48 of Taylor. Now he's on the back of Hassan, the race leader. Again, the lap time's tumbling, the tyres getting up to temperature and coping with the track quite nicely. He's going to have a peek down into Ashby, not close enough to the pass there, but Osius, a good pass there before. It's difficult to make a pass there. It is and it isn't. It's downhill braking, but at the same time, that natural racing line does... it's a corner where if you're taking the racing line conventionally, you want to take a late apex. What that means is that you open up a gap down the inside on the conventional racing line, but it is, you're absolutely right, Chris, very difficult for the overtaker to judge that braking right, such that they don't start slamming into the side of the overtakee at the point where the two lines converge. It's good running though from Hassan so far to hold off Micah Taylor, and actually Sintler's now having a go, isn't he? So yeah, through he'll go, and Kean Garrity will see the opportunity there. He'll try and get into the slipstream and have a look into Ashby if he's close enough. He's not, and don't forget Nettleship there in the 57. Alfie Briggs tried to stay in touch with these this pack of five at the front. Again, we saw there, Howard, the pass into Christmas corner, it almost takes place, so to speak, on the start-finish line straight, because Sintler got that final corner nailed very quick through Oblivion,
and set himself up nicely for Christmas corner. So that pass, you know, people see them going down the inside. It doesn't just come from the moon, does it? You really got to work at it and make it think 3 corners in advance.
Yeah, it's a really good point, really good point. This lap has so much connectivity to it, fluidity. You've got to link up several corners together to really be on the money, as Cian Geraghty tries to shoot the gap on Micah Taylor over 3rd place, and surely that will leave him exposed to Jack Nettleship. If Nettleship can judge this properly, down the inside of Ashby he goes.
Nice move there from him there, lovely down the inside.
Oh, Geraghty's going to come back though into Wilkins, and that was nicely done as well, actually.
Some good racing here, nice and clean as well.
Yep, over halfway in I think the most competitive race we've seen at the front, at least so far today.
I'm hoping we can look at Sintler going through Oblivion. He does seem to have a very nice line through those first 2 corners, which sets himself up for Christmas. He got close to Hassan last time round. Here we go. So let's have a look at the 72 in 2nd place. Last time round he was very quick through this little switchback, the first 2 corners. And there he is, just not quite close for the lead though.
No, but you can see how he's closed up. You're absolutely right. He's right onto the back of Aidan Hassan, in spite of the fact that Hassan just set the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Somehow by the end of that straight, Sintler is able to be pretty close to the back. So you're absolutely right there, Chris. Luke is having a great line through those first couple of corners, as down into Osiers they go. They'll sling it round, late apex onto the back straight, then it's braking into the boot. Don't get too greedy on the exit, because you've got to turn in nicely for boots 2 and 3. Don't worry about the apex on the inside of boot 3, no one ever does. And then through paddock corner to begin a new lap. Chucking it into Oblivion. Through the crook we go, and then it's a case of seeing who's got the advantage as they head up the hill.
Time running out here, and this battle with Geraghty looking on the inside of Taylor. Geraghty with the fastest lap of the race so far. They want to try and get involved, try and get on the back of the 72. Because we've only got 2 minutes left in this race, plus the 1 lap, so time is starting to run out here. And these guys, 3rd to about 6th place, this is where they need to try and make a move to stake a claim. Aidan Hassan's done very well here so far. He's under a lot of pressure. Yeah, and he's just driving his own race at the front.
Totally agree, dealing very well with it. Geraghty, one of only 2 drivers to dip below the 42nd mark on that last lap. The only other driver to do so, Henry Gregory, who's trying very hard to catch up onto the back of this. And actually he's being successful. In the back of this train, he's caught up to the back of Alfie Briggs. So that's paid dividends there for Henry Gregory.
Still got a couple of laps to go, 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap, as Hassan still leads the race in the number 64. Let's have a look at Nettleship 57, down the inside into Christmas of Taylor again. Well-worked move through Oblivion, and it pays off as he goes through Christmas.
And behind them, in turn, Gregory has now got by Alfie Briggs as well. The 71 now ahead of the 47. He's going to immediately go for the move on Taylor as well into Ashby Corner. They're going to be side by side, and Briggs is going to smell an opportunity into Wilkins, and down the inside he goes.
Nice move there from Briggs, and I have to say, good driving there from the 71 Gregory, because that move didn't quite come off, but he could have persevered with it and just gone down the inside. He was very intelligent there just to back out and prevent an accident.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nettleship did get back through indeed at Osiers. We're going to have 2 more laps of this one. How is the lead gap looking? It's actually out slightly to 0.6 of a second now. Aidan Hassan controlling this really, really nicely, as you were acknowledging a moment ago, Chris. Micah Taylor under pressure now from Gregory. And he goes down the inside of Christmas Corner, and he's got the job done. And actually, that left Micah Taylor out on the tarmac. That's going to allow a look from Alfie Briggs, but he hasn't been able to do it through Ashby Corner. Will he have an opportunity down into Osiers? We're here with Cian Geraghty chasing Luke Sintler in 2nd place.
This is the kind of deal that I don't want to say, really, because it's going to invoke the commentator's curse. But some very good racing here as well. Good racecraft. The drivers trading positions here, but they're not, they're not smashing into each other. They're driving very well and picking their moment as moving on to the last lap now. He's getting close here. 1 lap to go.
I heard it works double strength if you acknowledge it when you say it. Cian Geraghty down the inside of Luke Sintler for 2nd place, and that's a beautiful move there. This battle, I think they've given up now on catching Aidan Hassan, who has controlled this one brilliantly. He's just dipped below the 47-second mark as well, but I have to say, he hasn't had that many fastest laps of the race. He hasn't had the slipstream to get them, but he's just done enough to hold them at arm's length, and that's been brilliant. There's a penalty for Micah Taylor, so that's going to be costly for him. But
and
coming round,
as well.
Yeah, okay. So there's going to be a few things to work out after this one's done. But Aidan Hassan has driven a brilliant race and will take the win in heat number 1
it looks like
of X30 Minis.
Might be a glitch. I think we've gone through to the last lap.
Oh, apologies. Well, I really hope I really haven't commentated cursed that one as he comes up the hill. Very sorry, folks.
Yeah, he's doing all right so far.
They
They
must
steady lap in here, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Garrett's looking strong in second.
Yeah, absolutely. Always check your timing screen that it actually says last lap, Howard. There we go. It is as it was, though. I think the closest battle here is Henry Gregory trying to get past Jack Nettleship over fourth. You can just see there in the back of your shot, it just flashed through.
Hassan just checking himself there. He lost a bit of time on the previous lap, but I think he's just managing the race here as he goes through boot for the final time. It's been a tough race for him here at the front.
It has. Right, I rehearsed this last time. Aidan Hassan comes through to take the win in heat number 1. I knew it was on. Cian Geraghty finishes second, Luke Sintler in third, and Henry Gregory. Was that a change there to get past Nettleship?
Yeah, just on the last couple of corners on Jack Nettleship.
Yeah, Micah Taylor finishes 6th but has a penalty. Alfie Briggs in 7th, 8th for Leo Brown, George Robinson in 9th. We expect Shraven Shamagavel to come through in 10th, and then should be Oliver Stilt, Kira Harris, Harry Ewell and Morgan Hill. Quite a gap between the two packs that formed in that one. Here they come across the line. It's Shamagavel. It's actually Kira Harris in 10th, Shamagavel in 11th, Oliver Stilp in 12th, Morgan Hill in 13th, and Harry Ewell rounds out the 14 finishes. I think that one was thoroughly entertaining. Yeah,
very good race there. All sorts of aspects there. We've got Hassan battling from the front. Sometimes when you're leading the race, some drivers like that, of course, to be at the front controlling the race. But it is a high-pressure scenario, and he did very well because there were some superb battles behind there. 1 or 2 warnings going out there, but on the whole, it was a good race, and we look very much forward to the next race, which I believe race number 5 will be Junior Max, heat number 1.
Let's take you through a grid then for heat number 1 in your Junior Max for round 5 of WMKC 2020. Jack Davis will start this one on pole with Daniel Parent-Smith alongside Charlie Ellis and Jack Cooper make up row 2, with row 3 occupied by Callum Davis and Jensen Giles. Joshua Burton and Noah Hadley make up row 4, with Harrison Crook and Leo LeCastro rounding out your top 10. Row 6 will be Jessica White and Miles Dawn. Tommy Edmonds and Jack Davis make up row number 7. Row 8 is going to be Lexi Belk and Freya Belk. Jensen Weston and Oliver Martinsky make up row number 9. Row 10 and rounding out your top 20 is Alex Black and Zane Khan. Then it's going to be Carl Dunford and Charlie Pritchard on row 11. Row 12 will be Harry Maynard and Spencer Browham. Row 13, Dylan Wass-Jackson and Lewis Jones. Row 14 is going to be Jacob Baldry and Ronnie Scott. Row 15, Jake Davis and Gabe Fairbrother. Jake Howarth and Ben Folland on row 16. Row 17 is going to be Harry Chamberlain and James Jackson. Well, I don't think we need to be worried about the health of the Junior Max grid. That is one of the largest grids I think I've spoken through for Junior Max this year.
Big group of drivers on this one, so it'll be interesting going to Christmas Corner for the first time as they jostle for position. We noticed on the previous 2 races, drivers towards the front of the grid being very defensive indeed into Christmas, absolutely driving offline, guarding that inside line. Relatively cold tyres as well. It's not the warmest day today, so somebody already in trouble. On the race has gone ahead though, but one driver spinning off on the final corner. Everyone else gets through cleanly. The race is good. Here we get again good defensive driving into the corner, and the back end stepping out on those karts as they go through Christmas for the first time. Oh, look at that! It's tight, and somebody was going to go off and do some lawn mowing, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Went 3, possibly even 4 abreast there. Just going to have a quick cheeky look at live timing to see who it was who had, I think it's Zane Khan who might have been our driver having issues there at the start. Highly unusual to see a driver peeling off to the side like that at the start, but it looks to me like Jack Davis has been able to retain the position he started on pole.
It'll be interesting to talk to the drivers here about what the track's like, because we've noticed a couple of races here. These first couple of laps are a little bit sketchy. We've seen drivers losing the back end going to Christmas Corner. We saw a driver there spinning off before the race even started.
Oh.
Trouble, that's Boot, isn't it? And that was that Khan as well, 17? No, Miles Dawn, sorry.
33 of Baldry, and that's who's on screen at the moment.
I'm wondering, if we look at the lap times as the race goes on, they really, really tumble as they get up to temperature and get into a rhythm. I'm wondering perhaps if there was a warning flag there possibly. I think sometimes these tyre temperatures might be playing a part in these opening couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's karts
all over the place.
There's karts
here.
littering parts of Northamptonshire. That's Jack Davis's kart.
The chassis looks a bit bent as well. That's a big
It does.
impact.
It's big, isn't it? I think there's been quite a few contretemps out there. Right,
They're slowing down here, aren't they?
Because that's our leader. I think we've gone to full course yellow here. So that's
the race still going ahead.
that driver in the 94 is your leader, and there's a bit of a timing glitch, but I can confirm that the driver in the 94 is Jack Davis. So even though that's not showing on your timing tower to the left, that is who occupies first place. We've gone into our full course yellow situation. Whilst they clear up, we've at least seen the 79 of Jack Davis, wasn't it, in the 79? And yeah, so let's be clear here. It's Jack Davies in the 79 and Jack Davis in the 94 that leads. That's what was confusing me. We're with it now, or I am.
Again, into the Welsh thing here of Davis without the E and with the E, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, they may still be pronounced both the same way, but yeah, Freya Belk has had an issue out there, as has Jacob Baldry. Gabe Fairbrother fell off the back of the pack a bit, but I think has caught up to the back of it now. So it's a dramatic start to this one in our Junior Max heat.
Just trying to keep those tyres warm again. We were talking a moment ago about track temperature, and they're just cruising round at the moment. Now, are we going to go for another lap?
Yeah, we're going to go green. So green we go for Jack Davis leading ahead of Daniel Parent-Smith, and an early move there, I think, from Harrison Crook on Charlie Ellis. So we'll look for that as they come up the hill. It is still Charlie Ellis in third, but there's a challenge here from Callum Davis versus the 72.
Oh, the number 40 did well there to save that one, the Kyle Dunford. You just saw the offside rear locking up there, and he had to just stage it into the corner, hold on to the position. And actually, the number 40 of Kyle Dunford has gone away well, although he's got the 37 right behind there.
Yeah, Jessica White, she's done well to get up from quite a lowly grid position, if I recall from when I read it out. Which feels like a long time ago with how much happened on those first couple of laps, to be honest. But as they come round, snaking their way through the boot, she's managed to get herself up into 8th place. Still, Jack Davis in the lead, sets a new fastest lap of the race. Daniel Parent-Smith in hot pursuit. The change of position for third that we saw in the early part of last lap confirmed between Crook and Ellis. And now Crook is having a look at Parent-Smith up into Christmas corner. Nicely done if he can hold it. Yes, he can. And that was a tidy move there from Harrison Crook.
Sensible heads there on that first flying lap after the full course yellow. Everyone just staying out of trouble, not really going for any gung-ho passes. Just getting those karts and tyres up to temperature, and now we've got the second flying lap. They are just starting to have a peak and make some moves here. Everyone racing well here, though. There's everyone very closely battling for the lead here, but not much action at the front so far. The clock ticks down, of course, 3.5 minutes to go. So I think it's the old cliche in motorsport. You don't win it on the first lap, you win it on the last lap. And everyone just driving sensibly there, staying out of trouble, staying with the leader. And as the clock ticks down, we move towards the end of the race, we will see some battles for the lead.
I'm delighted to report that Jack Davis's transponder's woken up. He is reported correctly there on your timing towers in the lead of this one, but can he retain that for the remaining 3.25 minutes plus a lap? As they come through the top part of the circuit, we're looking at Kyle Dunford pursuing Callum Davis, but they're working together to get onto the back of our top three here. They don't want to, top four, excuse me, because they're pursuing Charlie Ellis in that bright green kart there. It's Harrison Crook really bringing some pressure to bear now on Jack Davis at the head of the field as they head into the boot. In fact, there's a love tap. There's a bit of rubbing is racing, and that's going to allow Parent-Smith through, and that's going to drop Harrison Crook down even further as well. And it was, I think he was just trying to get a bit of an advantage, possibly to shoot the gap for that second part of the boot.
He just over-anticipated it, didn't he? He was going to try and get the switchback coming out of boot, like you say, and Jack Davis a little bit slower than he was anticipating there. So the unfortunate 72. Harrison Crook just losing out here, and again, this is a very closely fought race. I would say anyone down to about Harrison Crook, Jessica White, Jack Cooper maybe could still be in with a shout of winning this race, as, oh dear, Harrison Crook well and truly shoved wide by the 92 there.
Yes, Jessica White's just got through. Gabe Fairbrother is in the 92. I'm not actually sure if he's in on the same lap. So much has happened. On timing at least, Gabe is showing a lap down. But certainly able to keep the pace of those around him. Still the lead with Jack Davis as they come on to lap number 8.
Jack Davis, much like Aidan Hassan in the previous race, is doing very well here so far. Of course, still a couple of laps to go, but a lot of pressure behind him as Dunford again goes for another move. He did very well at the previous round of the championship, and again, Kyle Dunford finding another space. Look at the 37, they're battling to try and get on the switchback down towards Ashby of White And Carl Dunford makes the move. He's looking strong at the moment, the number 40. But as I was saying, Jack Davis, much like Hayden Hassan in the previous race, doing very well, leading this race with a lot of pressure behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw the tale of two race efforts there. Jessica White started this lap just behind Kyle Dunford, but the way that he was able, she had to pull out of doing a move into Christmas, whereas Dunford went for it. It paid off for him, as there's a penalty issued for the 47 of Zayn Khan. And as such, he's managed to, put two karts and a couple of kart lengths between himself and her. But now here comes Jessica White on Callum Davies, and this time she gets the job done, and that was nicely done for Jessica White. And now Davies has the pressure of Harrison Crook, who's on a little bit of a recovery drive after he had that contact with our race leader a few laps ago. Here he is trying to get by Callum Davies, but couldn't get the job done into Wilkins. He'll try and get a good slingshot out of Oziers and down to the boot.
Noticed again one or two of the drivers opening up the aperture on the radiator in these latter stages of the race as the engines start to really get a bit of temperature. These two strokes can be a little bit longer to warm up sometimes than their four-stroke counterparts in these sprint races, but everyone running nicely. Jack Davis again putting a good lap in there, just lapping into the 45s, but Perrin Smith in second place, not too far behind. Dunford starting to get involved as well, as James Jackson picks up a contact warning. Only to be expected, of course, in these close races. There might be a few warnings being shown, as this time the next lap, of course, will be the last lap, and Davis doing a very good job here, just trying to break away from second place.
Absolutely. There's going to be one more lap run of this one when they next cross the line. I've double-checked this time, folks. I'll be honest. Jack Davis still leading this one. Plenty of battles still to be decided. Charlie Ellis there, now really under pressure from the likes of Carl Dunford. As they come on to the last lap then. Is Perrin Smith close enough to have a look at our race leader? He's within half a second. We're looking here at, this is Charlie Ellis, defending against Carl Dunford. Dunford's going to go down the inside. Jessica White's going to follow through as well. Nice judgment there from Jessica White.
Yeah, very good there. The unfortunate Charlie Ellis left a bit of a gap there. Dunford sneaking through. And this is good opportunistic driving here from the number 37, Jessica White, who is looking very strong at this late stage. Dunford right in front. At the moment, Jack Davis, barring disaster at boot, has got this one under control. There he goes for the final time. And Perrin Smith close to try and get through, but not going to make a move here. Looks like Davis has got this one nailed. And there he goes, taking the checker flag. Jack Davis, your race winner. Daniel Perrin Smith in second in that very close sprint for third position. It's Kyle Dunford from Jessica White, Charlie Ellis, Callum Davis, Harrison Crook, Spencer Braun, Lexi Belk, and it was almost as close as that, Howard.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't say them quick enough, can you? It's really good close racing at the moment. I'm still a little bit sceptical about whether Gabe Fairbrother was really a lap down or whether there was a slight transponder issue we saw there, because he was driving very well, and if he was a lap down, he was unlapping himself and everything. But great driving there, good win there for Jack Davis, and we now look ahead to our first heat of the day in X30 Junior.
Junior X30 heat number 1 is about to get underway. Drivers are ready and waiting. We'll see them on the track in a few moments. Let's see how they line up in heat number 1. Zaki Hussein will lead them away from Lorenzo Cordell, Jolie Pettit in third, Benjamin Watts, Dane Tucker and Lucas Ellingham in sixth place. Seventh is Thomas Mullett from Daniel Hackett, Mackenzie Stevens, Sam Baker, Jaden Gregg and Jude Fernihub in 12th position. Macy Hitter 13th from Alex Johnston, Charlie Field, Finley Harrison, Ellis Bourchier and Jerome Phillip. Joshua Patterson in 19th place from Kyle Slee, Mila Pilford 21st from Christian Brooks, Scott Smith, Rito Kamata, Olivia Algieri, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain, Benedict Davis, Kyan Gohill, Hugo Gilbert, Remy Gilbert in 30th, Kai Carrington 31st, Sam Longley 32nd, and rounding out the field, Reese Brakely and Kiam Gamio. As the green flag goes up, we should be seeing the drivers out onto the track very shortly for their formation lap. And yet again, another big group of drivers. This Whilton Mill circuit near Daventry in Northamptonshire, centrally located, is very close to the M1 and the A5, two major roads in the UK road network system. If you're familiar with how the roads are laid out over here in Britain, it's easy for people to get to. It's a good track and does tend to attract some big entries.
Absolutely. I'm really impressed with the size of the fields that we're seeing in these various classes so far today. And as you say, the central location of Whilton Mill, meaning it features prominently on many karting series in the UK. But we're particularly keen on it here in the WMKC. It would be rather awkward if we weren't. Yeah, fantastic stuff, fantastic grid sizes there. Just a slight pause. Unsurprised to see a slight pause, actually, because there were plenty of stricken karts and drama going on in that one, wasn't there?
Some parts on the track. And, of course, Whilton Mill, like we were saying, it's much like most car tracks, it's very well laid out. It's like a miniature car racing track, you'd almost say, couldn't you, in the way it's laid out. And when you go behind the paddock, behind the scenes, you look at all the buildings, it's very well set up, very professional. And much like most tracks, really, anyone can turn up here and have a go in the corporate karts.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There are plenty of things to come and do here at Whilton Mill. You can do quad biking. You can do, is it clay pigeon
shooting as well? Yeah, there's beginners track as well with less experienced drivers just behind the clubhouse there, which you'll see just behind you.
Yeah.
Here we are again, though, Howard. Look how aggressively these drivers are warming up the tyres going down towards Ashby. Really got to get them up to temperature.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for reference, at this, sort of midway stage in the season, Luke Watts leads the points standing in this class at the moment. Lucas Ellingham in second, took the trophy final win last time out. Christian Brooks in third, Jude Ferderhoff in fourth, and fifth is Lorenzo Cordal. So that's how they line up in the championship.
Oh, that's a full start. Yeah. So immediately, it wasn't very nice around that final corner. Drivers falling out of position, and the front runners immediately sticking the hand up there. One or two drivers I noticed just to wave the following drivers off. Gives them a chance, of course, to get the karts up to temperature, I suppose.
It does. It does. I hope no one's going to be upset if I suggest this. I have noticed in some classes that I've commentated on this year a preference for causing a full start in order to get things up to temperature on an additional warm-up lap. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, folks. I'm merely making the observation that it has happened in human history.
I think the technical term could be, was it skullduggery, you could say?
Yes, I'm going to keep this as diplomatic as possible for now. Nevertheless, that was a full start, and we will see if they're good to go this time around with Zaki Hussein on that pole position in the number 13. It'll be Lorenzo Cordal alongside in the 20.
They're lining up quite nicely as they come out of boots. Looks good at the front at least, so let's hope we get a clean start this time. All eyes on the marshal. No, it's been waved off again.
It's not. So we will go around again.
Adds to the tension, of course, doesn't it?
It does. It does. I mean, psychologically as a driver, you know, you gear yourself up every time you come around. Like, this is it. Let's go. But it can be rather awkward. We saw in the last race as well. Full course yellow is another one where it's like you've just got to suddenly, you know, your adrenaline's pumping. You're like, oh, I've got to hold position and keep my tyres warm and those sorts of things. And then suddenly, you know, G yourself up again to go.
And it's worse for the guys at the front, I suppose, because you've only got to look after yourself, those guys on the front two rows of the grid, and then you can't really be responsible too much about what's happening behind you. So let's see what happens this time.
Absolutely. So here we go. For the third attempt we're going for here to get this X30 Juniors heat underway. The first of 3 heats that we'll see, and then there'll be a trophy final. Plenty of race action still to come.
Just for point of reference, of course, we're looking at this marshal here just by the starter's hut and that flag, which goes out if it is a full start. So let's see what happens this time. Looked a bit... Oh,
no, it's been called good there, and it's a good start from Zaki Hussein there on pole. Into oblivion they go, and he's got the start good. It looks to me like the 66.
Cordell's got it now, though.
Yeah. Oh, yes, he has. Beg pardon. Yeah, so Hussein was put out wide there at the crook. It looks like it's been a good start as well for Benjamin Watts in the 66. They come down to Ashby's braking zone for the first time.
Oh, and it's close to Ashby. The first-time driver's doing very well to stay out of trouble. Lorenzo Cordell with a fantastic start. They got a lovely drive through oblivion. And already look at the gap on this first lap. He's got to really try and break away from the rest of the field. That's the 99, I believe, Lucas Ellingham, who was in about 6th place. So there we are, Howard. Ellingham got a fantastic jump there on the field, breaking away in second. The top two already pulling away from the rest of the field. Got a bit of a battle for third. Everyone else seems to have, I think there's been some trouble further back there because they really have fallen back the rest of the top 10. Bit of a different race here, I would say, because we've got the leaders already pulling away, all to play for further down the top 10.
Absolutely. This is the 36 of Sam Baker going past Benjamin Watts there, and there's some kind of ruckus that's happened here down at Oblivion, and that's going to have put several carts out. The number 11 is impacted by that. That's Sam Longley, and he's out of this one, so some drama's befallen there towards the back of the pack. But yeah, fantastic start from Lucas Ellingham, who sits second in the championship, to have got up to where he is. We're looking here at Sam Baker now in pursuit of Zaki Hussein, who was our pole sitter. But here, those are your two leaders, Lorenzo Caldal and Lucas Ellingham. Zaki Hussein still in third, as recovering to the pits there is the number 63.
So that was Benedict Davis. That's one of the drivers in that melee on the previous lap. I wonder if that may have caused those top 10 to drop down. What's Cordell? Are we going on a full course yellow, are we?
Oh, potentially.
Just seemed to slow down. I was weaving there to keep the tyres warm.
They're going pretty quick for
full
course,
quick.
but I do agree.
Oh,
no, we
yeah.
are. So we have gone to a full course yellow situation. Our Bumblebee Battenberg flag. I don't know what we want to call that one.
You might say. So I presume this is for the trouble in, was it Oblivion, I think, on the first lap. One or two drivers got together. So possibly a stricken kart on the track. Yeah,
that's Sam Longley there, sat on the chair, who wishes he was still circulating. I should say as well, the other drivers impacted by this. Scott Smith is also showing on timing as no longer circulating. So we think we've lost 3 karts in that. The 39 of Scott Smith, the 11 of Sam Longley, and the 63 of Benedict Davis, as we are still under full course yellow for another lap. And this, well, you were saying how the field had separated, Chris, but of course this has given the opportunity for it to close right back up again.
Bunch back up again. This could work well for Lucas Ellingham, who battled through the field very well on the first lap. You see again the drivers just swerving again, just keeping those back wheels nice and warm, keeping the tyres warm in general. There's that stricken car just on the approach down towards the centre of the track. Then there's a kart on the infield. Drivers, of course, are okay. It's a very busy day, of course, so it's just a case of trying to keep the event moving as quickly as possible rather than a stoppage, you would say. Better just to try and retrieve that kart, get it into a safe position and let the race continue, which will make things interesting here for Cordell, who tried to break away at the start. And again, we saw in the previous race, are we looking good now, still on the course, the full course yellow. Time ticking down, of course.
Yep, playing into Lorenzo's hands. Well, playing into him in the sense that he's got fewer laps he has to defend, playing against him in that it must feel like he's got more people to defend against, because it must feel like half of Northamptonshire have now turned up to try and take the win off of him when we eventually do get underway. Zaki Hussein in third after that exchange at the first couple of corners that put him out wide and dropped him from that pole position he started in. He'll be right on the tail of this as well now. But who I think this really tends to affect is those who maybe hoped to work their way up the order. This isn't happening for them. They've got fewer laps to get up the order. So I actually think it's the drivers at the back who perhaps on pace feel they should be higher up, who get reduced opportunities to make their way up through the field. This is looking to me, though, Chris, like we might be good like for the green.
Cordell bunching them really. I think he's got an inkling here. We might be getting a green flag. He's been looking around to see what's been going on the track, and he's got a... No, still again. We go again.
We are on full course yellow again.
The lap time, really, you could see how much he bunched the field up there. The lap time's going well over a minute. We said before, of course, they're circulating slowly by relative standards. These karts are pretty quick, and they were still lapping under a minute last time round. But Cordell really bunched them up going into booth. You see that commonly in motorsport, where the leader, of course, he's got the control of the rest of the pack.
I'm just trying to look on I'm just trying to look and see on any of our other cameras whether there's any reason for this still going on, but there's nothing obvious to me.
Quite right there, so whatever the reason, the clerk of the course has opted to keep that full course yellow out another lap. It appears from our screens here, looking at some of the camera angles, all the karts are off the track, so to the naked eye it seems safer. Of course, not wanting to get things underway until it is 100% safe, so...
Indeed. Yeah, they have far more information at their fingertips than we do here over in race control, and it will be their call and their alone that gets us going. Are we going to be good this time around? I'm seeing...
Again, Cordell bunching them right up into boot. He's got another... Here we are, green flag.
Off we go then, green. Lorenzo Cordell leads them on to lap number 7, and there's still 2.5 minutes to go, plus a lap. And it's a good restart from Lorenzo there, Chris.
Very well.
He's got the jump on the field. Meanwhile, behind him, though, Alex Johnston is having to go super defensive as the 66 of Benjamin Watts is going to try around the outside of Christmas. That didn't pay off for him, and it's left him now exposed to attack from Finley Harrison and Joshua Patterson as they all stream into Ashby for the first time since the restart.
Lucas Ellingham did very well there at the restart. He anticipated Cordell well. He's pulled away from third place Hussein, and now on the tail. So it was good driving there from Lucas Ellingham. He's really on the back of Cordell now. Anticipated that green flag well. He anticipated Cordell well there, because you could see exactly what Cordell was trying to do. He was trying to bunch him up and then just pull away from him. But Ellingham was wise to it, and we've got a close race here for the last minute and a half.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good restart from Cordell. It was a good response to that restart from Ellingham. Absolutely agree. He's in the slipstream on the way up to Christmas Corner. Late braking he's going to go for, and it's a beautifully done move by Lucas Ellingham, and the 99 is to the head of the field with under 90 seconds left on the clock.
And again, another move there that was in the making, almost onto the finish line straight there. Ellingham had to get those first two corners through Oblivion absolutely nailed, and had the momentum going into Christmas Corner, but he can't shake off Cordell at the moment. This could be a very important lap here for Lucas Ellingham as he tries to shake off Lorenzo Cordell. Cordell equally has led pretty much the entire race, albeit under full course yellow, of course, but he won't want to give this one up lightly.
Absolutely not. Behind them, by the way, Sam Baker is now coming into the fray. He's managed to get past Zaki Hussein on the last lap, as did Alex Johnston, so changes in the battle over third as the change for the lead is confirmed. Ellingham, as you say, Chris, trying to do his best to break Cordell by setting the fastest lap of the race, but Cordell is not going to let him get away, and Sam Baker is coming into this one now in that 36, as behind them still rages the battle over fourth place. Alex Johnston, Finley Harrison, Christian Brooks, Josh Patterson and Zaki Hussein continuing to drop down the order. It's as we've been saying, if you get put offline in this series, you won't lose one position, you might lose four. It's that close, as down the inside of Alex Johnston goes Finley Harrison, I believe that was. So Harrison now up to, actually, was that Christian Brooks?
Oh, look at the 38 there. Baker down the inside of Cordell, and the timing working out very well for him, because they go through with 5 seconds left on the clock. So effectively we go for another lap in this race.
Absolutely. It was Christian Brooks who went past Alex Johnston there, but Finley Harrison did the same, and now challenging for the lead. There's going to be 2 more laps, as you say. The timing falling well here for Sam Baker. It gives him 2 laps to try and get by on Lucas Ellingham. He's really risen up to the sharp end here, has Sam Baker. In fact, both of these drivers have. And don't discount Cordell. He's keeping himself in touch, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not giving up. And, of course, 2 drivers sharing the same team here, Ellingham and Baker, on the final lap. So they want to be careful not to be too aggressive with each other.
Yeah, it could be an awkward time under their awning afterwards, couldn't it, if it comes to tears. Also note as well, Finley Harrison has not only got to fourth, but has managed to break away from that battle.
That's important.
So good battle for fifth as we come on to the last lap.
Finley Harrison, fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty upside down is the number 16 of Pettit. So what's going to happen here? Because there's a Kart upside down. Driver was moving about, so let's hope it'll be all right. There are people making their way to the incident. We focus on the battle at the front here. So I presume there'll be Wade Yellows to go past that incident on the final lap. The race is still going ahead.
Absolutely. Our lead battle's going to come down into Osiers. One has to assume that we're...
Red flag.
Yeah, red flag. I'm unsurprised to see that. It's never good to see a kart flipping over. It's unusual to see that happening in the boot as well. So one has to imagine that the driver was helped into that. But obviously... making the right call and immediately directing the field into the pit lane. I believe under standard protocol they'll count that one back. Yeah, back one lap or two. So I believe. Will it be?
There's Pettit there just on the tyre wall. Just noticed he's a bit shaken as you'd imagine, but hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, good to see that he's fundamentally okay. That's another one of the carts. That was Reece Blakely's car getting recovered from.
So that must be one of the drivers involved in that incident.
I'm not sure. It's a different part of the lap.
Oh yeah,
of course.
That's
up
well,
on
my
the
apologies. Yeah, you're right.
So
that's unrelated, like you say.
Yeah, but yes, good to see there that Jolie Pettit is, as far as we could tell from what we just saw there on the shots, fundamentally okay. I'm sure quite shaken there at the side of the track being attended to. As this is Reece Blakely walking back towards the paddock. So there'll be a brief pause whilst this one gets sorted out. I'm just wondering if, whilst we wait to see that one all get resolved, the race will be called, the race result will be called, and we'll try and get you a confirmed one of those when it comes through. But I think whilst we're waiting for this all to get cleared up and for Pettit to get the the attention that's needed. Are we going to have a bit of a look at what else you can do?
Yeah, brief interlude here, because Whilton Mill, as we say, we're just outside Daventry, Northamptonshire, central part of the UK, and if you're enjoying what you're watching here with the race action today, there's plenty more to get involved in here at Whilton Mill. So that was just a brief interlude as to what happens here at Whilton Mill. We've got the likes of karting, quad biking, all levels of karting available, from the youngest to the oldest on this full. You can drive on this full international circuit on the Sodi karts. Just as an interlude, actually, I noticed this morning in the reception here at Whilton Mill, when you first arrive here, there is a bit like, if you're familiar with Top Gear, you've got the celebrity wall with the lap times. There's a couple of pro drivers here. Lando Norris, who you'll, if you follow the Formula One, you'll well know him, of course, lapped here in a 58.701 once. Colin Turkington, the British touring car star, fastest driver here with a 57.294. It's a bit like apples and oranges, though, because they're in the, what you call the corporate karts, the Sodi karts that you can drive here. So it just goes to show how fast these karts are. They're about 12, 13 seconds quicker a lap with these young drivers.
Can I claim that I'm faster than all those drivers, or just ignore that I was driving a different class of kart?
I'm sure you could actually,
Can we go with that?
Actually, not here at Whilton Mill, but another track. We were talking about this morning. I remember being half a second a lap slower than Johnny Herbert, which I'm not too sure if that's good or bad, really, because it's half a second slower than a Grand Prix winner. But he's been retired 10 years, and he just jumped in a kart and can lap at those sort of speeds.
Well,
so
you don't know. You don't know how many practice laps he got.
Yeah.
Right? They could have timed the last of 90 lap practice. I don't know. Anyway, no, yes, I know what you mean.
I'm fairly sure he wasn't sweating blood, let's put it that way.
No, fair enough. Right, you saw the, you'll have seen the ambulance. They're just putting down a bit of cement dust or something there to deal with some of the oil that's maybe been put down by the flipped over car. The car has been recovered, but the most important thing, of course, is the driver you saw has been recovered in the ambulance there. But we did see him at the side of the track, sitting on the tyre wall, communicating, I think, with the marshals who were there. So fundamentally, at least, we can say he's okay, which is the important thing. It appears
so. He was it's a bit of a shock to the system sometimes, as much as any sort of physical injury. And like with any sort of motorsport event here, the medic's always on hand. There has to be medical cover in place to run these events. So any sort of incident on the track, if there's a driver in peril like we saw there, it's certainly taken very seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it will be, if I'm remembering these things correctly, it will be counted about 2 laps, I think, is the convention under those conditions. And I think Lucas Ellingham had got by Cordell by that point.
I think we'll have to confirm that.
It's going to be quite tight, close. So we'll check up on that when the results come through. I've just been checking, and there isn't a confirmed result through for that yet. Understandably, all the attention going the way of Jolie Pettit, who was the driver who was involved in that incident and unfortunately experienced that cart flipping over.
I think has gone to the medical centre, and let's hope, as we say, precautionary measure. It's not always the case that the driver's badly injured. It's sometimes, often not, it's a precautionary thing. So let's hope that's the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, we can hypothesise that. Oh, as those are carts coming out for the next heat, we're going to go into X30 Senior Heat 1. Right, we understand that there might still be a kart being recovered out there. Let's take you through the grid, though, for X30 Seniors. So it's going to be Oliver Henwood who starts this one from pole, Harry Torpey alongside Joshua Torpey and Brandon Matchell on row number 2. Row 3 will be Archie Garlick and Matthew Herbert. It'll be James Otto and Teddy Pritchard-Williams that start on row 4. Row 5 is Anki Stenning and Alex Keynes. Nathan Ames and Caelan Burbridge on row 6. Row 7 is Carly Atkins and Guy Smallridge. Benjamin Southgate and Callum Driscoll on row 8. Row 9 is Archie Forber and Vishal Patel. Jordan Brown and Mason Weir on row 10. Row 11 will be Roy Johnson and Richard Evans. And then it's Ben Hitch rounding out your 23 karts.
And we are straight into the boot section end of the lap here. Of course, the cement's gone down just to any oil spillages from that incident in the previous race. So everyone is nicely ready. They had a briefing before this race just to get a good start, keep things clean at the start. And let's see how this goes. Let's hope for a good, clean start this time. Looking at the marshal, no, he's happy, and we're underway.
Absolutely, good start from Oliver Henwood, and Harry Torpey there. Harry, that's drama there between Joshua Torpey and the 28 of Brandon Matchell. So those two both towards the very back of the field here. I think they both managed to carry on.
Corner as well.
It's getting a bit scruffy here.
Tricky start here. That's 36 in the melee, right in with Nathan Amy's, Alex Keynes. They're all okay. Just going to try and extract themselves.
Anki Stenning's involved as well there in the number 30.
One or two heated gestures in there. I think we're not very happy with that one.
No, and this is one of the scruffiest starts we've seen today. I think it's still
great for these guys, of course, at the front.
Yeah, I think it's still Oliver Henwood at the head of the field, who's now had a large number of rivals removed from the equation, although he has still got pressure there from Harry Torpey. And I assume it's going to be Archie Garlick who's inherited third place after all that. No, it's Matthew Herbert who's navigated his way up to that. So I wonder if Archie Garlick... No, he's in seventh. So Matthew Herbert in third, Alex Keynes in fourth, Guy Smallridge, Caelan Burbridge, Archie Garlick. Your top 7 at the moment, and there are some of your recovering drivers now. Going to be interesting to see if they can work together to get onto the back of it now. I
think we'll have to here, because we've got some very quick drivers in this group, right at the back of the field. The likes of Torpey, Otto Stenning, all good drivers. They've got a lot of work to do here. This is great news, of course, for Oliver Henwood. Not too sure really know what's happened behind him, but he's going to have to try and push now. He's set an early pace set of 49.17, trying to break away from Harry Torpey. So for these two, here we are, looking at the two guys at the front. They've really got to try and pull away. Oh, I don't know what happened there with Henwood. Just seemed to, was it the ignition or some sort of issue with the pickup of the kart there, and Torpey sneaks through into the lead. Herbert is right on him through Oblivion, so let's see what Herbert does through Oblivion. He's got to get this corner right. He's right tucked into the slipstream there of Henwood, who does seem to have some sort of ignition or something.
He's trying to choke the engine. He's trying to put a richer fuel mix in to help him up the straights, but it doesn't seem... I wonder if he's doing it more than usual because he's got some kind of issue. Because he's got his hand in the air, in fact,
Could it be the jetting,
I wonder then if he's trying to... he's covering the inlet to try and richen the mix because I think maybe his engine's cutting out, maybe? I'm not sure. But
possibly.
He's trying to defend hard from Alex Keynes here, but he clearly wasn't happy or isn't happy.
He's struggling with the pickup of that kart.
He's distracted clearly by an issue. He's got an issue here. Engine trouble there for Oliver Henwood, and that's going to be gutting for him because he was in a prime location at the head of this race. Guy Smallridge now goes by into Oblivion.
My experience with these two-stroke engines, more with bikes to be honest, Howard, but I do know that they can be a little bit temperamental with changing weather conditions, and sometimes if the jet is not right, or like you say, it might be it could be simple, leaving the choke on, maybe something daft as that maybe, but for whatever reason they can be a little bit temperamental. They run lovely when they're on point, but again the pickup out of the corners on that kart number 17 seems abysmal. It's not picking up at all. Yeah,
as Richard Evans takes the rallycross line to go by him, and he didn't need to necessarily because I think it was inevitable he was going to go by. Oliver Henwood clearly unhappy with that. Harry Torpey it is who leads this one. Matthew Herbert in second, Alex Keynes in third. It's going to be Guy Smallridge now confirmed in fourth on your timing towers on the side of your screen. Don't forget, by the way, to follow the full live timing. You can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club. That is live.alphatiming. That's alpha with a PH. I always say alpha as in, it's alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not alpha as in Alfa Romeo for the F1 fans.
Just looking at this now, sorry to interrupt here, Alex Keynes, the number 62, was catching up on the leaders, and number 48 on the move here, Archie Garlick as well. Starting to close up on Caelan Burbridge as we look at the 48 there, really putting Burbridge under a bit of pressure. One drive to look out for here, he's matching the leaders for pace, is the third place, number 62, Alex Keynes, who just seems to have picked up along as, well, it looks like Henwood seems to have got that kart up to speed again, a bit further down.
Has he got it up to
maybe not actually
speed, or has he just got to the back of this main pack? Because Joshua Torpey was one of our drivers who had an issue on that one. Yeah,
it might be a good shout there actually. I think he's just found his pace here at the moment.
Yes.
But Keynes certainly looking strong in third.
Yep, absolutely. Did have the fastest lap of the race on that last lap until it was beaten by Joshua Torpey, who of course is on a recovery drive after that first corner pretty much incident with Brandon Matchell at the start. Here is your leader, Harry Torpey, and Matthew Herbert keeping you honest. This is the battle though over fourth place, Guy Smallridge, Caelan Burbridge, Archie Garlick. On to lap number 7.
One driver I haven't really talked about too much is the 7th place, number 18, Roy Johnson, who incidentally has just set the fastest lap of the race. I think Johnson, by comparison to some of his other drivers, had quite a quiet race in the top 10, but still hanging on in there. I think that may be coming down into Ashby now, the number 18, there he goes. Had a very steady race so far, but still well placed in 7th position, just trying to get involved in this battle at the front.
Absolutely. Less than 3 minutes on the clock now. In a race that's seen a lot of drama, and there was a bit more. Guy Smallridge trying to get by on... now, was that on Archie Garlick? Has Garlick got by? So, yes, yeah. He has. So Caelan Burbridge has got to 4th and Archie Garlick to 5th. So Guy Smallridge now at the back of that battle there once he led it.
Guy Smallridge did very well there not to overcompensate into boots. Well, the back end stepping out at him. Oh, there's 17 out of the race, so it's got too much for him.
Yeah, Oliver Henwood there, clearly frustrated. Yeah,
it's horrible when that happens.
Yeah, I can appreciate that a lot. You know, it's a shame when it's, you know, through no fault of your own, or even to be honest, if it is, just the kart gives up on you because of something that you've done. It's frustrating, you know, but it is very much a sport of people working together with their machinery. And Harry Torpey,
he's not giving this one up, is he?
No, he's not. He's working very well with his machinery at the moment. He's 3.5 tenths of a second off the back of Harry Torpey, reeling this one in nicely. Torpey's just set the fastest, his personal best, but they are swapping times here, aren't they? Matthew Herbert some 200ths of a second quicker on that last lap, but as he gets closer, the slipstream gets better. I know it's only karting, it's not a heavy downforce formula, but every little helps. And as there's a warning for Roy Johnson there, he'll want to not attract any more of that, lest he get a penalty. This one is just bubbling away nicely, and one gets the feeling that this is about to crescendo to something quite nice here, because Matthew Herbert is reeling in, and don't count out Alex Keynes. You mentioned him earlier, Chris, sitting there nicely on the pace of the other two pretty much. And if they start battling, he'll definitely be along to the party. Well,
certainly the top two are almost identical on lap times. Keynes just dropping 0.2 of a second. That's how finely poised it is. I think they'll, looking at the clock here, 52 seconds remaining, so they should get around before the last lap board. So we should effectively have 2 laps to go. As again, nice and neat through the corner there through Ashby for Harry Torpey. Near side rear just lifting off slightly there, just shows the speed he's carrying through the corner. So this race is finely poised, and the issue here is sometimes you don't want to make you move too quickly, because at the moment we're looking about 2 laps to go in this race. You want to be leading this race on the last corner rather than second to last lap.
Yeah, 2 more laps to go, and as you say, it's what we've been talking about all day. It's about when you attack. Don't attack too early in the race because you'll hold yourselves up, but also don't attack too early towards the end of the race because you don't want to give them another opportunity. But here is the opportunity for Herbert, and it's going to be a nice clean move. But as you say, Chris, it's not like Harry Torpey now doesn't have the opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, definitely. The game's on here now for Matthew Herbert. He's got the lead, but he can't relax because Torpey's not going to give this one up. Incidentally, Alex Keynes just seems to have dropped a little bit of pace on those previous 2 laps. Has fallen away from this battle for the lead. So let's see what Matthew Herbert can do. He's just trying to pull away. Now, I wonder if he's got this one in, he's got this one in his head, maybe just to try and make his move now going into the final lap, because he's got some good lines, and he's pulled away slightly from Torpey, not very much. It's only 0.2 of a second, just over 1/4 of a second, you would say. But it looks like Matthew Herbert, he's done very well here. He's going to go defensive into Christmas. This is going to be the main overtaking point. Good driving for him on this final lap, though.
Yeah, absolutely. He is driving really well at the moment. There's going to be another opportunity burned through here. Torpey's not going to have an option into Ashby Corner, into Wilkins next, and then the downhill braking into Ozzy. It's going to be from a very long way back if Harry were to try it into there, and he thinks better of it. There is obviously an aspect of, you're going to get some decent points here and maybe having one eye on the trophy final rather than just the heat win. Coming round now, the boot, and it looks to me like Matthew Herbert has this one sewn up nicely. Matthew Herbert will take the win in X30 Seniors Heat number 1. Harry Torpey in second, Alex Keynes in third. Will be Caelan Burbridge after a race-long battle for 4th with Archie Garlick, Carly Atkins, Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Richard Evans in 8th, Joshua Torpey recovering to 9th. Great recovery for Joshua Torpey there. I think he does the best of those who had an incident on the first lap. And rounding out your top 10 is Roy Johnson. Really, really nice battle there towards the front. The only retirement, despite all of the contretemps on the first lap, Only Oliver Henwood having to recover to the pit lane. Disappointing for him, but he's got good pace when the kart's working, Chris, so hopefully he'll be able to come back in our latter heats and indeed the final quite strongly. That, unless I'm very much mistaken, brings us to the end of our first cycle of heats, which means we're going to cycle back round to heat number 2 for each of our classes, and that means that we are heading back to our Army cadets.
So back to the start again, and heat number 2 for the Army cadets. The drivers are in the waiting zone, and we'll look at how they line up for this second heat. Leading them away will be Sky Parker from Lawrence Pin. Third position, Ethan Woodward, Harry Curry in fourth, Jacob Ashcroft and Zach Green in sixth position. Jensen Jones, Noah Baglin, Henry Carter and Oliver Phillips running up the top 10. Fred Green, 11th. Joseph Katsantonis in 12th. Daniel Lamore, Archie Lovett, Romeo Fernandez and Jack Mowat in 16th place. Logan Howells and Harry Ewell in 18th. Rounding out the field in 19th position is the 82 kart of Cameron McPhee. So Katsantonis, who drove so well in the first race, of course, he'll be starting a little bit further back in the field. So it'll be interesting to see how he copes having to get through the traffic early in the race as well. So this is part of the thing with the Whilton Mill Kart Club, is different starting positions in the heat races. So it's not just about leading from the front. If you want to win the whole meeting, you've got to be adept at controlling a race and also have some good racecraft to fight your way through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about being able to get through cleanly and efficiently when you need to. It's not just about the pace. Have you got the racecraft as they come out onto circuit?
One thing, of course, with these Army machines, you don't really see it anymore with car racing or bikes either, is air-cooled engines.
Yes.
Which you'll notice, of course, if you're not familiar with this, you see the little, like, louver on the top of the engine block there. That's to use the, as the word says, of course, the air to cool rather than the radiator, which you see in a lot of the other karts.
Yes. Yeah, very good point there.
If you're into VWs, I suppose you'd know all about air-cooled engines, wouldn't you, I suppose? So, yeah, a lot of the motocross bikes and the karts, of course, back in the day were all air-cooled. Not so much nowadays, but quite easy to work on as well.
Yeah. Still awaiting a confirmed result for that X30 Juniors race, by the way, that got red flagged. As we say, we believe it will be counted back 2 laps, and that might influence who actually takes the win. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Sky Parker in your number 20, though, as they lead them away, and that's going to be a full start because half of the anti-pole side of the grid were on the pole side of the grid, so we're going to go around again.
Here we go, and it's looking at the weather forecast, still pretty cool out here. And like we said before, another chance just to get the machines warmed up again. It has warmed up slightly, but there's still that really blustery wind, so it's down on the trackside, doesn't feel particularly warm. As we mentioned, of course, so very little negligible chance of rain. We did say that last round, of course, and it rained, so who knows what the British weather has in store. But hopefully we won't have the issue of people having to worry about what tyres to select. It was interesting in the heats, we were heading towards the finals actually last time around. Even then, we were still having people gambling on what tyres to use, which adds another thing to the mixture.
It does that. It does that. So another 8 minutes on the clock, and hopefully this time the start marshal does have that full start flag in their hand at every race now, I've noticed, just in case. But here we go, and it's another full start.
I think that second place driver just seemed to overcook it around the final corner, drifted wide, and just threw everyone out. So it easily happens, of course. This is the tricky thing, though. You've got to be quick on the start. Somebody, 22 there, that was Jacob Ashcroft, just seemed to be gesticulating for some reason. I don't know why, but Kart seems okay.
Yep. So they will go round again. Sky Parker, Lawrence Finn, Ethan Woodward, Harry Curry, Jacob Ashcroft, Zach Green, your top 3 rows of this grid, don't forget. As they will come out of Osiers and once again form up into grid formation. Katsantonis, your championship leader and your winner earlier on as well in these Army cadets, so he's got his day off to a optimum start. And what can he do in this one, coming from 12th on the grid? In the number 12 is Katsantonis.
So here we go, Parker bunching them up quite nicely. This time they're all falling into line. There was one driver towards the back there just falling into position. Hopefully it'll be okay.
No, it's not.
Not quite. I think the first 3 or 4 rows were looking quite good there. Just seemed to be a little bit of a issue towards the back there this time. So
yeah, I mean,
I don't know,
these are
tricky.
young drivers.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything. I'm saying nothing, but you'll gain no race. You won't optimise and learn your racecraft if you don't get round to doing it. That's all I'll say.
Well, that's it. It's all a learning curve, really. And,
it is.
As we've seen in some of the races earlier on today, by the time they get to the teenage years almost, they're accomplished racers in their own right, really, just as good as the adult drivers.
Absolutely. And annoyingly much faster than me.
Faster than most people, I think, aren't they?
Yes. But no, this is going to be a good one here. Good opportunity for Sky Parker for some good points. It's all about setting your... There are championship points on offer, of course, for these heats. But it is also about setting the grid for that trophy final. It's 36 points on offer for whoever wins the heat, each one of them. We've got 3, and hopefully this time we're going to be getting going with our second one. And it is being called good, so Sky Parker leads them away. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid to me. Zach Green with an amazing start that looked to me into oblivion. I think he's got up into 3rd place. Yes, indeed he has.
Yeah.
It's a challenge here, though, for the lead from the 83 of Ethan Woodward, and
Green
now look at Zach Green.
Oh.
Amazing start, but it was definitely the pole side of the grid that was favoured there, because the top 3 on that side all up into the top 3, although it's a fight back here from Lawrence Finn as they come down into Ashby for the first time.
Lovely move there from Zach Green through that Christmas corner section. He really braked late into the corner, but he had to work very hard because he left himself open to be repassed going down to Ashby, and just about held on. Brave move. Oh, was a little bit of grass track in there from the number 96. He'll have felt that, of course, through the seat.
Yeah, Noah Baglin will want to take a different line if at all possible next time through, but it is Zach Green who's had a fantastic start, as you say, Chris, and will lead them across the line at the end of lap 1. Katzentonis, what a start from Joseph Katzentonis up to 2nd place. Sky Parker down to 3rd, Ethan Woodward to 4th.
There is Katzentonis, very distinctive colours there, the yellow and purple on that number 12.
Yep, Fred Green passed Oliver Phillips for 5th.
Sky Parker's tagging onto the back of Katzentonis here. Those go down to Ashby.
Yeah, absolutely. Down into Ashby as well. Battles further back. It looked like Jacob Ashcroft was having a bit of a battle there as well. Here is Sky Parker on the tail of Joseph Katzentonis. Through Oziers they'll go, and onto the back straight. But as ever, they'll be wanting to work together if at all possible here. And actually, here comes the 83 of Ethan Woodward down the inside of Sky Parker. Nice move there in the early part of the boot.
Yeah.
And that's going to leave Parker exposed to Oliver Phillips as well into the final corner. No, it's not. It's Fred Green, sorry, because Fred Green got by Oliver Phillips earlier on in the lap. So Fred Green up to 4th place. Great lap for him there, as Joseph Katzentonis sets a new fastest lap of the race in his pursuit of the lead.
We were talking about this at the start here, about the way of getting through the pack. Katzentonis making all of his moves on that first lap, staying out of trouble as well, which is very important. And now is clear in 2nd place, just under half a second covering him and the race leader Zach Green. There's Green leading them through. Well, it was half a second. It looks to me like it's closer now. Katzentonis right on the back of Zach Green. There's the 98 of Fred Green, who's done very well on Ethan Woodward.
Yeah, he's up into 3rd now, isn't he, Green? So he's got by Ethan Woodward as Fred Green.
Zach Green looking a bit vulnerable there at the front. He knows that somebody's closing up on him. I'm fairly sure he must know it's most likely Katzentonis, who now then, Green has got to guard those apexes, look after himself here as Romeo Fernandez hits a penalty a bit further down the field in that very close battle just on the edge of the top 10. Katzentonis quick through oblivion there, though. Let's have a look as they go up towards Christmas corner. This could be battle for the lead. Green knows he's there, and Katzentonis not quite close enough to go for the outbraking manoeuvre.
I think Katzentonis knows, though, that they're not far away. You can see him just having a look over his shoulder there, Chris. Again, it's about working tactically in a sprint race. If he feels he really does have the pace advantage on Zach Green, he'll go for it. Otherwise, he'll want to work together to bridge the gap before they start battling, because if he starts battling, going into a prolonged battle now, he's going to have every man and his dog behind him trying to get by. So I think it's tactical from Katzentonis at this point. He's going to wait, bide his time, and that's almost a surefire way, knowing my luck, that he'll be trying to get by at Christmas next time round.
Well, he's hung back a bit here. It looks to me like he's just trying to get a run through the start-finish straight as Fred Green tries to tag onto this battle lead again. Katzentonis looks quick. It looked a little bit like he scrubbed speed on the final corner, but again, he's fighting back here. Trying to get the drive up to Christmas corner. Look at the number 98 though in third, just trying to pull that little group behind him along and battle for the lead. Still 4 minutes to go plus the one lap.
Yeah, Zach Green has responded, set the fastest lap of the race the last time through, so he's wise to this challenge from Katzentonis and is responding accordingly with 4 minutes on the clock. Jacob Ashcroft has got by Oliver Phillips for 7th further down the order. Archie Lovett has just got past Henry Carter to get into the top 10, so some good battles happening all the way through this IAMI cadet field.
Zach Green within the rules, of course, as much as he's allowed to, using a lot of the track as well, just sweeping lines, keeping the momentum going. Looked a bit better from Katzentonis this time. Look at the third and fourth as this battle still behind us, very close with Jacob Ashcroft making the move. Katzentonis fastest lap of the race. Green just trying to tag on to the back of the number 12 there to get involved in this lead battle.
Yeah.
As Katzentonis, a nice run there, but Green knows he's there.
Yeah, and a name we haven't mentioned so far, Jack Mowat, up into 5th place. Didn't have a good heat one, was one of the drivers who got involved in an issue and was far down the order. And he's second in the championship coming into today, so he's going to be looking to try and get some good points, because at the moment, Joseph Katzentonis is having a fantastic day at the races thus far. First in the first heat, and right now in the pound seats to challenge for the lead in this one, as there's a black flag for Noah Baglin.
That's in 9th place. That's a battle on the edge of the top 10. They're all very, very close indeed. So evidently the clerk of the course or one of the stewards has seen something they don't like, and that's the end of his race.
Absolutely. Coming on to lap number 7 then for Zach Green. Still with Joseph Katzentonis in his wheel tracks. Fred Green in 3rd, Ethan Woodward in 4th, Jack Mowat in 5th, Sky Parker in 6th, in a battle with Oliver Phillips and Jacob Ashcroft. And here goes Katzentonis down the inside of Christmas Corner for the lead of the race, and that is a textbook move, beautifully judged. And he'd just been biding his time, and I think what had happened as well in his thinking as well, Chris, was that he would have been working together to try and bridge a gap. He'll have seen Fred Green catching up and going, right, this gap's never going to open. I may as well go for it and try and open up a gap of my own without working with Zach Green. I think that's got to be part of the thinking.
Yeah,
because
good.
Fred Green is gaining.
Good bit of racecraft there from Katzentonis as Green tries to fight back. Time running out here, so Green looking to try and take the move again. This is not what Katzentonis wants here, to get drawn into a battle. So, and of course, Green's well within his rights to fight back for the lead. What this means, of course, is Fred Green, who set his personal best last time round, is tagging onto the back of this battle for the lead now. We've got Woodward involved as well in 4th, the number 83. Let's have a look as they go into Christmas Corner. I wonder if it was Green trying to just like beckon Katzentonis along there a bit as he goes back into the lead. This, of course, means that Green will get involved now. Fred Green, of course, the number 98 in 3rd. Have a peek down the inside of Zach Green, maybe.
Yeah, Zach Green choosing not to battle, not to defend that too harshly, as that's is the 96 of Noah Baglin coming in for his black. Yeah, absolutely. His black flag being served there. Katzentonis then leads them through Osiers. Zach Green and Fred Green behind. And Fred Green having a little think about a move into the boot, but things pretty over it. And meanwhile, Zach Green is going to shoot the gap in boot number 2, and look out for Fred Green. He's going to look to capitalise as well, and Ethan Woodward's now on the scene as well. 4-car battle.
Made a mistake on the entrance to boot. They went a bit too eager into guarding their apex, clipped the curb, just shoved him wide. That was a very, very small mistake there, Howard, and it's already dropped him down. He's already trying to fight back. 4 battling for the lead. Look at this. It's
Noah's Ark into Christmas Corner right now. 2 by 2 they go. It comes out with Zach Green in the lead. Katzentonis and Fred Green alongside. Look out for Ethan Woodward, though. If he can position his cart well, he might be able to capitalise. And look at how everyone's catching up. Jack Mowat's getting involved now. Oliver Phillips and Jacob Ashcroft aren't too far behind. This is heating up beautifully, and we're going to get another lap of this. Zach Green has a bit of a breathing gap now over Fred Green, though. I just think on this lap he's been able to pull away, and I think Katzentonis now might start to focus on defending rather than attacking, because he'll know that, he'll see the last lap board as they come through this time.
This is lucky for the 53 of Zach Green, because I believe it will be the last lap this time round.
Yep.
With seconds to spare, he could have gone through the pace of this race. He could have been going through for another lap, but that's fallen very nicely for Zach Green. He's got to work hard on this final lap, just run his own race, because everyone's battling behind him as Katzentonis. Fine margins here, though, Howard. A small mistake there from Katzentonis, and he's battling for 3rd instead of the lead.
Absolutely. Ethan Woodward, though, is going to have an opportunity into Ashby. He's going to be late on the brakes, but really strong on the brakes there is Katsantonis and manages to shut the door on the outside of that. He'll go defenses again into Wilkins, but he's got to be careful because Jack Mowatt's going to catch onto the back of this if they go too obscure with their racing line. It's allowing the two Greens to get on up the road. I don't think Fred Green's going to have any way of challenging Zach Green as Zach Green comes round here, Chris. I think it's going to be his to win.
Yeah, Zach Green has worked very hard to get back into the lead. He's led most of the race. Now he's back at the front. Checkered flag goes out, and it's a win for Zach Green. Fred Green, fastest lap of the race on the final lap. It wasn't enough. Ethan Woodward, after that great battle, he finishes in third place. Katsantonis will be a bit frustrated with fourth, but a good result nonetheless. Jack Mowat fighting through to fifth position. Good recovery for him after that difficult first race. Oliver Phillips, Jacob Ashcroft, Sky Parker, Archie Lovett and Logan Howes rounding out the top 10 in what, yet again, of course, was a very close battle.
Next up then, we are going to have heat number 2 in our Honda Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Harry Friel will start this one on pole. Elliot Potter alongside. Dalton Hayward and Michael Dalton will make up row number 2. Rocco Leon Shenton had an absolute brilliant drive towards the end of the last one, didn't he? He starts from 5th with Riley Bishop, also competitive in heat number 1, alongside Harrison Whitcomb, and Mason Thurlow make up row number 4. Row 5 is David Wishaw and Charlie Mills. And then Adam Hill and Lucy Wilden make up row number 6. Row 7 is Oliver Majewski and Oliver Meek. Emily Ackett and Joshua Bagembi make up row number 8. Row number 9 will be Theo Champney and Brendan James. Jack Price and Sebastiano Tuzeo make up row number 10. Row 11 is Hayden Gray and Kai Clark. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Jake Schulz makes up row number 12. Row 13 is Finley Fishburne and Emily Cooper, who will be hoping for a better time out this time because she, I believe, didn't make it to the finish of heat number 1. Frankie Smedley and Mayan Patel make up row number 14. Row 15 is going to be Riley Thatcher and Harry Higgs. Rounding out our 32 kart grid is going to be Max Fallon and Alessio Lamalfa. That's how they line up for another healthy grid. In Honda Cadet Heat number 2.
And once again, like in the Army race we just had, there's one or two, I want to say big names almost, like some of the top names in the field are starting quite far down with a standing start, of course, for the Honda Cadets. So it'll be interesting first couple of laps. And this is the thing, when you're one of the stronger drivers in the group and you've got to fight your way through the field, you've got to make that first lap very important indeed to try and make the passes wherever you can, but not to overcompensate yourself. It's a bit of a gamble almost, but it's just fighting that urge to get through as many people as you can, but at the same time not to completely mess things up and get into trouble and crash into somebody else. So it'll be interesting to see how that first lap develops. The driver's in the waiting zone at the moment, and we should be underway very shortly for Honda Cadet Heat number 2. And like we say, Howard, there's some good drivers starting quite far back, and like I say, it's tricky that first lap sometimes when you're against slower drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a very different kettle of fish, really. A standing start, it's a completely different way of doing it. The start marshal can, broadly speaking, leave their full start flag on the floor of their marshal post unusually. I'm just, but it's a different, it's about your reaction times more so than it was a standing start. If you miss the start in a standing start, quite frankly, you'll get carried along with the, you'll get the idea. But if you're a bit slow off the marks with this one, it really can, particularly in a circuit like this where it's such a long run up to Christmas Corner. You've got a long run to your first braking zone. It's uphill. So if you're slow to hit that loud pedal, you're going to know about it. You're going to feel the effects of that by the time you're up at the top of the hill in Christmas Corner. As there's just a bit of a delay here.
I think it was just possibly a brief timing issue, but right on cue, the drivers going out onto the track for their formation lap. Whilst we've got this brief pause, whilst the drivers make their way back around, I think it is worth saying as well, Howard, is a shout out to the marshals, the high-vis people you see walking around the track. We've got, of course, start marshals, recovery people, and all around the track, the flag marshals, especially on a cool day like today. And there's colder days than this, of course. It's not the easiest of jobs, but it's a very important job nonetheless.
Could not agree more. They're enabling us to go racing at every level of motorsports in the UK and around the world, of course. And you know, they. I've been aware as well, of course, Motorsport UK. You know, working to get us racing again. So many guidelines have had to be issued for the marshals. You know, with regards to. Yes, okay, right now they're individually at a flag post waving a flag, so in that sense they're socially distanced, but if you think about if they have to respond to an incident and when things get classified as an emergency response, which is exempt under, you know...
It's quite specific, isn't it?
You know, when you have something come in like the rule of 6, you know, it's, okay, I won't go down the, I won't meet in groups of larger than 6. There are certain scenarios that play out in motorsport where suddenly you have that gathering and it might seem... You know, oh goodness, surely there's an exemption for that. Yeah, in the majority of cases where you need one, there is. But you know, to have everyone on point with those restrictions, such that they're compliant, whilst still giving the correct safety responses to incidents, and lest we forget, on this particular event, on this particular day in particular, we're going all the way through a lunch break, and you really just got to take your hat off to the marshals and everything that they do to enable the racing to go ahead.
Yeah, it's a long day for the marshals, of course, when like days like today, it's a busy program, there's no lunch break, so usually you'll get a relief marshal going out there just to fill in so they can come down, maybe get a toilet break and get something to eat, because it's a long day out there. Touching there as well with the social distancing regulations, just to give you an idea of how things are working off the track. Of course, no spectators, sadly. At the moment, it's a closed event to participants and officials only. Even to get into the paddock, there's a gate marshal there. You can't even just drive in. You've got to be checked. You've got to have they'll point the gun at you and check your temperature, and that's just to get in as well, and they're reminding you to wear the face masks as well. So naturally it's Motorsport UK, so it's a very official organisation, of course, both on 2 and 4 wheels. Motorsport events being run very well to even take place in these difficult times.
Yeah, usually when people greet me and say I'm cold, it's just a comment on my personality. But today it was actually an important medical check. So as we get ready for heat number 2 here in our Honda Cadets, Harry Friel on the pole position in the number 84. Elliot Potter will be alongside in the number 17. Drivers aged between 8 and 12 years of age. Looks to me like we've got a few absentees on this grid, Chris.
Something wrong here.
Or maybe there's a bit of confusion as to which side of the grid has pole, perhaps. But there definitely seems to be... I think oh, someone's going all the way around again. That's Harry Friel going round.
Something fundamentally gone wrong here, because we've got the gate marshal, the gate official checking them all out. We've got the grid line up there, and... Yeah, they've gone around very, very nicely and lined up, but in completely the wrong order, it would seem. So
all the right notes, not necessarily in the right order, and they'll go around again.
This is a nice shot it actually had, because you'll see, if you look to the right-hand side of the grid, you see those 2 red lights. That, of course, is what the drivers see, red to green for these standing starts. And also we saw the black flag for the driver in the previous race. That, as you know, of course, is a communications board, and you can see there's no real excuse. You can't miss that, really. If a driver gets contact and there's a contact warning, for example, it'll flash up with the drivers. It'll have the contact flag on there and the number. So really easy to miss that, to collect that one as well. You can't miss it, can you?
No, absolutely. It is literally, you know, it's just above you as you're on the racing line. Obviously, the conventional racing line will see you as in this shot as we're looking at it, going from the left-hand side, going over to the right, ready to open up the corner into oblivion. So it is literally, you know, your line of sight is where that digiflag board is. I actually find it's harder usually to look across and check how many minutes are left of this session. So no, it's very difficult for them to miss, as it will issue anything that needs to be known by the drivers.
I must say, Howard, I like this shot here of this final corner. You have a good proper look at it, because this first corner, it looks very, very tight, doesn't it? It's not though, is it? It's flat out, that corner. It just gives an idea of what a great run that Oblivion section is.
It is, and it's changed a lot over the years. Some people who maybe haven't visited Whilton Mill for a while will recall it. Many years ago, it used to be loose wood chip on the outside of that corner rather than concrete, but slightly annoying, because every time someone mucked it up, you had to clean a load of wood chip off the circuit, so those days are long gone now. And we also had last year a change to the apex curb there, which it's actually been changed twice, because the initial curb there was extremely severe curb on the inside there. That's been flattened down just a little bit now. It's meant to be there as a deterrent, really, to sort of say, right, don't try anything crazy into this corner. There's good reason for that. An off at the last corner is not what you want. It's a high-speed corner.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of runoff, and you know, I mentioned that the wood chips are good because you don't have to clean them up. They used to be good because they would prevent someone making contact with that wall. So that's the con to the pro, if you like. But the high-rise flats curb that was there has been reduced a little bit.
Oh, that was a nasty
It was
curb,
nasty,
wasn't it? I remember that one.
because again, it's again another yin and yang situation. Yes, it was a deterrent to do something, you know, try a crazy move. But when it did go wrong, it would be launching the kart. So I think they've found the happy medium now as a deterrent to running completely over that curb, versus you know, not being detrimental to how bad the incident actually is if one does occur.
Definitely, it's I remember that really was a nasty curve to run over. You knew about it in the past. Talking about the wood chip there always reminded me, digressing here slightly, but when we raced at Le Mans in the past in the Teesside Endurances, had a very good situation there because that's got big gravel traps, but they had a good scenario. If you go into the gravel trap, you're not allowed to carry on until you've gone into the pits, and they got the Henry vacuum cleaner. You've literally got to get your team over to the pits and vacuum the kart out, so not to drag debris onto the track, which did seem to work quite well, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. One last thing as well to mention about this last corner is the, I always call it the cattle grid curve, the one to the left. You can see where it's painted red and white, you can see how it's sort of stripped there. And that is a proper rumble strip curb right there. And if it rains, you can get water collecting there, but it's actually a godsend, that curb, because what you want when you've got wet conditions, particularly if you're in the unfortunate position of being in wet conditions on slicks, you want rougher surfaces to give you that grip, and that curb always saves me, I find. If you're drifting, if you're going through there going, oh, it's not gripping, the abrasive nature of going over that rumble strip curb does really help.
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because you've almost got different racing lines. You're almost using those on slick tyres, using those rough curbs as a marker point almost, don't you, to guide towards you and launch you into the next corner.
Yes, so that's that. But it looks to me we're finally ready.
Yep. Here we go. So the lights go out, and Honda Cadet heat number 2 finally gets underway. They've sorted themselves into order, and a nice orderly start as well. Down the first corner, at least, everyone seems to have got through safely. Looks like a good jump by the 68 of Dalton Hayward, who was in third. Here they come to Christmas for the first time. Everyone nice and aggressive into the corner, guarding the inside line. A good start from Riley Bishop, who ran so well in the first race. He's got away well in about 5th place, going down to Ashby for the first time. Again, be fighting through. He had another driver, had a good race as well, but great driving from these drivers in the first opening half lap. Everyone stayed out of trouble, and looks like we're set for a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. Elliot Potter has been able to hold on to second place. Harry Friel, although he got taken by Dalton Hayward, is still there in third, so going strong and has something to fight for here. It's Rocco Leon Shenton who's got onto his tail, and Riley Bishop as well. So that's your top 5 as they come round to finish lap number 1. Great start from Dalton Hayward, as there's a battle going on there. I can just see between Jacko in Drawbridge and Frankie Smedley, I think he was battling with there, and Emily Ackett, as the battling goes on up the hill at various points through the field. That was Riley Bishop having a look at Rocco Leon Shenton.
Nice driving there from Riley Bishop, actually. He went for the pass going into Christmas Corner, and he saw very early that it wasn't on, so immediately he took back to the racing line so as not to sacrifice himself for the following few corners. He's had some good intelligent driving today, Riley Bishop. He's put the kart in very good places, and considering the age of these drivers, they're not very old at all. Very intelligent driving there, and looking at the race from a wider perspective. Dalton Hayward here, he's had a good start. He got that first lap absolutely drilled, and he knows there's some very quick drivers behind him. So Hayward, it seems at the moment, is just trying to get some good sequence of laps in here to try and break away from the pack.
Absolutely. Good driving, as you say. Harry Friel passed Elliot Potter on that lap, so the 84 now ahead of the 17. We're here looking.
Oh, somebody's gone.
Oh, it's the 37 there. That is Charlie Mills, who's gone off to driver's left coming out of the crook up the hill.
I'll tell you what, poor Charlie Mills, they tried so hard to save that one as well. It's a very fast part of the... He's got back on the course now at Christmas. He almost saved that as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I assume that was just driver error and there wasn't anything untoward. He was in amongst the likes of Joshua Magembe, who we just saw at the end of that straight, putting a move on Mason Thurlow there. So Magembe moving up the field well, as we look at Riley Bishop now chasing Elliot Potter over in the battle over third, or actually is it fourth, because there's been a bit of a change here, hasn't there? So Dalton Hayward leads, and it is, I thought so, Rocco Leon Shenton has got up into third place on that one, so Riley Bishop is chasing Potter, but now over fourth place, and he has got a good run up the hill, as ahead of him Rocco Leon Shenton is having a proper look at Harry Friel here as well, but it's Riley Bishop who's got the job done on Elliot Potter there into Christmas Corner. Meanwhile, behind, Harrison Whitcomb leads quite the battle over sixth place.
Nice line out of Christmas Corner there for Riley Bishop as well, looking good. There's a warning there for Riley Thatcher, number 80. That's a bit further down the field though, so I don't think it was connected to that incident we saw with the 37. But looking at Dalton Hayward here, the race leader, number 68, he's been putting some good laps. He's all just little bits here and there, tenth of a second, couple of tenths here, just breaking away from Friel in second place, who has got his hands full here because Shenton is looking strong in third, Bishop in fourth. There they go once again, and Hayward again just pulling another tenth, a couple of tenths again, little bits here and there. Fastest lap of the race incidentally for Hayward, but Friel here, I think Howard, is more interested in what's going on behind him. Look at that train of drivers behind him as Magembe starts to come through as well.
Yeah, having a look at Oliver Majewski there. Yeah, Friel did the little tap of the helmet for me last lap to Shenton to say, no, come on, let's work together. So I wonder if there's a slight difference in approach. The drag that you get off these cars, particularly when they're in a train like this and you've got the slipstream of, you know, goodness knows, 3 or 4 karts ahead of you, can be quite actually big, the effect here at Whilton and the Honda Cadets, and that makes it harder for the person at the front of the train to convince their mates behind them to help, because their mates behind them are going, what are you talking about? I've got such overspeed on you. Surely I've got to go past.
You wouldn't think they're almost at karting, would you? Sometimes you see a slipstream, you think, like, for example, NASCAR or Indianapolis when they're going 200 plus miles an hour. It happens in karting, though, doesn't it?
It does. Obviously, you know, that's within reason. As I said earlier, it's not a downforce formula in that regard. But as Shenton...
times here, we're looking at some of the lap times further back in the top 10. They are catching the leader, which, like you say, I think this is down to the almost the slipstream effect. They're running so close together.
And there's Shenton down the inside of Friel into Ashby Corner. Is he able to make that stick? No, not quite. Yes, he is. Friel's going to slot into place, slot into line through Wilkins, and he did well to do so in a way, I think, there, because otherwise he would have been very exposed to attack from Riley Bishop, as there's a penalty for Kai Clark further down the order. But look at this, Friel coming back. I think he's thrown caution to the wind. He's going, okay, you want to battle over second? Let's do this then. Then he had a look there into the boot, but it didn't pay off. He has got to be careful because he's in that sandwich at the moment. Riley Bishop won't need a second time of asking if the opportunity is open to him.
This is not working out, though, for the battle for second place, because this is really playing into Dalton Hayward's hands here. It's allowing him to pull away yet more. The gap has gone up to 2.5 as we head towards Christmas Corner.
As behind, it's Whitcomb having a look at Elliot Potter there, and he gets the job done there, so that's Whitcomb up to 5th place.
Again, be very quick through Christmas Corner as well, which lines up from Ashby, but not close enough to go for the outbraking. I think Harry Friel might be a bit frustrated here, because like you say, you saw him a couple of laps ago just trying to plead with these guys to work with him a bit. They can see Hayward slipping away into the distance. They've all started to do battle now, which negates any sort of advantage they had from the slipstream effect from the tow. And at the moment, barring any disaster for Hayward, he's just got to keep some good consistent lines here, keep the pace going, and he's got this one in the bag, because everyone else is disputing second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Dalton Hayward doing everything he needs to do, controlling it at the front. Rocco Leon Shenton sets a new personal best, trying to close down the gap, but he's only some 200ths of a second faster than Dalton Hayward on that last time through. Riley Bishop looking quite racy here, as behind them Magembe is having a battle as well now with Whitcomb and gets the job done. So it's now Josh Magembe up to 5th place ahead of Whitcomb, and Elliot Potter down in 7th.
Now these guys have just been overtook by Josh Magembe. Be very well poised here just to stick onto the back of that number 52, because Magembe's quick at the moment. He's had a good day so far. So we're looking at Elliot Potter, David Wishcore, Oliver Majewski, these guys on the edge of the top 10. Running out of time here. Still got 2 laps to go, however, so if they can just stick onto the back of Bugembe here, who really is closing on this battle for second place, this could get lively. We've still got, it's going to realistically be 2 laps to go here as Hayward goes through. He's got this race under control at the moment. He's got to run his own race because second place getting lively as Harry Higgs picks up a contact warning further down the field.
Yeah, some good battles going on further down the field, but we've got to keep our eyes on this because right now, Harry Friel having a look on Rocco Leon Shenton, and now Riley Bishop is going to try and get the switchback out of Boxing Day through the little Inkermans there to set up an opportunity down into Ashby, and that is beautifully done.
Nice.
A little bit of a tap there, but it was well judged from Riley Bishop, and that, just like you were saying about move stars, Bugembe's on the scene. Bugembe's by on Harry Friel as well, round the outside of Wilkins, and Friel is going to have to regain the momentum here because he got knocked off kilter a little bit by those few moves. But again, as we saw with other moves, as you've been talking about moves up into Christmas, that move into Ashby is one that started several corners before.
Definitely had that lined up, and it's that fine line between an aggressive move and contact. It was a little bit of a tap there, but it was firmly on the side of a hard pass rather than anything untoward. You've got to do that sometimes. Just get the front wheels in there and make that corner yours.
Absolutely. Here is Harrison Whitcomb looking down the inside of Friel now. And Friel is next going to be under pressure from Elliot Potter unless he can fight back. He might have a look. We are on the last lap as Bugembe is battling with Riley Bishop further ahead as well. Dalton Hayward's got this one fairly under control as far as we know, but look at this, side by side, 2 by 2 into Wilkins' corner. Friel really wants to fight back, but he's going to be exposed now to attack from Elliot Potter in the 17 and also down the inside behind them. I think that's David Whitcomb and Oliver Majewski battling away. Dalton Hayward will be coming around now to take a brilliant win in heat number 2. He's done everything he needs to do. There he is. Rocco Leon Shenton will come round to finish second. Riley Bishop in third, manages to hold off Joshua Bugembe, and then it's anyone's guess. Who is it? It's Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Whitcomb in 5th place, 8/100ths of a second ahead of Elliot Potter, Harry Friel, Oliver Majewski, David Wiscott, Mason Thurlow, Theo Champney, Adam Hill, Jack Price, Hayden Gray, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Lucy Whilton. They had a good battle, by the way. Gray, Owen Drawbridge and Whilton towards the end. Oliver Meek in 17th. Good drive from Frankie Smedley, the highest place of our novice runners, in 18th place. 19th for Max Fallon, who battled well to get up there as well as a novice driver. Brendan James in 20th. Charlie Mills, Amelie Ackett's, Mayan Patel, Michael Dalton, Kai Clark, Harry Higgs, Riley Thatcher, Emily Cooper, Finley Fishburne, Sebastiano Tuteo and Jake Schulz rounds out your 31 finishers. That was a really interesting one for me there, Chris.
Yeah, and I think I have to say well done to Dalton Hayward as well. Got the lead early on and finished 3.2 seconds ahead, which doesn't sound very much, but at 8 minutes plus 1 lap, not much time to do that with all those competitive drives behind him. I thought he drove very well. He used his head very well to pull that gap out and just run his own race at the front.
Absolutely. Next up then, heat number 2 in Minimax.
Minimax heat number 2, making final preparations. They'll be out on track in just a few moments. Let's have a look at how they line up for heat number 2. And leading them away will be Bobby Rosier with number 49, Charlie Payne-Johns, Robbie Bellamy 3rd, Leo Purchase in 4th, Oliver Smith and Harry Linden in 6th position, Joe Garraway 7th, Katie Ashman, Mac McParker and Oliver Kerr running at the top 10, Ben Crossley in 11th place from Sasha Bagley. And the rest of the field made up of Chase Fernandez, William Rea, Woody Radford and Seth Hathaway rounding out the 16 driver field. Drivers now out onto the circuit. You can see the premix again of the 2-stroke hanging in the air as they accelerate onto the track, getting those tyres warmed up. It has warmed up slightly since the morning, but not by very much. I think, again, cold tyres on the first lap could play a factor in these very competitive opening laps. It's difficult weather, proper motorsport weather this. You've got the mixture of the smell of the 2-stroke premix in the air, the burning rubber, and the smell of the burger vans in the corner, that sort of scenario, isn't it? It's proper autumnal weather today.
To anyone who's not a motorsport fan, that description that Chris has just given is generally seen as a positive amongst motorsport fans. That's a lovely
I think I have to say, leading on to that, whenever you go to like a DIY centre or a car boot set and you're walking past, there's the burger van in the corner, it's like, it takes you back, doesn't it?
It does. That with the 2-stroke oil smell as well. You could be right next to the track. But yes, are we going to be good for a start this time around? Yes, we are, and we're
lovely.
away. Bobby Rosier leads them away, but it looked to me, it looked like he had a good start actually there in the 49. Harry Linden's looking to make
That was a lovely move
early
by
on.
Rosier.
Yeah,
Really got the
absolutely
jump.
brilliant. Really took them by surprise almost. Charlie Payne-Johns up into second place, and Harry Linden there battling away with Ronnie Bellew through the top part of the circuit.
Bobby Rosier has absolutely nailed that start, getting away as they do. Battle for second place. Let's have a look at the number 49 just at the head of this shot here, already breaking away. Good move from Charlie Payne-Johns going through the Christmas corner. He had to be aggressive into the corner, got a little tap there in the apex of the corner as he sacrificed the speed in the corner itself, but looking good in second place as again Linden tries to fight back into the final corner. Rest of the top 10 very close indeed, but a fantastic first lap there from Bobby Rosier.
Absolutely, yeah, really off to a cracking start from pole on the grid. This is Charlie Payne-Johns under pressure from Harry Linden up the way up towards Christmas corner. Oh, it was a good, actually that was a good defence from Payne-Johns there. Actually tried to deter that move from Linden, but Linden managed to find a gap there somehow and is now up to second place.
I have to love watching people defend into that Christmas corner. You completely sacrifice the racing line because normally be on the left-hand side of the track taking the sweep into the corner. Drivers almost switching over to the extreme right, and it's that point where you've got to stick or twist almost, trying to almost give that line up almost to get a jump into the corner.
Absolutely. There is the 58 of Joe Garraway battling away towards the front of this one. We'll be looking for a better heat actually because he was a retirement from the previous heat in this class, and his race ending in the pit lane.
Bobby Rosier here, much like the Honda Cadet race, has got the jump at the start now. These opening laps trying to pull away from what's a very close battle behind him. He's got some good drivers behind them as well. Linden, Payne-Johns, Garraway all in there. Bobby Rosier, another fastest lap of the race, only by a tenth though. So again, little tenths here, tenths there, just trying to eke away from this battle of the second. As Linden looks at, there's the 58 of Joe Garraway. Good drive so far for Garraway. Ronnie Bellew on the tail there. So all the action here for second and third place as Rosier tries to break away from this.
Yeah, and there was a good move at the start of this lap as well. Leo Purchase getting past Oliver Smith up at Christmas corner. So I think Leo Purchase is moving up the order and has got himself up to seventh place. We'll see that confirmed this time. Yes, indeed it is.
Harry Linden's done well here. Fastest lap of the race by almost half a second from Bobby Rosier, closing up now. So Linden clear of the close battle. That battle of a second has turned into a battle of a third now because Harry Linden has pulled away. As we look, there's the battle of a third. Look how close it is. And Linden and Rosier doing very well to be clear of all this melee in the middle of the pack here. It's some great action, but they're all slowing each other down.
Oh, that just got a bit too tight there. 3, then 4 abreast, and they just ran out of space. And Leo Purchase went for a slight fly there. I didn't quite catch who it was he actually rode up onto slightly there.
Purchase doesn't look too happy, and let's hope the kart's all right there because it took a real slam into the ground. Let's hope that it's all the chassis okay because that was a hefty hit he had when he went back onto the ground. All got very close on the edge of the top 10 there.
Yeah, it just went 4 abreast in it, and I think it was Oliver Smith that he may have, yeah, it was Oliver Smith, which is significant insofar as he's the championship leader coming into today, so that is not a good moment for Oliver Smith in amongst these heats. He's right to the back of the field, and I wonder if he's still circulating actually.
Definitely came off worse there in that little shunt, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's difficult because the opportunity was there for each one of them. It just went 3 abreast and very quickly went 4 abreast, and it was like, I'm not sure this will work into Wilkins, and Leo Purchase just got squeezed there. I can see why he was frustrated because from his perspective, he was just in an ever-closing gap that wasn't of his making.
I think he was just the guy that was caught out a bit there because sometimes with karting, it's opportunity, isn't it? You see that gap open up and you're not going to get it again, so you just got to put the kart in there and make the move. And like you say there, Howard, 3 or 4 drivers all had the same thought, I think, and it was always going to go one way. But back to the front here, Linden is looking good in second and starting to put Rosier under some real pressure going down to Ashby.
Yeah, again, this is very similar to what we saw in the last heat, in that Bobby Rosier doesn't need to, he probably won't know this fully necessarily, but he doesn't need to worry as Linden goes down the inside of Wilkins. Beautiful move. I cannot quite stress how difficult that is to set up, but he makes it look quite effortless.
It looked to me like Rosier seemed to struggle out of Ashby there, didn't it? And Linden just saw that opportunity.
Yeah, but the important thing for Rosier, again, Linden is driving brilliantly. Will have a great day here today. May turn up to subsequent rounds, but as far as I'm aware, isn't mounting a full championship bid this year. And so Rosier can focus on just getting some good points and setting himself up for having the best grid position into that trophy final, unless, of course, ... he can find a way by.
Yeah.
He definitely had an earnest look there, didn't he? So this is. I'm not saying he shouldn't try and get the lead back. I'm just saying he needn't panic too much from a championship perspective. But he will not. He will not need a second invitation if the opportunity is there. Behind him, though, Joe Garraway leading a train of karts, including Ben Crossley, Payne Johns, Ronnie Bellew, Chase Fernandez, Leo Purchase. Thankfully, with all four wheels on the ground at this moment in time. They're all chasing there, so it's quite the battle that's forming from third place down.
Bobby Rosier, I think, as you were touching on Howard, he'd be well inclined to use his head at this point. Of course, the championship looking good for him. He's matching Linden on pace. Exactly the same, fastest lap of the race for both drivers there, Linden and Rosier. Exactly the same lap time. It just goes to show what the pace is like at the front. And Rosier, not too worried about going for glory at the moment. He's just trying to pull away from this really close battle of the third as Joe Garraway leads them through. Those two guys at the front want to be well clear of this battle because it's very, very close indeed. Chase Fernandez picking up a penalty. Just goes to show how close things are, that there will be penalties and drivers picking up warnings here because it's very close contact racing. I think there's a few more tyre marks on those side panels than there were at the start of the race. It's
Ben Crossley who's the big faller on this lap. He just had Leo Purchase go by him, showing that Leo Purchase's car is working well, by the way. He was confident on the brakes into Ashby. But yeah, can I just, the small thing there, now Harry Linden has now set a new fastest lap of the race, but as you said, they were matched there. Now the rule in motorsport is the fastest lap goes to whoever set it the earliest in the session. Bobby Rosier would have been right to feel aggrieved. I only set it 2.5 tenths of a second later in the session.
Very close, isn't it?
Like, that's harsh. But Harry Linden's taken the fastest lap now anyway, but just one of those funny moments. Oliver Carr with a penalty there as down the inside of Garraway is looking Payne Johns there in the number 16. But Ronnie Bellew.
Oh, he's going to try to get the move there, didn't he, on the exit to the corner. But Payne Johns had that covered. Chase Fernandez picking up a black flag, so it's all getting a bit too close for comfort. There's the number 90 of Fernandez going round the outside of Oliver Kerr, but it won't really make much difference soon, will it?
Yeah, no, and again, I saw on that lap as well. Leo
there's
Purchase.
the Digi flag, actually, we mentioned.
Yeah,
black
there it
flag,
is.
so can't miss it.
Yeah, black flag for Chase Fernandez now as a penalty for Oliver Carr. That might be a re-showing of the penalty from a couple of laps ago, but Leo Purchase and Ben Crossley battling again as further ahead. This is Payne Johns still battling away with Garraway, and the 84 of Ronnie Bellew getting a bit impatient. Oh, that was so heavy on the brakes. You could see the back stepping out there on Ronnie Bellew. He managed to hold it together, but he's immediately in the firing line of Leo Purchase, who's going to go down the inside of Osiers, and yeah, that's going to push Bellew out to the outside. Ben Crossley in the 56 there gets by again, and Crossley and Purchase are having a fantastic race-long battle here. They seem to be swapping every other lap to me, as Bobby Rosier notably sets a new fastest lap of the race, really trying to get onto the back of Harry Linden as in for serving a black flag comes Chase Fernandez.
So Fernandez out of the race. It was a bit unfortunate there for Ronnie Bellew. I think he was faster there, just trying to force the issue, make the pass, and overcompromise himself coming out of Ashby. And that's how quickly it can change. Of course, we're on the last lap now. This, of course, is not bothering Harry Linden, who's taken the lead now from Bobby Rosier. Rosier, incidentally, fastest lap of the race again, 47.35. Those two really clear away at the front. Joe Garraway and Charlie Payne Johns having their own battle here for third position. This is going to get close into boot, but Harry Linden and Bobby Rosier, hats off to them. They're going to come round and take the checkered flag. Brilliant race as Linden takes the win.
Brilliant room for Harry Linden there. Dominant as well, the top two. Some 7 seconds down the road from this. Here they come, though. Joe Garraway is going to take a well-defended third place there. Charlie Payne Johns in fourth, fifth for Ben Crossley. In the end, finishing ahead of Leo Purchase, and they'd been swapping that enough times during that one. Oliver Carr in seventh, but has a penalty to be applied. Ronnie Bellew in eighth. Seth Hathaway, good drive there from our novice driver into ninth. 10th for Matt McFarquhar. Katie Ashman having a slightly better time of it there, I think, to get 11th this time around. Sasha Bagley in 12th. 13th for Oliver Smith. Not his best race after that issue just before Wilkins, where it went four abreast. Chase Fernandez had a black flag, and Woody Radford had a drama out there. I'm not sure he was still circulating towards the end. So that was that for our Minimax Heat number 2. Next up here at round 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, it's going to be Heat number 2 in X30 Minis. Let's take you through the grid then for our X30 Minis. Harry Ewell will start this one on pole. Jack Nettleship alongside Henry Gregory and Oliver Stilp are row number 2. Row 3 will be Luke Sintler and Micah Taylor. On row number 4 is going to be George Robinson and Morgan Hill. Leo Brown and Cian Geraghty are on row number 5. Row 6 is going to be Alfie Briggs and Shraven Shan McGavel. Then it's going to be Kira Harris and Aidan Hassan on row number 7.
That's going to be good, isn't it? Aidan Hassan, who drove so well in the first heat, of course, will be starting right at the back. There's not that much time to get through to the front. He drove very well to control the final few laps in heat number 1, so he's got it all to do. Of course, 14. There's only 14 drivers, say only, compared to some of the other classes, of course, but not as much work to do as he would have otherwise in other race classes, but nonetheless, it'll be a tough race for him at the back of the field.
I think this may be one of the smaller grids we have here today, but they treated us to something really quite entertaining in heat number 1. So I'm going to be intrigued to see how they get on. Also, I seem to recall drivers like Leo Brown, who had an incident early on in the last one that might be more of a feature in this one. So plenty to look forward to in this one from our X30 Minis.
And of course, these races, that small on numbers, but there's some very competitive drivers, so it doesn't necessarily matter sometimes. You'll still get plenty of good racing just from less people.
Absolutely, we have seen it time and time again here at Whilton Kart Club. Do not be deceived by a smaller grid, although I have to say 14 is a nice healthy grid size to see here, and let's see how they get away. The start is called good, and Harry Ewell leads them into oblivion for the first time. Is
Harry
it nice
Ewell,
and clean?
Very nice indeed, as Jack Nettleship made a slight mistake. They're just bunching them up slightly, as this might allow Micah Taylor to have a look. And the 72 of Luke Sinter looking very quick into Christmas Corner in the previous race, and again gets a good start. Sintler getting away well as they go down into Ashby, and again looking down the inside. Sintler makes the move, moving into 3rd position. Very competitive first lap of the race, and everyone getting through that first half of the lap cleanly.
Morgan Hill and Cian Geraghty side by side through Wilkins as they contest in the mid-pack. Can see as well they're under pressure there from the 71 of Henry Gregory, who to me looks like he might have not had the best first lap. Looks like he's dropped down from where he started this one, but coming round at the end of lap 1, has Jack Nettleship got by for the lead, in fact? Yes, he has.
Harry Ewell got shoved to one side in boot. A bit of bad luck for him there. But a great first lap there for Luke Sintler, already up to 3rd place. Jack Nettleship then, your early race leader. Aidan Hassan, who we talked about a moment ago, he's up to 9th place from last, so he's getting away quite nicely. There he is, actually going down the inside of the number 46 of George Robinson. So Hassan getting to work quite nicely here in these opening stages.
Yep, ahead of them as well. Henry Gregory was able to get a move on Cian Geraghty there, as you can see the Henry Gregory ahead of that, but there again is another exchange between Aidan Hassan and Leo Brown, as you were referring to, Chris. So yeah, plenty of changes here. It's now Henry Gregory up into 4th, and here we're back at the front with Micah Taylor putting pressure on Jack Nettleship with that 72 of Luke Sintler as well. There is Henry Gregory now ahead of Cian Geraghty. And there's also a change behind them as well, as Aidan Hassan gets up to 6th, Leo Brown in 7th, Morgan Hill, George Robinson and Alfie Briggs rounds out your top 10. And here is Sintler down the inside of Taylor at the top of the hill into Christmas Corner. Clean as you like, textbook overtake at Christmas Corner as they continue down into Ashby now.
Luke Sintler really likes that run from Oblivion to Christmas Corner. That's where he's made most of his passes throughout the day so far. The number 72, there he is. Now he's clear. Just seems to, we'll watch him in a minute when we go over the start-finish line up to Christmas Corner. For whatever reason, he does seem to have a lovely line through Oblivion, and it's almost like, you want to say a Formula 1 phrase here, almost like DRS going up that straight. He has so much power going up towards Christmas Corner. He passes people so easily, so let's see what he can do this time.
Breakaway group of 3 then. Jack Nettleship in the 57, the 72 of Luke Sintler, and Micah Taylor there in the 48 is going to try and keep on terms with these two. As you say, Sintler is so strong up that straight, isn't he? I had half a mind that he might pull out to the inside and try for the lead, but for the moment at least he's happy to hold station. Behind them, the other pack of 3 is Henry Gregory in the 71, Cian Geraghty in the 73, and the 64 of Aidan Hassan. Leo Brown leads the next battle down the road over 7th place. Really fantastic battling all the way through the field. Alfie Briggs just got by George Robinson on that last lap as well. So, as we said just before we got going, folks, that might be a slightly smaller grid size, but it is not leaving us wanting for race action. It's really good stuff here.
Competitive, actually. 8.3 seconds covering the entire pack last time round. That's not much at all. And let's have a look at, again, we see Sintler looking quick. I don't know where he gets that power from. He's got a lovely line and again has a little peek down the inside. Now, Sintler, to me, doesn't look like he's going to be too worried at this stage because he knows he's got the advantage of the Christmas corner. And what he certainly doesn't want to do here is risk throwing the race away by going for an all-or-nothing move. He's still got time, 4.5 minutes to go. So at the moment, Sintler just sitting there in second place. Nettleship, the race leader, putting a good pace. He's lapping well. He's in the 47 so far. 47.39 last time round, so certainly got a good pace at the front here. But Sintler just trying to make his move. Of course, Nettleship in the meantime, of course, he's going to battle and defend that lead.
Absolutely. On to lap number 6 they go then. Fastest lap of the race from Aidan Hassan at 46.77, but to be honest, they're all setting personal bests around him as they get more up to temperature. Here is the move for the lead. Nettleship under pressure, and Luke Sintler goes through. And we're unsurprised to see that into Christmas corner. That would be where he put in such a move.
Aidan Hassan has set the fastest lap of the race last time round. He's still there in 6th place. He's got some pretty tough guns ahead of him, though. We've got Geraghty and Gregory. The 3rd place Micah Taylor has picked up a penalty, so that'll work into Hassan's favour.
Yeah, not sure what that penalty's for, but I did notice Micah went a little bit wide in the final corner of the last lap, so I'm not sure if that's track limits related.
I'm wondering here
completely random.
We look at the 6th place here, Hassan, just going around the final corner. It looks to me like he's almost pushing the guys in front of him on here, and they're catching the leaders.
Yeah, this is closing up nicely, isn't it? We've actually got 3 pairs of 3, actually, because that battle between Leo Brown, Morgan Hill and Alfie Briggs is also a trio of karts, but they are running a little bit off the back of these top 6. But as you say, it is closing up nicely here because Henry Gregory is leading apart. There's the other trio, Brown, Hill and Briggs. But yes, this is becoming a six-horse race at the front, and there goes Henry Gregory past Micah Taylor. So now it really is 6 karts at the front of this one rather than 2 groups of 3.
1.3 seconds last time round, covering the top 6. You can almost throw a blanket over them. They are that close. Here we go, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Sintler still leads. Realistically, you could say any one of those 6 drivers could yet take victory. And Sintler has got the lead, but can't really pull away at the moment. Certainly Nettleship doing a good job of holding on in 2nd place.
Geraghty on Taylor.
As Hassan trying to get involved in this race now. He's still in 6th place. He feels he can do a job at the front.
Oh, and Micah Taylor was right on the limit into Ashby there, and he's going to be under attack here from Aidan Hassan. He closes the door there into Wilkins, but is Hassan going to shoot the gap into Oziers? No, he's too far back. Meanwhile, Gregory is by on Nettleship there, so Henry Gregory up into 2nd place. He had good pace in heat number 1. It was that driver who was, and look, Geraghty's going to capitalise as well. Geraghty through on Micah Taylor now and up into 3rd place. So this one's going to get interesting now because I think that Henry Gregory has the pace to really challenge Luke Sintler for the lead of this one.
Let's see what Gregory can do then. Through Christmas corner, he's done very well. Of course, has some good pace in the centre of the track as Hassan again tries to make the move into Christmas, and he does so this time. So Hassan in the number 64 up to 5th position. Down to Ashby they go. And Gregory, like you say there, Howard, is putting Luke Sintler under some serious pressure. He looks quick in this central part of the track. He has some good lines as Hassan again fighting to get past the 57 of Nettleship, who led the early part of the race. Alfie Briggs further down, picking up a penalty in 7th place. But now it looks to me like Keon Geraghty is starting to put the pressure on in 3rd place.
Yeah, Geraghty there, I think had a little think about it into Oziers that time around, but of course, again, keeping one's eyes on the prize, as it were. You can battle, but you don't want to allow Luke Sintler to get away too much to the front. But Geraghty obviously feels he has the pace advantage. And he's going to try down the inside of Christmas corner. I can feel Gregory just in his helmet going, no, we've got to work together here. I want to try and get the lead.
It's going to be close here, 30 seconds left on the clock, where they have 1 or 2 laps left to go. But like you say there, Howard, this is going to be tactical here because realistically, like we said before, any one of these 6 could win the race, but they've got to work together here. Like you say, they don't want to be getting too in each other's faces, really, because they'll slow each other down and allow Sintler to pull away. Yeah,
Nettleship and Hassan have now got by Kean Geraghty as well, so Geraghty is down to 5th place. What started as him having an earnest look for the lead is going to be 2 more laps of this one, isn't it?
Close.
Just across the line, so here it is. It's going to be a real treat for us here. Can Luke Sintler hold on for another couple of laps? Henry Gregory is in the slipstream, and he's going to try down the inside. Down he goes, and behind them as well, Hassan on Nettleship for third place, but Nettleship is going to fight back. He's going to try to hold it around the inside of Inkermans and down into Ashby, and there's Geraghty down the inside of him. It hasn't paid off for Nettleship. Geraghty's been able to get up now into fourth place, but Hassan's up to third, and it's a change for the lead. Henry Gregory ahead of Luke Sintler. Fascinating number of exchanges in merely 4 or 5 corners, folks. And we are going to come round now to go on to the final lap, and I think that Gregory here has the momentum to carry it round the last lap.
Yeah, it almost seemed like Sintler didn't defend it too much. They almost let Gregory go. He's looking to get a pull here and get away from the rest of this battle for the top 5. Sintler's got the line again, though, through Oblivion going up to Christmas Corner, not close enough to go for the pass. There is Hassan now up to third place. He looks threatening, but I think the clock might be working against him this time. Sintler goes down to Ashby. The final time has a look at the race leader, Gregory. Hassan closing up all the time there. Look at the number 64 of Hassan as we look at the rest of the top 10 battling there. It was Briggs, I think, of Brown and Hill, but the 64 of Hassan is closing up on Henry Gregory, and Luke Sintler. This is going to get close into boot for the final time.
Absolutely. Henry Gregory doesn't quite know which way to defend, but he's going to go defend. He'll go slightly wide. No, he keeps it tight. That's good defensive driving there, and that is surely going to see him cross the line. Henry Gregory taking the win. Luke Sintler in second place. Aidan Hassan up to third. Cian Geraghty in fourth. Micah Taylor takes Jack Nettleship on that last lap for fifth, although Micah does have a penalty to be applied if memory serves correctly. Nettleship in sixth. Seventh for Alfie Briggs. Leo Brown in eighth. Ninth for Morgan Hill. George Robinson rounding out the top 10. Then it's Kira Harris. Shraven Shamagavel, although he too I saw had a penalty as well. Oliver Stilp in 13th. And Harry Ewell finishes in 14th. Well, I think that one was another highly entertaining one there.
Yeah, very competitive as well. We're looking at the timing screens there. 25 seconds covering first to last place over that. It's only a sprint race, of course, but very competitive. Nobody really dropping off the pace. So yet another competitive race here at Whilton Mill.
Next here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, round number 5, it's going to be Junior Max. Take you through the grid then for heat number 2 in Junior Max. It will be the number 12 of Oliver Martinsky who starts this one on pole. Alexander Black alongside Zane Khan and Carl Dunford will make up row number 2 with Charlie Pritchard and Harry Maynard on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Spencer Brown and Dylan Wass-Jackson, Lewis Jones and Jacob Baldry on row 5. Row 6 will be Ronnie Scott and Jake Davis. And then on row 7 it's going to be Gabe Fairbrother and Jake Howarth, Ben Folland and Harry Chamberlain are row 8, row 9, Jack Davis and Daniel Parents-Smith. Charlie Ellis and Jack Cooper make up row number 10. Row 11 will be Callum Davis and Jensen Giles. Row 12, Joshua Burton and Noah Hadley. It's going to be Harrison Crook and Leona Castro on row 13. Row 14 will be Jessica White and Miles Dawn. Row 15, rounding out your top 30, is Tommy Edmonds and Jack Davies. Lexi Belk and Freya Belk make up row 16. And row 17, Jensen Weston and James Jackson. That's how they line up for heat number 2 of your Junior Max class for round number 5 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Your Alpha live stream here bringing you all of the racing action. Myself, Howard Mitchell and Chris Zora in comms for you. Do hope you're enjoying the action here today. If you haven't already, do give Alpha Live a like or a subscribe, depending on which social media platform you're viewing this on. I believe we're going out on Facebook and YouTube, so do please show Alpha Live some support if you like what you're seeing today.
Here we go then for the start. Around that final corner, looks clean. Let's have a look at the flag marshal on the finish line. No, it's good.
No, it's
it's a full start. Oh, right at the end. That was a late call, wasn't it? Trouble at the back there, wasn't there?
That's why. Oh, yeah. Kart just emerged from that. Okay.
The first few rows got through okay there, didn't they? But there was trouble.
Oh, blind. Oh, okay.
This is a bit of a... Well, I don't know what happened there, because the flag came out. It was the very, very finest of margins there. I wonder if some of the drivers still thought they were racing, I wonder.
This is Spencer Brown in the wall.
Hopefully that kart's okay.
Experienced karter, of course, around here.
Not very happy with that situation. It was...
Well, I can understand that, but...
it was a weird one, that, because the top 4 or 5 rows were nicely formed up there. There was trouble at the back of the field. And, of course, your race faces on there. You're going for that first corner. Perhaps I wonder if some of them maybe didn't even see the full start flag.
Yeah, so that's frustration there for our Honda Cadet champion from 2019 here in the WMKC as well, so he's not short of experience, is Spencer. So, yeah, frustration for him there. There's just clearly some confusion.
So going to try again, and it was bad luck for him there. Hopefully he's all right. It looks like he may well be out of the race as we start again. Drivers nice and neatly around the final corner, lining up quite nicely again this time, but further back it looks okay, and yeah, it's good this time. That was slightly better, but trouble on the first corner immediately into oblivion.
I think that might have been Carl Dunford, but we'll try and confirm that for you. No, it's not, because Dunford is defending hard against Charlie Pritchard as they come up the hill. That's the 74 with an issue there. That being Noah Hadley, who's come to a stop there as the main pack races through Ashby for the first time.
Evidently losing the engine on boot, but the rest of the field make their way through regardless. I think that Kart was a yellow flag there, so it looks like he's off the racing line, but still on the course. So a little caution here through boot for the first time as they make their way through. Very good pace at the front here as the number 12, Matinsky, leads them round the final corner. Looks like the track is now clear, and they go. So Matinsky leads. Kyle Dunford with that good start in second place. Gaby Fairbrother in third. Pritchard fourth. Dylan Ross-Jackson in fifth position. Ronnie Scott, Ben Folan, Jacob Baldry as the field make their way up to Christmas once again. Down, there's trouble there for the 95 further down the field. That's Callum Davis. An early retirement, and looks like some sort of issue with the back of the kart there. That doesn't look right. I think he may have had an impact possibly. So possibly some accident damage as the 37, Jessica White. Now, she did very well in the first race, of course, and White getting to work nice and early here.
Yeah, absolutely. She's driving well today, and is now, who is it she just got by? I think she just got by, was that Jake Davis? I think she just got by in the 14, if I saw correctly. So up into 9th place for Jessica White.
Fairbrother actually setting a good pace. Number 92 in third place, fastest lap of the race last time round, lapping into the 46s now. Closing up on Dunford and Martinsky, the race leader. The rest of the top 10 screaming down the hill towards Ashby. Very, very close indeed. And everyone just trying to establish position. Still a long time to go in this race and trying to stay out of trouble. There we see Dunford. And here how it looks like he's starting to put the race leader on some serious pressure going into boot.
Yeah, but that must mean that no, Fairbrother's got ahead of Dunford. That's the 92.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my mistake.
Ahead of the 40
sorry,
there,
yeah.
so change for second place. Martinsky's actually got a nice bit of breathing space at the head of the field now, 1.6 seconds to the good. But yeah, Fairbrother up to second place ahead of Dunford. Harrison Crook got by Ronnie Scott on that lap as well. That was for 7th place.
So yeah, nice move there from Fairbrother to claim that second place. Martinsky clearing away 46.5 last time round. The gap 1.5 seconds. Fastest driver on the track at the moment is Ben Follin. Some good lap times being set here. We're looking well into the 46s now. That looks a nasty shunt there for number 14.
That's Jake Davis.
That's up by Christmas Corner, I believe.
It is, yeah.
So
yeah, his nose is. The nose of his kart has been bent, or the panel at the front has been bent up and detached, hasn't it? So
it would take a fair shunt to do that as well. So hopefully he's all right. The race still goes on. He's off the side of the track, so it looks like they'll control that with yellow flags, which means it might see a bit of a slowdown here into Christmas Corner. That's where the incident occurred.
Gabe Fairbrother sets the fastest lap of the race at 45.95 to take 0.2 of a second out of that lead that Oliver Martinsky has. As there is a move there in Ashby as well. I think that was Ben Folland putting a move on Dylan Ross-Jackson. Yes, it is. The 21 now ahead of the 32. So change for 5th place there. But yeah, Fairbrother, we've got to keep an eye on here because he's really bringing some pressure to bear on this young man here, Oliver Martinsky. There is Fairbrother, and Dunford's coming along to the party with him.
Yeah, Dunford looking good in third place. Martinsky doing everything right so far, lapping well, 46.3 last time round, but the gap is being eroded slightly by Fairbrother and Dunford in third. There we see the number 24 of Charlie Pritchard tried to get involved in this battle at the front. Ben Folland and Dylan Ross-Jackson just behind as we look at Folland going down towards Ashby. Tries to pick. There's the number 33 that we saw the mechanical flag going out for. That's Jacob Baldry. Nothing obvious there, but evidently the clerk of the course seeing something that makes the kart unsafe as Folland makes a lovely move there
on Pritchard.
Yeah, that was nice.
Really nicely done. Nice judgment, as you were saying earlier, Chris. Not the easiest move. On paper, an easy move. As I say, the racing line opens it up, but it's difficult to judge the braking well there. And now that throws Pritchard under pressure from Dylan Wass-Jackson in the number 32 as well. Tommy Edmonds is having a good race, I have to note as well. He's just got up into the top 10. He's been working his way up through the lower teens there, but this is Wass-Jackson on Pritchard and gets the move done into Christmas corner.
Textbook Christmas corner move there down the inside under braking. Fairbrother just chipping away slightly on that lead by Martinsky. Fastest lap of the race for Fairbrother in second place. Still the battle of the third races. There's the 94 in trouble. That's a bit further down the field of Jack Davis, who ran so well in the first heat, of course. And he looked a bit disappointed there, so evidently some sort of issue.
Race of attrition to a certain extent here, isn't it? We've had a few people fall off the back of this one. But here is where the attention needs to be, or increasingly be. There are plenty of battles throughout the field, but Fairbrother definitely, courtesy of another fastest lap, a 45.6. Martinsky has just set a personal best, but it's still some 3.5 tenths slower than Fairbrother behind. Fairbrother is definitely got the pace. Catching is one thing, passing is another, though, as we've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Fairbrother, it's a very close race here. 2 minutes plus the one lap, of course, like we said, and this is going to get close here because Martinsky making a good pace at the front here, lapping well, and Fairbrother just chipping away just by a few tenths of a second here. Tenths of a second there. Looks quick on the central part of the track especially. Here they come around the final corner, so Martinsky, let's have a look at the gap as they cross with 1:48, still a couple laps to go. And that pace continues to tumble. Fairbrother again with the fastest lap of the race. Martinsky quick as well. These two really pulling away. Dunford trying to stay with them, but at the moment it's a fight here between Martinsky and Fairbrother. And again here, Howard, I'm wondering perhaps if these two might want to push each other along a bit.
Shout out to James Jackson. He's just got past Jake Howarth for 11th place. Really good stuff there from one of our novice drivers. So that's a positive for him. Harrison Crook as well, past Charlie Pritchard for 6th place as well. But as we keep saying, this is where the focus needs to be for now, because this, we've been building up to this for a fair few laps. Gabe Fairbrother certainly has. He's been setting consecutive fastest laps of the race. In fact, I think this is the first one just then where he hasn't set the fastest lap of the race there. But he doesn't need to do so much, because now he is right in the slipstream of Martinsky. It's going to be 2 more laps after this one, I think. They're going to get across the line again before that clock hits 0.
Yeah, they're lapping in the 45, so just over half a lap. As down the inside there was Folland having a look at Kyle Dunford, who's dropped away from this battle for the lead. Kyle Dunford still in third. I think he held on. So Dunford holds on, or it was close. We'll find out in a moment.
Yeah. It was a good effort, nevertheless, from Folland into Ashby there. We'll see if he made it stick this time around.
Oh, and out of camera shot there, Fairbrother's taken the lead in the centre of the track.
Oh, yes. Goodness me, that one did happen out of shot.
Dunford's held on to that third.
Yeah. So Fairbrother, I'm not quite sure where that move happened, if I'm honest. Might have been whilst we were looking at Dunford versus Folland there.
That was a very quick move in any case. So Fairbrother, he's timed that well, hasn't he, with 1.5 laps to go almost now.
Yep. Meanwhile, Jessica White past Charlie Pritchard for 7th place. Pritchard just needs to regain that momentum under pressure from Parron Smith over 8 now. But we keep our eyes on Gabe Fairbrother. Actually, we look back here at the battle over 3rd place, and that's Ben Folland ahead of Carl Dunford. So that's also changed now. Change for 3rd place. Folland up to 3rd. He's not going to have enough time, though, to catch up with the top 2. So it's going to take something quite special, I think, for Martinsky to challenge Fairbrother on this lap. So I think, all things being equal, Fairbrother should be able to bring this one home.
Yeah, it looks like he's got this one under control. I noticed on the approach to the boot there last time, he's having a good look down the track just to check where the slower drivers were towards the back of the field. So he knows he's got a clear track in front of him. He's just controlling this race now. Certainly not doing anything too drastic, but again, keeping a good pace, nice and smooth. Certainly don't want to be too cautious, taking the foot off the gas as he goes through boot for the final time. 1 more corner to go after this, and Gabe Fairbrother, textbook race. He timed it to perfection, and will take the checkered flag from Oliver Martinsky. Great racing from those 2 drivers.
Yeah, Ben Folland will cross in 3rd, Kyle Dunford in 4th. Good drive from Wass-Jackson to finish in 5th, Harrison Crook in 6th, 7th for Jessica White, making up a few positions on the latter laps there. Daniel Parron Smith in 8th. 9th for Tommy Edmonds. James Jackson gets into the top 10. Charlie Pritchard, difficult race towards the end there. Just dropped down a few positions there. Jake Howarth, Charlie Ellis, Leo Nicastro and Jack Cooper rounds out the top 15 as the remainder of our 30 runners, well, it's not 30 runners now. I think we dropped down to 26 circulating karts towards the end there. Jack Davis in the 94, Jacob Baldry, Jake Davis in the 14 and Callum Davies all having a bit of a tricky one that time. So they'll be looking for a better time out in heat number 3. Next though here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, it is going to be heat number 2 in X30 Juniors.
Ready and waiting then for Junior X30 heat number 2. Drivers are in the waiting zone, and let's see how they'll line up in just a few moments. Charlie Field will lead them away from Finley Harrison, Ellis Bourchier in 3rd, Jerome Phillip in 4th, Joshua Patterson and Kyle Slee in 6th place. Rest of the top 10 made up of Milo Pilford, Christian Brooks, Scott Smith, Rito Kamata. Further back, Olivier Algieri, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain in 12th place, Benedict Davis in 13th position from Zaki Hussein, Lorenzo Cordell, Jody Pettit in 16th place, Benjamin Watts, Dane Tucker in 18th position, Lucas Ellingham in 19th from Thomas Mullett, Daniel Hackett 21st from Mackenzie Stevens, Sam Baker and Jaden Gregg. Jude Fernhoff in 25th position from Macy Hitter, Alex Johnston, Sam Longley 28th, and taking us down to 30th, Reese Blakely and Kian Gamio. Rest of the grid made up of Kian Gohill, Hugo Gilbert in 32nd, Remy Gilbert 33rd, and Kai Carrington rounding out the field. So hopefully we'll see Pettit out in action in this race. Of course, he tipped the kart in the previous race, looked a bit shaken up. So hopefully he's lining up as well. 1 or 2 again, drivers a bit further back in this second heat, so mixing things up once again for heat number 2.
Yeah, and on that note, actually, we never got round to confirming what the result of that red flag race was. So just to confirm, it was Lucas Ellingham who was scored as the winner of that one ahead of Lorenzo Cordell. So he did get by in time enough to be registered as the winner of that one. Alex Johnston in 3rd, Christian Brooks was 4th, 5th for Zaki Hussein. Milo Pilford in 6th, Olivier Algieri in 7th, 8th was Sam Baker, 9th was Finley Howson, and Rita Kamata rounded out your top 10. I'm just waiting to see. Pettit actually got classified in 29th, so he got some points, but we'll see. We'll see. Did seem fundamentally okay after that incident. We weren't, we weren't concerned for his fundamental health. He was seen interacting with marshals there, although he was just taken off as a precautionary in the medical car that we have here. He'll have been checked over. We will see if he or indeed his cart are in a condition that enable him to rejoin the action for this one. But that is how they were scored anyway for X30 Juniors earlier on. And indeed, this was also the race that saw the long full course yellow period.
Yeah, that's right. It was in effect, it was a shortened race, wasn't it? Because about 3 or 4 laps at the start were under those controlled conditions under the full course yellow, so we're under a bit of a pace lap almost. The engines are being fired up in the waiting zone, and drivers making their way out onto the track again. That just task of getting the karts up to temperature. Tyres, of course, especially these competition tyres, important to get them up to working temperature as they make their way around on this formation warm-up lap. And again, look how aggressively, again, swerving all over the track to get the tyres up to temperature. It's not the warmest day today here at Whilton Mill. It's warmer than on the forecast than it actually is. There's a nasty northerly breeze out there, and I think the track temperature is still pretty cold, so drivers working very hard to get them up to temperature. It says 12 degrees on the weather at the moment, but out on the track, and I'm sure the marshals will agree to this, it feels colder than that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I wonder if it's a case of, with that wind, a sort of, what do they call it, a real feel, what it really feels like temperature-wise. But there is at least almost a negligible chance of rain. As Charlie Field in the 23 there on your right, driver's left. We'll be hoping to get this one underway. And it's a full start.
Didn't look very good even to begin with. They were all jostling to get back into position very late there. So early call there for the full start, and drivers will circulate once again. Like I say, another chance to get the machines warmed up, whether that's artificial or not.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. But yeah, they will indeed go around and try and get as much heat as they can into the tyres. Through Ashby they go.
You would say, of course, perhaps from the first timer's point of view, it is important that the drivers are in position for the start correctly. Damages the integrity of the race, of course, doesn't it? So these aren't called off lightly, are they?
No. The flag marshals or even the clerk of the course are making the right calls with this. I'm practicing. Some people would call me a cynic. I'm merely practicing reasonable scepticism as to why we may be seeing quite so many. But let's see if this time round we can go into formation and into the tram lines. And no, we can't.
Oh, it's trouble towards the back there again, wasn't there?
It is.
Again, these guys at the front here, they're just trying to bunch the field up as it's their right, of course, as the people at the front. So
yeah, and I do understand that if you're on the anti-pole side of the grid, which is driver's right, you have to take a very tight exit out of the last corner, which can make you feel uncompetitive relative to those to your left who are on, at least at the start of that straight, they're on the racing line, and they have the inside line of the first corner. So I can understand that, but yeah, they've got to get themselves into those tram lines nice and neatly and not lean on each other as they come through. There's no point with the right-hand side of the grid trying to, I'll just pretend I'm on the left and get as much advantage as I can, because the marshals will be wise to that.
I'd say another thing here for the first time viewers, or somebody who's quite new to this, is it looks straightforward. It's harder than it appears when you're actually in the grid, because you've got to maintain your position as well.
It is. I will grant that. I do acknowledge that. It is a lot harder there in person. Although you can see the marshal there
telling them off,
quite pointedly saying, now get it right. Are they going to do so this time? No.
It was.
And I do think here that maybe the marshals and the clerk of the course are being thorough. They're basically saying, no, okay, if you're not going to get this right, say some of them look like they were racing up to Christmas corner to be just then. But I think this is them being a bit cruel to be kind in terms of instilling the right mentality to this.
Oh, there's a red flag gone out actually, so I think they've had enough.
This could be a red flag for talking to.
Yeah, I don't believe this is because of an accident or trouble. It's just purely, I think they've lost a bit of patience with the drivers, it would appear, and like you say, I think you mentioned there a few moments ago, Howard, it's not the sort of thing where they'll have 2 or 3 full starts and think, we'll just let it go on anyway. They're going to do it properly, aren't they?
I think it's important to set, for them to set the precedent that we are going to do this start correctly, and I'm not here to tell drivers off or anything like that. The clerk of the course might be if they keep on doing this. In fact,
they've gone straight to pits.
But yeah, I can understand the frustration there, because I think this class, I'm pretty sure we saw about 3 or 4 start attempts in the last heat as well, and I think there's just a general frustration here. So we remain to be seen whether this one's actually going to run. I'm just going to look out and see if our next class, the X30 seniors, I believe it is, are in the holding area. They are.
Yeah, they're waiting and ready, aren't they? So
I'm not sure if it could be that the clerk of the course here is taking no more nonsense on this one and is just going to call this one off, as would be his right to do so, it has to be said. And it's not good when it takes 4 start attempts, and there was no obvious, there was no one off the back of the pack with a kart issue or coming to a stop. It was just a positional thing. So we will just hold station here for a second as we try and work out what's going to happen next with this.
So yeah, just to recap, of course, this red flag, if you didn't catch it a few moments ago, it's not because of an incident, it's purely because of incorrect behaviour at the start, you would say, in repeated full starts.
Yeah, and as I say, setting a precedent here that we're not just going to go lax on it, after 5 attempts and go, we'll go on then, that'll do.
Yeah, it's like you say, it's how it should be, isn't it?
Yeah, it's instilling the right ethic, I suppose, into the this X30 junior field. I'm going to imagine from all of the karts that are now being vacated that
looking out of our commentary booth here, the seniors actually are sat in their karts and ready to go.
I think they may have called this one off
So I presume this would be postponed, wouldn't it? And perhaps one a bit later on, perhaps after the seniors are sticking my head out here and just speculating, I think. But
potentially, I think we're going to look ahead here to our X30 seniors.
So at the moment, with that early red flag, it appears very much that we will be running the X30 seniors going on next. The juniors, we'll get updates from the clerk of the course, of course, and due period will let you know, but that will be run a bit later on. So X30s, it appears...
I should just say, I can see there on this shot, you can see all of the X30 juniors in the pit lane, in the scrutineering shed getting
oh, there we are, yeah.
So... the seniors are looking pretty race ready, aren't they? I think we go ahead with the grid, mate.
Yeah, we'll go ahead with the grid for now. Oh, hang on.
Hang on. They're returning
to their vehicle. So, in the meantime, whilst everything gets sorted out, we'll have a look at the grid in any case for the seniors. It will be Carly Atkins, Guy Smallridge, Benjamin Southgate, Callum Driscoll, Archie Forber, Vishal Patel in 6th place, Jordan Brown 7th, Mason Weir, Roy Johnston, Richard Evans running at the top 10 from Ben Hitch and Oliver Henwood in 12th. Harry Torpey in 13th, Joshua Torpey 14th position, Brandon Matchell, Archie Garlick in 16th, Matthew Herbert and James Otto in 18th position. Teddy Pritchard-Williams in 19th, Anki Stenning 20th, Alex Keynes, Nathan Amies and Caleb Burbridge rounding up the 23 driver field, which we believe will be going out in just a moment. The juniors have had a bit of a telling off in the pit area. You can pretty see the hive of activity, the helmets moving round, making their way back to the karts. And looking out of our commentary booth, I can see that the seniors have actually fired the engines up, so they are going to run this senior race next.
Yeah.
I suppose we'll get confirmation on this, Howard, but I presume the juniors will be taking place after this race, so we'll give them a moment, perhaps just to...
It depends. It depends whether... I mean, the clerk of the course reserves the right to basically say, no, you're not having that race, and then we'll score... We'll determine the grid purely off of what you've scored over the 2 heats.
Possibly, yeah.
And that would mean that heat just gone would count as one of the dropped heat scores, because I should explain, I believe if I'm correct in saying that it's 2 rounds worth that a driver can drop, but it's 2 rounds worth, not two, not
yeah,
like
it's not the actual day, is it? It's
rounds.
the actual
so
scores, isn't it?
What that actually translates as is your 6 worst heat results and your 2 worst final results at any point on the season. So I think that, the clerk of the course does reserve the right to just call that one off.
We shall wait and see our activity off the track, of course. Meanwhile, the seniors... Let's see if the seniors can make a better job of it.
I was going to say, they're going to want to get this one right, aren't they? Carly Atkins on pole. And they do get it right. So Carly Atkins leads them away into oblivion. Looks like a good start as well from Archie Forber. To me, there's someone round.
Aggressive through the first corner. I think second made a mistake behind it. Has everyone got through cleanly?
I think Guy Smallridge may have fallen off.
Yellow flags are up on the first corner, so somebody's in trouble. But Atkins very aggressive through oblivion for the first time. Second seemed to lose it. We just lost out of the camera shot there, but a few drivers hitting trouble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yellow flags are in, incidentally, so everyone has got away cleanly.
Yeah, so we'll call them on timing as they come through at the end of this lap, but it does look to me like Carly Atkins has got away. As, yes, the X30 junior karts there are being wheeled out of the scrutineering area. So, through the boot for the first time come our X30 seniors. And it's going to be Carly Atkins who leads. And I think, yes, we are going to see Guy Smallridge dropping down through the order, as is Callum Driscoll as well. So I think he's had some kind of drama on that first lap. But Carly Atkins leads, Archie Forber in second, Vishal Patel in third, Mason Weir, Richard Evans, Joshua Torpey and Harry Torpey, and Brandon Matchell.
Trouble again for the number 17. He had this in the first race. Whatever the issue is with that kart.
Henwood.
You feel for him there. He looks a bit dejected, and you can't really blame him because it's just one of these days, isn't it, sometimes when the kart's not running right.
Yeah.
So Atkins, very quick start. The number 25 got away well, 46.9 last time round. Forber in second, just trying to close up. We've got Vishal Patel, Mason Weir, Richard Evans not too far behind, but Atkins with a very good start there and still lapping well. However, Archie Forber has got the bit between his teeth here, 45.64 last time round. Roy Johnston's fighting through the pack as well. There's the number 14 of Forber, trying really to get involved in this battle for the lead with Carly Atkins. Atkins down towards Ashby. Forber in second position. And Forber just eking away that gap at the front. It was 0.6 of a second last time round, 6 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining in this race. So there is still time for Forber to try and close up, but Carly Atkins getting the jump on the field early and just trying to break away, going through boot once again. Nice and steady there, nice smooth lines, guarding that apex. Further back, there's number 18, fastest driver on the track last time round, Roy Johnson, getting involved in this battle through the top 10. Johnson, let's have a look at the lap charts, has moved up to 7th place with Brandon Matchell, Harry Torpey, Matthew Herbert. So, of course, Torpey and Herbert there, two drivers very quick in this race category, starting further back. They've got work to do, fighting through the top 10. Leaders again going down towards Ashby. Atkins leads, Forber still 2nd place. Forber very quick on that first sector. The rest of the top 10 going through. There's the 73 of Harry Torpey. Looks like he's made a move. Now on the tail of the 77 of Richard Evans. Oh, down the inside goes the 28. That didn't quite work out. We were talking about that passing point, and that's how it doesn't happen sometimes. And oh, into the barriers there goes the 77 of Richard Evans. Caught by the front wheel there of the 28. So whether the steward's taking action, I don't know. Just a bit of bad luck. It certainly wasn't malicious anyway, but 77 Evans is back onto the track. 4 minutes 40 to go, plus the 1 lap. And bad luck there for Richard Evans, who drops all the way down to 19th position. Still, it's Carly Atkins that leads. We look at this battle on the edge of the top 10. There's the 73, Harry Torpey. And I would stick my head out and say that's a fair outcome there. Contact warning for Brandon Matchell, spinning the 77 Richard Evans off the track, but it certainly wasn't a malicious move by any stretch, just to go a little bit wrong. Two drivers going for the same bit of track.
I can report that the X30 Juniors field have just started forming up again on the dummy grid, so they have been allowed back into the holding area, and I can imagine that Clark of the course words something along the lines of, right, we'll try this again, won't we? And you'll get it right.
They did have the appearance of being told off by like naughty school children.
Yeah, well, I have to say as well, the fact that, there's a drama there for the 48.
Archie Garlick further down, he had trouble early on there. Look at look at the stub arm there, doesn't it? The control arm on that front wheel.
Yes, that's a little bit worse to wear, isn't it? I have to say though, the fact that these seniors immediately went out and successfully started a race does rather add a little bit of evidence to the
weight to the words, isn't it?
Yes, just a little bit. Anyway, we are being treated to a fantastic battle at the head of this field at the moment. Carly Atkins being put under severe pressure from Archie Forber, and he's going for it into Christmas Corner, and that was as clean as you like from Forber there in the 14 to the head of the field. Managed to do so without losing too much time as well. So if you're Carly Atkins, you don't just want to go, I've got to get him back right at the next corner. No, do it sensibly, as I believe there are yellows out. There's a red out. There's a red flag. So there's some incident out there. There's an incident out there. Something's happened.
Is this just by the finish line area? It would have possibly, but yeah, the driver's very quick to put the hands up there with the red flag going out.
I think they're opening up the gate for the medical car here, so I think there's been some issue out there somewhere.
We didn't see who that was. We did see, of course, a stricken cart going back to the pits. That was
Archie Garlick,
wasn't it? So
we saw Oliver Henwood return to the pits as well. So there's nothing obvious on timing that suggests who might be involved here.
We'll wait and see. The medical car's gone onto the track. There's no obvious accident or incident, so whether there's some kind of incident out on the track, we'll try and get an update as soon as we can. But as you can see for yourself, the medical car's on the...
is it at the Marshall post?
It's the Marshall, isn't it?
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's some issue that's
with the Marshall
occurred
point,
there that's just being attended to here. So potentially not a driver issue, but maybe something with the marshals of some description, maybe something anyway being attended to at the marshal post up at Osiers. We will of course give them the chance to do whatever they need to do in the medical team there. Obviously we were talking earlier on about how important it is for our marshals to allow us to go racing. They are the enabler for us to go racing at all levels in the UK. So absolutely right and proper that the correct attention is given to them when it's they who need it. And I have to say, Rightfully, we're not showing you the streamed pictures of the medical team dealing without giving everyone some space up there on your stream, but yeah, there's some medical attention being given to somebody in that marshal post on the approach to Osiers. So we've just got a brief pause in proceedings here for our X30 seniors.
Just finding out, Howard, just very brief news update here. There was an incident, we believe a cart struck the marshal point, so obviously the marshal may have picked up an injury. So let's hope that marshal's okay. As we mentioned before, of course, marshal's doing a great job, and it's not always the safest job. Of course, they're well protected with the marshal points, but unfortunately the worst does happen. So let's hope that marshal will be okay. Medics very quickly on the scene. Let's take a pause and look at a very exciting new race series coming soon. So that was the Electroheads Motorsport powered by Rob Smedley. There is a kart actually on display here at Whilton Mill this weekend, and very exciting series in the offing there, electric karts. And looking at some of those prices there, it's a very modest price, as we know. Of course, motorsport can be quite expensive, so it's a good grounding point to get the drivers into the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had the pleasure of commentating on some electric karting earlier this year, and I know that there are some people out there, I am not one of them personally, but I know that there are some people who will talk about the noise and I can't, and even we were evoking, earlier on talking about the smell of the two-stroke. Yeah, okay, there are emotional attachments to that motorsport, but you've got to see the benefits of it as well in terms of how much easier, at least on paper, an electric powertrain can be to maintain. And also the benefits to sound. How many times have we heard about, noise complaints in motorsport, and two-stroke karts can be quite loud as well. I've been at events where here we're in the middle of the Northamptonshire countryside. We're fairly, we're fairly fortunate in that regard. There's not too much in the way of noise complaints for people, but motorsport has to sit alongside it. Everybody else's everyday life, and electric motorsport is a way that you can resolve that. If you can maybe have a program that allows you to start earlier with your electric, all sorts of things and opportunities there for motorsport, and I think that's something that the motorsport community in general would do well to embrace. So it's fantastic to see these kinds of series coming forward and bringing that cost-effective electric motorsport into the grassroots of motorsport. We have a pause here in the midst of our X30 Seniors Heat number 2, and it's for some medical attention being given to a marshal who was in a post that we understand was struck by a competitor. Now, very unusually, we understand that competitor to have been absolutely fine in this when they made contact with the marshal post, which is highly unusual because you would generally have thought that a static marshal post would cause some damage, but I'm wondering if maybe it was they just glanced it and maybe possibly some debris got thrown up and maybe struck the marshal or something like that. That's complete speculation.
Isn't it?
I do want to make that very clear, and we shouldn't assume.
These are, of course, initial reports. This is just what we just got
Absolutely.
told outside of the commentary points. These are very early news reports, as it were. So,
Yes.
like you said, it is speculation. That could be a possibility, perhaps a glancing blow. As you can see on the left-hand side of the television screen here, the marshals are very well protected here at Whilton Mill. They've got these wooden huts that they are stationed in, and the tyre barriers providing further protection. But certainly let's hope that marshal's okay, because they do a sterling job.
Yes.
And even though they've got all the protection, it's not always the safest job either, because you're out there, there's no spectator barriers for the marshals, so not always the easiest. So it looks like we're starting the race again under full course yellow.
Yeah, so we'll go into a full course yellow start procedure here, and then we'll have a standard restart, as was shown by our X30 juniors in their first heat, who I still understand, as I look out the window, they're still there on the dummy grid. The X30 juniors will get their chance to shine in heat number 2. Quite how many minutes they'll be given to do it, I'm not sure, because I think the clerk of the course might be deducting a few off of the running there. But right now we look ahead to the race restart here of X30 seniors. Carly Atkins is your leader in this one. It is to he that this falls to get a clean restart here. And Archie Forber, though, was really applying the pressure before the red flag. Important that the drivers get their head back in the game nice and quickly here, because if they don't, they'll be caught napping.
And I think Carly Atkins, this could be a very important start here, because before that stoppage came, Forber looked quicker at the stage. He'd taken the lead. Atkins got back into the lead. So Carly Atkins here, you can see almost barely more than walking pace here through, but really trying to bunch the rest of the field up here. And you watch Atkins drop it now, just trying to lose Forber right on the power. But Forber's done well there, gets onto the back wheels of Atkins, so the top two breaking away slightly. Joshua Torpey's in there as well. So Carly Atkins trying to drop the field, but didn't quite come off.
20 karts still circulating in this one. We've lost 2 of them in the early running of this race. Through into Christmas Corner for the first time. Atkins has, at least for now, been able to hold Forber off. But already there's a slight breakaway of those top 2 from Joshua Torpey. And there goes Forber challenging down. No, it was Atkins going defensive, into Ashby. And that's allowed Forber to close up. Surely not around the outside of Wilkins,
Joshua
but Forber's got to
Torpey.
be... Yeah, Torpey's on the scene. Jay Torpey on the scene. He tries to sell the dummy almost and go around the outside, but it's not on there. And suddenly Archie Forber goes from the hunter to the hunted.
And I think here, of course, the likes of Atkins and Forber will know there's some quick guys coming through the field behind them because of that stoppage. They'll have seen who's around, so they'll know the score. As, nice move there down the inside of Roy Johnson into the final corner out of boot. Opportunistic move there, you would say, for the number 18, Johnson up to third, which is all playing into the hands here of this guy, Carly Atkins, the race leader, who gets the chance to pull away as Forber falls back into the clutches of Johnson and Torpey.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an interesting move from Johnson at the end of the lap into paddock corner. Haven't seen too many of those so far today. Matthew Herbert passed Patel as well. And Harry Torpey passed Anki Stenning. Stenning, one of those drivers who's hoping to have a better drive this time. Heat 1, I think, ended up at Christmas Corner with him in a spin on that one. He kept circulating but didn't have a great one that time out, as they're down the inside of Vishal Patel now goes Harry Torpey, but Patel's trying to fight back, but he's got to be careful because Stenning is right there to capitalise if it all comes to blows. On to lap number 10 then, as we have 1 minute 20 on the clock.
And some strong drivers coming through into the top 5 now. Matthew Herbert, Harry Torpey all in there, as well as down the inside goes Roy Johnson in Christmas Corner. Immediately Johnson trying to defend from Forber as they go down into the Ashby corner. It's getting close indeed. There's some strong drivers coming through. This again is playing into the favour of Carly Atkins, the race leader, but not quite breaking away.
I don't want to tell these guys how to race, but if you're Forber now, you've got to not see red on losing second place and just give it maybe a lap to see if you can catch on to the back of Carly Atkins with a view to getting an even greater prize that time, because we're going to have 2 more laps of this one as they head up the hill.
And you can see there that you're quite right there, Forber just tagging onto the back here of the number 18 as Atkins goes defensive. This is going to bring him right into contention.
And Forber goes for it at the same time that Roy Johnson's looking to go for it, but it hasn't paid off. That's going to allow Josh Torpey and Matt Herbert to have a look as well. This is fantastic stuff, 2 by 2 almost into Ashby Corner. It's allowed Roy Johnson to focus solely on Carly Atkins, so it's surely between those two pending any disasters. And over the grass there goes the 39 of Matthew Herbert, but manages to keep it going, and he's going over it again. He's doing the Joker lap, but that's not in the rule book.
Well, Herbert did. He picked up damage there. I think the kart still looks all right, though.
I was going to say, Anki Stenning benefited from that massively as well, to go through as well. On to the last lap then. Carly Atkins, Roy Johnson, Archie Forber, Josh Torpey, Harry Torpey, Anki Stenning, your top 6. As up the hill, Carly Atkins is going to go super defensive on Roy Johnson here. Johnson will try and get a late apex to try and capitalise. He'll get the switch back through Boxing Day, the switch back through Inkermans, and look for an opportunity into Ashby.
Atkins again, extreme defensive. He knows what he's got to do here. The gloves are off here. It's all about defence now. It doesn't matter if everyone closes up on him. He's just got to guard those apexes, stop anybody from switching back on the exit to the corner. And they're all bunching up now because Carly Atkins, it's a slow final lap because when you go too defensive, you just sacrifice the lap time.
Absolutely. Atkins still having to go defensive here, but I think he's done enough. Meanwhile, Archie Forber is going to surely try something on Roy Johnson. No, he's actually got a poor exit and needs to worry about Torpey behind. It's a great win for Carly Atkins. Roy Johnson in second, Archie Forber in third, Joshua Torpey in fourth, fifth for Harry Torpey, Anki Stenning in sixth, seventh for Matt Herbert, Brandon Matchell, Vishal Patel and Nathan Ames round out your top 10 of what was a disrupted, but when it finally got going again, Chris, highly entertaining race.
Very good race, and very well done there to Carly Atkins, who took the lead and held on to that lead ahead of some very close competition. And Atkins having to go, as you said, super defensive on that final lap. It's a case of sacrificing track position or track speed almost to hold on to that lead. And Atkins did very well on what was a rolling restart, of course, from a full course yellow. Not the easiest scenario.
And of course, we hope the marshal is okay. They look to be
definitely
okay. It looked to me like they were communicating with the medics when they were up there. So hope that they're all okay. I might be about to end up with a lot of egg on my face for saying this, but I think we're going to try again with our X30 Juniors for heat number 2. So, they are there on the dummy grid. So let's go through the grid of this one once again. And it's going to be Charlie Field and Finley Harrison on row number 1, Ellis Borchia and Jerome Phillip on 2. Row 3 is Joshua Patterson and Kyle Slee. Milo Pilford and Christian Brooks are row 4. Row 5, Scott Smith and Rita Kamata. Olivier Algieri and Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain make up row 6. Row 7 is Benedict Davies and Zaki Hussein. Lorenzo Cordell, and hopefully, if Kart and driver are up to it, Jolie Pettit, after that incident earlier on, will be row 8. Row 9 will be Benjamin Watts and Dane Tucker. Lucas Ellingham and Thomas Mullett on row 10. Row 11 will be Mackenzie Stevens. Dan Hackett and Mackenzie Stevens. Sam Baker and Jaden Gregg on row 12. Row 13 will be Jude Fernerhoff and Macy Hitter, Alex Johnston and Sam Longley on 14, and row 15 to round out your top 30 is Reece Blakely and Kian Gamayo. Kyan Gohill and Hugo Gilbert make up row 16, and row 17 is Remy Gilbert and Kai Carrington. And I'm really hoping that this time we'll be able to call those drivers in a different order.
Well, they can't even get around the formation lap, unfortunately. It's 2 drivers in trouble there.
Yeah, it's the number 13 and the 39. Shout if you spot it on the order, Chris. I'm just going to do Scott Smith.
Scott Smith on the 39 was lining up 9th.
Zaki Hussein.
Zaki Hussein as well.
Who had a strong race earlier on. So are we going to be able to... Ironically, might we have to have a genuine full start here?
Yeah.
Let's see if they get this one going. They are recovering it quickly. And no, it is a full start.
I think we'll hand the drivers...
All the drivers will have their heart in their mouths now.
Trouble on that warm-up lap. So just to recap, of course, if you're just joining us, this race should have taken place before the senior race, but it was written off basically because of repeated full starts, and unfortunately, well, the grid had lined up fairly well there, but there was trouble on the formation lap with 2 drivers hitting trouble. We basically, to cut a long story short, there was repeated full starts, so the car for the course had enough, and we're going to pull them into the garage, have a word, and try again.
Yeah, the drivers would do well to do their pleas and thank yous, as it were, with regards to this start, albeit that was a legitimate reason for false starting. This time they really do need to be on it with this start, keep it clean. We've just seen the X30 seniors suspiciously good at this, having just seen their junior X30 colleagues getting told off for it. So let's see if this time, it looks to me like all the karts are recovered, all the tellings off has happened, all the drivers are lined up 2 by 2 in grid formation. Can we have a clean start here? Yes, we can.
Oh,
Charlie Field will lead them away into
Good
oblivion.
start.
Can they all get through the first couple of corners cleanly? up the hill for the first time. It is still Charlie Field, but he's under a lot of pressure here from that. Looks to me like it might, I didn't catch who that was actually as they came into Christmas Corner through the top of the circuit, but I think we did have a change of the lead there. Going defensive there into the corner. Difficult to spot them in this light, I won't lie, as they come through out of Ashby for the first time.
That's the 58, I think that's Bourchier that's taken the early lead.
Yeah, and Finlay Harrison has managed to get up to second place as well, so good start from the 98, or gone back up to second I should say, because Harrison did start this one for a second, but had dropped down somewhat in the early part of this first lap. So as they come round to finish, and it is the full 8 minutes that they're being given, so that is generous there from race control. Ellis Bourchier leads, Finlay Harrison in second, Charlie Field in third. As up the hill.
Well, it's certainly worth the wait, that start. It took a while to get going as Harrison has looked down the inside. 92 hits trouble. Now that may well be the machine of Kyle Slee. Driver seems okay, and the race goes on, of course. So Finlay Harrison is your new race leader. Charlie Field and Olivier Algieri all very close as well. Christian Brooks, Lorenzo Cordal fighting through the field. 7 positions in 1 lap for the number 20 of Lorenzo Cordal, one of the front runners in heat number 1. So definitely how it's taken a long time to get this race going, but most definitely worth the wait.
Absolutely. Can I just say as well, Jolly Petit is out there circulating, so fair play. After a bit of a scare in the earlier heat there, we do have the number 16 circulating in this race. As up the hill this time, it is a challenge from, I think that's Christian Brooks, trying to get through and following through as well as Lorenzo Cordal. And how well did he read that? Got 2 positions in the corner. He followed Christian Brooks through in the initial phase and then went, and actually, whilst I'm here, I'll overtake my own battering ram as well. Brilliant stuff. That
is classic racecraft there, Howard, I would say. It's just sitting on the back bumper there, and then the opportunity comes in. Don't need to be asked twice. Just sneak down there and take the position. I don't think Cordal was expecting that, was he? But no. The opportunity came across, and he found it could get through cleanly. And Cordal has had a fantastic race up. He made 7 positions up on the first lap. We'll just confirm this on the timing chart. He should be in around 4th position, a 3rd actually, I beg your pardon. So Cordal up to 3rd. And Algieri, the 2.36 who we've seen shot there, fastest driver on the track, has got to try and get past Finlay Harrison, the race leader.
As that looks like Lucas Ellingham going down the inside of Charlie Field into Christmas Corner. So Ellingham working his way up, featured prominently, of course, in heat number 1. That looked as well to me like, was that Cordal under pressure from Brooks?
Yeah, it looks like Brooks made the move as well.
Yes, it is Christian Brooks. Can see his high vis helmet there just in 3rd. So change of position for 3rd again as ahead of them. Finlay Harrison tries to keep Olivier Algieri at arm's length. And there's Lucas Ellingham shooting the gap as well on Ellis Bourchier there. And Bourchier is going to be under pressure immediately from Charlie Field as well. So plenty of battling going in on just amongst the top 10 here. And I'll remind you that there's 20 other karts behind them all having a good battle as well.
I have to say here, looking at Brooks there, the high-vis helmet, the Dayglow helmet's a boon for commentators, isn't it? It makes it so easy to pick them out. There he is. He's held on to that 3rd, actually, from Lorenzo Cordal. There he is. So, actually pulling away now from Cordal. So, Christian Brooks, the 82 in 3rd, trying to close up on Algieri, who was the fastest driver on the track, along with Finlay Harrison. And, well, Brooks would be very well served here just to try and get onto the back of Algieri, because those two are setting a very good pace at the front.
Milo Pilford, I think, got by Charlie Field at the start of this lap as well, so expect to see a change of position over 7th on your timing tower there. No, it wasn't. It was actually Patterson getting by Pilford. There we go. Joshua Patterson now up into 8th place, as here is Lucas Ellingham down the inside of Lorenzo Cordal.
Yeah, he's had a good steady race there, Ellingham, hasn't he? His way through the field.
And let's not forget, that's a repeat of what we saw in heat number 1 of Ellingham getting by Cordal. So that's a battle resumed between those two.
Very close, actually, on the edge of the top 10 as the Harrison and Algieri, the leaders, try to pull away. We're looking at Bourchier, the early leader, now in 6th place. Charlie Field, Joshua Patterson, Milo Pilford, who drops to 9th, and Jerome Phillip, all pretty close there on the edge of the top 10, only a couple of seconds covering them. We're looking at the head of this battle at the moment. And there we see, right nestled in there, is the number 58 Ellis Bourchier, 6th position Charlie Field, incredibly close on the edge of the top 10 as they make their way through Oblivion. The leaders now making their way up to Christmas Corner as Lorenzo Cordal tries to fight back, but Ellingham's got this line covered, and Algieri leaning on Harrison now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being brought to bear now on our race leader. Fastest lap in the race, Algieri had the last time around and managed to close it by just over a tenth of a second, so he is right on the tail. The question will be, does he want to start battling yet, or does he want to give it a little while, see if they can open up a bit of a gap on Christian Brooks? This is similar to what we saw a couple of races ago, where you have to make the judgment as second place. If you genuinely feel you have the pace advantage to take the lead, you go, how quick are those guys behind me actually catching up? Because if we're opening a gap by working together, I'll leave it a few laps. But if this person is quote-unquote slowing me down in a relative sense, I need to get past now and try and open up a gap for myself.
And you've got to be careful sometimes as well, because adding on to that is the fact you don't want to give, if you've got a good line through a particular corner, sometimes you don't want to give the game away to your rival in front. So a bit of tactics here from Algieri. Is he going to stick or twist, you might say? Is he going to go for the lead, or we've still got 2 laps to go plus the 1? He'll see, if he looks at the timing screen, he'll see the time left in the race. So Algieri at the moment has got time on his side here. They're going to get a couple of more laps in before that last lap board. So, but again, we're looking at Brooks. He's closing up in third. So Algieri, tricky moment for him here.
Yeah, and I feel like Brooks and Ellingham are working together here. They can see the opportunity ahead of them. It's not that far up the road. Well, I say that. Ellingham there looked like he was about to go to the inside. We'll see if that paid off this time through. Yes, It did. So Ellingham isn't working together. He's decided he can catch up to the leaders by himself, thank you very much, and has put in the move there. But I don't think they'll have necessarily lost too much time there. Again, there's a slight different mentality as well, potentially, between the heats and the final. Maybe possibly. In the final he'd go, well, hey, there's a big trophy up the road if I can work together with this guy, whereas here he might be going, no, just give me a good slot, and if I catch up, I catch up.
At the moment, Brooks here just tagging onto the back here of Ellingham as they go through third and fourth place. Certainly no big rush at the moment to go for the pass. He's going to bide his time, look at lines here, trying to find a way through, but Ellingham going a little bit defensive, but can afford to take the racing line through Christmas Corner. Brooks still tagging her in there. Is he going to have a look going down towards Ashby? The battle for the lead still pretty close. There's Cordell just a little bit further behind, watching in 5th place. There we see the number 48. Just a little further behind. That's also Bourchier a little bit further behind as well. 28 of Pilford. So that's Johnston, the 8th position driver. As again we look at Brooks going through boots, just tagging onto the back there, just shadowing the 99 of Ellingham as 72 hits trouble. That's further down the field, of course.
Dane Tucker.
Dane Tucker, driver walking away, so evidently well, it looks like some sort of mechanical issue there. Back to the pits. 10 seconds to go, so it'll be 2 laps to go in effect in this race as Harrison leads into Christmas Corner. The rest of the top 10 screaming up towards Christmas Corner. And there we go, the clock down. Next time around will be the last lap, so shaping up here, Howard, to be a good final lap.
Absolutely. This one could be a bit of a grandstand finish here as Ellingham goes defensive on Christian Brooks and goes defensive again into Oziers. Now that's going to mean that Brooks has a better run onto the back straight. Whether he can do anything with it into the boot is a second issue. Here are the leaders, Finley Harrison there. And I think there's some traffic at play as well there. So one of the karts there isn't in our consideration as Ellingham's going defensive there into oblivion of all places. So that's interesting as the traffic gets out of the way. That's good heads-up driving there from the driver in the 92. Good driving, Kyle, who had issues earlier on. So did well to acknowledge that the leaders were coming through. And here come through our race leaders then. I think Algieri is a bit too far back to give Harrison any grief on this last lap.
Here they come then down towards boot for the final time. It looks at the moment like Harrison's done enough. Oh, trouble here.
As tyre rubbing for the 48 of Alex Johnston.
He's got very close to the edge of that top 10, so he should finish the race. That shouldn't cause him too much. Well, he's just got to try and nurse the kart. Harrison wins, Algieri second, Brooks third on the final lap. Cordell fourth, and Ellingham, well, whatever's happened here, we seem to have lost Ellingham, who finishes in 11th place. So whilst we're looking at that battle for the lead there, Howard, I think out of shot, whether that's connected to the issue with Alex Johnston and the rubbing tyre, for whatever reason, the unfortunate Lucas Ellingham drops down to 11th place.
Yep, it's a smoky finish to this one here at Whilton Mill, but that is junior heat, X30 junior heat number 2. That is actually going to bring to an end our second cycle of heats because we've already done X30 seniors. and that means that we're going to be heading into our third cycle of heats now, and that will kick off with Army Cadets.
Here we go then for our third block of racing. The third heat is about to get underway, and we start with the Army Cadets as Jack Mowat will lead them away from Noah Baglin. Romeo Fernandez third, Jensen Jones in fourth, Archie Lovett and Zach Green in sixth position. Seventh is Daniel Amore, Jacob Ashcroft in eighth position. Joseph Katstantonis in ninth. 10th is Harry Curry, Fred Green and Ethan Woodward in 12th position. Phillips and Lawrence Finn in 14th. Henry Carter, Sky Parker, Harry Ewell and Cameron McPhee. And Logan Howes, the number 55, rounding out the field. So the air-cooled warriors, the Army Cadets there we see. There's that smoke.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's a tyre rubbing anymore. It was very smoky on the engine side there. And the tyre looks fine to me. So I think that was a little bit more fundamental a problem there.
Seems like that, doesn't it?
For Alex Johnston at the end of that one.
I hope it's not the radiator split, because that could be costly rebuild, couldn't it? Especially on the two strokes like that. So the radiator a bit exposed there. We see that in motocross sometimes when the radiators go and all the water drops out, as you can imagine. It's very quickly before the engine cooks. So I hope he saved the kart there.
Yeah, it's
this is me sticking my head out the window and guessing there. I wouldn't like to say for definite.
That's fine. But
of course, these two-stroke karts, all this race series, sealed engines, which is pretty much what it says on the tin. They're not permitted to work on the engines as such, in reasons of fair competition.
Yeah.
So that would necessitate, if potentially there's an engine trouble, that would necessitate just putting another engine in for the time being, wouldn't it? Because it would be very good mechanic to do a two-stroke rebuild in that sort of time.
It would, yeah, it'd be. Yes, that would be quite the effort there. Just a slight pause then as the Honda Cadets are getting ready, and here they come out onto the track. I didn't mean Honda Cadets, I meant Army Cadets. There we go. I'll get with it eventually. It's because they threw the seniors and the juniors the other way around. It's thrown me off. But yes, Jack Mowat then with some good opportunities to get points in this championship, and I'll remind you all that he did come into today second in that championship. So he's going to want to get some good points on the board if he can, because so far he hasn't had the points tally of Joseph Katsantonis, who came into today as our championship leader. So good opportunity for him to get some good points and secure as good a grid position as he can for the trophy final. 36 points on offer for the win in a heat, but also they'll be looking to get the optimum grid position across from the results across their heats, in order to line up as high as they can when we get to our trophy finals.
I say again, of course, shout out to the air-cooled brigade here. It's a sort of engine that goes back to decades in karting. Of course, the days of Terry Fullerton and Senna Lake Speed, those sort of days in the 70s. Air-cooled two-strokes, and still in the 21st century, a very competitive engine, but unfortunately couldn't get them away this time as the full start flag goes out.
I obviously just wanted you to tell us more. I don't know about the fantastic machines out on display. I don't know, but we will go around again for the full start.
Now, in fairness, I'll bet you could do if you were skilled enough, you could probably rebuild an air-cooled two-stroke very quickly. There's not much to them, really.
Yeah, that's true. They're mechanically quite simple, aren't they? So
I've heard plenty of tales from motocross in the times gone past of the old, they're called Makos, this is how old, West German bikes from the 70s, and you could pretty much rebuild the engine between a race because they were air-cooled big bore two-strokes. Nothing much you can do with them, really. Very fundamentally basic engine to work on.
Absolutely.
Here we go. This looks good.
It does, doesn't it? Let's hope they can keep that.
Just trying to keep each other in check.
Space. They're like, no, we want to go racing. We want to go racing. And I think that's because Mowat knows. Mowat knows this is a good opportunity for his points.
Yeah. Oh, again, he's slowing them down.
Here we go then.
Will
he get his wish?
No. Oh, dear. That's a shame. Oh, they tried so hard there, didn't they?
Yeah,
I think it wasn't for lack of effort by the front runners, at least.
That looked better to me.
Yeah.
But yes, it looked better. But I still don't want to be here scoring how starts look coming around Paddock Bend. We want to see some racing, and hopefully this time round they'll be able to stick it in formation.
So I don't know the clerk of the course here at Whilton Mill personally, but from my experience of racing, the clerk of the course, it's quite a abrasive position, you would say. They've got to be almost like the referee. And they tend to be hard but fair characters, you would say. They won't mess around if somebody's messing around and not really doing what they're supposed to be.
And I think as well there'll be a factor of, they don't want to instill in these particularly young drivers. They want to set the example right
Definitely.
now, and that's why we saw the X30 juniors pulled to one side earlier, and that's why I think they're being cruel to be kind now.
I think that's a good shout there. Mowers again, though, you just saw him waving just to slow him down again. Yeah. He's playing his part, isn't he?
Yeah, he really wants to get this underway. How are we this time around? They're in the tram lines in the first few rows.
Just the
they're
back there,
still
wasn't
not
it?
happy, though.
Yeah. That seemed to be the drivers towards the back there. The front 4 or 5 seemed quite nice there through the tram lines, didn't they? Oh, red flag again.
Flag. So we might be seeing a bit of a repeat of what happened with our X30 juniors.
Tell you what, poor Jack Mowat there, the number 23, he'll be disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the mood he'll be lining up next to the clerk of the course and telling off his fellow drivers once. He was certainly playing his part, wasn't he?
I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting to see what transpires here at Whilton Mill, why don't we show for all of you watching along at home some of the things that you can get up to here at the Whilton Mill karting and outdoor facilities.
So there we are, just a brief overview of what you can get up to at Whilton Mill. This is available to everyone, so if you like what you're looking here at the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit and Whilton Mill Kart Club, for all ages you would say, of course, there's junior karting on the beginners track, which is just behind the clubhouse here, separate from the main karting circuit. There's various different circuit layouts here at Whilton Mill. So even if you're new to karting, there's nothing stopping you coming along to what's, for a better phrase, the corporate karts. They're similar type of engines to the Honda Cadets, the Honda 4-stroke engines, and anyone can turn up. The equipment's all supplied, helmets, overalls and so forth. And this Whilton Mill circuit on the outskirts of Daventry, Northamptonshire, sandwiched between the A5 and the M1 motorway. It's pretty much in the centre of the UK. Why not come along and give it a go yourself? And it's not just karting, of course. You've got the quad biking and even the clay pigeon shooting as well. So plenty of action, always available here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. At the moment, the Army Cadets have been pulled off the circuit. Another issue with repeated full starts. So we've had a heads up there, Howard. I think it looks like we're going to be going through to Honda Cadets very shortly.
The Honda Cadets are on the dummy grid, and also the clerk of the course is consulting as to whether we're going to have shortened finals as a result of these delays. Usually it's 8 minutes for a heat and 12 minutes for the finals, but of course we've had some delays here. Partially, for example, you had the stoppage due to Johnny Pettit's incident earlier on in X30 juniors, and also another incident at the start of the X30 seniors where we had to tend to a marshal. Now those things, that's absolutely right and proper that we quote unquote lose some time for that. Keeping to schedule is unimportant compared to everybody's safety and well-being. But we've also seen a lot of time lost due to repeated false starts, and I think the clerk of the course is consulting on that now, because we've got to keep to a certain schedule here. We're pushing through lunch with all of our marshals and teams here at the circuit. And we do need to keep this one to schedule. So we'll wait to see on that one. I can report, though, that the Honda Cadets are waiting in the pit lane, the dummy grid they're in, and I think we're going to see them go out, and we'll probably see a repeat with the Army Cadets Heat 3 with what we saw with X30 Juniors, which is they basically get effectively sin-binned for a race.
That's it, yeah.
And then... but the message, we could see Jack Mowat really trying to...
He was trying to, was waving him down, wasn't he, the leader of the Army Cadets.
Appeal to his contemporaries there of, please, no, let's get this underway. But it's important that everyone acknowledges that. And I have, my opinion is, irrelevant, of course, because I am not an official in any way, shape or form, but I have to say it's not the first time I've seen it this season commentating on it, so I do think it's right that an example is set. However, we are now going into Honda Cadets Heat number 3.
So here we jump straight through to the start of Honda Cadets. This is heat number 3. The drivers on their formation lap now, and let's see how they will line up. One driver hitting a little bit of trouble there, going up towards Christmas Corner, but Noah Pikes will lead them away from Jack Stimson, Theo Champney in 3rd from Jensen Pugh, Mason Thurlow, David Richcourt in 6th position, Brendan James, Adam Hill, Kai Clark, and Jack Owen Drawbridge rounding up the top 10. So looks like it will be an exciting start to this Honda Cadet race. Some decent drivers a little bit further down the field as well. Just looking at some of the names here, Sebastiano Tezeo starting in 14th was at the front of the grid in the first race. Mayan Patel, Oliver Sander, Alessio Lamalfa, the drivers lining up here. This, of course, is the only race in our block of racing here that has a standing start. These Honda Cadet 4-strokes, as we said, of course, at the start of the programme here, it's a very fundamental engine that goes back many decades in karting, and this is a similar sort of idea to what they call this at the Sodi karts, the corporate karts that drive here at Whilton Mill week in, week out, but a lot smaller frames, smaller driver, and they're pretty quick.
Absolutely, yeah, no, they a long-serving Honda Cadet class that, as you say, it's similar to Sodi kart. You know, it's accessible, it's cost-effective, it's about getting young drivers into the sport and giving them the opportunity to go racing.
So here they go, lining up then for their third. This will be, of course, the final heat race, going through to the finals later on. So let's hope that we get a full quota of time for the heat, because the Clark, of course, they will lose, for want of a better phrase, lose patience with the drivers in the end if there's repeated offences with the full starts, and they'll cut some time off those finals to keep the programme on schedule.
Absolutely. The drivers will get lined up there. We've got a little bit of car park. No, after you. No, I thought I was in this space. Are you leaving this space? Yes, I am. I'm on the wrong grid slot. So they'll line up now.
I think they mean well, these younger drivers, don't they?
Yeah.
Until the flag drops, of course, then it's gloves off. But here we go. So it looks like, of course, we had some issues in the second heat earlier. I think there was a bit of a mix-up with drivers jumping into the wrong positions on the grid, but this looks a bit better. I think just checking everyone's ready. Of course, a standing start. We see the marshal at the back there just making sure everyone's in the correct position. And I've been consulting his notebook there, I think, isn't he?
I'll wait for the thumbs up on that front. And there it is.
I think there was an issue with the driver at the back there, just making sure they were ready, but whatever it is okay. So here we go, Honda Cadet heat number 3, and the lights go out, away they go. You can see them bouncing to get the traction there further back, but a good start for the number 22 of Noah Pikes. Nice line into oblivion for the first time. Of course, it's a standing start, so they've got to pick up the speed. Oh, he's got himself wrong there.
Him though, yeah. Jack Stimson from grid number 2 had a good start there and got alongside. Dream start for him into the lead of the race. Behind him, I think it's Theo Champney as round.
Number 40, that was bad luck there for the number 40 of Oliver Majewski. He was doing everything right there, guarding the inside line, but just got caught up in a bit of a melee there. It seems like Majewski's okay. Gets trouble on the approach down to Ashby as well. That was the 88, I believe.
It looked to me like 98, Ethan Weldon. So he'll be on a bit of a recovery drive here. Here is the battle at the lead, though. Jack Stimson ahead of Mason Thurlow, who's had a great start from 5th on the grid, to now be challenging for the lead as they come round to finish this first lap. It is Jack Stimson who leads ahead of Mason Thurlow. Theo Champney in 3rd, Noah Pikes managing to recover from being forced out wide at turn 2 there to 4th, and 5th is Jensen Pugh at the moment, but Pugh's not happy with that. Here's the battle for the lead. Here's the battle for 4th place as well. Pugh down the inside of Pikes and has made that stick, but it looks to me like Champney has got through on Thurlow for 2nd place as well.
Stimson there driving very aggressively and defensively into Christmas Corner, sacrificing, of course, pace on the track to keep those faster drivers behind. And, of course, the likes of the 32-inch shot there has been very good this afternoon. Riley Bishop, actually fastest driver on the track last time round, up to 8th position at the moment. And there's some quick drivers making their way through as, again, he has another look, doesn't he, down the inside into boots.
There's Bishop on Owen Drawbridge, and there's a change for the lead as well. Theo Champney has got past Stimson there. So it is Champney to the lead, Stimson in second, Thurlow in third, Jensen Pugh, Riley Bishop, and Jack Owen Drawbridge was able to hold off Harrison Whitcomb. In fact, where has Riley Bishop up to fifth, sorry, of course. As there is Riley Bishop now getting by Jensen Pugh, so that's up to fourth for Riley. And meanwhile, there's another change for the lead there. Is that Mason Thurlow to the lead?
Yeah, it's all very close here because these faster drivers in the top 10 are making their way through to the front. Some pretty decent drivers at the front as well, of course, so they're all getting merged together. And again, Riley Bishop has positioned that kart very well, especially on the approach to Christmas Corner. Gets it down the inside nice and early, aggressive again down the inside, gets those front wheels in there. Very intimidating drive, I'd almost say, making the move on Champney, who drops down, but Champney fights back.
Yeah, good drive off of the second part of the boot for Champney, and he was able to fight back there. All of this, though, is going to allow Mason Thurlow to open up a bit of a gap. They're side by side through Oblivion in the crook, and there, Riley Bishop goes down the inside, but he's going to go out wide on the exit, and that's going to allow Champney to maybe fight back behind him as well. Jack Stimson is defending against pretty much everybody in Northamptonshire. Harrison Whitcomb down the inside. Jensen Pugh fancied it as well, but didn't have the opportunity. But Whitcomb is up to fourth, and Riley Bishop is able to hold on to second. Brilliant exchanges here in Honda Cadets.
Very much a case almost of stick or twist going into Christmas Corner, especially down to Ashby as well. It's drivers going very aggressive down the inside to guard that apex and stop out-braking manoeuvre. But again, they're sacrificing time there because they haven't got an ideal entrance into the corner from that inside line. So it's all pretty tight. Of course, there's still 4.5 minutes to go, plus the one lap Thurlow. This is all playing into Thurlow's hands, of course. But Riley Bishop is now in second. The driver to watch out for now is the number 32, who has been on great form this weekend. Fastest lap of the race, 53.95 for the number 32 as we look at Theo Champney, previous race leader, now in third. Just, there we go, again, just trying to catch on to the back of Riley Bishop. 60 on the move as well. Jensen Pugh's looking good.
Yeah, and also further back, Ben Simpson's on a charge. As onto the grass goes Jack Stimson, and there is Ben Simpson who's on a charge. I was just about to mention him. He made up 2 positions on the last lap, and then on this lap, he's been able to get past Jack Owen Drawbridge, and now past Jack Stimson having taken to the grass.
Not surprised there to see a penalty for Harrison Whitcomb on that move with Jack Stimson. It was a bit unfortunate there for Stimson, who had to really back out of that one because the wheels got picked up there. Frightening moment there for Stimson. He was brave just to back out of it, just keep the kart under control. That could have gone seriously wrong, so Whittingham picking up a penalty. And at the front, it looks like Riley Bishop is really starting to put the pressure on the race leader Thurlow as the leaders go up towards Christmas Corner and he's got take the lead. Yeah.
He's got it done, yeah. I was going to say there were 3/100ths of a second across the line, so I imagine he got the job done into Oblivion. Behind them, Champney and Whitcomb are battling away. Champney still able to cling on to that one for now. The change for the lead, as you say.
Just noticed again there, Champney just gesticulating, isn't he? He's just trying to say, stick on to the back here. We want to try and get with these guys in front.
Yeah, and he's well to do that at the moment because there's still 3 minutes left on the clock. It's not quite time for the battle for third to happen in earnest yet, I don't think. I think he's right to make that call. Riley Bishop, though, now will be looking to try and break the toe of Mason Thurlow, if at all possible. Thurlow, of course.
Not giving up, though, is he?
No, absolutely.
And the thing is, looking at the lap charts, of course, lap times and track position don't always equate to the same thing, but Champney and Whittingham, the two drivers just going through there now, third and fourth, are not that much slower than the two leaders. So again, we'll see what Champney does, how he communicates with his rival. I think Champney wants to just try and keep Whittingham behind him for now, still with 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Because Champney in third, he can see that those leaders are not too far away. And if they start battling the top two drivers, they'll be in there with a shout for the win.
Yeah, exactly that. And Whitcomb had a bit of a think about it into Christmas, but I think he's broadly on message at the moment. Elliot Potter, by the way, in fifth, has been doing well to work his way up the field. He's battled his way up through the top 10 up to that position at the moment. He's some nearly 1.5 seconds back from that third place battle. Here are the leaders. Riley Bishop, Mason Thurlow. 90 seconds left on the clock, and actually looks to me visually like third place they are reeling them in, although timing tells me otherwise, that the gap actually went out between Thurlow and Champney on that lap by 1/4 of a second. So
still fairly close here. It's certainly a Again, a slightly incorrect move by Thurlow here and blocking off Bishop, and they immediately be in there with Champney and Whittingham third and fourth. So again, you would say that Thurlow's got to be careful here in second place, because they've got that little bit of a cushion at just over 1 second. There's the 28 in second. As you can see on the track there, gives a good indication, just over 1 second cushion. So at the moment they're separate, but certainly wouldn't want to back the rest of the top 10 into this battle for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Looked to me like Ben Simpson may have got by Jensen Pugh in the back of shot. That was just a thing I saw flash through there. I could be wrong, but either way, they're very close together on track at the moment. Elliot Potter in fifth, currently running a little bit on his own. So there are your top two, Riley Bishop and Thurlow. Then comes Champney and Whitcomb. And yes, it was a change for Ben Simpson and Jensen Pugh. So good battle happening there for those two. They'll be looking to try and catch up onto the back. But you see here how Elliot Potter is doing a good job of reeling these two in, as there's a moment there for the 81 of Oliver Gibson.
That's on the final corner on the exit boot, isn't it? But he recovered well, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a stylish little swerve around there to keep going. This is your battle over third place, and now the gloves do come off. Now Whittingham shoots down the inside of Wilkins, and Elliot Potter behind them will have just gone, I think I can smell opportunity ahead of me here if they start battling.
Good tactics there from Whittingham. I think he sat behind Champney for as long as he could, and he'll be aware that the number 17 is closing up. There's a back marker just to take the time and get past now around the final corner, which could cause trouble.
That's going to be an opportunity. They're going to go side by side. There's a bit of spar, 98, and that's the opportunity for Elliot Potter as well, who sweeps through on Whittingham, and Whittingham's going to feel a little bit aggrieved there. Although it's difficult for the traffic to move out the way in paddock, so it's you know.
In fairness to the back marker, just holding position there is probably about the best thing you can do sometimes. You see the blue flag.
I mean, going right to the highest level, what are GT sports cars told to do when there are prototypes going by? Hold your line.
Hold your line, yeah. I think the back marker got it right. And of course, I always say with the blue flags, the back markers, their race, they've paid their money, and their race is just as important as the leaders. So etiquette's in there, but they shouldn't jump out of the way on the other side of things as well. So
absolutely. Riley Bishop then is coming towards the end of this lap. I don't think there's any pressure being brought to bear by Mason Thurlow that's going to threaten him, albeit the gap is half a second. There we go. Riley Bishop will come round to take the last of the heat wins in Honda Cadets for today. One would imagine he's going to have one of the better grid slots for the trophy final. Mason Thurlow in second. Elliot Potter, brilliant race up through the field to take third at the end there, and Harrison Whitcomb got by on Theo Champney as well. So that was a great battle for those three drivers. Ben Simpson in 6th, 7th for Jensen Pugh. Jack Stimson in the end finished 8th. David Wiscore is in 9th. Charlie Mills in 10th. Better result for Charlie than we saw in heat number 2. Jacko in Drawbridge, Mayan Patel, Brendan James, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Majewski, Noah Pikes, Adam Hill, Sebastiano Tuzeo, Callum Wilson, and Oliver Sander round out your top 20. Unless I'm much mistaken, are we going back into those cadets out the window? We are.
I think so. They're getting ready. Shout out there, I think, as well, before we cut to that, to Patel in 12th position. Mayan Patel, novice driver. That's the black background with white numbers indicating a novice driver, so it's a pretty good deal out there. Only shade off 10 seconds off the leader, so well done Patel there.
Yeah, really, really good spot that, and a good drive there, as you say, from Patel. I'm just going to double check what's outside.
They look
they look like Army cadets, and that is the right grid order. So we are going to go into a rerun of heat number 3 for Army cadets. Let's go through your grid then, which is hopefully going to get a bit further on than just being a grid for your heat number 3 in Army Cadets. Jack Mowat and Noah Baglin will be on row number 1. Romeo Fernandez and Jensen Jones on row 2. Archie Lovett and Zach Green make up row 3. Daniel Amor and Jacob Ashcroft are 4. Row 5 is Joseph Katzentonis and Harry Curry. Then it's Fred Green and Ethan Woodward on row number 6. Row number 7 will be Oliver Phillips and Lawrence Finn. Henry Carter and Sky Parker make up row number 8. Row 9 will be Harry Ewell and Cameron McPhee. And then Logan Howes will round out your 19 kart grid. The second grid of the day, where the drivers have had a little bit of a talking to. We're going to rerun it, and we're going to see if they can get the start nailed here and get it to the liking of the clerk of the course. I think, if I'm being honest, I would say that the full start calls for this class were slightly harsher than the ones we saw for X30 Junior.
Possibly,
as in I think they were closer to the mark. They were closer to getting it right, but they still nevertheless managed not to get it right enough times. And as we said earlier, Chris, it's important for them to instill the right ethic into these drivers early on in their careers.
Well, I think the clerk of the course at all levels of both two-wheeled and four-wheeled sports, they tend to be almost like the football referee. It's almost a figurehead point. It's the one who's in for the flak, and it's the one who almost sets the tone of how a race meeting is going to go ahead. So I think the clerk of the course are just nipping things in the bud, you would say. It was one or two issues in the previous Army race, so I think he just made a stand there, just bring them in and have a word, and especially being younger drivers, perhaps instill that in there as well.
Absolutely.
And it's just a case of respecting the race etiquette, really, just making sure they respect the start of the race. It looks better this time, so fingers crossed.
It looks a lot better, doesn't it? But the flag goes out. The flag does go out, so they're not happy with something there.
Just seemed almost like the middle seemed to drift out a bit there. But as I was saying, it's one of the important things the clerk of the course has got to do is make sure that race etiquette is instilled through all competitors, all age groups, not just the kids, but the older drivers as well. Because if people start thinking they'll get away with the rules, it's fine margins in motorsport. If people will see a chance to take advantage of somebody not really enforcing the rules, they'll certainly put a foot in the door and go for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, it's something that's been happening throughout the season, and to be honest, I haven't seen it quite so much from
look
the
at poor
cadets.
Jack Mowat there. He's a
Mowat.
frustrated figure.
Yeah, he really wants to get on with this one, doesn't he? He's not interested, as indeed none of us are, really. Oh, but we have actually got a stricken Kart in the background.
That's Lawrence
number
Finn,
19.
I think, number 19.
Oh, dearie me. Are they going to be able to do a start? Poor Jack Mowat might not know that it's a legitimate full start if this gets put out.
It's going to get put out already,
I wouldn't be
surprised.
too surprised. We have got a stricken
He's on
Kart.
the infielder, yeah.
Oh, he's going to... This one's legitimate, folks. It's fine. There's a stricken Kart out there in the form of the number 19.
You've got to feel for Jack Mowat because there's only... Oh, look at number 99 there as well. Again, they're losing patience here for Fernandez.
It's right. It's right that they are, though, going...
They've got the right idea, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And I think that's, the red flag had the right effect.
Yeah.
But yes, hopefully Lawrence Finn, though, genuinely was off the back of the pack there.
And again, Jack Mowat, he's doing a bit of a clerk of the course himself here, isn't he? There's only so much that the guys at the front can do. They can look after themselves, can't they, and just control the pace. But
yeah, and we noted before the red flag was called that we observed that the front rows of the grid did, by and large, seem to stick to it. So it's you've just got to focus on what you can do.
Look after yourself, really, isn't it? It's those guys further back. They're drawn between holding position again in a good start as well. It's it's like a gunslinger situation almost, isn't it?
It is. Right, we've ratcheted up the pressure if this is a good start because we've had several attempts. And it's called good. Jack Mowat leads them away into oblivion in our Army cadets, and he manages to retain that. Noah Baglin slots into second place as they head up the hill. I'm delighted to say it looks like a largely clean start through 1 and 2 as well. As up to Christmas Corner, I can see the 53 of Zach Green trying to make early advantage as well as through down into Ashby Corner. Jack Mowat has had the dream start. Gosh, wouldn't he have been felt crestfallen if after all of that hype for the start he hadn't have been able to retain it. But for now, he has had exactly the start that he needed to and leads them as they come through Osiers for the first time under racing conditions.
Looks nice at the start here for Jack Mowat. He did everything right at the start, got a good jump on the field. He's got the 96 of Noah Baglin behind him. Now, this is an important couple of laps here for Mowat. He's got a good start. Goes around boot onto the finish line straight for the first time. We'll have a look at the gap, and then perhaps next time I get more of an idea. But Mowat with a good opening lap there, just under 55 seconds. Noah Baglin, the 96 in second, we just saw Mowat having a quick glance over the shoulder. And some quick guys coming through, of course. We've got Zach Green in fourth position, going down the inside into third on Christmas Corner on the 28 of Archie Lovett. This is a very important couple of laps here for the race leader, Jack Mowat, the 23. He's had all that frustration at the start of the race with the consistent full starts, and now he's got a cool head here, trying to break away from the rest of the top 10.
Lawrence Finn hasn't been able to take to the start of this one, by the way, so we are down to 18 runners, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see him again in the finals. But look at this, Zach Green with the pace on the number 96 of Noah Baglin, and he's got by, and Baglin is immediately under pressure from Fred Green as well, who's trying to come through here. So some real fast movers through the field here. Jack Mowat now has Zach Green to worry about in second place. Noah Baglin holding on for third, but Fred Green is looking racy here as he's got past Archie Lovett on that last front. Here is Fred Green going either way, trying to sell the dummy. He'll get a later apex, he'll get better drive. Can he do anything with it? Oh, that's good positioning there actually from Baglin to just deter a move, but he is going to try into Ashby as Fred Green and gets the job done. Yeah, that was nice driving all round there, to be honest. Noah Baglin was trying to just dissuade Fred from making that move, but Fred still wasn't being intimidated and went for the move in the end, but that was a nice exchange between these two young drivers.
Yeah, a nice bit of close quarters action there, and again, they're just staying on the right side of competitive. Early days in this race, still plenty of time to go. Again, Mauer just trying to pull away at the front. Romeo Fernandez, incidentally, if you look at your timing screen, down in 18th position, hit trouble on the previous lap, drops right to the back of the field. Well, let's have a look at the 96 here. This is Baglin, currently fourth, and having to drive defensively here because there's a backlog of drivers behind there. 28 having a look down the inside, not close enough to go for the pass there though, was Archie Lovett. Zach Green, incidentally, fastest driver on the track last time round, 53.3. Henry Carter picking up a mechanical flag down in 12th place. Look at this out of Ashby though, as they all scramble for power out of the corner. And a nice move there from Archie Lovett, who's made the move on Noah Baglin. And now look at this logjam behind now. He's really got to try and pull away.
Yeah, and Ethan Woodward managed to get past Jacob Ashcroft as well for sixth in that, as there's a change for the lead here at the head of the field. Zach Green has got by on Jack Mowat, and Fred Green has joined them as well as they come on to lap number 5 of this one. Jack's still there with Zach though. There's opportunity there. Changes of position confirmed between Lovett and Baglin, and also Woodward and Ashcroft. Here comes Fred Green though on Jack Mowat down the inside of Christmas Corner, and he has got that job done.
Yeah, Fred Green, fastest driver on the track last time round with a 53.11. Really good pace at the mid-stage of this Army Cadet Heat number 3. And at the moment, the man in form is the second place driver, the number 98 of Fred Green, just trying to close up on Zach Green now, the driver in shot number 53, who in turn is trying to break away at the front. Mowat's still hanging on in there in third place. He'll want to get a pull from these two race leaders, so Mowat, the early pace setter, at the moment in third. He's got some pretty quick drivers coming up behind him though. And there we see Mowat just trying to tag on, but now the man who's got to defend is the 53 of Zach Green, because here we go. Let's have a look at Fred Green in second. 98 gets a good drive through Oblivion. And here they come out up to Christmas Corner. It looks like Green is going to make a move down the inside. It's going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely. Fred Green's very strong up this straight, it seems to me, but he thinks better of putting a move in there. So it's Zach Green for now as they come down into Ashby. But here Fred Green goes for it. It's going to be side by side at the apex. Nicely done though. They do give each other racing room, and that is a change for the lead. Green now ahead of Green, where once Green was ahead of Green.
Now it's still there third, as Henry Carter still got that black flag. I think that was due to the mechanical issue. The black flag certainly nothing to do with driver conduct. And, well, here we go. Green on Green, 98 and 53. And we saw the new race leader, number 98, Fred Green, just, again, gesticulating, trying to get a pull now on Zach Green, just come down the track, stay ahead of the drivers further down. I think Sky Parker may have picked up a penalty as well, further in the top 10.
Yeah, Noah Baglin's dropped down on that lap. So I wonder if there was any contact or not, a little bit of overly robust driving there between Parker and Baglin. That's speculation, but a possibility. Jacob Ashcroft, a beneficiary as well, has got up to 7th as a result. Joseph Katzentonis just got himself into the top 10 though, got by Daniel Lemore and our currently highest placed novice driver in the form of Logan Howes on that last lap. So he is making progress up through the field.
Yeah, Katzentonis there in 10th position now, the number 12, very strong driver in this group, and just trying to get his way through the leading bunch of drivers who are battling for that top 10. But here we see these two at the front here, Green and Green, so 98 from 53. And the driver in second, Zach Green, at the moment is just sitting on the back of the new race leader, Fred Green, certainly not going for any rash manoeuvres here, just keeping the pace on as they battle over up to Christmas Corner. And again, Zach Green choosing not to dive down the inside into Christmas corner. Jack Mowat doing a great job here of tagging onto these two race leaders. And at the moment, Harry, moving now towards the final minute and a half of this race. The two race leaders, Green and Green, are just tactical here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry Carter's in the pits at the moment. That's for a black flag that was issued about a lap ago. And there's a few penalties flashing on the board here. We mentioned Sky Parker with a penalty. Logan Howes also with a penalty. So there's a few of those being handed out by race control for misdemeanors out there. As we're going to come round onto the penultimate lap just.
Yeah,
it was nearly the anti-penultimate, but we're on penultimate. Good battle there. It was just in your shot there, the battle between Archie Lovett and Jacob Ashcroft, Sky Parker and Joseph Katzentonis. That pack of karts quite close together in their exchanges over 5th place downwards.
And again, Zach Green having a peek down the inside, not going for the pass at the moment. It's going to be tight, but I think it is the penultimate lap here. So this might be ramped up a bit. Of course, Henry Carter picking up the black flag with a mechanical issue. He's out of the race. Everything goes on regardless as the unfortunate Romeo Fernandez cut adrift at the back of the field. But all the action here is between the number 98 Fred Green and 53 Zach Green in second. Jack Mowat still hanging on in there in 3rd place, ready to capitalise if anything happens on just about this final lap. There's the last lap board going out now. That's good timing for Fred Green. What it does mean now is Zach Green, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 53.05, is going to try and make a move. And now Fred Green knows the gloves are off. He goes defensive. Zach Green tries the outside. He's going to try on the switchback here after Christmas corner going down to Ashby. Fred Green covers the apex nicely, but leaves himself open down to Ashby.
Down he goes then into the braking zone of that hairpin, and it's a beautiful move from Zach Green, but Fred Green is going to try and come alongside. He tries to get his nose in front, but can't do. Is he going to try something into Ozier's? It's going to have to be from a fair way back. He does have a think, I think, but he's right on the bumper, so it's only the boot section to go. Zach Green going defensive. Fred Green is going to look. Oh, and he's just got a little bit out of sorts.
Jack Mowat here?
Jack Mowat is going to smell the opportunity there. Yes, he is down the inside of boot number 3, and it's going to be Zach Green who takes the win on the last lap of heat number 3. Jack Mowat in second. Fred Green in third. Ethan Woodward in fourth. 5th for Jacob Ashcroft. Joseph Katzentonis 6th in the end. Archie Lovett as well making a bit of late progress up to 7th. Sky Parker in 8th. 9th for Oliver Phillips. Noah Bagdon in 10th, and it was Logan Howes, the highest place of our novice drivers, in 11th. Daniel Lamour, Jensen Jones, Harry Curry in 14th, Harry Ewell in 15th, 16th for Cameron McPhee, Romeo Fernandez in 17th, and Henry Carter. I did see a black flag being awarded, Romeo Fernandez beating Cameron McPhee actually on that last lap for 16th. I did say Henry Carter got a black flag. I wonder if it was a mechanical.
I think it was a mechanical issue.
Yeah, that one ended in the pits.
And I have to say, well done to Jack Mowat. That's why you certainly don't throw in the towel when there's faster drivers pulling away in front of you. He didn't give up there, Mowat, and his persistence paid off because there was a bit of a coming together slightly in the boot section. And, of course, Green lost a bit of time. Mowat straight through there, so certainly didn't give up, and very well deserved 2nd place.
We will now return to your programmes as written, ladies and gentlemen. Up next will be Heat 3 in Minimax. Right then, just as a few things are being recovered there from our Army cadets, let's have a look at our Minimax Heat 3 grid. Woody Radford and Joe Garraway will start this one from the front row of the grid with William Ray and Harry Linden on row number 2. Row 3 is Chase Fernandez and Oliver Smith. And then row 4 will be Sasha Bagley and Leo Purches. There they are. Ben Crosley and Ronnie Bellew will be row 5. There they are. There we go. Oliver Carr and Charlie Payne-Jones will be row number 6. Row 7 will be Matt McFarquhar and Bobby Rosier. Katie Ashman and Seth Hathaway will make up row number 8 from your 16 kart grid, which has had probably the best ratio of entertainment to number of karts of any class here today. It's been not short of entertainment here for our Minimax field. It will be a standing start for these drivers. Harry Linden, of course, starting on the second row of the grid, will be looking for some good points. He's been, to round out what has been a very good run of points to set him up for potential pole in the trophy final of this one. Still those trophy finals to come. Interesting, the anti-pole side of the grid looking a little bit off there. That's going to be a full start. That's everyone's in the wrong order there. To me, that looked like William Ray was on the wrong side of the grid. Oh no, that's because he had an issue. He's going very slow there. That's a little bit more excusable. I think that was a kart failure literally at the critical moment there. So I will give benefit of the doubt to these Minimax runners here as the sun beams down on Whilton Mill Kart Circuit here. Do hope you're enjoying the action being brought to you courtesy of your Alpha Live stream with commentary from myself, Howard Mitchell, from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and also Chris Sora, as we look to get this one underway again. So I think William Ray may be out of this one. I can't see him in grid position there. Here we go then. Woody Radford leads them away. It's a good start into oblivion, but it's a good start for the anti-pole side of the grid. And I think Joe Garraway and indeed Harry Linden may have got themselves up into first and second. It was a great start for the anti-pole side of the grid there. As up the hill you can see Leo Purchase trying to make some early manoeuvres there in the 71 car. He just got by Oliver Carr there on the way up the hill as through Ashby for the first time they go. Clean so far. Through Wilkins, downhill braking into Osiers, and Harry Linden's going to go for it. And that was a beautifully judged move from Linden. You've got to give it to him. He's driving beautifully today. Into the boot they go. Through the second part of the boot, missing the apex at 3, and then sweeping through paddock, carrying as much speed as he can without going over track limits. So Harry Linden it is who leads this one ahead of Joe Garraway, Woody Radford, and Ben Crossley on row number 2. Row 3, Chase Fernand, row 3 even, I'm not doing a grid anymore. So many grids that we've done today. Let's try it again. Woody Radford in 3rd and Ben Crossley in 4th. And that is Ben Crossley trying down the inside of Woody Radford at Ashby. And immediately Radford is also going to be under pressure, and there's a little bit of a touch there with the wheel of Chase Fernandez in the number 90 kart. As well as behind them, I think that was Bobby Rosier maybe trying to make some progress. As there's the 71 behind them with Leo Purchase, and now Fernandez goes through on Radford, and Radford is immediately passed by Leo Purchase as well. So a lot of change there. Harry Linden, Joe Garraway, Ben Crossley, Chase Fernandez in 4th now. Leo Purchase in 5th, Woody Radford in 6th, and it was Bobby Rosier going by Oliver Carr. As here is Leo Purchase down the inside of Chase Fernandez into Christmas corner. Nice move there by Leo Purchase. He's been driving very well as Purchase here today. I think he's had some really good racecraft to show today. And there is the 66 of Woody Radford trying to get back on Chase Fernandez. Onto the back straight they come. Still Harry Linden in the lead of this one. Out of your shots, further up the road. Into the boot comes Woody Radford. He's got Bobby Rosier trying to tuck under him. Bobby Rosier, oh, that was close. And Rosier is going to be immediately under pressure from Oliver Carr. In fact, yeah, he is. He's going to be under pressure from Oliver Smith as well. Here is Oliver Smith, though, with Seth Hathaway, a novice driver, on his tail. 16 there as well as Charlie Payne-Johns. This is a battle fairly far down the order. Linden with a 1 second gap to Joe Garraway. Garraway under pressure from Crossley, though, still for second, as we see there Bobby Rosier looking for any opportunity to get past Woody Radford, and he's going to try to Osiers as well. And that's about the 3rd half attempt there that hasn't quite paid off, and that really does leave him exposed to Oliver Carr and indeed Oliver Smith on the way into the boot. But somehow Rosier is going to live to find another lap in that position. Harry Linden, your leader then. Joe Garraway in 2nd. And he's really under pressure from Ben Crossley as well, actually. But we're here with Bobby Rosier, now going down the inside of Woody Radford. And, oh, who's that with an issue? Pulling off to drivers, that's Joe Garraway. I think that's Joe Garraway with an issue. Oh, and that's going to drop him out of second place. Well, something there's happened to him, because I'm sure that was the 58 there. He seems to have resumed at pace now in amongst the pack, so I'm not sure if that was an incident maybe between himself and Crossley, but something had slowed him down quite a bit there. Here is Leo Purchase now on the tail of Ben Crossley. They're all promoted up a position. A penalty being shown for the 87 of Matt McFarquhar. Ben Crossley feeling the need to go defensive. In fact, no, he doesn't go defensive. It opens the door and leaves it open for Leo Purchase to go through into second place. Chase Fernandez as well, right behind them. Harry Linden 4.3 seconds up the road from this battling trio as Crossley goes down the inside of Wilkins. Nice move there from Ben Crossley. Don't see too many moves into Wilkins, but really got that one done nicely. Yeah, Purchase will try and come back at him at the next available opportunity if Chase Fernandez doesn't get him first. Lap number 7 then of Heat 3 in our mini-max class. Still the X30 Minis, juniors and seniors to go after this for their third heat as Leo Purchase goes down the inside of Crossley again. This time into Christmas, Crossley will get a great switch back off of Boxing Day and Inkermans. Will he have an opportunity to fight back into Ashby? He's thinking about it, but Purchase is strong on the brakes there. And Crossley has to slot in behind him. This is where Crossley made a move a lap ago, but not on this time. Bobby Rosier behind them. Will be looking to catch up to this trio. And here's Crossley with the run into the boot this time, but that's not going to work. And surely he's got to be careful here because he's going to be exposed to Chase Fernandez, and Fernandez has got a nose alongside. Beautiful move. Just stomped home the advantage in Paddock Bend. And now Chase Fernandez is up to third place. And all the time, Bobby Rosier is reeling them in. You can see him there in the green cart in the 49. Crossley coming back at Fernandez now into Christmas corner. Beautiful move. It's not that Crossley's not racing well. He's got brilliant moves there. He just hasn't come out the beneficiary of most of them in the last few laps. And Leo Purchase able to get a bit of breathing space now on Crossley ahead of them in second place. And this is where the battle... Oh, and that's the 16 of Charlie Payne-Johns off there. You can see him on the tyre wall though. He's okay. We've gone to a full course yellow situation, I think, to recover that. Yeah, we're definitely down to reduced speeds here. These static yellows there in turns 1 and 2 at the very least. We'll go through slowly. Leo Purchase there. Oh, and it's allowed them to... Yeah, it is full course yellow. And that has eroded Harry Linden's 6.6 second lead is what that has done. So, if we do get this one going again under green flag, this could be a proper sprint battle for the lead of this one. Just as they recover the kart down there, I don't think there's anywhere easy for them to slot the kart through the fence and into the paddock area down at the crook, so they'll probably be recovering it somewhere a little more safe than the outside of one of the fastest corners in British karting. We're going to remain under full course yellows for another lap though, and that means that if they get going again under green flag conditions next time around, it will be a 1 lap sprint where Leo Purchase has been able to catch right up onto the back of Harry Linden. Linden's been driving so well and he is a very accomplished driver. I would have thought he can nail this this restart if the restart happens. We remain to see if we go to green flag conditions. We can see the timer at the top has gone down to 0. So it will be the last lap board this next time around, come what may. Linden might be hoping that it's not a green flag because that would guarantee him the win. Or maybe he'd rather take the win under full green flag racing conditions. But it remains to be seen when they come this time around. Harry Linden in the lead. Leo Purchase there in the 71 in the orange kart. Ben Crossley in the blue in third, Chase Fernandez in fourth, fifth, Bobby Rosier in the 49. And we are back to green, so it's going to be a single lap sprint for the final lap, and everyone's bunched up. This could be very entertaining there. Ben Crossley and Chase Fernandez already going side by side there into oblivion. And look behind, Bobby Rosier under serious pressure from Oliver Kart in the 22 as well. But Rosier is attacking Fernandez. Doesn't work for him there though, and he's got to be careful that he doesn't get overtaken by Oliver Kart there. Harry Linden nailed that restart though. He's put a little bit of a gap between himself and Leo Purchase. Here is Bobby Rosier in the 49, still under attack from Oliver Kart in that 22 Kart. The 66 of Woody Radford behind, as well as Oliver Smith. Seth Hathaway and Joe Garraway round out the top 10. But it looks to me like Harry Linden has just got to stroke this one home, bringing it round the boot section now. It's been another fantastic drive for Harry Linden, and he takes the win in heat number 3 of the Minimax class. Leo Purchase in second, Ben Crossley in third, fourth for Chase Fernandez, fifth is Bobby Rosier, then it's Oliver Carr, Woody Radford, Joe Garraway, Ronnie Bellew, Oliver Smith rounds out your top 10, Seth Hathaway in 11th, good drive from our novice driver there, Matt McFarquhar in 12th, 13th for Katie Ashman, Sasha Bagley was 14th, and Charlie Payne-Johns, unfortunately his race ended down at the barriers in turn 2. Looked okay, did the young driver, but unfortunately it was a retirement for him. So that was it for Minimax. Next up here at Whilton Mill, round number 5 of the WMKC is going to be heat number 3 for our X30 Minis.
So here we go with heat number 3 of the Mini X30s. The drivers are in the waiting zone at the moment, out on track in just a few moments. Let's have a look at how they will line up. It's Aidan Hassan leading from George Robinson, Kira Harris, Micah Taylor, Shravan Shamugavel in 5th, Luke Sinter 6th, Alfie Briggs, Oliver Still, Kieran Geraghty and Henry Gregory rounding out the top 10, Leo Brown and Jack Nettleship in 12th place, Morgan Hill and Harry Yule rounding out the 14 driver field. They will be out on course in just a few moments. I think there was that incident by Oblivion in the previous race. They're just sorting that one out, so the driver's out on course in a few moments. Interesting to see how Hayden Hazan will get on. He leads the field away in a few moments, drove very well in the previous 2 heat races and has the luxury of the head of the field when they go out in just a few moments. Track looking very good at the moment. Just taking an opportunity actually to have a look at the course a few moments ago, and things getting up quite nicely, the weather picking up. It's a bit warmer out there than it was this morning. The track in prime condition. It's not that warm, so should theoretically at least benefit the karts quite well. They're in that cooler air as well. They're set up quite nicely, and drivers will be out on track in just a few moments for the X30 Minis heat number 3. This is the 3rd block of racing, as it were. We'll be through to the finals a little later on this afternoon. Action throughout the day here at Whilton Mill at this round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship with myself, Chris Sora, and Howard Mitchell from Double Dash Motorsport Media, calling you through the afternoon's race action. Finals a little bit later on, of course, where things will come to a head, and we'll see how the action develops later on today. As we mentioned, track looking in top condition. Drivers just making final preparations in the waiting zone. As mentioned, there is a brief pause here. I think there was the incident on Oblivion that just needs to be cleared up. Doesn't seem to be any injuries as such, but clerk of the course just making sure the track is safe before the drivers can go out. And right on cue, there we go, led out by the 64 of Aidan Hassan. They go out for their formation lap. Let's hope again for another clean start. Lovely smell in the air, of course, of the see the exhaust fumes there from the 2 strokes, the premix, the race fuel premix, of course. So there's already one driver hits trouble on cold tyres on the formation lap. That's the number 24, Shravan Shamugavel, just hitting the grass there, but doesn't seem to be anything. He should be able to rejoin the race as they make their way down. Another driver in trouble there. That's the 57. Now that's Jack Nettleship, who ran very well in the previous heat, and on the approach down to Ashby, we're seeing things warming up slightly. It's still pretty cool on the track out there, so on cold tyres it's an easy mistake to make just to lose the kart. So I think Nettleship will therefore, he was towards the back anyway, but we'll have to have a bit of work to do to catch up with the rest of the field as they slow right down. A little bit of bumping there as they slow almost to walking pace here through boot. guys at the front, of course, looking to break away from this. Well, there's the 24 of Sean McGarville just rejoining his position on the grid. Now, what will happen here? I think, oh, it's a good start. No, we're ready to go. Wasn't too sure if it would be a clean start that time with so many drivers joining the grid late, but no, it goes ahead. And it looked like a good jump there from George Robinson, but Hassan holds on to the lead as they go into Christmas for the first time. Down the inside, having a look, is the number 20 of Kira Harris. But Harris outbreaks through Christmas and goes wide, loses the position. Hassan trying to break away from the rest of the field as they make their way through Ashby for the first time. Good, clean start. Everyone staying out of trouble on that opening half lap. Looks like Robinson's still in second, coming under some pressure from Micah Taylor, the number 48 in third, as they make their way through Boot for the first time. Hassan pulling away. We'll have a look on the timing charts in a moment because Hassan's put a very good opening lap in there and trying to break away from the rest of the field. There we just saw the 57 of Jack Nettleship recovering from that incident on the formation lap. Goes through in 8th position, but Hassan with a very good opening lap there, 49.959. Well, we were talking about Nettleship, gets a contact warning there, so in the eyes of the clerk on the course, perhaps a little too aggressive on that first lap, so just getting a warning, which you will see on the digiboard as a good start as well for Luke Sintler and Kira Harris after that mistake of Christmas corner, dropping all the way down to 12th position. But Hassan pulling away quite nicely as they make their way towards Boot for the second time. All the action for second place as Robinson holds on to that second, and the 47 of Alfie Briggs having a little peek on the inside going into Boot, but it doesn't come off. Let's watch the number 72 of Luke Sintler, who previously in the other two heat races was very quick through Oblivion, gets a nice line, and let's have a look again, cutting away nice and early down the inside of the number 47 even before the braking zone for Christmas corner. Tagging onto the back there was the 71 Henry Gregory, so yet again Luke Sintler 72 with a lovely line through Oblivion. Oh, and a bit of contact there possibly. 47 Alfie Briggs comes off worse. No real trouble there, the race goes on. And the 64 of Aidan Hassan looking very good at the front as we head towards the halfway point of this race. Hassan with just under 1 second gap at the front as we look at the number 33 of Leo Brown a little bit further back in this top 10 battle. 47 on the tail there. That's the drive that lost out in that incident at Ashby Corner. That's Briggs down to 9th place. The gap at the front goes up to 1.1 seconds now. As again, Sintler, that great line, he really is competitive into Christmas corner. Has that run out to Oblivion nailed. And there we look at the 71 trying to tag onto the back. Down they go to Ashby, and down the inside goes Gregory. Nice move there to take the position from Taylor. And 48 there, Micah Taylor trying to fight back. Has to settle for that position. It looks like Gregory's made the move stick. Of course, Hassan still leading the way. Garrity, meanwhile, number 73, 6th position, fastest lap of the race with a 47.44, although they are pretty evenly matched on pace. Right on cue, Aidan Hassan gets the fastest lap of the race, 47.26, as they go through Oblivion once again. And there we see the 71 of Henry Gregory just tagging onto the back of Luke Sintler in 3rd place as they try to close up on George Robinson. Hassan incident. There's the race leader doing a great job of controlling this race at the front. Fastest lap of the race last time round. The gap 1.3 seconds, which by karting standards is a fairly decent gap at this stage. Nice move there though from the number 71 Gregory down the inside. Saw half a gap and went for it. Made the move stick. Good, aggressive but clean pass there as they go through to Boot. Let's see if Sintler can fight back on what you might say today is his trademark line out of Oblivion, which almost starts out of the final corner. Gets a good drive out of the final corner. There's 71 Gregory. Always Robinson seems to have fallen back there. Lost a lot of pace. Sintler will be trying to get through whatever happened there. We just saw that out of camera shot possibly. George Robinson seemed to make a mistake in Oblivion. That allows everyone else to close up. Good news for Hassan, of course, who pulls away at the front. Gregory now clear in 2nd place, so Robinson drops to 3rd, the 46 there. Whether he made a mistake possibly in Oblivion, I don't know. He just saw that out of camera shot. He was very slow on the approach to Christmas corner. Incidentally, looks like Garrity 73 has got past Sintler on the 72 as they go out of Boot once again. Hassan looking very strong, setting a good pace at the front. Gregory trying to close up, but at the moment is going to be defensive here as Geraghty having a look down the inside of Robinson on the approach to Christmas. Nice move down the inside under braking and makes the move stick. There's the race leader. Hassan has led pretty much from the start of this race. Gregory still second, Robinson third, Geraghty, Sintler, Nettleship all very close towards the top six. There's Nettleship starting to get involved in this battle for second place now. Look out for the 57, who's had to fight his way through to sixth place. Rest of the top 10 made up of Micah Taylor, Leo Brown, Alfie Briggs and Morgan Hill at 22, rounding out the top 10. Gets a bit close in boot as Nettleship tries to poke down the inside there, but it didn't come off. Geraghty fastest lap of the race, 46.89. All the action here though is with the 57 of Nettleship, having a look down the inside now. Robinson trying to defend the corner, but no, it looks like Nettleship has made the move stick. Still Hassan that leads to Ashby. Gregory second, Geraghty, fastest driver on the track at the moment, in third. Sintler a bit further behind in fourth, and the new fifth place driver pulling away now in fifth is the 57 of Jack Nettleship. Back towards boot they go. We look at the 48 here of Micah Taylor trying to get back into this battle in the top 10. Hassan, meanwhile, leads them round the final corner. Still that handy gap at the front. It was 1.7 seconds. Let's have a look this time round as Gregory sets the fastest lap of the race. He only closes 0.2 of a second. So at the moment, 1.5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. Aidan Hassan has got this heat race under control. As Nettleship there, 57, goes through Christmas corner, trying to close up on the 72 of Luke Sintler in front. So they go through Ashby once again. And Nettleship leading a whole train of drivers there. Here we look at the number 71. Henry Gregory trying desperately to close up on Aidan Hassan. Cian Geraghty, 73, keeping the pressure on though as they go through boot once again. And Geraghty can't find an opening as they go through boot. I think realistically going to be 2 more laps at the end of this one. 51 seconds on the clock as they just cross the finish line. Gregory again. Nice wide exit, has a quick glance over the shoulder. Not really close enough though for Geraghty to go down the inside into Christmas corner. Looks like Luke Sintler is closing up a bit here in fourth place. They go down to Ashby once again. Very finely poised here in these closing stages of this X30 Mini Heat number 3. At the moment, Aidan Hassan, 64, your race leader's got things under control. The gap 1.3 seconds. Gregory trying to close up. This is the driver we're looking at now, 71, but he's got some real pressure from the 73. Cian Geraghty, Henry Gregory goes through, and with 5 seconds left on the clock, Hassan goes through, so this will be the penultimate lap. Good news here for Geraghty, of course. Effectively now another lap to try and go for second place. He's going to have a look, not quite close to go for the braking. He was tucked right behind the rear wheels of the 71 of Henry Gregory. Down they go towards Ashby once again. Sintler in fourth, trying to close up. He's broke away now from the fifth position of 33, Leo Brown. Nettleship incidentally drops down to 9th place, so in that battle in the top 10, I think Nettleship's come off worse. All very closely poised in karting, as always. So this will indeed be the final lap as Hassan goes through boot for the final time. All the action, though, is for second place. Gregory, 71, trying to close up. Sintler, meanwhile, closing on this battle for second. 1 lap to go. Still fairly evenly matched on pace, you would say, as they go through. Aidan Hassan, your race leader, 64. And now this is the point where Geraghty's got to go down the inside, but no, Gregory guards the inside into Christmas corner and prevents Geraghty from making the move on the switchback. Geraghty's going to try and fight again into Ashby, but again, guarding the inside line there is the 71 of Gregory, but he's overcompensated himself there. And Geraghty with a nice move round the outside into second place. Sintler can see a move here as well. As Geraghty again guarding the apex to make that move stick. None of this, of course, will bother Aidan Hassan, the race leader. It looks like Geraghty's made that second place. He guards the inside line, but it's been a fantastic race for the 64 of Aidan Hassan, who takes the checkered flag. It's a drag race for second place. Geraghty second, Gregory third, Sintler fourth. And then the rest of the top 10 goes screaming through there. Leo Brown, Micah Taylor, Alfie Briggs, George Robinson, Jack Nettleship, and Morgan Hill. Kira Harris just a little bit further behind in 11th. And the rest of the pack just dropping the pace slightly. There's Oliver Stilp in 12th. Shravan Shangmagavel beating Harry Yule just to the line for that final position. It was a very close race indeed in that X30 Mini heat number 3. And now the final heat race, of course, for our next group, which is the Junior Max. They're in the waiting zone and will be underway in just a few moments' time.
Here at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for round number 5 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Chris Sora alongside in the comms box, taking you through the action on your Alpha live stream here with you through till the end of today. Still plenty of racing to come your way. Let's take you through the grid for Heat 3 in our Junior Max category. Their last opportunity to maximise points and positions on the grid for the all-important finals later on. Jensen Weston starts from pole. Harry Chamberlain alongside Freya Belk and Ben Follen make up row 2. Row 3, Lexi Belk and Jake Howarth. Jack Davies and Gabe Fairbrother on row number 4. Row 5 is Tommy Edmonds and Jake Davis. Miles Dawn and Ronnie Scott on row 6. Row 7 is Jessica White and Jacob Baldry. Leo LaCastro and Lewis Jones are on row number 8, and then it'll be Harrison Crook and Dylan Was-Jackson on row number 9. Row 10 will be Noah Hadley and Spencer Brown. Joshua Burton and Harry Maynard make up row 11. Row 12 is Jensen Giles and Charlie Pritchard. Row 13 is Callum Davis and Kyle Dunford. Row 14, Jack Cooper and Zane Khan. Charlie Ellis and Alex Black round out the top 30. And then it's Daniel Parron-Smith and Oliver Martinsky on row 16, with row 17 occupied by Jack Davis and James Jackson. That's how they line up then for this 34 kart grid. Last opportunity for these drivers to maximise that pole position. They can't all be on pole. Maximise that grid position even for the finals later on, which we're getting there. We are getting towards the point where they will be contesting for some of the silverware. We've got this heat, and then we've got the equivalents in our X30 Junior and X30 Senior. As they come round then to get this one underway, Jensen Weston on pole leads them away, and it's a full start. And they broke formation a little bit early there, which is why I think they will be asked to go round again.
Jensen Weston, actually, forgive me if I'm wrong here, I believe he's the driver, we spoke to him at the previous round of the championship, comes up here from Essex of Thai origin. I think his camper van was parked just at the top of Christmas Corner. You'll see the Thai flag there. He had a good outing last time, he enjoyed himself, and of course leads them around this time, so relatively newcomer. Forgive me if I'm wrong, I believe that was the one who we spoke to last time out. And we'll see how he gets on at the head of the field.
Absolutely. Yeah, going to be an interesting one here once we get this one underway. Having said that, where is he?
I was going to say, he's not there.
Where is
34.
he? He's in the number 34, and I can't see the 34 there. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's 15.
Ah, there he is, coming down the outside.
That's definitely him there with the orange helmet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
so
maybe that's related to our full start. Who knows? Maybe it
there
wasn't
he is.
a
He's
break
going
in
around the
formation.
outside now with boots. He's going to try and get to the front,
that's
isn't he?
difficult because you should. Yeah. That's definitely. Surely that's not going to be allowed to. No. And that's caused a bit of everyone to bulk up as well, and unfortunately that means that the number 23 of Tommy Edmonds, I think. No, sorry, it's the 33. Excuse me. That is Jacob Baldry, who's now off to driver's right. So we'll have. Yeah, everyone just got a bit crossed up there, didn't they?
Yeah, a bit unlucky for Baldry as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
loser in that one.
I think if I'm being honest, it is more conventional if you're out of grid position to come down the middle of the grid rather than the outside, and maybe by doing that, Jensen Weston just caused a little bit of confusion there, maybe, I think, is the possible cause of that one. He is now there, though, the number 34. As you say, we're not going to miss him during this race, are we? That's a commentator's favourite helmet, that is, right there.
Except remember the just breaking away here, looking at the motocross, what they call the auto, which might be equivalent in car to the Bambinos.
Yes.
RE helmets, they bought out a youth helmet, and they're all fluorescent orange.
They've all got it.
They've all got it. So
no, that doesn't work at all. But yes, anyway.
I remember a lot of these drivers back in the day in motorsport, they used to have like fairly plain coloured helmets. It's easy to spot when they're out on the track. I think it was the late Tom Price. There we go, good start. He had stripes on the front so they could pick him out in the crowd. Well, it still works, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Someone's a bit slow off the back, but that was a great start there for Jensen Weston. Manages to lead them up the hill. He's defending against Freya Belk there in the 189 as they all come up to Christmas Corner for the first time under race conditions. And I think they've all that's somebody having an issue there being recovered to the pits, but they didn't even make the start. So far, I think it's been relatively clean.
Yeah, everyone was sensible through Christmas Corner for the first time. And Weston here, quite a new driver, as we said, to this track. He's doing well on this first lap. He was very defensive going into Christmas Corner for the first time. He's going to try and defend that lead for as long as he can. Try and get a pull from some of those perhaps more experienced drivers at the front.
It looks to me like Dylan Wast-Jackson might have had a good start. I'm sure I saw him there in the number 32. We'll see how they come across the line.
Or maybe, it's Fairbrother.
It's Fairbrother, sorry. It was in the 92 that I saw. Yeah, great start for Gabe Fairbrother there. Jensen Weston in the lead then. The number 15 of Harry Chamberlain chasing hard on Fairbrother, but no moves on through Christmas Corner.
Weston doing all right here because everyone else behind him at the moment having their own battle as eventually now, well, that looks like it could be Fairbrother, has finally emerged from the pack and starting to put the leader Weston under a bit of pressure here. So Weston defending into boot. Let's see how this one goes.
Oh, and Fairbrother's on it already into the boot and down the inside. We haven't seen too many of those under braking into the boot. That was a really neat move there by Gabe Fairbrother there to take the lead of the race. So it obviously managed to get by Freya Belk in the early part of that lap as well. Fairbrother, Weston, Freya Belk, Tommy Edmonds, Harry Chamberlain, your top 5. Jessica White has just had a sterling lap as well to put herself up into 6th place. So look out for her coming onto the back of this pack.
Weston here he's doing his best here to try and keep up with Fairbrother. They've got a faster driver going through, so sometimes if you're a less experienced driver, it's almost best to try and get a tow from that faster driver, try and get a pull and just almost learn from them, might say, to see where the lines are and just try and get a pull along, because Weston could be on for a good result if he uses his head and just gets the kart in the right position.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the boot they come then. Pressure being applied to Harry Chamberlain by Jessica White, but Chamberlain himself is there trying to get by on Freya Belk.
Is in there as well.
Yeah, Edmonds has got by Belk on that lap though, so he has got that kart between himself and the chasing pack. Who's that on pit exit? Who's going very slowly.
Part of the race is further down the field as it's the 21.
And that's
further down possibly. I think it's not really a factor in the lead. We're just trying to pick out who that driver is, but
is it a driver who was actually emerging for the first time and hasn't actually crossed the timing line?
Yeah, quite possibly. So now it looks like Edmonds has gone through to second, the 23, and there we still see the 34 of Jensen Weston trying to tag on there, just trying to get a pull, make that kart as wide as possible, look for some good lines, but Edmonds in second, the 23 looking very smooth. Pulling Weston along as hitting trouble is the 74 going into boot. That was the 13th place Noah Hadley, who will drop right down to the back of the field. Nothing serious, Hadley's okay, will rejoin the pack, but a lot of work to do, cut adrift from the pack. As we look at the 37 there, White down the inside in this very close top 10 battle. Fairbrother taking advantage here though and trying to pull away.
Yeah, that's Jessica White getting by on Lexi Belk for 6th place, which was a position that had just swapped around the other way on the previous lap. So she'll now try and capitalise on that and try and get by Harry Chamberlain there in the number 15 if she can. But Chamberlain himself chasing Freya Belk. Here is your race leader, Gabe Fairbrother, who's setting some fantastic pace at the front of the field. There is the 2nd place Tommy Edmonds as well. Best heat of the day so far for Edmonds, I would say. He's capitalised on what I believe is his best grid position of the day. There is Freya Belk, who's just got by Harry Chamberlain, but Chamberlain's going to come back, and Jessica White's now going to try and get past Freya Belk and gets the job done. Lovely little exchange there. Still Jensen Weston in 3rd, though, holding position well there against what is a heck of a lot of pressure behind, it has to be said.
Yeah, it's close here because we've got Freya Belk, Chamberlain all in there.
And actually, Chamberlain has got by on Weston now, and now Jessica White is in his slipstream.
Weston making the most of that 1st place position at the start of the race, and with some very experienced drivers here, holding himself out well. There's trouble here in boot. They've all got together.
Issue. It's come to blows. And Spencer Brown has a tyre in his kart, which he chucks out.
Yeah, looks like he could be out of the race. So,
well, it wasn't his tyre, I hasten to add. It was
tyre,
somebody else's.
Yeah, that's a wet tyre. So
oh no, that's a barrier tyre. Okay, fine.
Well,
not fine, but that's less of a concern.
I'd be very concerned if that was a kart on somebody's, a tyre on somebody's kart, you might say. Yeah, just
so who's been impacted by that? So Jessica White was involved in that incident, as was Jake Howarth. So it was Jake Howarth and Jessica White who were the ones to fall down the order predominantly as a result of that, but I think there were some other drivers involved. Gabe Fairbrother leads, Tommy Edmonds second, Harry Chamberlain up to third, Jensen Weston still running in fourth.
Now that tyre is pretty much on the racing line.
That's an awkward place to have that. They're going to have to do something about that, I reckon.
Especially for those midfield drivers who can't see it because they're too busy battling as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're trying to duck your nose in on driver's right, you're not going to know that you can't push your opponent a bit more to the left.
That's it.
That's the awkward thing there. This is Jensen
Lewis
Weston.
Jones down the inside, taking the position by the looks of things.
Ah, yeah, good point. Yeah, so Lewis Jones has come into this one, hasn't he, in the last couple of laps?
And Weston trying to fight back there on Jones as they make their way through the centre of the track now, back towards Boots. Gabe Fairbrother, the race leader, lapping in the 46 region at the moment. He's got a 3-second gap on Tommy Edmonds as we look again at this great battle here with Jensen Weston. Just losing out slightly to Lewis Jones, but trying to get pulled down the track. Of course, he had that incident on the previous lap. Looks like the tyre's gone, so hopefully that's a marshal that's taken that away rather than the kart. The rest of the top 10 make their way through, all very close here. We've got Pritchard in 6th, James Jackson, the novice, up to 7th place, Freya Belk, Jack Cooper, and Parron Smith with a steady drive through to 10th place.
I was going to say, Parron Smith came from pretty much the back, didn't he? I think he was on the penultimate row of the grid, so it's a good drive for him so far up into the top 10. That's what's ultimately going to get you the grid positions that are good come the final. It's not just maximising your good grid positions, it's working up as much as you can when you get the bad ones.
Yeah, you're only as good as your last race sometimes, especially obviously in a championship. It's the weaker races that win you the title. Likewise in this heat format here, it's going to be a worst race effectively that will boost you up the grid into the final. But certainly making the most of what's been a very busy race behind him is Gabe Fairbrother, the 92, sliding nicely through Christmas Corner. You saw the back end just breaking traction and braking. He got that absolutely nailed. The kart almost dancing as he goes down towards Ashby. This is how it should be done. He's lapping in the 45s now, so Fairbrother, who should realistically get round before the clock goes to 0, so we'll go through for another lap. But here we see how this is a demonstration of how it should be done, really. He's got it very smooth indeed. The kart just on the edge of losing traction, using it to full effect.
Yeah, you can see how happy he is, how comfortable he feels in this kart. It's set up nicely to his liking. And he's really... Oh, as Harrison Crook and the 16...
Le Castro, isn't it? I think they're the driver.
Yes.
Just coming together. I think Crooks picked up a bit of an injury there. He's looking a bit uncomfortable in the kart. He'll just move it away to the centre and maybe get back into the race. Yes, he does.
So, bit of an issue there. Unusual place as well as you're coming out of Osiers. They must have just got tangled whilst trying to sort themselves out onto the back straight. Oh, and there's a penalty for Gabe Fairbrother. Race leader with a penalty. So this one might...
Yeah, that's...
that one might preclude him from ultimately being classified as the winner here.
We'll see on that. That was a confusing one. I wonder what happened there, whether it's track limits or something of speculation there, of course. But he's all on his own, so certainly not a... I don't recall him being with any back markers.
Yeah.
Mechanical flag for Harrison Crook, who was... that was one of the drivers caught up in that incident.
Maybe he has some loose bodywork. Yeah. We're on the last lap, though. Our leader is just going through the top part of the circuit down into Ashby at this point. So here he is. But questions loom over whether he will actually be classified as the winner, because he has got a penalty hanging over him. We just saw it come up on timing. Yeah, it's definitely not
penalty.
a...
Not a mistake, is it? Yeah, definitely got a penalty. So
here he comes. He's driven well, and we were commenting on how well he was driving. Gabe Fairbrother will cross the line to take the win on the road at least. It remains to be seen. It might be Tommy Edmonds there, who actually is classified as your race winner. Harry Chamberlain across the line in 3rd on the road. Lewis Jones finishes 4th. Good drive from him. James Jackson, our novice driver, great drive to 5th place in heat number 3. Charlie Pritchard, Jensen Weston, Daniel Parron Smith, Freya Belk, Oliver Martinsky, there's Jack Cooper, Spencer Brown, Ronnie Scott, Zane Khan, Lexi Belk in 15th, Kyle Dunford, Noah Hadley, Callum Davies, Jacob Baldry, Charlie Ellis rounds out your top 20. There was Miles Dawn, Joshua Burton, Alexander Black, Jessica White recovering after that issue
recovery
down at the boot. Jensen Giles in 25th, Harrison Crook, Leo De Castro, Jake Howarth.
So I would say at the end that was confusing one there for Gabe Fairbrother. I don't recall him having any contrumps at the start of the race, fighting through to the lead, and don't recall him issues with the back markers maybe. It wasn't with any traffic, so we'll find out in more detail about that one, perhaps later on.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Next, though, for us here at Whilton Mill, it is going to be our third heat in X30 Junior.
This should be our third heat of the day then for the Junior X30 drivers. Oh, my apologies. It is Honda Cadet heat number 4, I believe. They've got an extra heat. And looking out on... Yes, it is indeed Honda Cadet heat number 4. My apologies. So drivers in the waiting zone, they'll be out very shortly. So an extra heat here for the Honda Cadets before their final. Those drivers are in the waiting zone at the moment. We'll have a look at the grids in a few moments' time for Honda Cadet heat number 4. And here we go. So race number 20 of our schedule. Emily Ackett will lead them away from Oliver Majewski, Jacob Lee, Kai Clark, Oliver Gibson and Hayden Gray in 6th position. Jack Price in 7th from Joshua Wagembe, Jameson Pugh, Brendan James 10th position. Rocco Leon Shenton and Ben Simpson in 12th place. Harrison Morrow, Harry Friel, Theo Chapney in 15th from Oliver Meek, Harrison Whitcomb and Michael Dalton in 18th place as the drivers make their way out onto the formation lap. Rest of the grid made up of Lucy Wheeldon, Noah Pikes in 20th, Jack Stimson, Dalton Hayward, Riley Thatcher and Harry Higgs in 24th place. Felix Smedley in 25th, Oliver Sander, Callum Wilson, Max Fallon, Jake Schulz and Mayan Patel rounding out the top 30, and the rest of the grid made up of Emily Cooper and Ethan Weldon. So this is an extra race, a 4th heat race for the Honda Cadets.
It is, yes. Sorry, everybody. When they do have such healthy grid sizes in the Honda Cadets, we have seen this already this year.
Carnage on the formation, lap 51, I think, is fun under braking.
Yeah, but yeah, no, we have. They do try and fit the 4th Honda Cadet heat in at a rational point to do so, because of course otherwise they might do their 4th heat and then immediately be into their finals.
This was a carry-on from before, wasn't it, I believe? So they got an extra race, and luckily for that, they have got the standing start here, so they'll be able to reassemble the grid quite easily, one would have thought. So let's have a look. Honda Cadets, of course, turning into a great afternoon's racing here so far. There's been plenty of action throughout all of the race categories. And one thing perhaps to pick up on here, Howard, is they've got the real mixture of different levels of driver here. We've got some of the ones very much what you might say traditional lad and dad type of thing, where you've got the family out of the back of a transit van. Some of the drivers who perhaps have got the benefit of a team deal, maybe they've got the awnings down by the pit areas, a bit more bigger scale of things, and there's even some of the race prep companies here on site at Whilton Mill around the back of the circuit, pretty much operating out of the shed here at the track as well. So there's a bit of everything going on here.
Absolutely, as you say, we've been saying several times today, this is the starting point for many drivers in their career, or maybe the point where, if they've done Bambinos already, maybe it's the point in their career where it really starts to gain momentum and all sorts of things. This is a real mixture of, as you say, all levels, really, isn't it? All levels, all comers, really, on this one, and that's one of the things, but still produces some great close racing, and that's one of the reasons that it's such a long stay of British karting.
You would say as well with Honda Cadets, for the size of the driver, of course, these are young drivers, and given the size, the power of the engine, it's if you can drive these karts flat out, you'll be up there.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. It's yeah, they've got a fair bit of pace to them as well, yeah, for drivers of this age. I'm not sure I was allowed this much responsibility with a remote control car at the age of 8, so this is clearly they're showing more maturity than I did at the age of 8, but
and it's hard. I mean, I remember riding quad bikes when I was this sort of age. It's learning all the time, just trying to get to grips with racing, really. But it's more unfiltered, you might say. You're just going out for the joy. It sounds a bit corny, to be honest, but almost for the joy of racing, really, when you're this sort of age.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a great thing. As you mentioned, the traditional sort of lads and dads setup. This is a time for those, you know, this can be a genuine activity that you can just do with your kids. Yes, as we said earlier, a lot of professional drivers can trace their, you know, origins back to this kind of series. But equally, it's because it's a cost-effective way of going racing. It's a way of sort of seeing if it's for you as well, and it means that, you know, not every single driver here is necessarily going to go on to vie to be a professional driver. It can just be a nice activity that they did when they were younger, or it could go either way.
Yeah, and I think even like for the drivers who don't make it, so to speak, they've still got a nice hobby to do when they're older as well, because there's plenty of like Club 100 that there's a bit of a messy start there, but like you say, look at series like Club 100, that sort of thing, where adult drivers get ahead and they just race for the fun of it, really.
Absolutely. I'm not sure Amelie Ackett's had the best start there from pole. I wonder if Majewski may have got the better. Actually, it's not. It is. Yeah, it is Majewski. Majewski in the lead.
I think Ackett's.
There's a moment there. That is, and some of them have had to go onto the grass in avoidance.
86 possibly. We'll try and zoom in on that one, but the kart looking a bit. It's trouble here. Messy first lap.
A few fallers here.
65 that was. And that kart looking a bit bent. That's Hayden Gray. Driver okay, but the kart looks a bit messed up, mangled, doesn't it? I think went under the wheels, didn't it? So
there's a kart. Yeah, a kart clearly landed on the nose of that. We will check all of these on timing as they come round. But it's Majewski anyway who's at the head of the field for now as they come round to complete lap number 1. Through paddock corner they will go. Majewski ahead of Kai Clark, Rocco Leon Shenton, Ben Simpson
with a good start, 7 positions on the first lap, really jumping through the field.
Look at Theo Champney as well, Harry Higgs and Max Fallon all getting 11 or 12 position on that first lap. Who's dropped to the back?
Amelie Ackett. I don't know what happened there to Ackett on the pole sitter on the start, but only just coming through. So, and there's 81 in a bit of trouble, Oliver Gibson. So I presume that's one of the drivers caught up in the melee at Christmas Corner.
Yeah, so I think it was Oliver Gibson and Hayden Gray who were involved in that incident up at the top of the circuit. Harrison Morrow, I know, was one of the drivers who had to take to the grass, and I think Jack Stimson as well in avoidance. The two that we saw going off to drivers left there at Christmas.
So we'll look at Shenton then. He's got a good start up to 3rd place in his early stages. There is the early lead, Oliver Majewski, and of course we were talking about Ackett having a bad start. Majewski timed that to perfection, got the jump on the field, and already leading by almost 2 seconds. Shenton up to 2nd.
I have to say, Shenton, that was a move right there on Kai Clark. That was bold and quite determined into the final corner there. Rocco Leon Shenton has been driving superbly.
Harrison Whitcomb with the fastest lap of the race in his early stages, 53.75 as they make their way through Christmas Corner.
Some of the drivers almost doing phantom defending there. They're sort of over to driver's right.
Oh, that's 68. That's Dalton Hayward.
Oh, yeah, so that's big. That's big. Took the win in heats 1 and 2, and the 68 is out of this one.
That could throw things wide open for the final as well, of course, with what looks like a DNF. Certainly going to be well outside of the top 20.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That could have a big shift, a big effect, sorry, on our grid for the finals as they all come through the boot another time. On to lap number 4. Oliver Majewski leads this one, but Rocco Leon Shenton has just taken 7/10 of a second out of his lead, courtesy of the fastest lap of the race.
Just as to interject with a side point here, looking at some of these lap times, we're looking at Shenton lapping in the 53s at the moment, Majewski 54, Kai Clark 54. Just going back to the Sodi karts, the corporate karts, which are similar type of engines, you might say, Honda-based 4-stroke engines, and looking at Colin Turkington and Lando Norris lapping 57 and 58 on the reception, the celebrity wall here. Just goes to show how quick these Honda cadets are. They're very small frames and very small drivers, so the lightweight, of course, they're lapping quick, 5 or 6 seconds quicker than the pros in the full-size karts.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's a good demonstrator of the pace that these karts have. This is the
lead
40.
now.
Oh, this is the lead, and that is the lead gone.
Shenton.
Excuse me, that was Shenton just going through. He's just so into oblivion. He's just being so bold with his overtakes
brave,
today.
It's, as you know, Howard, that's a very brave corner, that first corner, and to make a pass there as well, you've really got to be committed.
Yeah, and that was Harrison Whitcomb and Ben Simpson, I think, going through on Kai Clark there, unless I'm very much mistaken. So changes for third as well, as that looked like Champney on Jensen Pugh at the back of this queue as well.
Shenton, of course, but he doesn't know that one of his main rivals in the class is seemingly out of the race. So,
and that's round for Jensen Pugh, and it's going to send the 84 of Harry Friel onto the grass in avoidance as well.
Bit unlucky there for Harry Friel, wasn't it? He just saw him at the last minute and had nowhere to go, really, just span off onto the grass. Luckily, the Kart straight, he's okay, so carries on, so he's still got a bit of time. He'll look to get back into this race.
Yeah, fortunately he was able to recover, but yeah, frustrations for Harry there, as that looked like Theo Champney having a look at Harrison Whitcomb into turn number 1 there, just as we cut to this shot. And here they are, side by side. This is over 4th place, and Whitcomb's going to come back at Champney, but Champney will have the switchback lines. No, he's going to get blocked in there. That was good positioning from Harrison Whitcomb there to dissuade Champney for any further moves for now. So Rocco Leon Shenton leads, Oliver Majewski in second, Ben Simpson there in the white race suit in the number 30 at the head of this pack. He's in third. Harrison Whitcomb at the moment holding off Theo Champney for
Kai
fourth.
Clark picking up a penalty in 6th place, so it's all very close there in the 76. Getting a bit too close for comfort in the eyes of the race control. So Shenton still leads and trying to break away now, 53.2 last time round. The gap is 1.5 seconds, Majewski second. That close battle there, Simpson, Whitcomb and Champney in 5th place. Kai Clark, Jack Price up to 7th, and the novice Harry Higgs up to 8th position as 69 Whitcomb guarding that inside line. 55 not giving up though, is he? The Champney.
But crucially they go through on Ben Simpson at the same time there.
Yeah.
So Ben Simpson had 2 go past him there.
And I think it almost looks like Whittingham's just gesticulated to try and just get a pull along here, try not to race too much, which Champney ignores.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was. And immediately though, he's coming back at him side by side onto the back straight, and Champney just twitches off the curb there, and that would have been a nasty moment there for Champney, and he loses the position to Ben Simpson.
I think Whittingham, in his mind, there was teaching him a lesson. I think he was just trying to say, let's just pull ourselves along here, and then, like we say, Champney immediately ignores that idea. So Whittingham says, well, forget you, then we'll carry on as we were.
Yeah, Champney, though, able to continue.
Yeah.
Just bounced over the curbs, and then, yeah, what of it? I'll try and do an overtake now. Look at it. It's past Ben Simpson down the inside of Christmas, is it?
Oh.
Yes, it is. Nicely done.
I think he had half an idea of going for Whittingham there as well, didn't he?
I think so. I think he definitely. And Whittingham's going to be going, oh, not you again.
What's the old phrase? Talk about a bad penny, I think, isn't it, at the moment? So yeah.
But all drivers racing well, I have to say.
Yeah,
there's not even in the case there we saw Champney up on the curb. It wasn't, there wasn't malice in that.
No,
it was just good, robust driving.
I think there is that line between aggressive driving and being malicious, and I think that was on the right side of aggressiveness there from the 69 Harrison Whitcomb. And well, it looks like Champney's not giving up, as we said a moment ago. The rest of the top 10 making their way through. Just saw the 45 of Harry Higgs, 19 of Max Fallon, the edge of the top 10. One driver we haven't talked about so far is Joshua Bagembi, who's been slowly picking his way through the field. He's up to 7th place now, and fastest lap of the race as, oh, there we go. Down the inside goes Champney on Whittingham again.
Yeah, I have to say, by Honda Cadet standards at this point, Rocco Leon Shenton has kind of checked out.
Yeah, 2.4 seconds.
That's a pretty big gap in Honda Cadets, and Oliver Majewski, to be fair as well, has also checked out for second, 3.2 seconds for the good. But it's because this battle started off quite early within this heat, and has kept on going throughout, so they've really just sort of decided that third is as good as it's going to get for these 3 drivers.
I think
Champney going defensive. Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, that's what Whittingham was trying to do. Really, could see him gesticulating, couldn't you? Just
Yeah.
trying to say, let's pull along ourselves here. Let's go down the track, and they're too busy battling. And I think Whittingham might be a bit frustrated there because the race hasn't gone the way he wanted as we go into the last lap. He's a long way down by, as we said, by Honda Cadet standards, 6.5 seconds between first and third place.
Rocco Leon Shenton on his final tour of the circuit then for this one. This is the last time we'll see the Honda Cadets out before their finals come round. And he's been controlling this one so well. That actually wasn't Rocco Leon Shenton, that was Oliver Majewski. That was second place.
Yeah, just goes to show.
Shenton's even further up the road.
And I think here the likes certainly of Whittingham, I think he'd be frustrated not to get involved in that battle for the lead, because this close battle of the third, all it's done really in effect has slowed them down and pulled them away from the leaders. But Rocco Leon Shenton getting to the lead nice and early as the leaders make their way through quick for the final time.
He's coming across the line now.
Yep.
There he is, Rocco Leon Shenton. dominant victory in Honda Cadets. Don't say that too often. Oliver Majewski in second, and it is Theo Champney who finishes third, just ahead of Harrison Whitcomb, who did well to hold off Ben Simpson on the last lap. Kai Clark in sixth, but we did see a penalty come up for Kai mid-race. Joshua Bagembi was setting good pace. Might have actually wanted that heat to be a few laps longer, actually, but finishes seventh in the end and one to watch in the finals. I think Mayan Patel, highest placed of the novice drivers. In fact, we then get a pack of novice drivers. Mayan Patel, Harry Higgs, Max Fallon round out your top 10. Then it was Harry Friel recovering from that moment on the grass, Michael Dalton, Harrison Morrow, Jack Stimson, Noah Pikes, Oliver Sander, Oliver Meek, Lucy Wielden, Emily Cooper and Riley Thatcher round out your top 20. Issues there though for the likes of Hayden Gray, Oliver Gibson, Dalton Hayward. That's an interesting one. Jensen Pugh.
Throw things out for the final, won't it?
Yeah, Jensen Pugh and Jack Price all having issues there. We'll have to see how the grids come out for the finals. Next up though, I hope I'm right in saying it this time, should be heat number 3 for X30 Junior.
So back to the third group of heats. Of course, we had the fourth, the Honda Cadets, but this is the third race for the Junior X30. Drivers are in the waiting zone as the last of the cadets make their way back to the pits. We'll see them later on, of course, but cutting back to the juniors now. Let's have a look at how this grid lines up. Alex Johnson will be first from Benedict Davis, Macy Hitter third, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain in fourth, Jude Fernihoe and Olivier Algieri in sixth place. Jaden Gregg, Rio Kamata, Sam Baker and Scott Smith rounding out the top 10 from Mackenzie Stevens and Christian Brooks. 13th will be Daniel Hackett, Milo Pilford, Thomas Mullett, Kyle Slee, Lucas Ellingham and Joshua Patterson in 18th place. Dane Tucker, Jerome Phillip, Benjamin Watts, Ellis Bourchier 22nd, Jolly Pettit 23rd and Finley Harrison in 24th position. Lorenzo Cordell lines up 25th from Charlie Field, Zaki Hussein, Kai Carrington, Kian Gamio and Remy Gilbert in 30th. And the final few positions made up of Reese Blakely, Hugo Gilbert, Sam Longley and Kyan Gohill 34th and back off the grid for this final heat race for the X30 Juniors. Drivers are still in the waiting zone, however, so there is a brief pause before this final heat race for this group gets underway. We're moving on to the finals a little later on this afternoon, but right on cue. Drivers making their way out, and notably here looking at the weather, 17 degrees. The winds have calmed down a bit now. It does feel a little bit warmer out there. We were at last week at the British Mini Bikes at Three Sisters, and we had Indian summer weather, you might say, lovely warm conditions, and today was a bit more autumnal. It still does have that hang of autumn in the air, but certainly compared to earlier when we were seeing drivers struggling almost with the setup of the cars and the tyres, especially on a very cold track, it does seem to have settled down quite nicely for the afternoon.
I don't like it, Chris. I was at Clay Pigeon the other day and it was dry there as well. I think I'm cashing in all of my non-rainy day tokens for the rest of the year here. But no, it is lovely to have the sun beating down on us here, albeit it's still quite blustery, it's still quite cold. It's definitely, it's felt autumnal this week. It can be sunny but not necessarily warm as we get ready to begin this final heat for X30 Juniors. After this, there'll be one more heat for X30 Seniors, and then we will be into our finals for round number 5. I think we might be good for a start off camera here, not on the shot that we've got, but I can confirm that they are getting underway. There we go. Alex Johnston leads them away into oblivion for the first time.
Somebody just going onto the grass in oblivion, but shouldn't be anything too serious.
And Johnston has been able to retain that lead as they come up the hill for the first time. Looks to me like they've all got through cleanly, which is delightful to see. Yeah,
nice sensible first lap there through Christmas Corner, and they can start to take the gloves off at the end of the lap. But again, nice clean start here. Everyone's staying out of trouble. And now they've just established position, can start to race. And one driver grass track in there, but again, nothing too serious.
Yeah, Jude Fernerhoff putting pressure on Benedict Davies to the looks of me in the middle of that. Let's call them as they come through to finish this first lap, though. It is going to be Alex Johnston who leads. He's had the best start he could wish for from pole. Macy Hitter in second. Jude Fernerhoff was challenging Benedict Davies, has just got up to third place. Rito Kamata up in fifth. Christian Brooks, Milo Pilford Sam Baker, Scott Smith and Lucas Ellingham round out your top 10, and that the last of those drivers, Ellingham, had an absolutely sterling first lap, up 8 places, but look who else has also been up 8 places on that first lap. A certain Lorenzo Cordal. They just have this ongoing thing today.
Definitely.
Well,
Well,
they're matching each other move for move.
Lorenzo Cordal, of course, having the disadvantage in this race of a start further down the grid. They've got work to do, so making the most of that first lap. There was some good driving from everyone, really, to stay out of trouble on that first lap, including those guys towards the back who've got some real pressure to make their way through the field in what's, of course, a sprint race. Not much time to do it.
Christian Brooks now ahead of Benedict Davis, so there's definitely been a change around here from 4th downwards. Christian Brooks it is. Benedict Davis in 5th. Rita Kamata, Milo Pilford have changed there. And look at this. This is Jude Fernerhoff having a go here at Macy Hitter, I believe, over 2nd place, and has got the job done. So the 53 now ahead of the 33. And now Jude will set about trying to catch up to our lead driver in the form of Alex Johnston.
One thing, of course, always the same with television cameras anywhere at any track, it doesn't always give you an idea of how steep the gradient is in some of these hilly corners, like Christmas Corner. If you stand on Oblivion, that first corner you see on the TV screen, and look up, it is actually quite a steep hill.
It is. This is on this side as Christian Brooks puts a move in there on Macy Hitter now. This this circuit has, it's kind of on the side of a mild hill, really, so Christmas is very much at the top of that. It's this bit now that we're talking about where you climb up the hill, and the camera, absolutely right, Chris, does not really do justice to it. If that looks flat to you, it's not. And indeed, you're now downhill braking into Ashby, and that's a real change from the braking zone at Christmas. These are not too similar. One gravity is with you, the other gravity is very much against you, and it matters. It really makes a difference that you can feel in the car.
It's quite right, because Christmas Corner going into the uphill braking zone, so as soon as you back off effectively, you've almost got the accelerator acting as a brake almost, because you've got the gravity working against you, like you say, other way around on the downhill.
Rito Kamata there with one of the best moves in Ozies I've seen all day on Benedict Davis. That was from a long way back and beautifully judged on the brakes. Absolutely perfect. Alex Johnston still leads, but is being reeled in by Jude Fernerhoff, and Christian Brooks is coming with him. In fact, is he coming with him, or is he wanting to get by him? He's wanting to get by him to the inside at Christmas, and through goes Christian Brooks.
Christian Brooks, he's on the move here, isn't he, Howard? I think he's set the fastest lap last time around, 46.06. The pace of the race is starting to pick up. Alex Johnston, 48, your race leader, has done a great job of holding on to the lead. As you head towards the second half of the race, it's been a good, clean race so far. And Fernerhoff has lost out to Christian Brooks. Now there he's the 82 of Brooks in 2nd position. And, well, it looks to me like Brooks, he's steadily picked his way through the field, now through to 2nd place and putting in some good steady laps. Definitely one to watch in the closing stages.
Yeah, absolutely. On to lap number 6 then. Alex Johnston. Well, he's setting a personal best, but it's not enough to deal with the race best of Christian Brooks, a 45.85. And he'll be beginning to get wise to the fact that the pack are closing in on him here. We've got this breakaway group of 3 of Johnston, Brooks and Fernerhoff. Macy Hitter still doing well to hold him 4th. Milo Pilford haven't mentioned much. Definitely his best heat of the day so far at present. But we need to keep eyes here because Christian Brooks is looking very racy to me.
Could be lining up for boot possibly. He's staying on the back here of the 48. Here we go into boot. Brooks might have a look, or will he hold on now and try and look a bit further ahead, look towards Christmas Corner? He's got to get boot correct here. He's not going to go for the pass at the moment, but this could be important now. Let's have a look what Brooks does out of the final corner through the Oblivion first 2 corners, and he's right on the back wheels here. He might drift a little bit wide here. Go for the cutback. Oh, but look at that. 40. Well, Johnson's wise to him there. Shut the door on him, but no, he's not giving up.
Opened it again, though.
Yeah,
allowed it through. And through 2 is going to go Jude Fernerhoff side by side, and then by Inkermans, which is that little right-hand kink before the run to Ashby. Got it done, and there's yellow flags there because someone's gone well off Ashby there. Looks okay. Well, he's just getting checked over, actually, by one of the marshals. I think there's 2 carts down there.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, it's 2 drivers just out of shot here. Drivers appear to be okay, so I think it's a typical getting it wrong on the braking for Ashby sort of incident where 2 drivers go off into the barriers.
Yep.
Oh, we've got a full course yellow over, they've all slowed down.
We are. So we just, whilst they're making sure, because obviously if the pack came around next time and had a major incident again in Ashby, they'd be hitting into some already stricken carts.
Yeah,
so it's right call there.
It's one of these things, Ashby, it's tight right-hander off cambered, so effectively the barriers are doing a job there. It's protection, really, if somebody gets it totally wrong, and with I think there are medics going to check the drivers. They don't want to have personnel on the track if somebody else gets it wrong.
Yep. We've seen a few of these today. full course yellows, perhaps more than we're used to seeing. I think it's worked well as a way of where it is appropriate to keep the race going whilst incidents are attended to. I think it's been a useful tool for the clerk of the course to have reached for. So
actually, listening to that, I was listening to the marshal briefing this morning, and one of the instructions given out to the marshals was obviously don't call a red flag. It's one of these things, of course, if it needs to be a red flag, there has to be one, but use a 5-second rule to check the drivers are okay, and then if it is more serious, perhaps ask for a stoppage then.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, we've seen already today red flags used where it is appropriate. So they're definitely using them when they need to, but also just using that tool as an option where appropriate. A full course yellow just gives them the opportunity for, if it's not an immediate concern, maybe they're just checking over, nothing that stops them from going to an FCY, and then if it turns out to be more serious.
One of the 51 there was hitting trouble previously. I think it was one of the drivers possibly caught up in that incident on Ashby, Hugo Gilbert.
Yeah, but nothing to stop them doing an FCY, and then if the incident does prove to be more of a concern. Oh, as we've got carts starting to litter the track here. That's kind of Go Hill. Well, maybe this is why the FCY is there. It's not just for the incident at Ashby. They've suddenly got a few carts,
There's 2 or 3
stranded.
hitting trouble there, so that's the 50 Go Hill.
There's the pack going by a go-kart on the side of the road now. They may need to make a call as to whether or not that is in a position that they deem to be a concern. And right they will be to do so if it ensures that we have safe racing when we get underway again. But what this is going to do is it's turning this into, well, if we get a green flag this time around, it's going to be a one-lap sprint. Yeah. And if we don't, it's going to be the victory confirmed for Christian Brooks.
Important to say here, of course, we are in a full course yellow, so it is a neutralised race, but they are still racing, of course, aren't they? There is the possibility if they make a mistake and spin off on the full course yellow, it's still a race. So although it is neutralised at the moment, they can't battle.
How many years ago was it now that Montoya and Michael Schumacher collided in that tunnel at Monaco?
Yeah, it's of course. That's a very good example to use there, actually. You say the pace has dropped to over a minute now, so they really have backed off of here and dropping off the pace now. I think Brooks here is anticipating it going green for the final lap, possibly really backing them up through boots.
Kart has been cleared behind them, so...
Yep, green flag. So Christian Brooks, a textbook rolling start there, trying to drop Vernihoff in second, Johnson third, as they scream through oblivion for the final time. 1 lap dash to the finish, but Christian Brooks, as we saw in boot, really backing them up, and he got that one nailed.
Yep. Rito Kamato going defensive against Lucas Ellingham there, and it works for him. I think Kamato's done really well to hold position throughout this race. Jude Vernihoff under a lot of pressure from Alex Johnston as well over second place. Still, Lucas Ellingham can't get by Rito Kamata, and is under pressure now from the 39 of Scott Smith as well. Sam Baker's managed to accrue a penalty, but it looks to me like Christian Brooks has just got to keep this one together.
Oh,
look at this, selling the dummy there from
Johnson.
Alex Johnston, but it doesn't pay off unless he can tuck his nose under, and I don't think he can. He's got to be careful of Macy Hitter as well, but Christian Brooks will take the win in X30 Juniors heat number 3. Jude Vernihoff holds on for second, Alex Johnston for third, Macy Hitter, Milo Pilford, good drive to fifth, Lucas Ellingham in sixth place. Rito Kamata was not able to hold off Ellingham. It might have been Milo Pilfold who I was calling that for.
Pilford just about squeezed through there, didn't they, in fifth place, and Olivier Algieri with a good Algieri 238 with a good finish there in 8th position. As there we see the incident. I think it was an incident on the final lap. Somebody did drop out of the lap charts. That was at 59, I believe.
So that was Rhys Blakely, which is not his first retirement, unfortunately, from the heats. I think there's going to be a little bit more of a pause then whilst they recover some of these karts. You are watching, though, your stream of round 5 of the 2020 WMKC coming to you from Alpha Live. Alpha Live, bringing you coverage of the Whilton Mill Kart Club for 2020 and a whole host of other things. Do be sure to check them out on Facebook, on Twitter as well, but failing all else, give them that subscribe on YouTube. X30 Seniors coming out on track though, so let's look ahead to heat number 3.
This, of course, is our final heat race before we go through to the finals. Let's have a look at how they line up for this final heat race of the day. It's Senior X30 heat number 3, and Alex Johnson will lead them away from Benedict Davis, Macy Hitter in third, Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain in... Oh, this is actually my apologies, this must be the juniors. We'll have a look at the seniors. So it will be Caelan Burbridge from Ben Hitch, Nathan Eames, Richard Evans, Alex Keynes, Roy Johnston, Anki Senning and Mason Weir rounding out the top 10. Drivers are making their way around, so here we are. Burbridge will lead them away from Hitch, Nathan Eames in third, Richard Evans, Alex Keynes and Roy Johnson in 6th place. Anki Stenning 7th, Mason Weir, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Jordan Brown, James Otto and Vishal Patel in 12th. Drivers now making their way around Boot, Herbert Forber, Garlick, Driscoll, Matchell and Southgate in 18th place. Here they come. Joshua Torpey, Guy Smallridge, Harry Torpey, Carly Atkins at the back of the field. So some of our big names towards the back.
Oh,
trouble.
a big incident there.
Torpey caught up in that one. Somebody just climbed up on the back wheel, I think. There's Patchell in trouble as well. So Torpey in trouble on the first corner. The race goes on. Doesn't look like anything serious.
Yeah, I can't see any full start flags coming out yet on the marshal posts.
That was a good start. Just that first corner through Oblivion. There was some big names in this group at the back of the field.
And somebody there as well.
Facing the wrong way into Ashby. Doesn't look too happy. That's the 42.
Ben Hitch.
Ben Hitch from second of the grid.
So all sorts of drama befalling the back of the pack and a little bit of the front of the pack as well as they come round here to, well, they're nearly at the end of lap 1 here, but there's going to be plenty of yellows, I would have thought, unless more drivers than I thought managed to recover. We will check on timing. Yellows being waved at Marshall Post 1.
Yeah, trouble on Oblivion then, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it is Caelan Burbridge in the lead. Who's dropping down the order? We know Ben Hitch had a moment at Ashby. It looks to me like James Otto... so Josh Torpey, Brandon Matchell, Archie Garlick, Benjamin Southgate, James Otto and Guy Smallridge were all involved in that first corner incident. Of those, only James Otto and Guy Smallridge haven't passed the timing beam, and now Guy Smallridge does. So I think, in spite of that drama, everyone actually returned to the circuit and went round, other than perhaps James Otto, who's yet to cross the line.
Yeah, I haven't seen James Otto yet. There's still a yellow flag on the first corner. The race goes on, and normal race conditions for the rest of the lap. And Caelan Burbridge leads them through. Well, it looks like the yellow flag is still out on this first corner. They'll have to take it easy through Oblivion. Stenning still in second. Teddy Pritchard Williams third. Back to green as they make their way up towards Christmas corner. Back under racing conditions as down the inside, having a pick there, is the 25 of Carly Atkins, starting towards the back of the field here. So Atkins having a good comeback in that dramatic opening lap, staying out of trouble. And Carly Atkins 25. Of course, with the heat races, some of the drivers have a good starting position in one race, a bad in the other. So this is the one where Atkins is having to work.
Yeah, that was past Richard Evans that Carly went there. And Matthew Herbert has also got by on Richard Evans. So it's Matthew Herbert in 5th, Carly Atkins in 6th now, as should be confirmed when they come through this time on your timing towers on the left of your streaming screens.
Nathan Ames there, 36, the 4th place driver. We just saw there, picked up a contact warning early in the race, so whether that was related to that incident on the first lap in Ashby. Herbert having a look down the inside, nice move into Christmas corner and makes the move stick. Down towards Ashby once again they go, so nice move there from Herbert, who moves into 4th position.
Absolutely.
Oh, Atkins down the inside in Ashby as well. That was a good move there from Atkins, I think.
It was a cheeky one, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Just about in time. And nicely judged there by Atkins on Ames.
This is the thing with karting, though. It's so evenly matched, isn't it, Howard? If you leave half a gap into the corner, it's the driver behind's going to make that move stick, aren't they?
No second invitations needed here. They will absolutely go for it. Alex Keynes leads them on to lap number 5. Anki Stenning racing well here in second. A driver, Chris, who needs a bit of a good result here because still had a hindered first heat. People may remember an incident up at Christmas corner several hours ago as looking to the inside
that's the 18,
of Driscoll is
Johnson.
Roy Johnson. Yeah, He's been driving well today, hasn't he?
Yeah, like you say, Anki Stenning hasn't had the best of days so far, so he's got the luxury of starting near the front of the grid in this final heat race. Really has got to make that advantage count to get a good position going into the final later on this afternoon.
Yep.
And certainly doing well so far. Half a second behind the race leader Keynes. There was the leader briefly as we look at this battle hotting up now between two of the big names, you might say, in this class so far today. We've got the 39 of Herbert, 25 of Atkins around the final corner. And Carly Atkins, 25, is all over the back wheel. Let's see what happens as they make their way towards Christmas Corner. Atkins going for the outside line, getting the switch back up the hill. This is going to be tight.
But beautifully done. Absolutely inch perfect there. I've got sad news, though. For the third heat in a row, Oliver Henwood is in the pits, I'm afraid. Really has not been his day.
It's one of those days, isn't it? I've had them as a competitor as well. So we saw that in the first race, of course. It seemed to be some sort of issue with the engine. I don't know if it's the jetting or could be anything. It's even spark ignition maybe. For whatever reason, that kart wasn't picking up, and yeah, back in the pits. Carly Atkins, fastest lap of the race last time round, incidentally in 5th place. So Keynes doing well at the front here. Stenning still there in second. All that Stenning needs to do is stay in second position, get a good result. But these guys, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, are looming large behind.
Yep. And there is a look on Stenning by Pritchard Williams, and he's got the job done there. So a nice move there for second place. Carly Atkins, as I say, Chris, right hot on their heels at the moment. In fact, right now with Anki Stenning in that battle. I should say Roy Johnson has got by Richard Evans as well on that last up to 9th place. So Johnson continuing to make good progress. I think he'll have a decent grid position in the finals. But down the inside now of Stenning goes Carly Atkins. Nice move there into the boot.
So this is important now for Carly Atkins getting past the 30th of Stenning. So Pritchard Williams in 2nd place, Atkins 3rd. Stenning drops to 4th, and Matthew Herbert looking large, looking very threatening behind there, number 39. Atkins not close enough to go for a pass on Christmas Corner, but the 2nd through to 5th place battle just staying all together. There's the leader, Keynes. 1.5 seconds last time round. She's got a bit of a cushion at the moment. Now, once again here, I wonder, Howard, if we're going to see this issue. Look at the number 96 in 2nd place. Is 1.5 seconds down on the leader. And perhaps Atkins in 3rd might want to just try and push 96 along here. Pritchard Williams to try and close up on the leader. Well, maybe not. He's going to go down the inside and go for 2nd place. That answers that question.
It was a serving suggestion.
Yeah.
other methods clearly available. So here we go with under 2 minutes now on the clock. Carly Atkins confirmed to 2nd place, and Matthew Herbert confirmed past Anki Stenning as well there. So Matthew Herbert now applying pressure to Teddy Pritchard Williams for 3rd place. Harry Torpy in 6th. Don't count him out. He might come into the thick of things as things close up towards the end. As down the inside of Pritchard Williams goes Matthew Herbert.
Anki Stenning picking up a penalty as well in 5th place, so losing positions and perhaps a bit too aggressive guarding the corner maybe, but maybe Carly Atkins, we're talking about the idea maybe of trying to get a toe and push the rest of the pack along to the leader, but this is where the racecraft comes in sometimes, I think, because Atkins has decided down the previous lap, well, it's not worth sitting about it, I'm going to try and make the pass and do it myself here. Atkins clearly deciding 2nd place is better and try and catch up with the leader, but at the moment, Alex Keynes looking good at the front, the 62. So we look at this battle again with Teddy Pritchard Williams. Herbert's gone through, of course, into 3rd.
That's Harry Torpy putting a move on Anki Stenning as well. That's Harry Torpy up to 5th place now.
So Alex Keynes looking strong at the front, your race leader, as we focus on this battle. There's the number 39 coming out of Ashby. That is the 3rd place driver at the moment, Matthew Herbert. Teddy Pritchard Williams keeping the pressure on in 4th. Carly Atkins has broke away slightly in 2nd position as the leaders make their way through to what will be the penultimate lap. Here we see the 32. Caelan Burbridge this time, just fending off Nathan Ames and Roy Johnson, who was putting some good pace in at the start of the race, but Johnson in 9th hasn't been able to do anything. Staying in 9th place, got a bit of work to do to try and get through higher in the top 10. This is now then the penultimate lap, 10 seconds left on the clock, so next time round will be the last lap. Look out for Matthew Herbert here, though, the 39. He's starting to close and tag onto the back of Carly Atkins in 2nd.
Yep, absolutely. It's all closing up a little bit here as Carly Atkins has now, I think now only got to worry about what's coming from behind unless Alex Keynes makes a mistake here.
Yeah, there's Keynes now. He's got things well and truly under control. 2 seconds doesn't sound much, but in a sprint race, that's quite a gap, and this will serve him nicely going into the final lap.
Absolutely, the final lap it is, the last lap of heat racing today, because we're going to go into our finals next, as coming up the hill for the last time. Anki Stenning really wants to have a look at Torpy, but he actually says to Torpy, no, I think that was a gesture to say, no, keep pushing. We might have some opportunities come the end of the lap. Roy Johnson, haven't mentioned it, he's got to the head of the pack behind this one.
Yeah, it's up to 7th now, isn't he?
Just been racing really well all day to work his way up the field. Seems to just keep on putting in nice moves. Torpy going defensive against Stenning into Oziers, manages to hold him off. Alex Keynes is going to be coming around any moment now to take the victory here. He rounds the final corner. There he is. A great controlled victory for Alex Keynes. Carly Atkins will hold off Matthew Herbert for second. Teddy Pritchard-Williams finishes a very respectable 4th there. Harry Torpy in 5th. Anki Stenning, Roy Johnson up to 7th there. Great drive from him up through the field. Caelan Burbridge, Nathan Ames, Richard Evans rounds out your top 10. There's Callum Driscoll, Archie Forber, Joshua Torpy, Vishal Patel, Brandon Matchell, Archie Garlick, Ben Hitch, Benjamin Southgate, and Guy Smallridge we expect to cross the line. Oliver Henwood did cross the line, so he got back out the pits.
Yeah.
And he's finished a race. So fair play to Oliver. Keep on soldiering on. Hope we see you in the finals. One retirement from that one, which is James Otto. That's the end of heat racing. However, we have had it confirmed for us here that the finals will be reduced to 8 minutes. Usually they're 12 minutes for these finals. Obviously, we've had a lot of curtailments to our running today with red flags. We've had, well, full course yellows don't actually slow down the race. The clock keeps ticking, but we've had several red flags, false starts, all that sort of stuff. Next up, though, here at Whilton Mill, it will be the final in IARMY Cadets.
So that's it then. The heat race is all done and dusted. We are through to the nitty-gritty, you might say, and the final, starting, of course, with the Army Cadets. The drivers are in the waiting zone. All of the groups having their finals. Let's have a look at how the points stack up through the heat races and how they line up for the final. Fred Green will lead them away from Joseph Katsantonis in 2nd, Jacob Ashcroft in 3rd, Zach Green, Ethan Woodward and Jack Mowat in 6th place. 7th for Sky Parker, Archie Lovett, Oliver Phillips, Logan Hose in 10th. Daniel Amore and Lawrence Finn in 12th position. Romeo Fernandez in 13th from Jensen Jones, Harry Curry, Noah Baglin in 16th place, Henry Carter and Cameron McPhee in 18th position. Rounding out the field in 19th going into this final is Harry Yu, 52 points, starting at the back of the grid. So the cream rising to the top here, and there's some pretty decent drivers at the front. So, of course, the finals have been shortened slightly, a couple of minutes taken off the race duration, which will mean that it's very important to get those first couple of laps dialed in there, stay out of trouble, and look to bring it home for a good result in the final. Yeah,
it's effectively now another heat race, but at the end of it, there are some trophies, and perhaps more importantly, in the long run, 60 championship points rather than the, in comparison, mere 36 that you got for a heat victory. So the stakes have risen slightly higher, but the race has stayed the same length. In other words, pressure coming in both the importance of the race, but also how effective you have to be, how quickly. You can't play a longer strategy. It is as frantic as the heats we've seen. And those have been really quite calm.
And of course, the drivers know this. Of course, they know what the start will be. Let's hope for a clear start. They know it's a full start already.
Yeah, they were well out of formation there. But yes, so yeah. I was joking, of course. The heats have been rather frantic, and you can expect the same again. Fred Green with the most points coming into it, 100 points, nice round number that he's managed to get for that. That's not planned. That's actually just a really nice round number he's managed to get across his heats. Joseph Katsantonis, championship leader coming into today alongside Jacob Ashcroft and Zach Green on row 2, and Ethan Woodward and Jack Mowat on row 3.
He's had a good day as well, actually. Further down there, Jack Mowat, he did very well in the previous heat race to stay with that leading group. And well, this is going to be good here because we've got Katsantonis, the number 12. There goes Katsantonis in to boot now, 2nd on the grid. But Fred Green has had a very good day so far. Leads, of course, by just the 3 points. So let's hope for a clean start. And there we see Green leading the round, gets the advantage, of course. He'll be on the inside going into Oblivion and another full
that
start.
flag drops. Yeah, I'm unsurprised to see that, given how the middle pack were coming through.
Of course, most people know what the full start's for, but basically we see what's called the tram lines, those yellow lines in the middle of the track. They've basically got to be in between those when the race starts.
Yeah, be anything close to being in them would be good. I'm trying to think, this is the class that we saw red flagged earlier on, didn't we, for this?
This in the
of course it was
juniors.
Yeah, X30 juniors had it, and these have had a red flag for continuous false starts. So one would think they really should get it right this time round. Young drivers, you know, we do give them benefit of the doubt there, but yeah, it's important that they get this one going, because it's such a tight schedule here, and we do have to keep running, and it's right that they.
I think it's the same with any age group. It's especially for drivers further down the pack. It's just trying to look after yourself, get yourself into a good position.
Yeah, and the race isn't won or lost on, you know, it's not won or lost on the start in this situation. That looks a little better. Are we happy with that one? Yes, we are. Better, yeah. Away we go. Fred Green leads them into oblivion for the first time.
Looked like Ashcroft down the inside in second as well.
It is, yep. That is the 22 of Ashcroft in second place, and he's got his nose tucked under as well for the lead of the race. Up the hill for the first time. He's also got Zach Green in his, not Zach Green, excuse me. It's Ethan Woodward, who's had a fantastic start as well, slotting into third place there. But it's a great start for Jacob Ashcroft, gets himself to the head of the field.
Ashcroft had to be strong there going into Christmas Corner, had a great jump at the start, got past Katsantonis quite early and had a run down the inside to Fred Green. So there we go, Jacob Ashcroft, your early race leader, trying to break away now from Fred Green, who's hanging in there in second place. Looks like the 41, is that Daniel? No, it's 83, my apologies, in third. Ethan Woodward getting a good jump on the field in third. So Katsantonis drops to fifth from the 28, sorry, of Archie Lover. Here they come for the first time, and we'll see how they line up. So it is indeed Jacob Ashcroft that leads. Green in second, Woodward third, Sky Parker in fourth, Katsantonis in fifth, as we see this drag race now, Howard, up to Christmas Corner.
This is great stuff. This is classic cadet racing here, and look at Fred Green looking to get back the lead of the race, and does so off of the slipstream he got off of the back of Jacob Ashcroft. But Ashcroft doing well there, I think, to slot immediately back into second and not give Ethan Woodward an opportunity, and Woodward might be penalised for that, because Sky Parker was having a look as well into Ashby, and Joseph Katsantonis having a look as well now, challenging the 83 of Ethan Woodward.
But loses out. 53 going down the inside, Zach Green.
Good point. Zach Green getting by, and Riley Bishop as well now challenging is that. No, excuse me, that's Jack Mowat. Jack Mowat, it's the wrong class, I believe, for Riley Bishop anyway. Yeah, Jack Mowat. And you'll remember that Mowat coming into today, he'll have known he was second in the championship and Katsantonis was first. If you can finish ahead, by very basic logic, if you know someone's ahead of you in the championship, you can finish ahead of... Yeah, nice and simple. As in the slipstream, once again here is Jacob Ashcroft. He'll be looking to get back the lead that he took off of Fred Green at the start of this one. Green positioning his car.
Yeah, to Ashby. He's going to have a look down the inside, try for the manoeuvre, but not quite going to go ahead there. But 53 having looked there. Zach Green, I think, may have got past Ethan Woodward.
Yeah, I think Woodward's just held on to it.
Just held on, yeah.
Good.
It was good driving on the previous lap there from Ashcroft to hold on to that second place, but he could have easily lost out to Sky Parker.
Yeah, impressed by Sky at the moment, running there in third. Very strong running there for Parker.
Now for Sky Parker, number 20, he's exactly where he'd want to be in this mid part of the race. He's running strongly in third. He's got some decent drivers behind him. Finally poised for the lead here. So Sky Parker using his head here, just tagging on to those leaders. The gap very negligible there. 1 second covering the top 6 drivers as Katsantonis moves back in 6th place from Mowat.
Yep.
Let's see what Parker having a look there, but it's not going to be on.
That was good positioning though from Parker there. Just a little bit to the right of the racing line. Just to let you know, I'm not interested in you going by. Just thought I'd let you know, but not fully
guarding it, was he?
Yeah,
because
not
going to lose out. I suppose.
Yeah, not getting all the cons of defending, if you like.
Just good racecraft again. It's a good positioning of the kart. As down the inside there goes Zach Green on Ethan Woodward.
Yeah, that was a good move.
Yeah, I think Parker's been a bit tactical here, isn't he? He's just trying to hold on to that third place for now, and now he's closing up on Ashcroft slightly. So let's see. Let's have a look. 5.5 minutes to go in this final. Could this be the point now, Howard, where Sky Parker starts to make a move? Let's watch as they go through Oblivion. He's looking good there through Oblivion indeed, so this could be on.
Yeah, breakaway group of 7 at the front here, but Archie Lovett there running quietly in 8th. May catch up to this as well if it all starts breaking up into a battle. Look at how tight they are. Sky Parker was having a think about it. I think he may even have been etching his name onto the number plate of the card in front of him, but it wasn't on there. Into Ashby, and now goes down the inside of Jacob Ashcroft. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. Beautiful move there, and Ashcroft is immediately under pressure from from Zach Green. But Zach Green is shutting the door on Katzenton well, and now goes down the inside of Jacob Ashcroft.
Yeah, nice move there from Green, but it was interesting to watch Parker there, immediately tucking in onto the back of Parker. Oh,
look at the drag, though, that Katzenton and Ashcroft are able to have down the straight. I thought they were going to get by Zach Green then, but actually Katzenton gets by Ashcroft. Ashcroft must be feeling a little bit punch drunk at the end of that one. He got taken from second all the way down to 5th place on that one.
So Katzenton, after a poor start, is recovering well here, up to 4th position, and as we get towards the closing stages, starting to close up on the leaders. So just seemed to lose his rhythm at the start of the race, did the number 12, and Katzenton fighting back well here. He's already got past the 22 of Ashcroft, who's dropped a few positions, just losing that toe a little bit. And Katzenton coming into form at exactly the right point of the race here, and starting to really put the 20 under pressure. Oh, he had a peek down the inside, wasn't really on, and again tries. Oh, brave move there from Katzenton to take the position from the very impressive looking Parker in second. So Katzenton, this is what it's all about here. It's Green, of course, up to 2nd place, and Katzenton, number 12, looking good. Had a poor start to the race, but now it's coming good at exactly the right points.
Yeah, just checking. Fred Green, 3rd in the championship standings at the moment, and best finals finish so far this year of a 4th place. So if he could hold on for this would be a fantastic achievement for him. But look at the snake of karts who would like to deny him that prize. All behind him there.
Let's see how this goes on the next couple of laps then, because it's fairly orderly at the moment. Nobody really going for any wild manoeuvres with 3 minutes to go in this race, plus the one lap. It is the final, of course, so it's all down to this race. And I think at the moment here, everyone playing a relatively cool head at this stage. There's nothing too wild going on at the moment. Everyone's just psyching themselves up for these last few laps.
I think everyone from Katzenton down will be wise to the fact that if they break formation now and start battling, that is it. The win is denied to them. So they'll just be wanting to hold station a little bit and keep up with the leader, Fred Green, and Zach Green as well, who just set a personal best then in his pursuit of the lead of the race, reeled in the gap by 3.5 tenths of a second. You can see, though, further back, Sky Parker having to defend against the 23 of Jack Mowat, and that was a good move for Mowat there, and he'll now try and get on to the back of Katzenton. I mentioned that Zach Green down the inside of Ashby on Fred Green for the lead of the race, and that's stuck. So that's a great move there, but it's allowed Katzenton just to get a little bit closer, and Mowat gestures to his race mates behind him. Come on, you can see the battling that's happening on up ahead. Let's work together and get stuck into that. As there's a penalty for Sky Parker, which could be costly come the end of this one.
So Parker could potentially lose out as round the outside.
And that's
I think Parker might feel he's faster here. I think he's going to feel he's being impeded, so I think he'd be too keen on chasing Mowat at the moment. But Mowat doing his part here, trying to close up on that 3-way battle for the lead. Here they come. So Katzenton looking good in 3rd. He's come to form at exactly the right point. Everyone just trying to guard that inside line as 98 Green goes. Oh, look at Katzenton there, tagging onto the back of Green through to 2nd place. That's where it's all of. That's racecraft again. He just tagging on, finding that gap and just making it down the inside.
He's going to go straight for the lead as well. Down the inside of Fred Green goes Joseph Katzenton. That is one of the reasons why this kid is leading this championship, or at least was doing so coming into today. Reading situations like that is the makings of a really, really competent kart racer right there. And he's got himself back to the lead of the race. It's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination, but that was beautifully judged by Joseph Katzenton. I should say as well, Ethan Woodward did well on the last lap to get past Sky Parker and Jacob Ashcroft.
Good move that.
So good exchange there as well. Here we go, the top 7 coming onto a new lap. They're almost Noah's Ark from 3rd down to 7th.
I think realistically as well, looking at the clock, they're going to squeeze another lap in before we go down to 0. So it'll be 2 more laps to go as Green has a look down the inside.
Yeah, Fred Green to the inside of Christmas, and also Zach Green will have a look through as well, and they both go through. Fred Green and Zach Green both going through on Katzenton for the lead of this race. And just as we said for Katzenton, it was good opportunism last lap, so it was 2 for Zach Green that time round.
Well, I think now realistically 2.5 laps to go here. The gloves are off, and any one of these 3 could win. They're not going to be too fussed about tactics here at this stage. It's just going to be about staying in position and just going for the pass on these last 2 laps.
Lap flag for Sky Parker, so Parker will have to report to the pit lane. That's a shame, because otherwise, to my mind, Sky was driving really well in this one, but we'll see that, and we'll...
Here we
well,
go.
do you
5
report
seconds.
to the pit lane if it's the last lap? I suppose,
Yeah,
you do, yeah.
You have to, wouldn't you? So, it'd be disqualified if he didn't, I suppose, wouldn't he? So
Penultimate lap, they got across the line as you predicted, enough time. So there's 2 laps to go here. Zach Green is in the slipstream. Fred Green goes to the inside and will surely get the move done there, so provided he doesn't run too wide, which he doesn't. So really nice move there from Zach Green. Now leads the race, but you can almost glue these 3 together. 3 abreast into Ashby, and look at Katsantonis. Beautiful move, still side by side. Fred Green back into the lead, and now Zach Green will go past Katsantonis. This is fantastic stuff between these 3 young racers, and down the inside goes Katsantonis on Zach Green. Look out for Ethan Woodward though, because he is leading the charge of those behind, and this is going to be a dramatic final lap. Fred Green though with a little bit of an advantage as they come onto this last tour of the circuit.
It's getting a bit aggressive there at the front, and this is all allowing Ethan Woodward to close up. Here we go, 1 lap to go, and Fred Green is your race leader. Katsantonis in 2nd, Green 3rd, Woodward 4th, Mowat still there in 5th. Of course, Woodward and Mowat have been allowed to close up here because it really did get a bit aggressive on that previous lap as they battled for the lead. Green has a look down the inside of Katsantonis, trying to close up on Fred Green, of course. 98, the red race leader, but there's Woodward right in there going down to Ashby. Yeah,
Katsantonis got a bit held up by that move, but Woodward thinks better of making a move into Ashby corner as they come out. Look out as well for the 23 of Jack Mowat. He's going to have a go now at Woodward and gets the job done, and will he fire one down the inside of Katsantonis for good measure? Katsantonis just a slightly tighter line just to dissuade any moves there, but Zach Green has a look over his shoulder and he knows that he's got a bit of breathing space now, but Fred Green has even more breathing space, and it's that, has he got breathing space, Zach Green? Katsantonis tried to shoot the gap. Fred Green though is going to come round now, the final corner, to take the win for round 5 in the Army Cadets. It will be Zach Green in 2nd, and Jack Mowat got Katsantonis at the last there. Brilliant move. Katsantonis tried for the move on Zach Green in the boot, but it actually slowed him down and allowed Mowat to have a go for 3rd.
And here they come to the edge of the top 10. This is close with, it was Henry Carter leading that group. Philip Samore, Finn, Noah Baglin.
That is ridiculous.
And of course, bearing in mind, of course, Sky Parker, the black flag, that means all those drivers on the edge of the top 10 will effectively be shunted up a position.
Absolutely. One of the closest position finishes I've seen all year. Daniel Amore gets 11th place from Lawrence Finn by 1/100th of the second, which is as precise as our timing goes. So Fred Green with the win. Zach Green finishes 2nd, 3rd for Jack Mowat. That is your podium. It's Joseph Katsantonis, Ethan Woodward, Jacob Ashcroft, Sky Parker, albeit, yes, a black flag to probably be applied post-race. Archie Lovett, Henry Carter, Oliver Phillips, Daniel Amore, Lawrence Finn, Noah Baglin, Logan Howes, your highest placed novice driver there in 14th place, Harry Curry, Jensen Jones, Romeo Fernandez, Cameron McPhee, and Harry Ewell. That's how they finish then for your Army Cadets. If that wasn't exciting enough for you, we have another load of those finals coming your way. Next up here is going to be the final in Honda.
Minimax, I think. We've got actually 2 finals for the Honda Cadet. We've got the B final a bit later on, and then A final rounding up the programme. So, next race out will be the final for the Minimax, and they'll be out shortly.
Let's take you through the grid then for Minimax, and it's an unsurprising name who we see on the front row because he's been driving brilliantly so far today. Harry Linden starts this one from pole. Ben Crossley alongside Leo Purchase and Bobby Rosier on road number 2. Row 3 will be Oliver Carr and Ronnie Bellew. Charlie Payne-Johns, last race, if I remember correctly, ended in the tyre barrier down at turn 2, but has otherwise had good heats to line up 7th. Seth Hathaway alongside. Chase Fernandez and Joe Garraway round out your top 10 with Oliver Smith and Woody Radford on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Matt McFarquhar and Katie Ashman, and then it will be William Ray and Sasha Bagley to round out your 16-kart grid. And I want to add what I've been saying about this class all day. That may be one of the smaller grid sizes here, but my goodness, has it not been short on entertainment once the green flag flies.
Most definitely, because I think it was this class looking earlier in the day where the gap between first and last position at the end of the sprint race was only about 20 seconds or so, which when you consider how competitive or how fast the drivers at the front are, that's not very much at all. What that does mean, of course, is that there's no real margin for error. You can't really afford to spin or make a mistake because we cut adrift from the pack, and in a race with small numbers like this, once you cut away, there's no real chance of getting back in with the pack as they make their way round towards Boot. They'll be coming around to this final corner now. Let's have a look at the starter. looking good round that final corner. It's a clean start. Away they go. And no surprises as to who leads them through. It's the 21 of Harry Linden, who's been on top form today, hasn't he, Howard? And again, starting as he means to go on.
Absolutely, but it's Leo Purchase who's got the jump on Ben Crossley as they head up to the hill for the first time, and Bobby Rosier as well, slotting into 4th place there. So good start from Leo Purchase. Even though Harry Linden's had a good start here, it'd be a mistake to say he will necessarily pull away here, because these drivers will be savvy to that. They've seen Harry winning all day, and they will, if possible, work together. But Ben Crossley wants to get by Leo Purchase early doors here, and that's causing Purchase to have to go defensive. And I might take back what I said about Harry Linden pulling away quite quickly here, because this is going to give him the early opportunity to streak away at the front.
At the front already.
In fact, there he is. Goodness me, that's going to be one of the biggest leads as Ben Crossley gets alongside Leo Purchase into paddock and gets the job done. They're going to be side by side coming to the next lap, but surely Crossley will stamp home the advantage into oblivion. Yes, he does. But already 2.36 seconds, the gap that Harry Linden has at the head of field. And Ben Crossley's going, no,
Yeah.
I'm defending, but he leaves enough of a gap for Leo Purchase.
For the 22.
Yeah, that's Oliver Carr onto the grass, and he goes towards the back. So Leo Purchase through, somehow found a gap there. I wonder here, Chris, if they've just gone, look, Harry Linden isn't in the championship. We're going to fight over what, the most points we can here.
You could be right here. It seems that way because Harry Linden has done his part of the bargain here. He knows he wants to win this, and the first lap, very important. He just pedaled to the metal, to use a phrase, and pulled away 49.3 seconds on the first lap.
Yep.
Which is absolutely charging, absolutely blitzed that first lap. So I think everybody else has almost let him go here. And I think already the gloves are off. They're almost pretending Linden's not there, like you say, and I think they're battling effectively in terms of the championship for the lead here.
Great lap for Ronnie Bellew, up to 3rd place. There was a great exchange between Ben Crossley and Leo Purchase on that last lap as well, although you wouldn't believe in the gap that's opened up for Ben Crossley in 2nd place, but Leo Purchase has got a gap on the inside of Bellew's, and following through there is surely going to be the 58 of Joe Garraway, who's arrived on the scene here. Great stuff there. So it is Ben Crossley in 2nd, Leo Purchase in 3rd, and then Joe Garraway in 4th, as here on Leo Purchase goes the 58 of Joe Garraway.
Oh, but fighting back down the inside there. Good move there from Leo Purchase. He saw that one coming late.
Yeah, okay, this is on now.
Yeah,
everyone knows that they're battling for whatever they can get. But again, they've got to be careful here. They're just allowing Ben Crossley to pull away in 2nd. Look at this, though, for Garraway there, getting alongside Purchase, and they're going to take it, but already there's a gap formed.
Crossley's really checking out here in 2nd place, taking advantage of this battle of the 3rd place. Let's have a look as they go to Christmas.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Down the inside there, 2 seconds, wasn't it? As nice move there down the inside from Purchase. And I think, like you say, Howard, here, we've got a factor here, of course, Linden they're almost forgetting about, not a factor in the championship. They're, unfortunately for them, letting Ben Crossley pull away. Well, I think the gloves are off here, aren't they, Howard? Everyone's battling for position. No one's really bothered about the race win as such, because that's almost a foregone conclusion, barring any real disasters, and they're all battling for championship points here.
Let's see, it's settled down a little bit. That is a relative statement, by the way, I stress, but it's settled down relatively speaking amongst this pack of carts. Maybe they are going to try and work together a little bit, see if they can reel in Crossley. But
there is Crossley.
It's quite the gap now that they've got to do. It's going to be even bigger this time around, surely. It's 3 seconds now that Ben Crossley has in hand over 3rd place Leo Purchase, and Harry Linden, well, he's 5.2 seconds to the good. He's kind of checked out on this one. Further back, though, battles. That's the 87 of Matt McFarquhar looking at Charlie Payne-Johns. That is over 8th place.
Watching Ronnie Bellew there, he was gesticulated again, just like gesticulating forward. I think he's almost hanging back here momentarily just to stay in this pack at the moment. He looked quick into Christmas corner but decided not to go for the move. There is the 84, hanging on in there. He's got Bobby Rosier, the 49, just behind him as they're going to boot once again. And yeah, it's close quarters racing here, but it looks to me like Bellew at the moment is just hanging on in there behind Garraway. They go around out of boot once again. There's Crossley almost out of distance in 2nd place. Linden is effectively in another race here, all on his own at the front, still lapping in the 47s, but let's see what Bellew does this time. The 84 tagging onto the back of 58 down the inside. Good move there from Garraway, and right on cue, Bellew goes through, just about makes it stick.
You say right on cue, but he almost missed the boat there, and it's going to allow Leo Purchase back down the inside of Ashby, and they've got to be careful as well, because that could open the door for the likes of Seth Hathaway, Bobby Rosier as well behind them in the 49 and the 33 there. But it was, yes, Bellew almost missed the opportunity because he went back over to the conventional racing line and went, oh no, we are going through now. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. So as Harry Linden sets a new fastest lap of the race, 47.41. Ben Crossley sets a personal best as well.
I think Crossley, the only driver really that's getting close in terms of pace to Linden, 47.7, like you say, his personal best, and it's the only driver realistically who's on a par with Harry Linden at the moment. Everyone else scrapping away for that third place. This is a good situation. Well, there was very briefly Harry Linden. We just saw him leering away. Crossley still in second place. I tell you what, this is effectively a sprint kind of format here. 6 seconds the gap between first, 10 seconds to third. This is as close as you get to night and day, I think, in this sort of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interesting pack of karts, this one then. Leo Purchase chasing Joe Garraway and Bobby Rosier there as well.
Finally poised. There's Rosier just falling back slightly. Good drive so far from what's one of the novices there, the 33. You see the black backgrounds there of Seth Hathaway running strongly in 7th place. Kerr's gone up to 8th from Mac McClarker. As we look briefly there, well, there's our leader. That's how far away he is. He's already through to the middle of the track, Harry Linden. That's Crossley in second.
It is, yeah.
And Crossley's still matching the pace. Here's the battle of the third. And now it looks like Purchase has gone through into third position.
Yeah, looks like Purchase has pounced on Garraway there. And has anyone else gone? No, Garraway was able to slot in position immediately behind. So it does look like it's the battle over the final of the podium positions here, really. Yeah. Into the boot they go as Harry Linden sets another fastest lap of the race, 47.35. Bobby Rosier there in the 49 car. He's featured prominently in this championship thus far. He'll be looking to maximise points. As Chase Fernandez has just got by Matt McFarquhar for 9th place. I wonder if Chase is feeling a little bit, he had some really good pace in the latter heats in this class, quite far down there in 9th place. I wonder if it'll be a case of what might have been. Not sure if he had a drama in one of the earlier heats. Change of position though confirmed for Purchase and Garraway on your timing screens to the left-hand side.
Can't really get involved at the moment, can he? He's down in 12th position, so Crossley's doing well here in second place. He's the only driver really matching Linden for pace. He's already gone through past the finish line. Just goes to show how far ahead he is. This is all, there's second place. Looking at the clock here, 1 minute 40. Effectively, this means that Harry Linden, depending on how quickly he gets around the track, could potentially wrap this race up 1 lap early, which would be bad news for these guys battling for third potential. There's the leader. He's so far ahead. The gap is so far, he could effectively bring this race to a close 1 lap early if he crosses that timing beam before or just after the clock goes to 0 effectively.
Absolutely. Leo Purchase there in the 71. Been driving so well all day, but to be honest with you can say that for any of the drivers currently chasing him. 58 of Joe Garraway there. Had a difficult first heat, remember, and had to fight back during the second and third, so it's great to see him in this prominent position fighting as he is for a podium spot. The 84 behind of Ronnie Bellew. Maybe a driver who, I'm not sure I wouldn't say under the radar, but we haven't maybe given as much mention to him as some of the other drivers in this pack, but has no doubt had a fantastic day at the races today, has Ronnie. And Bobby Rosier there in 6th place.
Seth Hathaway still running strong as well. It's looking at the 71 in a moment of Leo Purchase. He's just trying to break away in third at the moment. There he is. He's not too worried about defending the corners. He's using his own lines, running his own race here. He's just ever so slightly out of striking distance right now from the 4th. He's just trying to break that toe from but certainly 58, Joe Garraway. Not letting him get too far away. Can't get close enough to go for a pass right now, but let's watch Leo Purchase through the boot section again. He's not too worried about guarding the apex. He's trying to run his own line, just trying to break away. As well, effectively here we're going for another lap because Linda's already gone through. And let's see what Purchase can do. He just can't quite break away as they're going to Christmas. And now Garraway is starting to look threatening.
Absolutely in the background as well there. Oliver Kerr
riding the back wheel there.
Yeah, and my eyes were slightly further down the road where Oliver Kerr was, I think, challenging Seth Hathaway for 7th. But yeah, that all got a little bit too close for comfort, didn't it, in the battle over 3rd place? And that's a problem. It's a problem for Leo
Purchase.
Oh, that is gutting for Purchase. But he's got an issue. I think it's exhaust.
Yeah, that sounds very loud, that machine.
Yes,
so
it does, doesn't
he
it?
would, of course, not his fault, but he would get a black flag automatically because of the noise issue.
Yeah, the podium goes away from him.
He's out, yeah, he's retiring, so
that is going to be fairly galling for the young driver, but he has shown some fantastic form today. Hopefully he can return later on in the season to claim a greater success than that which he's getting now.
Here's the guy who's almost been forgotten about at the front, Harry Linden, who's run his own race at the front. He's still lapping in the 47s. He's been 46, 47 for the entire race and making his way through Boot for the final time. There's been no arguments as to who will win this one. It's the 21 of Harry Linden, ran the final corner. Just got to take it around nice and neatly. And Harry Linden, no doubting as to your winner of the Minimax final, will take the checkered flag. And then a good drive from second place, Ben Crossley, breaking away from that fearsome battle of a second place. And here we go, Howard. Who's going to bring it home in third in this very close scrap for the final corner?
It looks like it is going to be Ronnie Bellew, who hangs on for third place, taking that final podium spot ahead of Joe Garraway in fourth, Oliver Carr in fifth, sixth for Bobby Rosier. Seth Hathaway, great drive as one of our novice drivers to seventh place today. That's fantastic. Chase Fernandez did in the end manage to break into the top 10, finishes well in eighth. Charlie Payne-Johns in ninth, 10th for Matt Farquhar, excuse me. Katie Ashman in 11th, 12th for Oliver Smith. Not the best day for Oliver Smith. Sasha Bagley
just went through now, wasn't it? Bagley,
yeah, in 13th, and we would expect, hopefully, Woody Radford to come through to finish 14th. But Leo Purchase with that disappointment of having to take to the pit lane with the damage to his exhaust. There was the final in Minimax. That was race number 24. Next up is going to be our final in X30 Minis.
So now for the final of the X30 Minis. Drivers are in the waiting zone. They'll be going out in just a few moments. And the driver to beat today has been Aidan Hassan on 104 points. Will lead them out into the final, just ahead of Henry Gregory in second, Luke Sintler in third, Keon Geraghty in fourth, Jack Nettleship in fifth, Leo Brown in sixth. Seventh for Alfie Briggs from Mika Taylor, George Robinson and Morgan Hill rounding out the top 10. Oliver Stilt, Kira Harris in 12th position. And the rest of the 14 driver field made up of Harry Ewell and Shravan Shangmagavel, just a little bit further behind on 65 points. And one thing I would say here, Howard, as they make their way out onto the course any moment now, there they are right on cue. Aidan Hassan has just about been the driver to beat today, but I would stick my neck out and say any one of about 5 or 6 drivers could quite feasibly win this race.
I think it's been one of the closest classes, if not the closest class that we've had here today at Whilton Mill. They've been highly entertaining, and honestly, do you know what? I don't think there's any driver in this field that I can't actually... I know this sounds crazy, but honestly, any of them could win it. I genuinely think that. You know, it's not been the best day at the races for the likes of Harry Ewell or Shravan Shangmagavel, but they are very good drivers. This is one talented field that is here in X30 Minis, and it's great to see how much talent is racing these days in the Whilton Mill Kart Club series of championships. I
think to coin a phrase, when you say races, I think if you were this was a horse race and you were a gambler, I think you'd steer clear from this one.
Yeah, I would.
You wouldn't put a bet on this, would you?
No, it's very open, this one, but it is Aidan Hassan who has scored the most points over the heats and is there on pole in the number 64, the 71 of Henry Gregory, alongside such good pace that Gregory's had across these heats. So this one could be interesting. Is the start going to be good? Yes, it is. Away we go for the trophy final. Great start from Hassan, and I think Luke Sintler has managed to get himself straight into second place as well from grid position 3.
He has, yeah, and Sintler's very quick on the approach to Christmas corner. All day's been like that, but Hassan holds on. Nice, clean start, just about. A little bit of banging of wheels there, but everyone gets through the first 3 corners safely. Hassan leads them. Sintler second. Looks like Gregory tagging on to that third place. They all pile through Ashby for the first time. And a good, sensible start there, I would say. Of course, only 14 drivers in this race, so no margin for error as, down the inside. Nice little move there from Gregory.
Yeah, Henry Gregory back past Luke Sintler to reclaim his grid position of second, and down the inside immediately goes to Kean Geraghty on Sintler as well to say, well, if you're going to be off the pace like that, having been overtaken, I will help myself, thank you very much. Aidan Hassan leads, Henry Gregory in second, Kean Geraghty in third, then Luke Sintler, Leo Brown with a good start. Managed to hold off a big challenge from Jack Nettleship, I noticed, at the top of the hill as well. As look at this, down the inside of Geraghty, looks Sintler to get back third position, and Kean Geraghty manages to slot back in. Leo Brown still holding back Jack Nettleship somehow behind them. Micah Taylor has got past Alfie Briggs on that first lap as well. As through Wilkins comes the battle over third place. It's allowing Henry Gregory to get on up at the front, as that was a tidy move there. Nettleship and Micah Taylor, and now down the inside tries Alfie Briggs into the boot, but that's not on there, as at the very back of the pack as well. That looked like the 46 of George Robinson trying to make some positions as well, but Henry Gregory being allowed to focus solely on the task of chasing race leader Aidan Hassan here.
It's interesting again, it'd be good to watch Sintler around that Oblivion corner as he gets passed this time by Geraghty. He did seem to have a good line leading up to Christmas corner. He has lost some positions this time. It is turning into a fight here. Henry Gregory doing very well on that first lap to pull away from the rest of the field. The only real driver at this stage to be able to deal with Aidan Hassan, the race leader. The gap 2.1 seconds between Hassan and Sintler, who was in third at the start of the lap, is of course Geraghty now. As we look at this very close battle for third place, this of course will do these drivers no good in terms of race victory at the moment, because the top two, Aidan Hassan, there we are. Hassan leads, Gregory second, the gap half a second, and they are just trying to pull away from the rest of the top 10.
Absolutely thrilling stuff this in the trophy final. Leo Brown now in the slipstream of Cian Geraghty, but will hold station because he doesn't want to compromise his pace. The 22 though of Morgan Hill I think was going through on Jack Nettleship there over 9th place. It wasn't a strong couple of laps for Nettleship, and he was he's left at risk from attack there from Morgan Hill. This is the 71 of Henry Gregory though, chasing race leader Aidan Hassan, and has managed to, well, slightly close the gap last time through. They are matching each other very well on pace at the moment, it has to be said.
I think this might be interesting. Let's have a look at the lap charts when the third place driver Geraghty goes through. I think they're just starting to settle down a bit here in third place. The gap goes down by a few tenths. Geraghty closing it down to 2 seconds between him and the leader Hassan. It seems to me, if we look at this battle for third in a few moments, they just seem to settle down into a rhythm here, just trying to push each other on, just to try and close up on the leaders. Here they come down the hill towards Ashby. There's Hassan, Gregory second, Geraghty third, still Brown in fourth, and at the moment they just seem, third place, just trying, the main objective here, 5 minutes to go, just trying to close up on Gregory and Hassan, the two leaders.
Absolutely, here they are into the boot, and Gregory looking as close as I think he has done so far this race, with the possible exception of the start when they were right alongside each other, as they come on to lap number 6, and the gap is down to just 0.3 of a second between Hassan and Gregory. And again,
Geraghty closing again, their fastest lap of the race.
Exactly.
Oh, actually, Nettleship fastest lap of the race, but they all, that group from third down to Nettleship in ninth, they're all closing up slowly on the leaders here.
yeah, and this is the thing, Gregory needs to pick his move if he's going to make a move. If Aidan Hassan gives him the opportunity, he's got to pick it carefully here, because he does not want them both to be running wide and leaving them at risk of being under attack from the likes of Cian Geraghty, Leo Brown, Luke Sintler et al. If they mess it up.
And Hassan here, 64, he's leading from the front here. He's not too bothered about tactics. All his main objective here is just to keep everyone behind him at the moment. He's running his own race, using good lines. He's trying not to be too defensive in the sense of sacrificing track position. He's, again, nice racing line into Christmas corner, just using the pace. He's not guarding that inside line too aggressively at this stage, and just trying to run his own race here. But again, the gap goes down to 1.26 seconds between him and, well, you don't need us to tell you here, because Geraghty, we watch the camera in a moment, he is really closing.
There's the look.
He has a look, doesn't he?
And that is Henry Gregory. Bold attempt down the inside of Oziers, and I think he'll have been attempting this or weighing up that as his option for a couple of laps, but the pace of Geraghty and Brown behind is not in question. Brown with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.72, and Cian Geraghty's been setting personal bests as well. This is closing up, and Henry Gregory knows it. Quick look over the shoulder, he's like, yep, no, they are there, and he's now got even more pressure coming to bear. If he's going to make, I reckon he's got one more move in the gun, that he has, one more bullet in the gun, I should say, mixing my metaphors, that he has to make work.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got it.
Oh, actually, out of nowhere.
Well, there you go. And if you'd like any driver coaching from how, no, not really. And there, down the
Geraghty,
inside.
what a move.
2 in 1 for Cian Geraghty. What a move down the inside. Coming back at him there, tries Henry Gregory. That was amazing. That caught us completely by surprise. And I think the same can be said for the two drivers he overtook.
Definitely. Well, that was a good opportunity there from Geraghty. He just saw that gap. He had the traction through the corner. And, well, that was a a move that deserves to win the race, you would say, but Geraghty's got to work hard from here on in because Gregory's got through in second, Brown in third.
Yep.
The unfortunate Aidan Hassan has dropped to fourth place now after that brave fight for most of the race. He gets a warning there for, I presume, some kind of over-aggressive defence, possibly. Luke Sintner's got to try, he wants to try and win this race as well. He's very quick, as we saw earlier today, out of Oblivion, going up to Christmas Corner. He'll want to try and get past Hassan. So Geraghty, one lap ago, doing a great move there to take the victory.
That was move of the day for me.
Yeah.
I've been left speechless for a whole lap by that one.
Got the hard work now, though, hasn't he, with 2 minutes to go.
He certainly has. There's no shortage of pressure from behind. Henry Gregory will not be too happy after all those exchanges to still be in second, albeit chasing a different person. He'll feel a little bit aggrieved. He's like, I could have sworn it was me who did the hard graft to get up to try and take the lead, and now I'm not in the lead. So less than 2 minutes now on the clock. What is left to transpire in this X30 Minis final? It's going to be one of these top 5, surely, pending any great disaster. Behind them, we should say, Micah Taylor leading the battle of the next pack down in a battle with Jack Nettleship and Alfie Briggs. Morgan Hill has just got past George Robinson as well for 9th, so another good pack of karts battling away further down, but one has to think that our winner and indeed our podium positions will come from this pack of 5 that have still got a good, it's going to be a good 3 more laps, isn't it, with this?
To go.
Leo Brown, fastest lap of the race to take him right onto the back of Henry Gregory. There's a penalty for Kira Harris down in 11th place. What about the slipstream?
Gregory has a look down the inside on the slipstream. Nice move. One thing I just noted watching the pack go through on that previous lap.
Leo Brown, sorry, being cheeky and coming through. Bit of a pass on the grass, but that's going to allow Geraghty to have a look back into Ashby Corner.
Hassan getting back involved as well.
Yeah, Hassan's going to be able to capitalise on that as well. Leo Brown gains 1, loses 2.
Only 6 seconds here covering the top 10, so even Alfie Briggs down in 10th place is by no means out in any kind of trouble here on these final couple of laps, and even the likes of George Robinson, Alfie Briggs, who seemingly are out of contention here, they could well get back into this because it's still fairly competitive. Cian Geraghty just pulling, well, of course, Gregory back into the lead now. Geraghty still there in second place. Those two pulling a small gap on Hassan, who's well and truly back involved in this race.
And I think that Gregory has the makings of a lead gap here because Geraghty's having to go defensive against Aidan Hassan here, and it's going to allow Henry Gregory to pull away a little bit at the front. Geraghty does hold on to second for now, but Aidan Hassan is not going to let him get away with that if he can at all help it. But they are, do they work together? Do they start fighting in earnest? I think they're going to have to make a judgment here to start battling.
My opinion here would be the gloves have to come off now. We're running out of time, and Gregory's by no means miles down the road here. So, yeah, we've got 1 lap to go. Everyone's going to have to, the gloves are off here now. If they want to make a move, it's going to be now, really, because it doesn't really matter too much. And Gregory leads them through. I would still say any one of those 5 drivers could still win the race.
Absolutely. You cannot write any headlines yet for this one. Henry Gregory leads them up the hill for the last time in X30 Minis today. Anything on for any of them into the Christmas corner? No, there isn't. And Cian Geraghty, if anything, just has a bit of breathing space now over Aidan Hassan. And now down the inside goes Leo Brown, but the door is closed by Aidan Hassan there, and that's surely allowed Cian Geraghty to focus on the sole job of putting pressure onto Henry Gregory, and he has had a stellar start to this lap. He really has closed that gap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be close enough. I think Henry Gregory just has to stroke this one home through the boot now.
Yes, Gregory in exactly the prime position going into the final lap. He's done everything right on this last lap. Nice smooth lap, and looks set to take the checker flag. Indeed, he does so. Henry Gregory is your winner of the X30 mini final. Geraghty second, Aidan Hassan in third, Leo Brown fourth, Luke Sintner in fifth, Nettleship Taylor, George Robinson, Morgan Hill, and Kira Harris nipping through to 10th on the final lap, as I think Alfie Briggs may have hit some trouble there, going through very slowly in 11th place.
That is very slow, unfortunately. Shraven Shanmughavel and Harry Yule yet to cross the line.
Here
there they are to finish 12th and 13th and round out. Oh no, excuse me, Yule got past Shanmughavel on the last, and did you know that's a battle that's been going all race as well, because I noticed them swapping positions on the first lap, so good for them that they've had a race-long battle. It's Ewell who goes home with the bragging rights for today. There you go then, that was X30 Minis. Next up is going to be our B final in Honda Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for our B final. It's going to be Frankie Smedley who lines up on pole for this one. Amelie Ackert's second on the grid. Sebastiano Tuzeo and Jake Schulz make up row number 2. Riley Thatcher and Emily Cooper are going to be on the 3rd row. Ethan Weldon and Oliver Gibson are going to be on row 4. Row 5 will be Finley Fishburn and Felix Smedley, Jacob Lee and Alessio Lamalfa, and Kai Clark rounds out your 13 karts on the grid. There will, of course, be an opportunity here. I'm just going to double check this one. There will be an opportunity for promotion onto the back of the A final grid in this.
That's the final race, of course, later on today. So
it is.
Yeah, we'll perhaps double check this. I believe, isn't it the winner normally?
I thought it was the top 2, but
Oh,
I'm just
top
going to
2.
double check that one.
We'll have a look at that. The drivers, incidentally, are just in the waiting zone now. And this, of course, is, with it being a B final, some of the drivers further down the grid throughout the heat races today have an opportunity here to go for glory and battle at the front. We're just getting confirmation as to what, of course, they do get the glory in itself of winning the B final and a chance to go to the A final and battle with some of the faster drivers throughout the day.
I thought so. It's the top 4. It's the top four in the B final that get through into the A final. I thought so. I did say 2 just a moment ago, but it is the top 4 who I believe get through onto the back of the A final grid of this one. So it's going to be a question of, you know, not only, well, that's the big prize, isn't it? With this,
nice
it's not the
incentive,
silverware on this. We might. I know there is some silverware handed out for the best placed novice. I'm just checking if have we got any novice drivers who've qualified already through to the A final. Yes, we do. So the highest placed novice in this race, whether they gain promotion or not, will not be on for the best rookie trophy that I know also gets awarded in this class. So this is going to be that's what they're aiming for anyway, to try and get into the top 4.
I think here as well, Howard, actually looking at some of the, we're talking about young drivers and people new to it, just getting experience. It's nice having a B final in this sense that some of these drivers towards the back here, they're not really the ones in the nicest sense who'll be fighting for victory. So for a new driver coming through, it's nice to be able to have a chance to battle at the front and battle for the race victory.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's also great that we're able to feature them as well. Frankie Smedley will be taking this one from pole position.
Drivers, of course, are out on the track now for the formation lap. This is much, of course, like the A final will be exactly the same. The Honda Cadets, the only group that has the standing starts. You haven't got the issue in itself of worrying about full starts necessarily, unless there really is a problem on the line as such. And well, we've got 13 drivers here. We've got, again, this could be wide open here. We had some good midfield runners, you might say, leading up this B final. So much like the race we've just had, I think it'd be difficult to predict the winner from this one.
Absolutely, absolutely. This one is going to be interesting. It's only 13 karts, but well, several classes today have shown us that it's not about the numbers, it's about the entertainment you get from them, and this is an important race for a lot of these young drivers.
Now, Ackett's actually, remember, in the previous heat race made a mess of the start, so this is almost a second bite of the cherry, you might say. This is the opportunity to make sure that Ackett's anticipates the lights. They've gone to red now, so they're waiting for the lights to go out, and the B final, Ackett's making a much better job this time, it would appear, and takes the lead.
Yeah, great start there for Amelie Ackett's, up to the lead early doors, but Frankie Smedley's going to come and try and come back for the lead, and does it. Brilliant stuff by Frankie Smedley up at the top of the hill. Looks to me, I'm trying to see who's got into third place there. I think that Schulz may have, no, Tuzeo has held on to it, excuse me, onto the third place as they come through Ashby for the first time. Ackett's looking for a move into Wilkins, but thinks better of it, probably for the best on the first lap. Breakaway group of 4 already forming a little bit here.
That's Tuzeo in third, isn't it? Yeah. Jake Schulz, I believe, one of the novice drivers in fourth.
Yep, and a little look there from the 76 as well of Kai Clark, who, I wonder if Kai Clark's going to be one to watch here, because there's been a few penalties for Kai. So I wonder if he's a little bit out of position, as it were, at least if things were based on pace alone.
Yeah, well, Kai Clark starting at the back of the field only on 6 points, so a bit of work to do here, and already up to 7th position. Smedley doing a great job of holding on to the lead. He has a quick glance over the shoulder as Ackett has a look down the inside, but not quite enough momentum to go for the lead. And the man to watch here in third is Sebastiano Tizeo, 24. Nice lap on the previous lap, 59.08. Fastest driver on the track at the moment. Just trying to get involved in this battle for the lead as Ackett again has a look. And Emily Ackett in second place, really trying to stake the advantage early on here.
Yeah, the 4 drivers that were just in your shot currently, your promotees, should it finish this way, but there's still a long way to go in this one yet. 6.25 minutes left on that clock, and it's that plus a lap, remember. Coming on to the back of them now, though, Emily Cooper there running well in 5th place in the number 8, although goes a little bit wide there. We'll need to avoid doing that too often to avoid gaining some unwanted attention from race control. Look at this, though. Ackett's again challenging for the lead on Frankie Smedley. Got the run, and is going to surely... No, Frankie Smedley shuts the door. Brilliantly done there by Frankie Smedley.
As the race leader, you've got to be brave to shut the door like that going into Christmas Corner, because if somebody's got a wheel in there already, you're going to lose out and get punted off into the scenery, basically. Yeah. So very, I would say, assured driving there from Frankie Smedley, confident to shut the door there.
Yeah, confidence on those brakes clearly, as there's Jake Schulz, who had to think about it on Sebastiano Tuzeo. Fastest lap of the race with Emily Cooper in her bid to try and catch on to the back of these top 4, and she's done it. Look, there you can see there on the back of the top 4 there, and Jake Schulz again having a look at Tuzeo into the final corner, and I think he's got the job done. And now Emily Cooper is alongside Tuzeo as well, and I think she's got the job done. So Emily Cooper there up into 4th place.
You can't miss Emily Cooper with those fluorescent yellow wheels, and fastest driver on the track at the moment.
Yes.
So again, well, actually Kai Clark's on a little bit quicker further down the field. There's Kai Clark actually, but Emily Cooper in 4th. She's looking quite threatening. There she is again, just tagging onto the back of the 27 of Jake Schulz, and at the moment I'd say Emily Cooper along with Kai Clark wants to watch further down the field.
Yeah, step aside, white wall tyres from the 50s. The high-vis wheels are where it's at, and that she's got some great pace at the moment on the tail of Jake Schulz. Now,
actually, there is a practicality there sometimes in these very bold colours for the younger driver. I think the parents like this sometimes. They can identify their driver quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As side by side there goes Oliver Gibson with Kai Clark through the final corner. No, excuse me, Sebastiano Tuzeo that was with, through the final corner. This time coming up the hill though, Emily Cooper in the slipstream of Jake Schulz, but is a little too far back, as further down there was a battle there. I think it was Oliver Gibson still battling away with Tuzeo.
Frankie Smedley doing well here actually. He had to battle hard, actually, fight for that lead from Emily Ackett, and putting a good strong lap there, matching leaders for pace. They were closing up on him a moment ago, but Smedley has a bit of bar banging, you might say, or contact there from the 27 Jake Schulz. Nothing too malicious, you would say, and Emily Cooper might gain advantage from this battle for 2nd place, but Frankie Smedley pulling a small gap now. It was half a second. It looks to me like it's increased slightly, and Smedley doing well as battle rages behind him.
Yeah, I thought Jake Schulz was cutting across there a little too harshly to defend, but he did give room to Emily Cooper. Managed to hold on to that position. Oliver Gibson did finally get by Sebastiano Tuzeo on that last lap. Ethan Weldon down in 8th, Riley Thatcher 9th, 10th for Finlay Fishburn, and Felix Smedley still circulating in 11th as well. So all of our drivers who started this one are still out there. Down into Ashby Corner goes the battle over 2nd place. Emily Ackett, Jake Schulz, Emily Cooper, and Schulz feeling the need to go defensive again. That might leave him exposed to attack into Osiers if he doesn't move across and defend, as he does. Reading the situation well there is Jake.
And these top 4 now starting to break away slightly from Kai Clark in 5th. Now the pressure's on for the likes of Kai Clark and Oliver Gibson. They're not too far behind the top 4. They'll want the opportunity to progress through to the A final, and these top 4 drivers are the ones who go through. It's almost like a last chance qualifier here, you would almost say. Everyone else will be packing up the van and going home, but look at this battle for 2nd place now, and I think Emily Cooper's being held up a bit here. She wants to try and get through.
Yeah, but in many ways as well, you know, let's assume I'm pretty sure we're right about the top four going through. She doesn't want to throw that away.
Yeah.
Trying to get an ultimately arbitrary, although points count, but an ultimately arbitrary third place. You know, she wants to get that promotion if she can at all help it. Behind her, Kai Clark has been setting decent pace, but Oliver Gibson, currently the fastest driver on the circuit, at 54.37, the best lap of the race so far.
So Smedley doing a nice job here, the 73, of pulling away. The pressure on here potentially for Emily Cooper, because to coin a IndyCar phrase here, she's on the bubble. The driver most at risk has just been overtaken. Nice move.
That is down the inside, goes Oliver Gibson at oblivion, and that's Gibson up into 4th place. And ahead of them as well, Ackett's under serious pressure from Jake Schulz, but Jake Schulz thinks better of it. It's there down the inside. Tried Kai Clark on Emily Cooper and made it stick. So Emily Cooper, sadly, from her perspective, down 2 positions now as they come through Ashby. But there's a penalty for Kai Clark, and that could be significant in terms of those who get promoted up into our A final.
That could be important here, and at the moment Emily Ackett in 2nd place. It's all gone defensive. Ackett has lost Smedley, the race leader, who's putting some good laps, and this is the trouble sometimes when you lose that pull in front of you. All your attention is turned to the drivers behind you, and it ends up turning into a defensive show here, and that's what Ackett is doing at the moment.
Down the inside of Jake Schulz looks the 76 of Kai Clark, but it didn't stick there.
So Kai Clark in 5th place with that penalty. We shall wait and see. That could well be important after this race. As down the inside goes Schulz, but not close enough to go for the pass.
Frankie Smedley, your leader, 1.3 seconds to the good, ahead of Emily Ackett, who has half a second in hand over the 81 of Oliver Gibson. Black flag for Ethan Weldon, so unfortunately he'll have to be going to the pit lane, and his race is in many regards already run. That'll put him well down off the field.
So Kai Clark then still in 5th with that penalty. What the penalty will be, we'll find out afterwards, as again Gibson has a look. Nice move there down the inside from Gibson, and Ackett's, after playing defensively for so long, has lost that position. Now this is where it's going to be important now for Ackett's. We've got 1 lap to go. Frankie Smedley, the 73, has done a great job so far. Gibson with a late charge here, but Ackett's has caught onto the back here. Sometimes psychologically, when you lose 1 position, you can almost lose 3, you might say. But Ackett has fought back well and goes for the pass once again into Christmas corner.
Still side by side through Christmas. They're still going to be side by side after. But I think that went the way of Gibson. Yeah. You could tell how certain I was there by the hesitation. It really is good racing that we're being treated to here. They have reeled in Frankie Smedley slightly, by the way, for the lead of this one. It's now down to under a second.
At the moment, it looks like Smedley's got things relatively under control. Just got to stay out of trouble on these last few corners, as Gibson, the confidence there to go into that wide sweep into the boot corner. Now, of course, 2 positions up for grabs in the A final.
Coming around the last corner, though, it is going to be Frankie Smedley who takes the win in the B final for Honda Cadets. Oliver Gibson finishes in 2nd, Emily Ackett in 3rd, Jake Schulz in 4th, and we believe clinches that last promotion spot into the A final. Kai Clark finishes 5th, although there is a penalty to be applied. Emily Cooper raced really well there, finishing 6th. Sebastiano Tizeo in 7th, Riley Thatcher in 8th, 9th for Finley Fishburne. Ethan Weldon ends his race in the pits with a black flag.
Which means, of course, Felix Smedley at the back will move up a position on the last lap, so perseverance paying off.
Absolutely, we do expect to see Felix coming through. There's a bit of a gap here, but here he comes round to take this one. So Felix Smedley will, there you go, move up to 10th place there to get a top 10 finish. That was your B final in Honda Cadets. Next up here at Wilton Mill, we're going into our 27th. Gosh, we've had a lot of race action here today, haven't we? It'll be the final in Junior Max.
Drivers are ready and waiting then for this final of the Junior Max. Let's have a look at how they will line up. Gabe Fairbrother, 1st position from Daniel Parent-Smith, Kyle Dunford in 3rd, Tommy Edmonds 4th, James Jackson in 5th position. Looking further back, Jack Cooper, Lewis Jones, Charlie Ellis, Harrison Crook, Lexi Belk and Charlie Pritchard in 12th. Jensen Weston in 13th position from Spencer Braun, Ben Folland, Harry Chamberlain, Dylan Ross-Jackson and Leo LaCastro in 18th place. Jack Davis, Jake Howarth, Freya Belk, Noah Hadley 22nd, Joshua Burton, Oliver Martinsky a little bit further back in 24th from Ronnie Scott, Callum Davis, Jensen Giles, Alexander Black, Zane Khan, Miles Dawn in 30th place. Harry Maynard 31st, Jacob Baldry, Jake Davis and Jack Davis rounding out the field in 34th. And a shout out, I should say, to Jessica White, who had just missed out there, unfortunately. She will start on 72 points in 6th position as the drivers take to the track for the formation lap.
Absolutely. Gabe Fairbrother has been showing some fantastic pace in this one. And so far today through the heats. But there's plenty of drivers who might want to take this one off of him. And I wonder actually here, Chris, if there might be some penalties that have come to play here. Because there are some very fast drivers, or drivers I know to have been very fast in some sprint, some heat races, quite far down the order. I don't want to take away from Daniel Parron-Smith, but if he's gone rather under the radar for me, at least to the point where he's second on the grid. He has been consistent, that's true.
Tell you what, Howard, you got to love karting though. It's always close, and this is not the only race where I say I wouldn't like to really put a bet on who's going to win this one.
Not really. And yeah, fair play to Parron-Smith. He has clearly been the king of consistency here today, as they'll be coming around to get this one started. Still a lovely sunny September day here at Wilton Mill. Here they come then, round the final corner, and it's a full start. It's a full start.
You'll notice a lot of the drivers wearing the iridium style visors. You see that mirror image when they come past the camera, which now we're getting into the final races of the day, and especially in the autumn when you get the relatively early nights, the low sun really does play a part in these latter races, and those tinted visors come into their own.
Yes. Now, I know full start's been a bit of a contentious issue today. That was a legitimate one. There was someone miles off the back of the pack, it turns out. So they were right to not start that one, I think. And they will come now to form up once again for 8 minutes. These trophy finals, bear in mind, we had to reduce to ensure that we got the full programme of racing in for the day.
So Gabe Fairbrother, possibly the favourite for this one, but would be a very slim favourite. Leads them round the boot section. Fairbrother has been very consistent today, but as we mentioned a few moments ago, anyone could take victory in this one out of the top 8 or 10 possibly. Here they come around the final corner, and it's good this time. And looked like Fairbrother got a good jump on the field and takes the lead around the first corner. Dunford away well in second place on the charge up to Christmas corner. Dunford down the inside, not quite close enough.
Well, that was confidence, wasn't it, from Gabe to think, I can stick to the conventional line here, I don't need to defend! And someone has been flipped round there, and unfortunately it's caught another competitor, just clipped the rear wheel there. The 19 is the one that's affected partially.
Ronnie Scott, that was bad luck there, wasn't he? Because
it was,
and the other carts rolled back, caught the wheel.
Yeah, not sure who it was who went into that spin, though. It was from much higher up the grid. We'll have to check timing as they come through. There was also somebody having to start from the pit lane, I noticed, as well as
trouble
there's
here with
another
that's
issue.
23, that's Tommy Edmonds.
Yeah, 23.
So one of the main front runners effectively out of contention on the first lap.
And I think it was James Jackson that he had contact with. Yes,
yeah,
James Jackson
like
also plummeting down the order. Who else is dropping down now as time updates? I think it's Dylan Ross-Jackson who might... Oh, no, he's 19. Just come across.
He was caught perhaps at Christmas corner, I think.
I think it might be Freya Belk then, who was potentially your spinner up at Christmas. And it might have been Charlie Ellis who was emerging from the pit lane as well, doing the pit lane start. So be interested to see how high up the order he can manage. Gabe Fairbrother, though, leads. Kyle Dunford in second. Daniel Parron-Smith in third. Harrison Crook and Charlie Pritchard round out your top 5.
Drama there, though, of course, because Tommy Edmonds down in 17th position at the end of that first lap. One of the, as I say, one of the main favourites for victory there, and he's got a lot of work to do. Fairbrother has done everything right so far, though. Nice start, 46.6 last time round. But look out for the number 40 in second place. Kyle Dunford as the leaders make their way through Oblivion. And the top drivers now going up towards Christmas corner. The rest of the pack goes screaming through. That camera shot gives you an idea of the pace as we look at the 24. Charlie Pritchard going down into Harrison Crook.
Yep, change for fourth place there.
I think here Kyle Dunford and Gabe Fairbrother looking to try and break away from this battle.
Absolutely, and down the inside at Wilkins looks That's Spencer Brown, and he's made it stick, to be fair, against, I think that was on Lexi Bell. Lexi's fallen off the back a little bit there. Not sure if got out of sorts in Osiers. Through the final part of the lap, though, comes, well, everybody. It's that kind of
great,
race.
isn't it?
Gabe Fairbrother leads by 0.6 of a second from Carl Dunford. Daniel Parron-Smith has just set the fastest lap of the race, and then there's a 2.37 second gap back to this battle, which includes Lewis Jones trying down the inside of Harrison Crook and getting the move done for fifth place.
There we saw Lewis Jones aggressively guarding that apex to not get past on the switchback going out of Christmas Corner. 1 second covering Fairbrother, the leader, from Parron-Smith in third. So this is the point now where third through to about fifth or sixth really need to try and work and catch up with the leaders, because they're by no means out of reach. There's the 24 of Pritchard, who is now in that third position, I believe. There's Fairbrother going through, Dunford second. No, there is Parron-Smith, my apologies, in third. Started to catch up now. So Daniel Parron-Smith, there we see, making the move on Dunford.
Oh, and there's a contact there. They do well to keep running there.
Good
Scary
driving.
moment, but somehow Parron-Smith managed to keep it cool enough to take the position there, in spite of being ever so briefly airborne.
That was good driving there, sensible between both Parron-Smith and Dunford to hold on there. This will play slightly into Fairbrother's hands here as 98 hits trouble. That's one of the drivers a little bit further down, Lexi Belk, who's had a difficult race.
That's from a high position
yeah,
as well
she was
there.
running in the top 10, so bad luck there. Ben Folan picking up a contact warning, so I wonder if that might be related. It was similar sort of position, weren't they?
Yeah, roughly in that place. As change of position confirmed between Parron-Smith and Carl Dunford. Parron-Smith absolutely flying, but flying a little too literally on that last lap in that attempt, but managed to keep it together. And you know, they'll want to try and work together here to see if they can't reel in Gabe Fairbrother, whose pace is still great. We spoke about this earlier, how much he's happy to rest on that car under braking. You can see him right on the limit of adhesion, as there's a penalty for Harrison Crook, currently running in 7th place.
Yeah, Fairbrother looking very smooth, and as we say, we watch the back end of the kart under braking for Fairbrother. It's almost dancing, you would say. Limit of adhesion, it's that fine line between quick and making a mistake and going off the track, and Fairbrother's treading that line quite nicely at the moment, 45.92. Fairbrother needs to try and pull away here. We've got 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining as the 72 of Harrison Crook picks up a penalty. Parron-Smith and Dunford, second and third, look threatening. There's the 2.11 of Lewis Jones. Charlie Pritchard, Spencer Braum in there as well. Ben Foland, incidentally, fastest lap of the race with a 45.81. They're all lapping very quickly in the high 45s, low 46 sort of area. Good pace in the final parts of this Junior Max final. And Gabe Fairbrother, 1.2 seconds gap at the front. As down the inside goes the 65 of Spencer Braun. There we see 24 Pritchard trying to fight back into boot, and it wasn't going to come off.
Yeah, they all tripped over each other a little bit, and that's going to allow Ben Folland to have a look in, not Ben Folland, excuse me, Harrison Crook to have a look in on this little battle. Although Ben Folland is following along quite quickly behind as well, as Harry Chamberlain gets by Jack Cooper for 9th place.
Here we go then, so 65 Spencer Braun holding off a whole gaggle of drivers here. We've got Pritchard, Crook, Folland, Chamberlain all in there. Down the inside, a little peak there from Harrison Crook. Picked up a penalty earlier in the race, so how effective that will affect things we'll find out afterwards.
Close as you like there between Folland and Crook.
Oh, look again, 21. Ben Folland on a roll there.
Yep.
You've almost got it's like striking while the iron's hot, isn't it? Just keep on moving, getting past people when you get the opportunity.
Yep, that was a move on Charlie Pritchard that he managed, having immediately got down the inside of Harrison Crook, and Crook, in fairness, was able to read it well and follow through as well. So it's now Folland from Crook ahead of Pritchard. We're back with the battle over second place. Daniel Parron-Smith in the 18, Carl Dunford in the number 40, and one has to wonder, they're still not able to really, they're matching Fairbrother on times, but they're just not quite able to reel in Fairbrother with a 1.4 second gap currently between them.
I think they're just sitting on each other at the moment here. They're pulling away nicely from Lewis Jones in 4th place. The gap just eking up by a few tenths here and there, and it's gone up to 4.8 seconds between the leader and Jones, as Dylan Watts-Jackson picked up a penalty as well in that midfield scrap further down the field. And let's have a look. It's almost, well, I'd say almost 4 seconds between this driver here, number 40, Dunford, and Lewis Jones. So it's all about second and third here. And I wonder if they can try and just close up on the leader, Fairbrother.
Absolutely. Through the Inkermans they go and down into Ashby. If you drive the other layout here, Inkermans might mean something a bit more to you as a corner. It's a hairpin on the national layout, but it's just a quick right-hand kick ahead of Ashby on this one. Then they'll go through Osiers here, and they'll converge back with the national loop. You could just see it coming in from driver's left there. And now we're on the boot, the bit that's common to all layouts. That's going to be a later apex that Dunford's taking, but he's going to be too far back to tuck his nose underneath in time for paddock corner. There is the gap then to your leader, and it's gone out to 1.9, and I've got to wonder now, even as Parent Smith sets a personal best, he still can't reel in the race leader. At some point here, you've got to think that Carl Dunford's going to go, yeah, second's as good as I can do, and now's the time to pounce.
Well, it's going to be one more lap after this one by the looks of things, and Dunford just sticking on the back of Parent Smith. There we see the 92, that's Fairbrother, the race leader, who hasn't really been the centre of attention this time. Again, you can see how he's very tail happy into the corners. He likes that. It seems that the kart seems very loose to me. Just seems to be, when he was going into the corners, how twitchy it is on the back end, and some drivers like that, of course, and he's certainly coping with it very well.
One of the, I think, most counterintuitive things that you can hear racing drivers say to people who don't perhaps race karts or cars very often is when people start talking about steering on the brakes.
Yeah,
and not actually.
Again,
yeah, you can see it there. The amount of steering input that Gabe is having to put in is actually very, very small. He's using the brakes to sort of encourage the car into it under the braking and then really step the back out. And that's a really important technique.
This steel's a lot harder than it looks. It just looks like, see, to the naked eye, it looks like Fairbra's just sitting there, doesn't it?
Yes,
that's what a good driver does, isn't it?
I always get so frustrated at people who denounce karting as, oh, is it really a sport? It's not. And I always go, well, you try doing a lengthy stint in one. Having said that, I will concede that when you're watching the absolute best do it, it does look absolutely effortless as Gabe Fairbrother comes on to the final lap of the race.
I think realistically he's left Parent Smith and Dunford behind.
Yeah.
Nice little battle here towards the edge of the top 10.
Yeah. To be honest with you, sorry, it is, it's Ben Folland and Spencer Brown we're looking at here in their battle over fifth place.
Brave down the inside there from Noah Hadley and makes it stick.
Yeah, lovely move. I think Parent Smith just has enough in hand over Carl Dunford as well to hold on to second place. It's been a really good few laps for Parent Smith. Here is the 74 of Noah Hadley defending against Leo LaCastro and Charlie Pritchard.
Yeah, and here we see we're just going to cut back to Fairbrother. Nice battle there in the edge of the top 10, but Gabe Fairbrother has been in top form today. It's going to be Parent Smith in second, Dunford just behind in third, and a brave fight onto the final lap there from Lewis Jones, but not enough. He takes fourth position. Ben Folland, and here they come. Spencer Brum, Harrison Crook, Noah Hadley, Harry Chamberlain, Leo LaCastro. It was as close as that. Charlie Pritchard, Jack Cooper, Tommy Edmonds, Oliver Matinsky a bit further back, Hallam Davis, and the rest of the top 20 charging through. And, well, it definitely gave Fairbrother nice driving there, very smooth indeed, and this is the hallmark of a driver that's really good. They make it look simple.
Absolutely, absolutely it is. Congratulations to Gabe Fairbrother, Daniel Parent Smith and Carl Dunford, your podium sitters. We've got 3 more races for your enjoyment here at Whilton Mill today. Next up is going to be the final for X30 Juniors. So as a stranded kart is recovered there, we're going to be going into X30 Juniors next. Not actually seeing a grid for this one yet. So we're just going to wait and see here, but we can say that who's won the heats so far in X30 Juniors today. Lucas Ellingham took the win in the first heat. It was Finley Harrison who took the victory in X30 Junior heat number 2, and heat 3 went the way of Christian Brooks. So 3 different winners, underlining I think how competitive a class that has been today.
And Christian Brooks seems to have got more and more proficient as the day goes on. He put in a very nice win earlier on in that heat 3 final. We're just waiting for the results to come through. And Brooks looks strong on form going into this final heat, which will be underway very shortly. The drivers are in the waiting zone. We're just waiting for the confirmation to get things underway. Just reflecting there on Gabe Fairbrother, and this is one of the things I always say about when people say that karting looks easy and motorsports, you just sit there and the vehicle does all the work. I remember I've organised events in the past where looking at these corporate karts for the workplace, for example. I always like it when you go out with all your workmates and they all come in complaining about how much their hands and their arms are hurting. And
absolutely. Do you know what I think? I think road cars get people into a full sense of security.
I think so, yeah.
They're like, no, if you remove power steering and brake assists and suspension and stuff like that, it suddenly becomes distinctly more difficult, and you're doing that, pushing yourself all the time. This is most definitely a sport.
The fact there is as well is when you look at the corporate karts, they're a bit slower, so it's a bit more of a physical effort because you're physically steering them into the corners.
Yes.
When you move towards these two strokes in particular, it's the power, and I've test driven these before. Even at this pace, you're starting to notice G-forces as well, and you're really starting to get physically thrown about by the force and power of the karts as well.
Yeah, I think the drivers have been informed of the grid via the new-fangled technology of a piece of paper, but I can tell you that it's Lucas Ellingham on pole there in the number 99, so he will be the one leading this one away. As they come round, they were getting into position very late there, so I'm not sure if this is going to be called good, and no, it's not.
I think there was a mistake there. I think there was one driver in about 4th, 5th place that had fallen out of position just trying to get back. And I think everybody very early realised that was a false start, so we're still trying to, like I say, good old-fashioned piece of paper. You can't go wrong with that, can you, really?
Well, we can if no one hands it to us, but yes. It looks to me like it's Lucas Ellingham and Olivier Algieri on the front row. Although it may have been Lorenzo Cordal I saw trying to slot into grid position very late there, so maybe that was why the start wasn't on, was because they were out of position. So
Olivier Algieri has been a driver on form this afternoon.
He has, yeah.
Play with Allingham, and this is another one where there could be a few. Christian Brooks on our timing charts, they're starting about 7th, 8th position. I believe, was it the first heat he seemed to drop quite a few positions. So I think Brooks might be a bit further back on the grid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely worth noting there as they're coming around this time. I can tell you they're in the boot now. You can see the start marshal poised. Hopefully we won't be seeing them wave that false start flag, and we will be good for a go this time around. And it is called good. Lucas Ellingham leads them away on to the first lap of our trophy final in X30 Junior. Lorenzo Cordal is in second place there and is challenging immediately for the lead, but Lucas Ellingham is wise to it. We've seen this rivalry all day long as they go 2 abreast, 3 abreast, even I think in some places 4 abreast through Christmas Corner. Again, Ellingham goes defensive against Cordal, but he's got to be careful not to defend too hard because that's going to allow the likes of Algieri and Kamata in on the fight as they stream through Wilkins and down into Osiers. Cordal leaves the door open. Now he was trying to open that up and get the late apex to set himself up for a move, but in doing so, he's allowed Olivier Algieri to sneak back through.
That's how it happens sometimes, and Olivier Algieri in second place, number 238. Good opportunity there. I don't know, perhaps Cordal didn't realise he was so close as they go through on the first lap. So Ellingham leads, Algieri in second, Cordal third, Johnson fourth, Finley Harrison in fifth. We saw Milo Pilfold drift wide on Oblivion on the first lap, drops down a few positions. And in these very early stages, turning into a three-way fight here. Ellingham trying to lead from the front here, but Algieri in second, looking threatening. And Lorenzo Cordal has not thrown in the towel in third position.
Yeah, and Alex Johnston in fourth. How much? I feel like I'm having deja vu here. Wasn't he defending fourth like crazy in one of the heats earlier as well? He did do a lot of good racing to get to where he is right now. But here for the lead of the race, down the inside of Lucas Ellingham goes Olivier Algieri. Beautiful move under braking. Still haven't seen too many moves done there, really.
Not really, no.
It tends to be more in the second part of the boot where you shoot for a gap there. But
again,
in Oblivion, it's just a convention of unusual places to overtake. Into Oblivion, Lucas Ellingham gets the job done. Look out for Lorenzo Cordal. Does he want to work with Algieri? He's happy to do so for now.
So, yeah.
Finley Harrison chasing Alex Johnston for fourth, further back.
That was the...
Cordal's round!
No, that's 33,
excuse me.
Sorry. That's... it was close there. That's Macy Hitter. Was in 10.
Apologies, in the light. That was
easily done in the low light, isn't it?
Faux drama from me there. That was not... although for Macy Hitter, that is a big blow. She was driving well.
I noticed Algieri going up to Christmas again, just beckoning on Cordell, just trying to put a halt on any sort of battles here, just for these three to try and break away. This time, Algieri looks like he's going to have a look here at Ellingham as we go through Oblivion once again. Algieri with a nice line out to the corner, and again just opts to stay behind for the time being.
And here down the inside of Alex Johnston now goes Finley Harrison, as that's a drama there for Jude Fernerhoff.
3, I think, yep.
And that's from quite high up as well. So Jude Fernerhoff there was running in 6th, will run no more in the boot there. There'll be yellow flags there this time through.
Luckily Fernerhoff, the marshal's done a great job of dragging that kart off the track in time, so I think we may well have a clear track now.
Yep.
Here they go through boot, and it's still Ellingham leads. There's Algieri in 2nd place. Around the final corner they go, down the Star Straight. Ellingham just trying to get the slipstream down, trying to pull away as best he can from Algieri. And Olivier Algieri, again, just asking Cordell just to push along a bit there as the battle rages behind him. Is that...
It's Christian Brooks on Alex Johnston, and it's allowed... it's not Jude Fernerhoff who was at the side of the road. It's Benedict Davis who was at the side of the road. Apologies, we misread the 53 as the 63. Jude Fernerhoff is very much still there, battling away with Christian Brooks, so apologies fans of Jude Fernerhoff. He is still very much in this battle. We're still looking at Lucas Ellingham versus Olivier Algieri versus Lorenzo Cordell at the front, but look out for Finley Harrison, winner of one of the heats, of course, now in clean air in 4th place, and will be looking to catch up to this top 3.
And look out for Christian Brooks, who is matching the leaders, or was matching the leaders with pace. Finley Harrison's looking good as well. Christian Brooks having to battle through the field somewhat, and we're looking now, as we mentioned, of course, Finley Harrison, 4th position, dragging along Christian Brooks. So this 3-way battle is still a 3-way battle, but 4th and 5th positions are closing up very strongly indeed, and this could be the moment here where Algieri and Cordell 2nd and 3rd would be looking to try and make a move here. Ellingham leading from the front, but again, we just saw Cordell checking his shoulder there. Might be aware. We'll have a look when the camera pans out in a moment. I think Harrison and Brooks really starting to close up here.
Absolutely. Still not at the halfway stage yet in this final. Plenty of action still to come. Lucas Ellingham, your leader. Olivier Algieri there in the 238 kart, and the number 20 of Lorenzo Cordell, with Finley Harrison closing little by little every lap.
Another fastest lap, incidentally, for Finley Harrison.
Yeah, good point. He's definitely bringing himself into this one. Scott Smith versus Remy Gilbert has gone away with Scott Smith over 19th place. And I should say as well, there's just been a contact warning for Zaki Hussein. That's a driver who has had some good pace today, Chris, so slightly further down the order than perhaps we would expect to see, but he's going to have to be careful that he doesn't attract the attention of race control for the wrong reasons any further in this one.
That group about 10 seconds down on the drivers we're concentrating on here, the leaders as they go through, and again Finley Harrison looks threatening. He's not set the fastest lap this time, but pretty much matching his pace. As we look again at Ellingham, still leading us 44, hits trouble. That's one of the drivers on the edge of the, was on the edge of the top 10. Daniel Hackett dropping down the field out of the race at boot, and the marshal doing a good job. They hope they'll clear that kart before the leaders come through, where it does look like the driver's perfectly okay, and the marshals looking to try and get that kart out of the way. The leaders are coming round to that stricken kart, and they very quickly boot it out of the way, for want of a better phrase. As Ellingham goes through, marshals have cleared the track.
It's like a magic trick, isn't it? I'll make a kart vanish for you. We saw that just seconds before, and there was a kart in the middle of the road, and I couldn't even see it at the side of the road then, to be honest. So great job again by our marshals here at Whilton Mill. Lucas Ellingham still under pressure and absorbing it like a sponge so far, it has to be said. He's really controlling this one so far.
This is a finely poised race as they go down. Nobody really gambling on a brave move into Christmas or into Ashby. Still finely poised. Algieri really hustling that race leader, Ellingham. Olivier Algieri in 2nd place. Lorenzo Cordell just watching in 3rd. Finley Harrison pushing all the time there, the number 98, to try and get involved in this one. As Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain gets a warning a bit further down the field. Algieri looks quick in the centre of the track, really does hustle Ellingham, who then pulls away up this section of the track now.
Absolutely. Onto lap number 10 they go. And we're getting to the point now where They're going to start thinking, okay, where am I going to go for this move? Where am I strong? Where am I weak? They'll be thinking exactly as you just were, Chris, analysing where they're particularly strong in the lap. If they're lucky, where they're strong will be an overtaking opportunity. Here we go, Algieri down the inside of Wilkins. Beautifully judged move, and coming back immediately here is Lucas Ellingham, and now is the time that Lorenzo Cordal starts, not literally rubbing his hands with Lee, keep two hands on the steering wheel, but you get the gist.
I think Cordal's aware that somebody's closing behind him.
He is though,
yeah. Or look at Finley Harrison right on the tail now.
Yeah, 4-kart battle for the lead. That is a kart out of position ahead of them. And don't count out Christian Brooks and Jude Fernerhoff as well, working together here. They haven't been battling, they've been working together, such that if this opportunity opened up, they could strike. Over a minute left on the clock, so I think we're on the anti-penultimate lap here. 2 more after this one that they're on.
The problem here for Algieri is going to be decisive now, because he made the pass on the previous lap. Oh, it was a battle for third,
yeah, Harrison struck. Harrison has struck on Cordal. He went down the inside of Ashby, and Finley Harrison has got himself into third place.
The problem here, Algieri, he showed his hand there, made that pass coming out of Ashby. Now that will have warned Ellingham that's a weak point that he's got to defend possibly. So possibly Algieri not making that move stick could have done himself a bit of a disadvantage there.
Here we go then.
That's the 44, I think, the driver that was off the track, Daniel Hackett, who's effectively out of the race but still circulating to get some points.
He is indeed. As going defensive this time is Lucas Ellingham, and it's so close between himself and Algieri there, but well defended by Lucas Ellingham. He did we keep talking about a textbook pass. Here he is doing textbook defending, and it's brilliant stuff at the moment. He'll be hoping that the driver ahead has heeded those blue flags. As now, look at this. Going defensive and attacking is Algieri now, because Finley Harrison is now right back onto him.
Harrison's right in there, isn't he? Down the inside of Algieri.
It's not on there, but it's going to allow Lucas Ellingham to get a little bit of breathing space, if at all. And Christian Brooks and Jude Fernerhoff are on the scene now. It's 6 karts at the head of this field. On to the last lap. Who's going to win this one? Lucas Ellingham starts the lap as the leader. Can he hold on until the end of the lap? Up the hill they go. The traffic's still ahead of them.
The time's now for Hackett. He's going to have to realise these leaders are coming through and just try and concede the line somewhere, because he's been closed on gradually. This could be a factor now going into one of the more technical parts of the track. This could really bunch them up.
Yeah,
there's Hackett. There he goes. He lets them go.
Well, it's good, but it's an awkward place to let them through, and I think he's going to get a bit mugged there.
Yeah,
I'd stick it to the outside of Ozier's. Lucas Ellingham, though, he is still under pressure here. Olivier Algieri is closing. Ellingham's going to have to go super defensive into the boot. Does Algieri have the switch back in the boot? He's going to try and tuck his nose over, but Ellingham's going to be wise to it. Behind them, it's all bedlam trying to decide the rest of the positions, but Lucas Ellingham will take the win ahead of Olivier Algieri. Lorenzo Cordal gets the last podium position. Christian Brooks in 4th, 5th for Jude Fernerhoff. Finley Harrison lost out towards the end there. The gap across the line, 3/100ths of a second between Ellingham and Algieri. Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? Alex Johnston in 7th, Sam Baker in 8th, Rita Kamata in 9th, 10th was Vinnie Lloyd-Chamberlain. There was Joshua Patterson, Charlie Field, Jerome Phillip, Dane Tucker, Milo Pilfold, Thomas Mullett, Jaden Gregg, Scott Smith, Zaki Hussein, Remy Gilbert rounding out your top 20 and your highest placed of your novice runners. Macy Hitter recovering to 21st after that incident we saw earlier on. Hugo Gilbert in 22nd, that's Kian Gamayo. Reese Blakely, glad to see you made the finish. He had some difficult heats on the way to this final. Kyan Gohill, Mackenzie Stevens, Jolie Petit.
Oh, that was the one that was upside down, wasn't he?
Yeah, so, good to see him finishing as well. Kyle Slee, Sam Longley, Daniel Hackett in 30th, Benedict Davis was the driver we saw at the side of the road. That was your trophy final in X30 Junior. We have 2 more races for your enjoyment here at Whilton Mill. Next is the final for X30 Seniors.
So, penultimate race of the day. The X30 Seniors are lining up in the waiting zone, and right on cue we get to see how they line up as well in a very closely fought heat races here today. Matthew Herbert it is who just about edges in front of Harry Torby, so Herbert will lead them away from Torpy indeed. Roy Johnson in 3rd from Alex Keynes, Carly Atkins and Caelan Burbridge. 7th position for Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Joshua Torpy in 8th position. 9th for Archie Forber. 10th is Brandon Matchell. Nathan Ames in 11th position from Vishal Patel. 13th is Anki Stenning. Richard Evans in 14th place. Archie Garlick in 15th, Callum Driscoll 16th position, Mason Weir, Benjamin Southgate in 18th place, 19th for Ben Hitch, 20th is James Otto, Guy Smallridge, Oliver Henwood and Jordan Brown rounding up the field. And as we've seen in a couple of early races there, Howard, we've got some names who hit trouble in the heat races, so haven't scored quite so well in the afternoon.
Yeah,
Let's put them further back.
Yeah, absolutely. Some names standing out to me there. Ben Hitch, who had that incident in his third heat. James Otto as well had to retire from a heat. Guy Smallridge has had dramas. I am rooting for you, Oliver Henwood. Go out there and finish this race.
This will be a good one, I think, as we've had some, as we say, very even racing here in this in the heat races, you would say. So the final looks set to be very good indeed. Matthew Herbert, I think, quite rightly leads them away. He's been the most consistent driver today. He's just got to try and get out there, get a good start, and try and bring it home.
Absolutely, absolutely. But this is another one of those ones, Chris, where I think we can safely say it is by no means a foregone conclusion at all here. There are plenty of drivers in the hunt for this one. Harry Torpey starts alongside Matthew Herbert. Roy Johnson, how well has he been racing up through the fields? Well. And he's been rewarded with a great grid slot for this one. Here we go then, out of the final corner, and it is a full start.
One or two of the midfield just seemed to drop out of the tram lines there, didn't they? Which affected things. 9-minute final plus the 1 lap as they go through. And will circulate once again. Gives them another chance, of course, especially the guys at the front, to keep the tyres nice and warm. Still a bit of swerving about there to keep those temperatures in the tyres. Luckily, the track temperature has been quite good this afternoon. Of course, we are getting towards the evening now, so earlier nights, of course, getting into the autumn. I think the temperatures could drop very soon. If we're not careful, 11 degrees at the moment. It does feel a little bit colder. And importantly, of course, no rain forecast. Lovely skies here, so that's going to be a factor. Later in the day, of course, and the low sun and the dropping temperature possibly could be a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. Our JMW forecast graphic there showing us how the weather is going to line up. And now our grid is lining up, coming through the boot one more time. The 39 of Matthew Herbert on pole on your right, the driver's left. 73 of Harry Torpey alongside. And this is just a little reminder there, stay within the tram lines, and it's called good. Away we go for our trophy final in X30 Senior. It's a good start from Matthew Herbert. Harry Torpey able to retain that second place as they stream through the crook up the hill for the first time. But look at this, Harry Torpey challenging for the lead. What a move, what a start from the number 73, Harry Torpey there to move up into the lead of this race.
Some nice aggressive driving at the start of the race there. Herbert aggressively guarding that line into oblivion for the first time, but Harry Torpey there, he certainly gave as good as he got and takes the lead. Some very big names here, all well placed, good clean start. Majority, I think everyone has stayed out of trouble on that first lap, which is
delighted to say. Roy Johnson has been able to hold on to third place, I think, so he's still in the hunt here. And Carly Atkins there.
Nice little move there from Johnson down the inside of Herbert.
He's just been racing so well today, has Roy Johnson. Harry Torpey leads, Roy Johnson in second, Matthew Herbert in third, Carly Atkins and Alex Keane's your top 5, and I daren't say more than that because it'll probably have changed by the time I've finished saying any more than that as they come through Christmas Corner, nose to tail, could barely fit a sheet of paper between them in some places of this pack. And look at this, Carly Atkins with a run on our pole sitter Matthew Herbert into Ashby and has got the job done, and now is under threat from Alex Keane's is Matthew Herbert. He's going to get nerfed out wide here. Joshua Torpey is through as well. And this is it. This is pure sprint racing right here. As we've said several times, if you get put offline, you're not going to lose one. You're going to lose possibly 5 positions.
Yeah, we saw that with Matthew Herbert. A bit unlucky there for the 39. He just got a mechanical flag. So I heard a rattle as well. Whether he did pick up some mechanical issues there. But like you say, get nerfed offline, guarding the corner. Everyone else just streams through. And all of a sudden, he's down the field and looks like he's out of contention, sadly.
Absolutely. Plenty of battles further back as well. This is the likes of Brandon Matchell battling away with Anki Stenning.
To look up Oliver Henwood. He was the one who hit us some mechanical trouble earlier on, so he's having a good fight through the field.
Oh, and there's contact there with Brandon Matchell and the 77 of Richard Evans there, and that was a bit of a clumsy one there. No racing room. Well, they ran out of racing room, evidently. Yeah, that was an awkward one there as Carly Atkins had a little look there at Harry Torpey into the last corner.
Roy Johnson has timed this one to perfection, takes the lead, and another fastest lap, 45.6, trying to break away here, but Harry Torpey certainly not throwing in the towel. There's Torpey in second. Carly Atkins having a peek down the inside into Christmas corner and tries to, yes, makes the move stick. Still in there is Alex Keane, still very much a factor in this one. Roy Johnson trying to break away here from Harry Torpey. He's going to have a hard time of it here, but Torpey dropping to third now, of course. And he's got to get past Atkins.
I don't think we've mentioned Teddy Pritchard-Williams really here very much, who's managed to get into that top 5 and is right with the likes of Alex Keanes on the tail of Carly Atkins. So he's doing really well here. We've got a few drivers here, Chris, who are coming in when it counts. Roy Johnson, I'm not sure I've seen Roy Johnson lead a lap today. He's leading them now, and these are the ones that matter most.
Well, this is it. Johnson's been consistent all through the day. He's by no means been a real pace setter, but he's always been there. He's always been hanging about with some good times and good lap times, I should say. Good positions as well. And now he's got this opportunity he's made for himself. He's still got a bit of time to go, 5.5 minutes. And this could be the real moment where it counts here for Roy Johnson to shine. He set some fast laps earlier on. Carly Atkins, though, fastest lap of the race, not really being shaken off by the race leader. As we look a little bit further back, there's the 17 of Oliver Henwood. Henwood ahead of the 42 of Ben Hitch. These drivers further down. Matthew Herbert in the pits and seemingly out of the race, but Roy Johnson leads them around the final corner. Let's have a look at the gap. Carly Atkins closing up ever so slightly in second place.
Really, really strong lap there from Carly Atkins, but is only faster by 1.5. Roy Johnson doing everything he can. Look at this, fantastic on the limits from the top of this field. Nathan Ames has just got past Caelan Burbridge for 7th place. Brandon Matchell still battling away there. We saw him having an issue earlier on, a little excursion across the grass. He's just got past Benjamin Southgate for 16th place. There are battles happening all the way down through the field as that's a dive from a long way back by Alex Keanes, and it didn't quite pay off against Harry Torpey.
Teddy Pritchard-Williams, the 96, just watching this battle in 5th place, trying to get involved. There's 96. You see the blue and green helmet. Easy to pick out there. Going around the final corner, just tagging onto the back here of Alex Keanes and Harry Torpey. Still could yet play a part in this race. Pritchard-Williams in 5th place, only 1.5 seconds down on the leader as Harry Torpey picks up a contact warning in this close battle for 3rd position. Keanes trying to find him. Torpey losing a bit of ground here on Carly Atkins, and Atkins another fastest lap of the race, 45.33. Roy Johnson pretty much matching the leader on for pace, and Johnson still leads the race by just a shade under 0.4 of a second. Harry Torpey then with that contact warning, fending off the 62 of Alex Keanes. The leaders making their way through boot once again. Johnson still leads. There's Johnson around the final corner. Atkins in seconds, and Carly Atkins closing up all the time. He's continually closing again, yet again. Fastest lap of the race, 45.2. Carly Atkins closing all the time. Can he find a way through, though? They go, the rest of the top 10 make their way through oblivion. The leaders through Christmas corner. Johnson holds on to the lead. Down they go towards the Ashby corner once again. And Howard, this is looking close because Atkins really starting to apply the pressure now with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is the time when you want to start ramping up absolutely the pressure on the driver ahead of you. We're getting into the latter portion of the race, into the end game here for our X30 seniors, although we don't want them to, well, they don't want to go too early, as it were, here. Yes, there is a gap that Johnson and Atkins have over the field, but if they were, as there's a penalty there for the 84, which is rather further down the order, I want to say.
Oh, Carly Atkins down the inside, out of nowhere.
Wow, there we go. Really good run up the hill. Came courtesy of the fastest lap of the last time through, and Carly Atkins is through and up into the lead on Roy Johnson. Now, Johnson will do well to stay with Atkins here and keep applying the pressure. I don't think this one is a done deal yet.
Definitely not, because one thing to note here is it's been more a case of Carly Atkins maintaining a good pace rather than Roy Johnson slowing down.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And now it is Roy Johnson who's going to have the slipstream, who's going to be able to pick his moment to spring a trap. Those sort of things, that role reversal here that happens within the battle behind them. Harry Torpey, Alex Keanes and Teddy Pritchard-Williams currently working together with the hope to get onto the back of these two, but of course if it gets to the final couple of laps and that's just not going to come bearing fruits, then they're just going to start battling for that last podium position. And
to me it looks like Roy Johnson's got a real toe on Carly Atkins, so here we go. This can be the issue sometimes. If you make the move, it almost puts yourself, you become the hunted then, and Roy Johnson will be smart here to look at the lines that Atkins is using, looking at where he can maybe steal a few tenths here and there, And time running out now, 1.5 minutes. So Johnson will be looking to try and evaluate Atkins here and find a way through on the last couple of laps.
Absolutely. Good battle happening as well over 6th place between Joshua Torpey, Caelan Burbridge and Archie Forber. Forber set the fastest lap of the race, and then indeed that's all just changed around. You'll see on your tower to the left, it's now Burbridge in 6th ahead of Josh Torpey and Forber. Just over a minute to go plus a lap of this one. So there'll be 2 more after this. Still that battle 3rd down through 5th working together here, but you've got to imagine, what's the gap now? 2.3 seconds between Roy Johnson and Harry Torpey. It's going to take quite a bit of battling between Johnson and Atkins to reel them in. Could happen,
potentially,
but
yeah.
it's I'd say it's 50-50 at the moment.
At the moment, it looks like Johnson doing all he can just to tag onto the back of Atkins as we look again at the 96 of Teddy Pritchard-Williams, trying to find a way through from Alex Keynes as we go through to the penultimate lap. And again, Atkins just a 10th quicker than Johnson, not very much, and it's all finely poised. Callum Driscoll gets another contact warning. Let's have a look at Johnson next. If Roy Johnson can stay with Carly Atkins on the remainder of this lap, he does seem very quick through Oblivion going to Christmas Corner. Atkins seems a bit more competitive on the tighter bits here, the more technical parts of the track. So Johnson doing all he can here just to tag onto the back here, stay in contention, because Johnson's come very close last couple of laps to try and make the move on Christmas Corner. That could be the point as we head towards the final lap.
Absolutely. Carly Atkins will come round and see the last lap board this time round. There it is, being shown to them. You can just see it out of the timing tower. Onto the final lap then for our X30 seniors. And it's 0.3 of a second that Carly Atkins has in hand. It's going to be a big ask from Roy Johnson to reel in that kind of advantage. Such is the pace matching of these two. Their last lap, 1/100th of a second difference between the two of them. Surely the gloves are coming off now in the battle for 3rd as well. Can Harry Torpey hang on for that final podium position? Through Wilkins comes Carly Atkins, down into Osiers, just like driving on rails at the moment for Carly Atkins. Into the boot, surely, pending any disaster, as there is the battle over 3rd.
Oh, it looks like Pritchard-Williams gone through finally on the last lap, timed that well, and he's going to have a look at Torpey, but Atkins is going to take the victory by 0.3 of a second from Roy Johnson. Very close for 3rd as Torpey goes through Pritchard-Williams, Keynes, Caelan Burbridge, Archie Forber, Joshua Torpey, Nathan Ames and Anki Stenning after a difficult day at times, staying running at the top 10. Richard Evans, Archie Garlick, Brandon Matchell, Mason Weir, in 14th, James Otto, Vishal Patel in 16th place, Benjamin Southgate. Ben Hitch will be a little further behind in 18th from Oliver Henwood, and the unfortunate Matthew Herbert, a DNF early in the race, but plenty of drama and very well done, I would say, there to Carly Atkins for a hard-fought race victory.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a competitive field, and fair play to Carly Atkins for a brilliant win there. As the shadows begin to lengthen here at Whilton Mill, there is just one more race left for us to bring to you today, and that is the A final for Honda Cadets, coming right up next here at Whilton Mill. So let's have a look at our grid for the 30th and final race. What a fantastic load of action that we've been able to bring to the people at home. I do hope you've been enjoying it. It's going to be Rocco Leon Shenton who takes this one from pole. Riley Bishop alongside Joshua Begembi and Harrison Whitcomb on row number 2. Row 3 is going to be Theo Champney and Ben Simpson. Mason Thurlow and Dalton Hayward on row number 4. Row 5, Oliver Majewski and Harry Friel. Elliot Potter and Jack Stimson on row 6. Row 7 is going to be Jack Owen Drawbridge and Davis Wiskraw. Harrison Morrow and Charlie Mills on row 8. Row 9, Oliver Meek and Adam Hill. On row 10 is going to be Mayan Patel and Noah Pikes. Row 11, Jack Price and Jensen Pugh. Row 12 is Lucy Wilden and Max Fallon. Row 13 is going to be Hayden Gray and Brendan James. Oliver Sander and Michael Dalton make up row 14. And rounding out your 30 kart grid, Harry Higgs and Callum Wilson. That is how they line up then for this Honda Cadets final, except, hang on, I also need to give fair notice as well.
Oh, we had the 4, of course, who won the B final.
Yeah, so it's also going to be Frankie Smedley and Emily Ackett's on row 16, and Jake Schulz and Emily Cooper on row 17. We expect as well their promotion coming courtesy of their success earlier on in the Cadets B final.
And of course, at this sort of time of the year in autumn, when you've got the long shadows, I think these iridium and the tinted visors will be the order of the day here, because especially when you're going down, I would say especially down from Christmas down to Ashby, that sort of centre part of the track, when you're heading towards the sun almost, very low sun in the sky will affect the vision, and there we see the mirror image from those race visors. I think that will be a real advantage in this final race with the low sun, which as a driver can be quite difficult to contend with at times.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It can be, as you say, particularly they're going to have the sun in their eyes as they're picking the braking points for Ashby and Osiers, which are the two hardest braking points on the circuit, in my opinion. Christmas is the more forgiving one. Well, you haven't got the sun in the eyes for that one. So,
yeah, you can see, I think everyone's switching to the smoked or the iridium visors there. Not many with the clear ones, which will be a bit more difficult to drive with. There's one of them, I think, going out there with a clear visor, which is one of the factors when you're racing this time of the year. Of course, when the temperatures go down, you're looking at as we move, of course, towards the winter hours as well, you have these earlier afternoons, and for these drivers later in the race, that really can be a factor to contend with. And this looks set to be, with, of course, the winners of the B final, this looks set to be a very interesting race.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do hope you've been enjoying our coverage here today. Have been, why not give Alpha Live a cheeky subscribe there on YouTube? And even if you're feeling really pleased with what you've been seeing, hit the notification bell. That way you will always be aware when they are going live with Alpha Live. Plenty of stuff that they cover. It's been a really busy weekend actually for Alpha this weekend. Obviously a lot of stuff going on as we've come out of the restricted period under COVID, which hopefully stays that way and allows us to continue with the racing. And once more acknowledging a lot of effort here today to ensure that we are complying with all advice such that we can keep racing. But so much stuff that's getting crammed in now in the latter part of the year, and Alpha accordingly have been correspondingly very busy.
Certainly on my side of things, I've been busy with the British mini bikes this year with Alpha Live, and that was, of course, didn't get started until July. It's been a bridged calendar, of course, only starting with the 6 rounds, but certainly packing a lot into that second half of the season. Yeah,
well, this is my second circuit of the weekend in Alpha Live streams as well. Was down at Clay on Friday as well for the British University's Karting Championship. So plenty of stuff. Check them out.
Just goes to show what a long year it is, though, actually, how it is. Yes. I came to watch this before the whole COVID-19 issue. I think it was about the second round of the championship. I came to watch as a spectator when you were on those olden days when you could come in and watch the race for yourself.
Yes.
And I was sat there just by Ashby listening to the Alpha Live stream and watching the race, and that just seems a lifetime ago.
Yes, it has been a long one, but hopefully the racing is allowing everybody to enjoy themselves again, and we do hope that you've been enjoying the coverage that we've been able to bring you. We still appreciate that there are restrictions. Maybe some of you out there would like to have been here but can't be, so we hope that this coverage has been a suitable replacement for that as we get underway in the trophy final here at Whilton Mill. Great start from Rocco Leon-Shenton. Riley Bishop alongside slots into second place, but is under a lot of pressure as they come up the hill from Harrison Whitcomb, who's had a good start there. And he's got the jump on Joshua Bugembi, but Bugembi's looking back for the gap to come back at him.
Riley Bishop there actually was in a no-nonsense mood, wasn't he? He was guarding that inside line. He wants to keep that second place, not let anyone get through, and just have the track to himself to battle for the lead.
And down the inside goes Whitcomb on Bishop at the next corner then. So Bishop's on the grass. Bishop's on the grass, so drama there for Riley Bishop. Now has a bit of a recovery drive ahead of him, as there's quite a lead that Rocco Leon-Shenton has been able to pull out in the early stages here. Look at this for a cadet lead here in Honda Cadets. That is quite unusual as they come around to finish this first lap. It is going to be Rocco Leon-Shenton. Joshua Bugembi challenging Harrison Whitcomb for second place.
And when you consider, of course, this is from a standing start as well, and these karts, not the quickest to get up to power compared to maybe the more powerful in other race categories. So Shenton has pulled 1 second on that first lap, which is a lot more impressive than it may sound on paper. He's got Whittingham and Bugembi now Another very aggressive racer. He really does try to find a gap and trying to find a pass. He's third behind Whittingham. Champney Simpson and, well, Bishop recovering to 11th place after that small mistake. He's got a bit of work to do. Shenton, I think, here is going to have to try and break away as best he can.
Yeah, it's actually particularly impressive for Shenton to have the fastest lap when you think about it, because he has the least run-up to the start-finish line when he starts from a standing start. So
there is that as well.
The fact that he had the fastest lap on that one just goes to show how much pace he's got under him. But there is the sense this lap, I think, that the gap has come down a little bit again. Whitcomb just reeling him in slightly. I think Joshua Bugembi's wise to the plan as well, and they're just working together now. Has the gap come down? Yes, it has, by 0.3 of a second. Harrison Whitcomb with the fastest lap of the race so far at 54.06, but there's many, many more laps in which that can yet be beaten. Ben Simpson tucking under Theo Champney here in the run up the hill, side by side, 2 by 2, as behind them as well. That is Oliver Majewski, I believe, trying to come through on Mason Thurlow, potentially.
Mayan Patel picking up a contact warning. That's actually the lead novice at the moment in 60th position. Max Fellon a bit further behind in 20th. You'll see the black backgrounds on your timing screen on the left there, indicating the novices. And they're doing very well actually in the midfield. Shenton just trying to break away from Whittingham. But like you say, I think Whittingham and Bugembi working together. Here they go through boot once again. Less than a second covering the top three, and Bugembi, we've seen him before, he does tend to go for a pass when there's one available, so he's just hanging back at the moment. He's just having a peek down the inside of Whittingham, but he knows it's going to be a tough ask to get past Whittingham cleanly here and not lose any time, so at the moment just seems to be working together.
Eyes on the prize, isn't it? It was actually Dalton Hayward who was going past Mason Thurlow last lap. Oliver Majewski is with them, but didn't execute a pass, so it's currently Ben Simpson in fourth, then it's Champney and Hayward as Rocco Leon Shenton has set the fastest lap of the race again, but not by much, only 0.04 of a second faster than Harrison Whitcomb, so the consistency.
Oh, and actually Bugembi matching him on pace exactly there, less than 1 second covering the top three now, so this is starting to hot up a bit now as we head towards the halfway point.
It's fantastic stuff, isn't it? So close here in Honda Cadets, but yeah, Ben Simpson in fourth, Theo Champney in fifth, and then it's Dalton Hayward and Mason Thurlow currently in sixth and seventh respectively. As on to a new lap. What's it this time? Has the gap gone down? By a little bit again. Again, Whitcomb with the fastest lap of the race, 53.56.
We're talking fine margins here, however.
Oh, yeah.
It looks to me like Shenton was a little bit ragged going into boot, not by very much, but it was enough just to allow him to close up as Bugembi times his move, goes down the inside. Whittingham will do well here just to tag on to the back of Bugembi because they still are in close. There's a nice clean move there from Bugembi, gets through and makes the move stick. And Whittingham not really losing out. And then we see Bugembi just trying to get a push along here as well. He's had a good afternoon. Oh, small mistake. He's had a small good afternoon, but Bugembi's had a good afternoon. He does seem to go for the pass quite quickly, and he's an aggressive driver, but he's also very clean as well. So certainly looking good, and I think Whittingham will do well here to hang on and just three-way battle for the lead towards the end, possibly.
Absolutely, but that was a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Bugembi there, but he managed to keep it together, well held as they come on to lap number 6, and still the gaps come down, crucially, even though there was a change of position there. So Bugembi has got some good pace here. It's going to be interesting to see if he can reel in Rocco Leon Shenton, who has been so impressive so far. Dalton Hayward has managed to get himself up into fourth place and is now sitting fastest lap of the race, trying to break down that 1.5 second gap that he has to Whitcomb in third, but it's still a big ask for Dalton Hayward. Meanwhile, this is the number 40 of Oliver Majewski defending 8th position from the likes of Mason Thurlow in the 50. Mason Thurlow and Harry Friel
a bit further behind. Oh, was down the inside. There goes the 32. Riley Bishop, after that mistake on the first lap, really fighting back well here. Potentially, I think this time's running out for him. He could be out of contention for the lead, but really has fought back well. He's up to, I believe, he'll be heading up towards 6th position now as we see how close things are getting at the front. Yet again, the gap closes down. Bugembi with another fastest lap of the race. 0.7 of a second covering the top three, and well, Shenty, he's looking over his shoulder, and I think sometimes that's the worst thing you can do when you're leading a race.
Yeah, it's that battle in your mind. Do you want more information, or would you rather not know? And the answer at the moment is that the gap is coming down. Joshua Bugembi doing a good job here of reeling in Rocco Leon Shenton. Both of these drivers have been superb today in this Honda Cadet class.
Trouble is here, of course, if you're the second place driver, you can see the leader looking left, looking right. It almost gives you a little bit of a confidence boost. I think he's looking a little bit shaky at the front.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Harrison Whitcomb will fancy his chances here as well, but don't count out Dalton Hayward, bringing himself into contention. You can see him
he's in there.
In the number 68, in 4th place.
1.6 seconds actually covering the top 4, and actually Hayward with the fastest lap so far. Again, Shenton checking over his shoulder.
Hayward has really been, it's been great actually to see him get that 1.5 second gap that he's managed to close. But his last lap, 53.16, is the fastest of the race by some margin, actually.
Yeah, that's a time, that is.
That is very impressive stuff, as now the pressure, the screw being tightened here by Joshua Bagembi at the front of the field on Rocco Leon Shenton.
I think Shenton is a good driver here. Shenton doesn't need to worry so much about Bagembi here. Just concentrate on his own race, look at his own lines, and control the race from the front. If he keeps looking behind him, he's just going to draw Bagembi in closer, give Bagembi confidence. I think Shenton, he's doing well here, but just concentrate on your own lines.
Yep, this is Ben Simpson. You just saw briefly there. He's in 6th place at the moment. And that's allowed Riley Bishop, actually. Riley Bishop got by Ben Simpson last lap as Dalton Hayward a 53.1 dead. That's a brilliant time there, as now Bagembi is definitely in that slipstream with 90 seconds plus a lap to go of this one. This, ladies and gentlemen, could be a real grandstand finish to our day's running here, to our weekend's running here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for round 5 of the 2020 Championship. Another quick look over the shoulder from Shenton, and at this point I think maybe he does need to have a look, because he needs to know where the attack might be coming from.
Possibly.
At this point, as they come onto the back straight. Whitcomb and Hayward. Well, is Hayward going to stay with Whitcomb and hope that the gap opens up, or is, because Hayward's pace has been so good, does he just try and get by Whitcomb and get onto the back of these guys?
I think Hayward's so quick at the moment, he's got to try and get past Whitcomb and just hope that these two start to come together a bit.
Riley Bishop in contention as well, if it all starts to slow up as they battle as well. And a great battle still going on between Theo Champney, Mason Thurlow, Ben Simpson.
Watch him now on the inside, he's going to try, and he was almost going to try and sell him the dummy there, I think.
Rocco Leon Shenton just doing that little trick we saw a little early on today, just a little bit to the right of the standard line to go. I'm going to be wise to you if you suddenly sweep to the inside on me. But Bagembi there, good run out of Ashby. Will there be an opportunity down into Osius? My goodness me, how close were those bumpers as you saw side on.
Shenton's doing very well. He's running his own race now a bit, but he is wise, like you say, to Bagembi. Let's have a look through boot as Bagembi right on the rear bumper of that cart at the front. Shenton trying to guard the apex. Now this
tight on the timer, isn't it? Are they going to cross the line? Yes, it is the last lap.
Yeah, that plays into Shenton. Yeah,
absolutely. Here we go then. Last lap up the hill. Now's the time for Bagembi. He's going around the outside. He's trying to. Is he going to have a run? Look how far over to the right goes Shenton, but that will give Bagembi the opportunity to have the switch cut back.
Yeah, Bagembi's going to try the outside here, but Shenton does well to cover that line.
Brilliantly judged, brilliantly judged. What about into Ashby? Super defensive again, but he goes back over to the right. That's an interesting technique
doing well
there.
Here, isn't he? Shenton's not too defensive, because if he goes too, he'll outdo himself on the exit, and it's all about exit speed on these Honda Cadets at times. Shenton doing very well here, Bagembi on his tail. Here they come down to boot for the final time. Hayward and Whitcomb realistically out of contention at the moment. But here we go, Howard. This is going to be very close into boot for the final time. Bagembi right round the outside going for the switchback.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's not going to be enough. Rocco Leon Shenton is going to come round to take a well-deserved victory in the Honda Cadets A final here. He takes the trophy home. Joshua Bagembi in second. Dalton Hayward finishes third. Final of the podium steps. And with a 53.07 lap time to finish off as well, he finishes the day in style. Harrison Whitcomb, a good, respectable fourth there. Riley Bishop in fifth. Ben Simpson in sixth. Seventh for Theo Champney. Mason Thurlow in eighth. And it was Harry Friel and Oliver Majewski to round out your top 10. Elliot Potter, Charlie Mills, Harrison Morrow, David Wiscors, Mayan Patel, Jensen Pugh. Mayan Patel, by the way, highest placed of our novice runners there. So well done to Mayan for that. Jensen Pugh in 16th, 17th. For Max Fallon, there was Jacko in Drawbridge, Noah Pikes, Jack Price to round out your top 20, Adam Hill, Hayden Gray, Jack Stimson, Oliver Meek, Oliver Sander, Michael Dalton, Emily Ackerts, Emily Cooper. I think, is it Emily Ackerts who did best of our promotees? I think
yeah,
it might have been.
got through quite nicely,
Emily Cooper
actually.
there in 28th, Brendan James in 29th, and it was Jake Schulz, Lucy Wilden, Frankie Smedley, Harry Higgs, and Callum Wilson to round out your 34 runners in that one. Congratulations to Rocco Leon Shenton, Joshua Bagembi, and Dalton Hayward.
Shenton did very well on that final lap. He was coming under a lot of pressure. You could see him checking his shoulder, and he did well just to concentrate on himself, look down the road, and a very clever drive, actually. He wasn't too aggressive on that final lap, not to guard the inside with all his worth and put himself out going out of the corners. But look at the lap times here. This is rocketing in a Honda Cadet car. 53.07 was the fastest lap of the race. All of the drivers lapping in the 53s on the final lap. And for a Honda Cadet, that is pretty quick.
Absolutely. That concludes our running then for today for round 5 of the 2020 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. I do hope that you've enjoyed watching. You can find Whilton Mill Kart Club on Facebook and on Twitter at WMKC Official. I would like to say thank you to the series organisers and everyone here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, not least the marshals. We saw how much they were needed today. They enabled us to go racing, so we're very grateful, and huge respect as well to the organisers for getting us racing in these difficult times. Quick thank you to everyone on the Alpha Live side who have been able to bring you the stream. Thank you to Tom Howe, who's been managing the whole Alpha effort here today. Shane Armstrong, who's been directing all of the shots behind us here, done a great job of that. James Williams and Jack Mitchell, our camera crew as well. Give Alpha Live a subscribe. Check them out on Facebook and Twitter as well. I've been Howard Mitchell. If you've liked what you've heard from my side of the commentary team, and it is literally the side, because we've had a divider here in the comms box all day to be COVID compliant. So if you like what I've heard, I'm part of Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do check us out. The easiest way to do that, go to double-mm.com, and we've got all the social media links on there. And Chris, thank you very much for joining me. Is there any way people can check out what you get up to out there, a Twitter handle or anything? Not to put you on pressure, that's fine.
I'm more like Sebastian Vettel, to be honest. I'm not overly big on the social. I ought to be, really. But I would echo the thoughts you said there about big thank you to the medics, the marshals, and to Whilton Mill for all their organisation. I'm sure you would know as a commentator that you're kind of privy to these organisers, what the work they've had to do. And there's been meetings I've been involved with where the organisers have moved heaven and earth to get these race meetings going, but even so they've had to cancel. So it's by no means something we can take for granted. We've still got racing taking place at all in 2020. So big thanks to Whilton Mill, big thanks to the marshals and the medical crews. Thankfully, we haven't really needed the medics today, which is always a good sign. They've only had a few minor things to deal with. So very well done to the people behind the scenes, and we hope you've enjoyed today's racing.
Absolutely. Tell you, do you know when you're next in action, in comms action? What kind of stuff are you up to this year?
I believe the next time I'll be out will be in a couple of weeks' time, right back here actually at Whilton Mill, unless there's anything in the meantime. It's the penultimate round of the British Mini Bikes, which I think is something I'd like to give a shout out to. British Mini Bikes, which is also covered on Alpha Live in association with Rich Energy, and there's been some pretty exciting racing. Last time out at Three Sisters, we were unfortunately hampered by a pretty severe red flag stoppage. Fortunately, the rider who caused the incident is essentially okay. He was kept in hospital for a few days for observation, but always a good sign that he is essentially okay. Hopefully we might see him, who knows, we might see him towards the end of the year. But British Mini Bikes, and this is very much a staple track, so couple of weeks' time. That's actually the 18th of October, and join it on Alpha Live.
Yeah, there you go. That's when you can next check out Chris Sora at work. Thank you very much for joining us in comms today. Whilton Mill Kart Club, just finally, is next in action on the 4th weekend of each month, so it will be the 24th and 25th of October. Until then, though, everybody, thank you very much for your company, and until you next see us, take care.